Lin Ran, I loathe you. In my next life, and the one after that, I shall never again be your sister. In a previous existence, Ye Zhiyu, consumed by rage and sorrow, cast Lin Ran out of the ambush circle and perished alone in battle. She vowed that in her next life, she would never be this man's sister again. To everyone's astonishment, burdened by guilt, Lin Ran and Ye Zhiyu both underwent a remarkable rebirth. Moreover, the reborn Lin Ran acquired a unique binding system associated with the future Empress. You will have a special binding with the future Empress Ye Zhiyu. Binding effect. You will synchronize with the Empress's current realm and techniques, and gain an enhancement of L1 to both realm level and technique level. You will receive tenfold experience feedback from the Empress's daily cultivation results. When gifting the Empress, you will have a chance to receive a critical item feedback. Note, the feedback items cannot be regifted, and exploiting glitches is ineffective. Zhiyu, this sword is what I owe you. From this day forth, my life is yours. My life is yours. What about your own life? Chapter 1. The Empress's Guardian System. In the year 3033 of the Cataclysm era, Lin Ran, I despise you. In my next life, and the one after that, I, Ye Zhiyu, swear never to become your kin again. Lin Ran, how could we possibly let her go? Only a fool like you would believe such nonsense. You have no understanding of the adult's intentions. She truly believes you, knowing full well it's a trap, yet still comes to save you. Ha ha ha. Fear not. You shall never be together in life. After death, I will ensure you are buried side by side, so your guilt may endure for eternity. No. In the darkness, a handsome young man abruptly awoke from his dream. Accompanied by the heavy thudding of his heart, he leaned against the headboard, gasping for breath. 10 years. It has been a full decade since his rebirth, and every day he relives this nightmare. That dream serves as a constant reminder of his foolishness in believing the lies of the federal government. That girl could not have been deceived to that fallen place. What pains him the most is, even when she realized it was a trap designed to ensnare her, she bravely stepped in to save him. He survived. She perished. Witnessing that girl fall to the ground, pierced by 1,000 arrows, shattered his unwavering belief. It turned out that in this world, the only one who could believe in him wholeheartedly was that girl. But why must it take her death for him to understand? After his rebirth, each day felt like an act of atonement as he continuously endured the repetition of those dreams. This life began similarly to the past. That girl's parents perished in the secret realm, and Lin Ran's parents brought her home to adopt. A year later, Lin Ran's parents also met their demise in the secret realm, leaving only the two of them in that vast household. Note, the protagonist's rebirth occurs after his parents' misfortune. Their fate of being orphaned cannot be altered. After his rebirth, he intended to treat that girl a bit better, hoping to make amends for his past shortcomings. However, she seemed to have undergone a transformation. Her concern for him grew astonishingly indifferent, and the affectionate terms of endearment vanished. Each time she gazed at him, her eyes held a complexity. Furthermore, she dedicated herself even more fervently to her cultivation. No longer did she cling to him in school, weeping to snuggle under his covers, nor did they climb mountains together or watch youthful films in bed. Regarding this change, initially, Lin Ran struggled to adapt, but he soon found peace. Perhaps it was the influence of that girl's temporary vow. She was destined to be the most radiant and gifted empress, yet was burdened by the emotional weaknesses of a fool like him. If their relationship had not been so close in the past, others would not think to threaten her through him, would they? Just as before, she remained that exceptionally talented young prodigy. At the age of 16, she was specially recruited by the finest martial arts high school in the area. At a time when many struggled with awakening, she achieved her SSS-level talent at a record-breaking age. Upon graduating from high school, her martial prowess reached the 9th tier of the Earth Rift realm. Martial arts are divided into Initial Realm, Earth Rift, Mountain Shaking, Sea Covering. Each realm consists of 9 tiers, measured by vital energy. The highest-ranked martial arts university in the Federation has already sent her an invitation. As soon as the timing is right, she can enroll at any moment. The dynamics between him and Zhiyu have changed significantly. Yet in life, there remain many constants. He is still that utterly unremarkable martial arts failure. Since his rebirth, even though he has not given up on training, prior to awakening, his vital energy test yielded a mere score of 9, barely surpassing his previous life by a single point. 10 years of arduous training for just 1 point of improvement in vital energy can only be described as utterly negligible in the face of talent. Knowing his own limitations, he has made ample preparations. This life, he shall live it in a bland and unremarkable manner. However, in facing the future, he has made certain preparations. Before that girl attends the Federal University, he will anonymously share what he knows about the future, as much as possible. Although his position at the time was limited and his information incomplete, at the very least, he can provide her with a warning, so that when she encounters those individuals, she may retain a degree of vigilance. Taking out his phone, he began to edit once more. If his memory serves him correctly, upon the conclusion of his awakening today, that girl will be taken away by representatives of the Federal Martial Arts University, and then she would have a chance encounter with a young official named Su Mo. Although calling it a chance encounter is somewhat misleading. That girl's talent had long been thoroughly investigated, and everything was premeditated. It was precisely due to this individual's entanglement that so many subsequent events transpired. What he must do now is send this information to that girl, hoping to instill in her a gradual belief in his future words. 10 minutes later, the message was completed, scheduled to be sent at 8 a.m. When that girl rises, she will be able to view the contents of this anonymous email at the first available moment. Zhiyu, I hope your life can begin to change from today onward. Unburdened by my presence, you may pursue your endeavors with tranquility. Henceforth, our lives shall no longer intertwine. Lin Ran has resolutely made up his mind. Once the young lady embarks on her journey to the Federal University, he will relocate to another place. The future awaits in some hidden corner of this world, silently observing as that young lady ascends to the pinnacle of brilliance. Ding! Detecting the host's strong determination to alter the future fate of the Empress, the Empress's guardian binding system is now online. Chapter 2. Revenge? Guardian System? Upon hearing the mechanical prompt, Lin Ran found himself momentarily bewildered. Having been reborn for a decade, he had entirely come to terms with the disheartening reality of his ineptitude. With a D-grade talent, no matter how diligently he toiled, his future potential could only ascend to the realm of earth-shattering. The level that girl achieved in merely 2 years took him a grueling 7 years to barely reach the first tier of earth-shattering. The chasm between them was unfathomably vast. Indeed, it is I. With the system activated, why do I not see you brimming with excitement? The system inquired curiously. If it were anyone else, they would be eagerly inspecting the newfound system. Yet this fellow seemed unresponsive. Was he simply overwhelmed with joy? Do you have any idea how I have lived these past 10 years? Lin Ran sighed. This decade of rebirth was no less arduous than serving a prison sentence. Had it not been for his desire to alter that girl as fate and help her avert disaster, he might have even contemplated ending it all. Hee. As the saying goes, before bestowing a system upon a person, the heavens must first test them. Moreover, your situation isn't entirely bleak. The chap next door has been trapped in the Forbidden Land for 100,000 years and is now quite mad. Most importantly, do you not yearn for vengeance? At the system's final remark, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Lin Ran's previously dim eyes. If he possessed the strength to exact revenge, he would undoubtedly desire it. Introduce your functions. Lin Ran's emotions began to stir. With the system now at his disposal, he would spare no one who had wronged him and Zhiyu. The so-called Federation, the righteousness of humanity, these were of no consequence to him, just as Su Mo had once trampled upon him, declaring that justice and evil were merely pawns in the grand game played by the upper echelons of the Federation. You will form a special bond with the future Empress. Ye Zhiyu. Binding effect. You will synchronize with the Empress's current realm and techniques, and receive enhancements of level 1 for both realm and techniques. Every day, you will gain tenfold experience from the Empress's cultivation results. When gifting the Empress, you will have a chance to receive critical item feedback. Note, the feedback items cannot be gifted again. Exploiting bugs is ineffective. As intimacy increases, more binding functions will be unlocked. This, it appears rather promising. Lin Ran mused while stroking his chin. Of course, it's excellent. Please take note, the formal binding will commence now. With the system's reminder, Lin Ran immediately felt a torrent of formidable blood energy surging within his body. This energy resembled an unrestrained deluge, crashing against every inch of his muscles and bones. His blood boiled, and his bones reverberated as his realm began to ascend at a visibly rapid pace. Your current realm is Initial Stage 1. Your current realm is Earth-Shattering Stage 3. Your current realm is Mountain-Shaking Stage 9. With the continuous amplification of his physical power, Lin Ran directly synchronized to the Mountain-Shaking Stage. Mountain-Shaking Stage. At this level, one's vitality and strength surge like a roaring flood, possessing the might to shake mountains. Reaching a staggering 100,000 kg. So this is the sensation of power, Lin Ran thought as he clenched his fists. He had never experienced such strength and state before. In his previous life, even at death's door, his punch barely amounted to 1,000 kg. Now, however, his strength was beyond any measure. A friendly reminder, should the Empress perish, the binding effects will vanish instantly. Strive to eliminate the obstacles before her. You have received a beginner's gift pack, which is being automatically opened for you. The current system was quite user-friendly, never wasting words on whether to open it or not. You have obtained an SSS grade Destiny Scroll. To be used after awakening, it can directly elevate your talent to SSS grade. You have acquired a storage space, capable of storing non-living substances. You have obtained the Shadow Battle Garb, a stunningly cool armor with remarkable defensive capabilities and stealth effects. An essential item for chaos and destruction. Talent can also be elevated. Lin Ran pondered as he gazed at the talent scroll. He had previously awakened a D-grade botanical talent, the Cloud-Treading Vine, which allowed him to summon it during combat for collaborative fighting. However, due to his low talent level, his Cloud-Treading Vine barely reached 10 meters in height, with pitiable attack and defense capabilities practically useless. If it were SSS grade, Lin Ran's heart ignited with fervor once more. Historical records from the Federation had documented the existence of SSS grade Cloud-Treading Vines. When cultivated to the pinnacle, they could tower to unimaginable heights, rivaling the most formidable human warriors, capable of obliterating cities and laying waste to the earth. This opportunity must not be squandered. Now, he possessed nearly 2 lethal trump cards, one being the binding system, and the other the soon-to-merge SSS-grade Cloud-Treading Vine. Having undergone betrayal in his past life, he no longer trusted the Federation. In this life, aside from protecting Xiaoyu, he had no concern for the grand ideals of humanity. Furthermore, he would seek out the significant figure Su Mo had mentioned to uncover the truth behind the assassination attempt on Xiaoyu. At 8 in the morning, upon hearing the sound of the door closing outside, a pair of bright eyes slowly opened in the room next door. Chapter 3. No longer allowing others. Within the room, a young girl lay quietly on the bed. Her eyes, like water, held a hint of frost, exuding a maturity and calmness that belied her age. Her figure was also astonishing. Her waist was slender, her curves full, and her ample bosom sculpted a breathtaking vision that ignited endless fantasies. Her skin was fair and delicate, smooth as silk, and her long, straight legs were sculpted to perfection, with her translucent toes gleaming like gemstones. Just the sight of her long legs was enough to ensnare many in a trance. Yet, her expression was cold, seemingly devoid of any emotion. This time, I will take you away as well. Under my watchful gaze, those people should dare not approach you anymore, the girl murmured to herself. The changes Lin Ran sought, she too was striving to alter. By continuously diverting the pivotal moments of fate, perhaps the trajectory of destiny could be altered. 10 years ago, she too was reborn. Reborn on the very day following Lin Ran's father's death. Bearing the lessons of the past in mind, she intentionally distanced herself from Lin Ran, wishing to change certain pivotal elements. If they were not so familiar, not only would Lin Ran be safer, but she could also attempt to rectify the regrets of her previous life. That which was rightfully hers, she would no longer timidly relinquish to anyone. Thus, rebirth was not so dire for her. At the very least, she could once again witness that boy grow into the person she admired. According to the previous course of events, she would attend the Federation University today and encounter the first conspirator, Su Mo. On this day, this individual is destined to encounter a remarkable girl, gradually succumbing to a meticulously laid trap. Aware of the subsequent developments, she naturally seeks to evade the impending fate. In her past, she has already gleaned fragments of the future's harsh truths. That treacherous traitor must be eliminated. Just as these thoughts swirl in her mind, her phone suddenly flickers with a message. With her delicate, lotus-like hand, she reaches for the phone resting on her bedside. What does this mean? Gazing at the peculiar email subject, she momentarily hesitates. In the past, such trivial spam would have been hastily discarded. But today, for reasons unfathomable, she feels compelled to open it and discover its contents. Meanwhile, at Wuzhou Third High School, Lin Ran hastens to school after a hearty breakfast. Although he has already attained the formidable strength of the mountain-shattering realm, he must still navigate the procedural requirements for his talent awakening here. Each student is afforded an opportunity to touch the awakening stone tablet once a year starting from their first year of high school. If their internal energy is sufficient, they may trigger their awakening. Undoubtedly, those who awaken earlier hold the advantage. The later the awakening, the lower the potential talent level, often relegating them to merely attending a subpar martial arts university. Yet, even a mediocre university can lead to becoming a martial artist, ensuring a brighter future compared to the ordinary populace. Hence, many cling to the final awakening with a glimmer of hope. In the principal's office of Wuzhou Third High School, Principal Zhao Dizhu addresses the two young students, Xiao Chun and Zhou Yu, who awakened their A-grade talents during their first year and have now stepped into the first tier of the earth-shattering realm. Their aspiration for the upcoming martial arts examination is to attend the Federal First Martial Arts University. The principal, Zhao Dizhu, speaks earnestly to a bespectacled man, the admissions director of the Federal First Martial Arts University, who has unexpectedly arrived at their institution, causing a twinge of anxiety over potential procedural errors. After a brief glance at the two students, the director nods, offering a casual encouragement. With effort, there is indeed hope. I look forward to seeing you at the Federal University. Though his words may seem somewhat perfunctory for Xiao Chun and Zhou, it resonates as a validation of their aspirations. The Federal First Martial Arts University is the ultimate dream for all martial arts students. Graduating from such an esteemed institution guarantees a future of remarkable status and achievements. Thank you, Director Hai. We will certainly strive to meet your expectations. Xiao Chun and Zhou expressed their gratitude fervently. Once the final awakening ceremony for the third year concludes, the martial arts entrance examination will follow, a day they have diligently prepared for. All right, you two may leave. Remember what Director Hai just said and give it your all. Principal Zhao, noticing that Director Hai appears to have more to discuss, promptly ushers the students out. Is Director Hai here for some sort of inspection? Zhao Zhiyu resumes his introductions, still uncertain of Director Hai's intentions. As far as he knows, the admissions director's primary purpose for visiting Wuzhou City is to recruit Ye Zhiyu. His sudden appearance has left Zhao feeling somewhat apprehensive. My purpose here is not for an inspection. You have a student named Lin Ran in Class 9 of the third year, correct? Director Hai inquires directly. Lin Ran? You mean the one who resides with Ye Zhiyu? Zhao Zhiyu is taken aback for a moment, but quickly recollects himself. He is generally well informed about the students in their third year, especially Lin Ran, with whom he is quite familiar. Were it not for Lin Ran's strained relationship with Ye Zhiyu, he would have considered recruiting her to their school through him. Yes, that's the one. Do you have business with him? Zhao Zhiyu asks. He is preparing for his final awakening today. Once he completes it, I will fetch him for you. Actually, it's nothing of great importance. There's no need to bring him here. Just provide me with his personal records. We at the Federal Martial University are preparing for a special recruitment. What? Special recruitment? Director Hai's words resonate in Zhao Zhiyu's ears like a thunderclap, igniting a surge of excitement within him. This is indeed a remarkable opportunity. Zhao Zhiyu's elation is justified. The quality of the Federal First Martial Arts University is unparalleled, akin to the prestigious Beijing University before the Cataclysm. For all martial artists, it represents the pinnacle of their aspirations. At Wuzhou Third High School, having even one student successfully admitted to a martial arts university over 5 years is considered commendable. Although he holds high hopes for Xiao Chun and Zhou this year, uncertainty looms due to fierce competition. He knows that over 10 A-grade talents awakened in the first year alone at the second high school. And the first high school is even more formidable. But to think that someone from their school could actually qualify for special recruitment this year is astonishing. Typically, such privileges are reserved for the children of distinguished military leaders who have made significant contributions in battle. Do not doubt my words. I cannot divulge specific reasons. But this matter has been approved at the meeting, Director Hai states calmly. This is, in fact, a request from Ye Zhiyu. During their discussion yesterday, she expressed a desire to repay Lin Ran for a favor, insisting on an additional enrollment spot, or she would refuse the Federal Martial University. If anyone else had made such a request, it would have been dismissed immediately. After all, without an illustrious background or any notable contributions, how could one hope to gain admission to the Federal Martial University? But Ye Zhiyu is different. They have monitored her progress since her first year, confirming her status as an extraordinary talent. At such a young age, she awakened the SSS grade talent, Crimson Lotus Inferno, and by 18, reached the 9th tier of the earth-shattering realm. Such combat prowess promises an infinitely bright future. Students of her caliber will not just take pride in graduating from the Federal Martial University. Rather, it will be the university that takes pride in her. They have also thoroughly investigated the nature of Lin Ran and Ye Zhiyu's relationship. It is not romantic. Ye Zhiyu is the daughter of a close friend of Lin Ran's father, and she has been staying at his home. Furthermore, their relationship is reportedly strained. So recruiting Lin Ran to the university should not hinder Ye Zhiyu's training speed. Thus, after careful deliberation, the board has readily acquiesced to Ye Zhiyu's request. Understood. I will promptly have someone deliver Lin Ran's records to you. Zhao Zhiyu is astute. He cares not how Lin Ran gains admission. As long as he secures a place at the Federal Martial University, it would reflect positively on his educational achievements. With Lin Ran as a safety net, he can finally rest easy this year. As for Xiao Chun and Zhou, it would be splendid if they succeed, but if not, it is of little consequence, considering the intense competition they face. On the other side, on the playground, the awakening ceremony has commenced. Class 2, Sugar 5, awakening successful, D-grade talent, Blue Silvergrass. In Class 7 of senior year, Chun Pippi's awakening ended in failure. In Class 6 of senior year, Lu Ju's awakening was successful. C-class talent, Flameblade. The awakening ceremony had commenced, with the loudspeakers on the playground continuously announcing the recent awakening results. In stark contrast to the fervor of awakenings in the first and second years, the atmosphere in the third year was palpably subdued. C-class talent represented the pinnacle for the seniors, with the majority possessing D-class abilities. Lin Ran stood quietly in the line. For him, this was merely a formality. Once the process concluded, he would focus on nurturing the Mo Yun vine, leveraging his experiences from his previous life to avoid unnecessary detours. Only when he grew formidable would he seek to settle old scores. Zhiyu, how many awakened individuals do you think we will see in this final round? Xiao Chun and Zhiyu stood in the corridor outside the principal's office, filled with youthful exuberance as they watched the awakening ceremony unfold on the playground. If we have 30, that would be remarkable. The later it gets, the lower the success rate of awakenings. Even if someone awakens at this stage, it won't change the outcome. Zhiyu smiled with satisfaction, feeling as though she was already 1 foot in the prestigious gates of the foremost university. Talent determines destiny. Those devoid of talent could never hope to alter their fate. Although both came from humble backgrounds, their fortunes began to shift significantly after awakening A-class talents in their first year. No one dared to underestimate their parents, and teachers treated them with utmost respect. Everyone knew of their brilliant futures, filled with endless possibilities. Look, isn't that Lin Ran? Xiao Chun pointed towards a striking figure on the playground. They were familiar with Lin Ran from Class 9. Rumor had it that the talented girl Ye Zhiyu had lived in his household since childhood, though their relationship seemed rather strained. Otherwise, countless individuals would undoubtedly attempt to befriend Lin Ran to get closer to Ye Zhiyu. What do you think he will awaken this time? I bet he won't awaken any talent at all. Zhiyu smirked, her mood light and carefree. Well, considering your stance, what more can I say? I'll wager he awakens a D-class talent. If I lose, lunch is on me. As the two exchanged banter, they suddenly spotted the academic director excitedly rushing towards the principal's office, carrying a large box. Sister Sue, you look exceptionally joyful. Have you encountered some delightful news? Xiao Chan jested, having cultivated amicable relations with several teachers due to his talent. Delightful? It's a momentous occasion. Lin Ran has been specially recruited by the Federal Martial Arts University, and the admissions officer is on his way to take his file. After 5 years, our school finally has a student admitted to the Federal Martial Arts University. All right, I won't keep you two any longer. Principal Zhao is treating tonight, so do join us if you have time. With that, Director Su dashed past Xiao Chun and Zhiyu like the wind. At that very moment, the loudspeakers on the playground blared once more. Lin Ran from Class 9 has successfully awakened D-class talent, Mo Yun Vine. Chapter 5, Time Disruption. How could this be? The expressions on Xiao Chun and Zhiyu's faces fell dramatically. They clenched their fists, their faces flushed like boiled liver. How could this happen? They possessed A-class talents and had toiled for years without the certainty of entering the Federal Martial Arts University. Why did this individual, awakening a mere D-class talent, receive a direct admission? What was the underlying conspiracy here? Wasn't the recruitment for the Federal University supposed to prioritize fairness and legality? Just moments ago, they had observed others awakening, filled with spirited anticipation. Yet now their attitudes had shifted drastically. Their resentment was not directed at privilege itself, but rather their own lack of it. Witnessing someone far inferior to themselves gain entry into the institution of their dreams felt more unbearable than the loss of a loved one. Such injustice could not be overlooked. Xiao Chun glared at Lin Ran on the playground, consumed by jealousy. This was utterly unfair. Xiao Chun, would not accept this. On the playground, classmates congratulated Lin Ran. This is the Beast Guide for Wuzhou City. When you have time, prepare for trials to get ready for the Martial Arts College entrance examination. Upon witnessing Lin Ran's successful awakening, a teacher quickly handed him a detailed Beast Guide, which outlined various secret realms around Wuzhou's outskirts. As a prospective martial artist, he could now embark on hunting trials. This was a crucial component of the entrance examination, and time was of the essence. After all, this final round of awakenings had left him 2 years behind others. Lin Ran accepted the Beast Guide and casually glanced at it. The map was unchanged from years past. However, for him now, challenging those low-level maps held little significance. He intended to hunt third-tier beasts, using their advanced blood to nourish the Mo Yun Vine. Beast tiers range from 1 to 9, with distinctions between ordinary, elite, and lord classes within each tier. That woman hasn't appeared. It seems they have confirmed that I cannot influence Xiaoyu. Lin Ran gazed ahead, where the expected figure was conspicuously absent. Years ago, a chance encounter of congratulations had gradually led him into her trap. That group had gone to great lengths to obtain Xiaoyu's Red Lotus Flaming Fire. Leaving the playground and walking to the school's secluded central lake, he retrieved an SSS-level guaranteed success scroll stored in his spatial compartment. Following the instructions, he gently squeezed it. SSS-level guaranteed success scroll used successfully. Your talent level has been upgraded. Your current talent level is DSSS. Your talent ability has undergone a synchronous change. The Mo Yunvine has achieved super evolution. Upon the scroll's successful use, he received a flurry of notifications. Within his spiritual realm, the previously half-meter-high black vine transformed into a blood-red hue. The vines intertwined and writhed, emanating a chilling aura. The morphology of the vines began to exhibit various changes. Compared to its initial state, the branches were now sturdier, adorned with sharp spikes that glimmered with a piercing, cold light. Most notably, the tip of the vine bore a blood-colored bud. As the vines writhed, the crimson bud swayed gently in his spiritual space. An SSS-level Mo Yun vine with a flower bud. What would it look like when it bloomed? Lin Ran's heart brimmed with curiosity as the future seemed to unfold into a realm of mystery. Rebirth was finally beginning to gain significance. Personal information check. Name, Lin Ran talent. SSS level. Realm, 9th tier of the mountain shaking realm. Vitality, 1,000, 1 point of vitality, 100 kilograms of punching power. Talent ability, Mo Yun Vine. Bound character, Ye Zhiyu. Possessions, Shadow Battle Garb. Almost ready. I need to procure some potions and then prepare a bit before venturing into the secret realm. For the past decade, he has been plagued nightly by that haunting nightmare. And now that an opportunity for vengeance has arisen, he is determined to seize it. He firmly believes that those individuals will ultimately seek out that girl, relentlessly striving to ensnare her within their grasp. For the sake of atonement and retribution, this time, he will confront any adversary without hesitation. At 11 in the morning, Lin Ran purchased the necessary potions and picked up a box of instant food before heading home. As he walked back, he pondered whether the girl had already arrived in the Imperial City, assuming she had taken the 10 a.m. flight. The Imperial City is the heart of the entire Federation, and the Federation Martial Arts University is situated there. Reflecting on the fact that she left without sending even a message, Lin Ran felt a twinge of discomfort within him. Memories of the past resurfaced. He recalled how she had wept before him for an entire night when she departed for the Martial Arts University. Now, despite living in close proximity, they scarcely exchanged a few words over the course of half a year. They dwelled near one another, yet their hearts had drifted far apart, inexplicably devoid of common language. I have been reborn, yet you remain unchanged. You are her, yet not the same. Perhaps this is fate. I must accept this punishment. Lin Ran mused. If only he could disrupt the very fabric of this world to reclaim the little girl who once clung to him with affection. Then, everything would revolve around her. He would no longer have to refuse her with insincere excuses as he did in the past. When he witnessed her fall, his heart had already been irrevocably shattered. Upon returning home and opening the door, Lin Ran, still lost in thought, was greeted by an unexpected sight. Chapter 6. The future begins to change. He beheld a charming figure clad in a teal nightgown, leisurely having breakfast at home. Confused, he glanced at the time. It was indeed 11:30. How could she still be here? Had he misremembered the time? Although astonished, his expression remained as stoic as ever. Silence had become a familiar companion in his life. For him, simply watching her grow and become familiar was sufficient. Just as Lin Ran was about to ascend the stairs to tidy his clothes, Zhiyu spoke up. Lin Ran. What is it? He turned around, astonished. Unsure of what prompted her sudden call. Come with me to the Imperial City. The Federation Martial Arts University has agreed to grant you a special admission. No matter your talent, it matters not. Your future career will be in management, and upon graduation, a position will be secured for you. Zhiyu took a sip of meat porridge, her expression still as frosty as ever. But why are you doing this? Lin Ran inquired, perplexed. Their relationship in this life had been inexplicably strained, so why was she suddenly behaving this way today? He found it difficult to comprehend. It's nothing. I've been living in your home for 3 years. Consider this my rent, Zhiyu replied unhurriedly. Some matters need not be clarified with Lin Ran. She remained uneasy about leaving him at Wuzhou. Even if their future enemies were aware of their strained relationship, unforeseen circumstances could still arise, particularly today. As she had received that prophetic email, the mysterious individual seemed capable of predicting imminent events, sparking her curiosity about their true identity. Rent, you say? Lin Ran mused thoughtfully. For him, it was inconsequential whether he attended the martial arts university or not. Different martial arts universities offered varying resources. The Federation Martial Arts University possessed numerous unique governmental resources, exceptional martial arts instruction, and generous student incentives. However, for Lin Ran, being bound to this girl had stabilized his cultivation. A tenfold increase in speed was sufficient for rapid growth. Yet, being bound to her also meant he had to ensure her safety. Should anything happen to her, the system would be rendered useless. All right, Lin Ran replied decisively. If she wanted to consider it rent, then so be it. At least in his eyes, she would have fewer burdens. The girl who used to cry had vanished entirely. I plan to venture into the nearby secret realm for trials. I intend to break through before returning to school, so we can leave together then. You've awakened now. Be cautious during the trials in the secret realm. There's a bag on the shoe rack containing basic martial seals and some potions. They should suffice for your trials. Originally, she had intended to accompany Director Hai back to school for special training, but upon receiving that mysterious email, her plans shifted dramatically. She was already attempting to alter her fate, aiming to change her trajectory. How could she allow someone to dictate her thoughts? She speculated that perhaps the so-called prophet possessed some form of foresight. The turning point of fate had begun today, and she was attempting to evade certain events, striving to disrupt timelines, determined never to repeat the past. Understood. Lin Ran nodded. Her rare concern stirred a ripple within him. He had been foolish in the past. However, it was too late for words now. That nightmare would haunt him for this lifetime. Yet, he found it rather surprising that she opted not to participate in special training in the Imperial City, instead heading directly to the secret realm for trials. If it were due to that email, its influence seemed overwhelmingly potent. Or could it be that, due to the shifts in the timeline, she had become somewhat different from before? Regardless, he sincerely hoped she could avoid any misfortunes or troubles. In this lifetime, safety was paramount. As for the ensuing bloodshed and hardships, he would face them alone. After their brief exchange, Lin Ran took the potions and martial techniques Ye Zhiyu had prepared for him and ascended the stairs. The techniques she selected were practical, basic yellow-level martial arts. Martial arts are categorized as Emperor, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The reason for this selection was simple. Talent determines the upper limits of martial arts cultivation. A D-grade talent martial artist could only cultivate yellow-level techniques to their fullest extent. As for higher-level techniques, such as the Profound level, achieving proficiency might take 3 to 5 years, while mastery would require at least a decade or two of dedication. Martial arts rely on talent and comprehension. Some super geniuses might even achieve sudden enlightenment, advancing 2 proficiency levels in a single day. Truly terrifying. In his room, Lin Ran glanced at the high-grade yellow-level technique. The empty clarity fist and the high-grade yellow-level technique, the flowing cloud steps, smiled and casually stored them in his spatial pouch. Due to their bond, he had synchronized all the martial techniques she had diligently studied over the past 3 years, and they had even been elevated by an additional proficiency level. Proficiency is divided into beginner, proficient, mastery, great completion, perfection, and transcendence. For instance, the high-grade, earth-level movement technique, the reverse dragon 9 steps, had achieved proficiency at great completion. The high-grade, earth-level fist technique, the wind thunder fist, also reached proficiency at great completion. Chapter 7. The concern of Ye Zhiyu with his mastery of the earth-level superior sword technique, the sky-piercing sword art, now perfected. Lin Ran pondered whether further martial arts training was truly necessary. His sole focus should be ensuring the safety of that girl. He felt prepared to depart at any moment, hoping that this excursion into the secret realm would yield unexpected delights. Presently, Lin Ran was rather eager to enhance the Mo vine. Descending the stairs after gathering his belongings, Lin Ran observed the girl still seated at the dining table, leisurely savoring her breakfast. Her languid pace suggested she had something to convey to him. Indeed, she did. Be cautious while you're out. The more beautiful a woman appears, the more likely she is to deceive. There are no free lunches in this world. If a strikingly attractive woman approaches you, she surely harbors ulterior motives. Reflect on that. Ye Zhiyu cautioned, her crimson lips parting with words that seemed somewhat perplexing. She aimed to warn Lin Ran against falling prey to trivial romantic entanglements. In the world of martial supremacy, aside from her, no girl with genuine A-class talent would ever truly be drawn to Lin Ran for his looks. Yet, she hesitated to elaborate too much, as their relationship had remained rather cold since her rebirth. For his safety, she had been silently restraining herself. In this lifetime, she resolved to become a true empress of martial arts. Only by wielding absolute power could she contend with the sinister forces lurking behind the Federation. She yearned to incinerate all vile entities with her crimson lotus fiery flames, creating a world she could command. In such a realm, Lin Ran would undoubtedly be secure, free to pursue his desires without interference from anyone. Understood, Lin Ran replied softly, sensing an inexplicable warmth in her words. Sometimes, silence was more daunting. At other times, such unsolicited concern was equally unsettling. Today, Zhiyu seemed to express far more than usual. What could possibly be amiss? While you're out, take care. Don't stay up late, and eat on time, she reiterated. Upon hearing her insistence, Lin Ran responded gently. The Empress senses your concern. Intimacy level 5. Was intimacy truly cultivated in such a manner? Lin Ran mused, recognizing that as his intimacy level increased, more opportunities would unfold before him. I'm off now. I may be away for several days, he declared, turning away without a glance back at Zhiyu as he exited through the door. As the door clicked shut, Zhiyu, still clutching her bowl and chopsticks, felt 2 tears cascade down her cheeks. Memories flooded back of Lin Ran's gentle reminders during her missions. Unintentionally, she realized how much she had missed, reflecting on the 10 years of deliberate coldness that, while altering much, had also cost her dearly. Pretending to be indifferent, she longed for him, often finding herself alone in her room, curled up and quietly weeping, listening to sounds from the next room. She bore no resentment towards Lin Ran for his past actions. He had merely been a victim of the Federation's deceit, misguided into believing she had strayed into a rebellious organization. Lin Ran, in this lifetime, no one shall harm you again. I will not spare those who have wronged you. As her tears subsided, 2 fiery lotuses appeared in her eyes, signifying a transformative moment within her. Outside Wuzhou City, in the outskirts a millennium ago, the resurgence of spiritual energy heralded cataclysms. This world became riddled with spatial rifts, birthing countless ferocious beasts and forming various perilous beast realms. Humans slaying these beasts could earn experience points and discover rare treasures hidden within these realms. Occasionally, they might even come across mystical treasure chests, akin to those found in online game dungeons. Thus, many would band together to engage in hunts against these creatures. The desolate ruins appeared unchanged from his memories. Walking upon the scorched earth, Lin Ran mused aloud. After his awakening, it was under Xiaoyu's support that he had eagerly ventured to this very ruins beginner beast trial camp to hunt slimes. It was also here he had met those who took interest in Xiaoyu. However, due to slight alterations in the timeline, those individuals had yet to appear, perhaps plotting other schemes in the shadows. After a moment of reflection, he retrieved the item gifted by the system, a shadow battle garb, reputed for its combination of style, offense, defense, and stealth. Shadow battle garb. Equipment grade. 9th rank. Equipment attribute description. Upon donning this garb, your aura and appearance will be concealed, with the ability to alter its form at will. Damage taken reduced by 30. In darkness, your personal damage increases by 30. Upon slaying ferocious beasts, you will gain blood points to create a blood shield, capable of absorbing 1 incoming damage. The more blood points infused, the stronger the shield. The exquisite garment, crafted from rare materials such as dark gold, was adorned with mysterious runes, bestowing it with formidable attributes. Wearing the garb, Lin Ran appeared strikingly dashing. As his source energy surged, an intangible sense of oppression emanated from him, akin to a slumbering beast ready to unleash its might. This sensation was indeed delightful. It was Lin Ran's first time donning the battle garb, and he was pleasantly surprised by its breathability, coolness, and, most importantly, its remarkable lightness. It felt as though he wore nothing at all. Quite impressive, he remarked. This is a killer S armor. Let us give it our all, chuckled the system. Beep. Mission issued. Hunt 300 third-tier elite ferocious beasts in the Hengduan Mountains. Mission reward. 1 special lottery draw. Chapter 8. The beginning of conspiracy. The Hengduan Mountains were the shared territory of third-tier ferocious beasts such as the rock-armored turtle, gold-eating tiger, serpent python, and rampaging ape. For the majority of ordinary martial artists, it was an unequivocally perilous domain. In his past life, at the brink of death, he had barely reached the first rank of Earthsplitter and would never have dared to risk a venture here. Have the trial locations been arranged for me? Then let us see what awaits. Following the map's guidance, Lin Ran sped towards the Hengduan Mountains. With his 9th-tier strength in the mountain-shaking realm, while the boss monsters might pose some challenge, the elite beasts would merely serve as practice for honing his martial skills. Meanwhile, shortly after Lin Ran's departure, Zhiyu, after contacting Director Hai, she ventured out of the city towards the Hengduan Mountains. Although her current realm was merely at the 9th level of the Earth-splitting stage, she had often traversed the Hengduan Mountains during her training at school. For her, who had mastered the Crimson Lotus Calamity, fire, aside from third-tier lords or mutated beasts, she faced no significant challenges. She intended to utilize this interval on her way to the imperial city to elevate her realm to the mountain-shaking stage. With this enhancement, her chances of acquiring that item would be greatly improved. This year, she approached matters with considerable deliberation, despite harboring disdain for certain high-ranking officials in the Federation. She refrained from overt confrontation until she grew stronger. Instead, she chose to navigate with subtlety, securing benefits before taking a stand. Armed with the wisdom of her past life, her mindset had matured, making her less susceptible to deception. What? You say Ye Zhiyu has canceled today's flight? At the entrance of the Federation Martial University, a young man clad in a tailored suit was anxiously making a phone call. Yes, Su Xiao. She has also withdrawn from the intensive training session and will remain in Wuzhou City for self-training until the university semester begins, came the report from the other end of the line. What? She will not even participate in the intensive training? What is she planning? Upon hearing this, Su Mo furrowed his brow. He had orchestrated countless scenarios to facilitate today's fortuitous encounter, only to discover that Ye Zhiyu had unexpectedly postponed her arrival. Su Sao. Director Hai merely mentioned that Ye Zhiyu intends to train independently. The specific reasons remain unknown, as you know. The individuals over there hold Ye Zhiyu in high regard, and it is difficult to inquire further. In that case, please assist me in purchasing a ticket to Wuzhou. Inform the school that I shall not attend the intensive training. Ye Zhiyu's achievements had garnered attention not only from the Federation Martial University, but also from numerous prestigious families. Her unparalleled beauty and exceptional talent, coupled with her rare awakening of the Crimson Lotus Calamity Fire, made her a coveted asset. If she could be persuaded to join a family, it would significantly elevate their status. Consequently, many were engaged in a covert competition. The personal information pertaining to Ye Zhiyu had long been fully grasped by those noble families. Naturally, Lin Ran's information was also in their possession, and fortunately, the performances they had showcased over the past decade had left no traces of suspicion. Everyone believed that the relationship between the two was rather tenuous. Thus there was no necessity to approach Lin Ran, lest it incite Ye Zhiyu's displeasure. Wuzhou, you say? Sir, that is a remote area. Are you certain you wish to go? The voice on the other end of the line conveyed concern, having surmised Su Mo's intentions to encounter Ye Zhiyu during her training. Given that Su Mo was only at the 5th level of the Earth-splitting stage, and Ye Zhiyu frequently navigated third-tier beast territories, it could pose some danger. Do not worry. It is merely a third-tier territory, and I will bring bodyguard along. With so many vying for Ye Zhiyu's attention, he needed to seize the opportunity to leave a favorable impression. He could not afford to delay. Should others act similarly, he would be too late. Yes, I will arrange that for you immediately. While some things may require correction, those destined to appear will inevitably surface, and those fated to perish shall certainly meet their end. Hungguan Mountains. Utilizing the reverse Dragon 9 steps learned from Zhiyu, Lin Ran reached the Hungguan Mountains in less than 2 hours. The terrain here was treacherous, with towering peaks and jagged cliffs, resembling a colossal maze from a distance. Standing at a height, one could occasionally hear the roars of ferocious beasts. At times, fleeting glimpses of small teams could be seen. Upon graduating from the Martial Path Institute, individuals either joined the Federation as civil servants or enlisted with mercenary teams or adventure alliances, embracing a life of adventure, accepting tasks, hunting ferocious beasts, and reveling in a relatively free lifestyle. It is well known that high-level awakeners can amass wealth with remarkable ease. A single high-grade crystal core could fetch millions or even tens of millions. Venturing into the wild, if one were to discover a rare treasure, they might achieve financial freedom for life. Thus, despite the perils of wild, secret realms, many still flock to them, driven by the ambition of turning a modest bicycle into a motorcycle. 300 elite beasts I must search thoroughly. Thankfully, there's no time constraint, or else this task would be truly challenging. Lin Ran mused while perched atop a tree, observing the vigorous movement in the nearby forest. There must be something substantial lurking within. With this thought, he leaped from the towering 30-meter tree, and the true hunt commenced. Chapter 9. Willing to become your sword. As Lin Ran delved deeper into the mountains, he finally located the marked point. A dense mist enveloped the surroundings, shrouding the area in a mysterious and perilous aura. Standing at the marked point, Lin Ran scanned his surroundings, vigilant of his environment. As a martial artist, one must never let their guard down while venturing into secret realms. For at any moment, not only ferocious beasts could emerge, but also other awakened beings hidden within. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated in Lin Ran's ears. In an instant, 3 massive, golden-eating tigers burst forth from the forest, their golden bodies shimmering with dazzling brilliance, each step shaking the ground with tremendous force. Simultaneously, information appeared in Lin Ran's spatial vision. Golden-eating tiger, Lord, golden-eating tiger, elite, golden-eating tiger, elite. Is this luck? I expected them to be difficult to find. Yet upon my arrival, I encounter 3 colossal creatures. Gazing at the 3 golden-eating tigers, Lin Ran felt no fear. Instead, excitement coursed through him. He was not lacking in combat experience. The distinction between high-level and low-level ferocious beasts lay merely in strength. The variations in techniques were not significantly different. With his right hand, he formed a fist imprint. As a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, a purple arc of lightning materialized in his hand. The manifestation of martial techniques varies in color according to proficiency. For instance, the Wind Thunder Fist appears turquoise at the novice level, azure at the proficient level, and deep blue at mastery. Following this, it turns purple, then red, and upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, the fist imprint transforms into a crimson lightning strike. Observing Lin Ran, the 3 golden-eating tigers exchanged glances. The 2 elite golden-eating tigers let out a furious roar, baring their sharp fangs. Despite their massive size, they exhibited remarkable agility, their paws glinting like razor-sharp blades, hurtling towards Lin Ran's head. To them, Lin Ran was merely a trivial prey, easily crushed with a single blow. Let us see what you've got. Lin Ran stood firm as a rock, employing the reverse dragon 9 steps. With his right hand gripping the fist imprint, he launched an attack at the nearest golden-eating tiger. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed through the air. Lin Ran's fist imprint collided fiercely with the massive claws of the elite golden tiger, unleashing a staggering surge of energy. In the next instant, the enormous elite golden tiger was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through dozens of towering trees in the jungle before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Everything transpired in a mere flash of lightning. With a successful strike, Lin Ran did not pause, continuing to execute the reverse dragon technique, directing his fist imprint towards another elite golden tiger nearby. The might of thunder surged forth like a cataclysmic tidal wave. How could its tough hide withstand the formidable force of 100,000 kilograms behind Lin Ran's punch? He dispatched them with ruthless efficiency, leaving no room for mercy. Roar! The golden tiger lord regarded Lin Ran with a flicker of alarm in its eyes. It was a ferocious beast, not a fool, and possessed a high level of intelligence. Witnessing Lin Ran's ability to dispatch one of its kin with a single blow instilled a sense of fear within it. Attempting to flee? It was too late. It would obediently become nourishment for the Moya vine. Lin Ran's face bore a sly grin as he observed the golden tiger lord. The violet arc of energy in his hand flickering once more. Today his targets were all destined to perish. Roar! The golden tiger lord let out another low growl. Feeling the threat posed by Lin Ran, but unwilling to submit without a fight, it resolved to struggle fiercely. 2 minutes later, I had warned you to become nourishment willingly. You would have to endure so much punishment otherwise. Lin Ran's expression remained largely unchanged as he gazed upon the shattered skull of the golden tiger lord. Through his encounters with these 3 beasts, he had become increasingly adept at utilizing the synchronized martial arts techniques he had acquired. Compared to others, he had indeed taken a significant shortcut in life by unlocking his unique abilities. After dragging the 3 golden tiger corpses together, Lin Ran summoned his Moya vine from his spiritual realm with a mere thought. The Moya vine took root in the ground, sensing the blood of its prey, and exhibited a clear excitement, its tendrils writhing as its thorny branches shook with anticipation. In its current state, it resembled a newborn, extraordinarily fragile. Devour it. Do not hold back. We shall fight side by side in the future. Observing the blood-red Moya vine, Lin Ran recalled his previous black Moya vine. Although it had occasionally received ferocious beast blood as nourishment from Xiaoyu, it had been stunted by the limits of its innate potential, unable to grow further. The tendrils writhed as the Moya vine's roots rapidly extended across the ground, binding and entwining the 3 beasts. And then the tips of its roots swiftly transformed into sharp instruments, piercing directly into the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Glug, glug, as the sounds of consumption echoed. The 3 beasts quickly shriveled at a visible rate. Your Moya vine has gained 100 evolution points. Your Moya vine has gained 500 evolution points. Your Moya vine. Upon completing the task, the Moya vine even sent forth a tendril that gently wrapped around Lin Ran's hand, as if engaging in a friendly exchange. Although it was born within Lin Ran's spiritual world, there remained many aspects he could not fathom. Not only Lin Ran, But even the most esteemed scientists struggled to unravel the mysteries of the resurgence of spiritual energy. In this life, we shall stand together atop the pinnacle of this world, obliterating all that is detestable. Looking at the Moya vine, Lin Ran felt an overwhelming ambition. In this lifetime, regardless of Xiao Yu's reasons for opposing the Federation, he would resolutely stand by her side, willing to become the sword in her hand, even if it meant overturning the entire Federation. Perhaps such words could mend the regrets of the past. Unable to protect you back then, I shall safeguard you now. Though they had both evolved into different individuals, she was still Xiao Yu at her core. Chapter 10. Diverting Misfortune. Your Moya Vine has gained 50 evolution points. Your Moya Vine has gained 100 evolution points. Gradually regaining his hunting instincts, Lin Ran found himself increasingly adept at slaying within the Hongduan Mountains. At the 9th level of the earth-shattering realm, had it not been for the need to complete the system's tasks, he could easily challenge higher difficulty secret realms. Your task completion progress, 3,300. Your task completion progress, 4,300. The Empress has begun her trials and training. Your tenfold feedback is in progress. Has Xiao Yu already entered the secret realm? Lin Ran, engrossed in his slaying, suddenly received this special message. According to the system's prompt, he would receive tenfold feedback for whatever Xiao Yu cultivated. He wondered which secret realm she was in. She should be quite safe in Wuzhou. Lin Ran thought to himself. Ever since her awakening at 16, aside from mandatory school courses, that girl had become a frequent visitor to secret realms, often disappearing for 2 or 3 days at a time. It could be said that her experience in secret realms surpassed his by a considerable margin. With the crimson lotus flame at her disposal, she thrived in secret realms, as the fire held a natural suppressive power over ferocious beasts. An endless cycle of vitality. I must expedite the completion of my first task. Quickly enhancing the Moya Vine's abilities is of utmost importance. After reviewing the prompt, Lin Ran continued to traverse the mountains. On the other side, Ye Zhiyu had also arrived alone at the Hongduan Mountains. At this moment, she was different from before, clad in a striking crimson martial arts outfit, exuding a captivating elegance that was hard to describe. With almond-shaped eyes, a slender waist, and long legs, complemented by her commanding presence, she was an eye-catching sight wherever she went. During her high school years, she had represented Wuzhou #1 high school multiple times in martial arts competitions, gaining considerable fame among the student body, and was regarded by many as an absolute goddess in their hearts. Ye Zhiyu, nearby the mountain camp, some individuals spotted Ye Zhiyu and greeted her warmly. Having frequented this area for years, and with her considerable renown, she was easily recognizable. However, these individuals were not graduating seniors. Most were martial arts students on the brink of university graduation, all possessing considerable talent, typically ranging from B2 grades. All right. Zhiyu nodded slightly at the group. Her interactions with others were limited, and her fame sometimes necessitated a response. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. Ye Zhiyu, would you like to form a team? A girl wielding a long sword stepped forward to inquire. We have discovered a mutated ape lord. If you join us, the mutated crystal core will be yours. If it doesn't T-drop, we 6 can sell its corpse and share the profits. Teaming up is quite common in secret realms, but everyone is cautious in selecting team members. Unfamiliar faces or overly strong individuals are typically avoided. Unfamiliar partners can lead to mishaps, while overly powerful allies may monopolize the spoils. For a piece of top-tier treasure, it is not uncommon for teammates to turn against one another. A mutated ape lord? Zhiyu pondered for a moment. Mutated ferocious beasts are treasures in themselves. Their corpses and blood are essential materials for concocting special potions. The 3rd-tier mutated explosive ape's corpse is valued at no less than 3 million alliance coins. If a mutated crystal core is produced, the price may even double. However, as she gazed at the woman, her expression appeared sincere, yet a cunning glint lurked beneath, clearly indicating discrepancies between her words and reality. Having experienced myriad events in her previous life, such trifles held no sway over her. Never mind, I have other plans. You may seek out other allies. She chose to see through the facade without exposing it. This makeshift team lacked sufficient strength, likely consisting of novices at the threshold of the shaking mountain realm. 5 individuals may manage to deal with elite-level ferocious beasts, but facing a lord-level creature would be exceedingly challenging, particularly against the agile mutated explosive ape. Alone, confronting the 3rd-tier mutated lord here, she would require time to secure victory, even with the aid of the Red Lotus Inferno. A 3rd-tier mutated lord is comparable to a 4th-tier elite ferocious beast and is not easily vanquished. Moreover, these individuals harbored ulterior motives. There was no need for her to take unnecessary risks. After Ye Zhiyu had walked some distance away, The woman, who had just been smiling, suddenly wore a grim expression. That little girl, what a charade. Does she think being a genius makes her extraordinary? She ought to beware of meeting a tragic end in this secret realm. The woman cursed vehemently. Her feelings toward Ye Zhiyu were not only tinged with jealousy, but also with resentment. It was one thing to be beautiful, but to have awakened such formidable abilities. At merely 18 years old, and at the 9th level of the Rift Earth realm, she dared to roam freely here. Meanwhile, she was 6 years her senior and had to gather 4 or 5 powerful allies to even consider participating in this trial within the Hongduan Mountains. Zhiyuan, never mind. Let us contemplate other strategies. Those 2 mutated explosive apes are truly formidable. However, there must be valuable treasures within the treasure chest they guard. A man spoke in a low voice. They indeed had their own schemes, for they had discovered that there was more than just the 2 mutated explosive apes. They had also identified a mysterious treasure chest within the Ape Valley. Their original plan was to use Ye Zhiyu to distract the 2 apes while they seized the opportunity to obtain the treasure chest. They deemed Ye Zhiyu's strength just adequate. Not too high, not too low. Her Red Lotus Inferno possessing formidable suppressive power over ferocious beasts. It should be sufficient to stall them for a time. Yet, to their astonishment, she was not easily ensnared. Then, are you daring enough to play a bigger game? The woman named Zhiyuan suddenly conceived a cunning scheme. What kind of grand play do you have in mind? Upon hearing this, the other 4 quickly gathered around. They were all driven by greed. Reluctant to divulge their findings to more people and unwilling to take personal risks, they sought to exploit others, redirecting the calamity. A wicked smile graced Zhiyuan's face. If Ye Zhiyu does not come, then we can lure the explosive apes over, can't we? As long as we can divert the apes, we will have ample time to escape with the treasures from the chest. As for Ye Zhiyu's life or death, that is none of our concern. After all, dying in a secret realm is entirely commonplace. Chapter 11. The Trouble of Zhiyu? Beep. Detected that the Empress will encounter a minor trouble. Please select whether to offer assistance. That girl is in trouble? Upon receiving this latest prompt, Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. Since the system had alerted him, how could he possibly refrain from acting? Where's she? Hongduan Forest. Map coordinates 5221225. The system quickly replied. Lin Ran took out an electronic map from his storage space and was surprised to learn that the girl had also arrived at the Hongduan Mountains. However, the distance seemed somewhat far. She was situated in the ape's territory, likely having entered through another entrance. Taking a deep breath, he set off in the direction indicated by the map, hastening his pace. On the other side, within the ape's territory, Wu Feng, you can shoot now. Ye Zhiyu has entered the Lord Pursuit range and is currently in the southeast. Under Zhiyuan's lead, a few individuals were crouched in a valley, carefully plotting their strategy. From their vantage point, they could clearly observe the 2 purple-gold mutated explosive apes and a glimmer of gold emanating from the treasure chest deep within the valley. Such Lord-level ferocious beasts, often referred to as treasure chest monsters, would always guard a certain range around the chest. To obtain the treasure, someone must distract the 2 apes. They all harbored ulterior motives, and it was inconceivable for them to personally engage in the distraction. None wished to become mere pawns for another. All right. A man concealed in the lower section of the valley raised his longbow, knocked an arrow, and with a whoosh, sent the arrow soaring towards the 2 apes. Almost simultaneously with the arrow's release, the man darted southeast without hesitation. He had awakened a wind attribute ability, granting him a distinct speed advantage. Confident he could lure at least 1 ape away. Roar. As he fled, 2 thunderous roars erupted, and the 2 purple-gold apes immediately gave chase in the direction of his escape. Both parties moved swiftly, one in pursuit of the other. Both had been drawn away. One opportunity. Zhiyuan and the others, crouched on one side of the valley, observed the 2 apes racing out with fervent eyes. To lure out both at once was the best fortune. As long as Ye Zhiyu could hold off the apes for 2 minutes, they would be confident in descending into the valley to open the treasure chest and retrieve its contents. Ye beauty, be cautious. There are apes pursuing me from behind. You should hurry. Wu Feng shouted loudly as he glanced at Ye Zhiyu, who was enveloped in the Red Lotus Inferno. His words were not merely a warning for her, but also intended for the 2 apes, misleading them regarding their relationship. According to the typical intelligence of ferocious beasts, they would pursue the slower-moving target. This meant that as long as he ran fast enough, Ye Zhiyu would have no choice but to engage. As for whether she could triumph, that was of no concern to them. It would be best if the apes dealt with her entirely, thus saving them from future retribution. After all, this was not their first time resorting to such underhanded tactics. Do they think I am that foolish? as she watched the bowman rushing toward her. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Were Lin Ran to say such words, she might believe him. Did these individuals truly think her temper was so mild? Over the years, how many had gone missing in the Hungduan Mountains without investigation? She was no benevolent soul. Zhiyu, take action. A sword forged from infernal flames materialized in her palm. In terms of speed, she could not outrun the two apes. Thus, she had no choice but to confront them. Heh, it's done. Upon seeing Ye Zhiyu conjure the infernal sword, they knew their plan was secure. This area remained within the apes' patrolling range. Ye Zhiyu could not escape, and once she engaged, they would have the opportunity to retrieve the treasure. Ye Beauty, thank you for your life-saving grace. Wu Feng, as he crossed paths with Zhiyu, uttered mockingly, what a pity that such a stunning genius shall fall here today. Hold on, express your gratitude in the next life. The gaze of Zhiyu was as cold as steel, and the fleeting crimson arc extinguished the confidence that once adorned Wu Feng's face in an instant. With a sickening sound, Wu Feng was horrified to witness his lower half sprinting ahead of him, as his body ignited in searing flames. The Red Lotus Inferno is a flame capable of incinerating all impurities. The sword forged from this inferno possesses formidable power. It disregarded his defensive armor and effortlessly cleaved him in two. How could it be this powerful? The four individuals atop the valley stood in stunned silence. They were aware of Ye Zhiyu's prowess, yet never anticipated her strength would be so preposterous. After all, Wu Feng was a third-tier awakener of the mountain-shaking realm, clad in respectable 7-star armor, yet he was severed in twain by a single strike from Ye Zhiyu. The cries of Wu Feng echoed through the valley as the flames consumed him. The inferno scorched not only his flesh, but also ravaged his very soul, igniting his entire being. The two mutated violent apes observed Zhiyu, enveloped in the inferno, with wary eyes. Their instincts warned them that to be burned by such flames would be excruciatingly painful. Yet, since they dared to infringe upon the sacred territory, death was the only outcome. Beast transformation. The two violent apes roared with fury, their forms swelling to an imposing height of 10 meters. Their colossal stature resembled two moving mountains, exuding an aura of chilling malice. The opportunity had arrived. The two violent apes launched their assault on her. This was our best chance. Paper Kite exclaimed with excitement. The death of their companion evoked no sorrow, for they were merely a makeshift team, and the cycle of life and death was commonplace. No, your opportunity lies in the next life. Suddenly, a languid voice resonated from behind the four. Chapter 12, A Forceful Strike. Before Paper Kite could react, a broad hand clasped around her neck, followed by a resounding crack as her spine was crushed. She was then unceremoniously tossed aside like a lifeless dog. It was Lin Ran, striking with ruthless intent. In stark contrast to his former benevolence, he now operated in a near-darkened state, leaving no choice for those who sought to harm Zhiyu but death. Who? The three men whirled around, their faces etched with shock as they beheld the figure that had launched the sudden ambush. To their astonishment, while they could discern the sleek black battle attire of the assailant, his visage remained obscured, his face adorned with a mask of ghostly features, etched with runes, exuding an air of enigma. The dead have no need to know who I am. Confronting these individuals who would unite against elite beasts was a breeze for Lin Ran. Though they too were the mountain-shaking realm, the actual disparity in strength was staggering. Vitality was merely the minimum threshold, yet advanced talents conferred additional advantages. This was also why Zhiyu dared to infiltrate a third-tier beast inn at the 9th tier of the earth-shattering realm. Awakened beings with high talents inherently possess the ability to combat across tiers. In the horrified gazes of these men, Lin Ran dispatched them with a single punch each. Swift and decisive. Observing the four groveling on the ground, still attempting to cling to life, Lin Ran summoned the Mo Yun Vine. Both beast and warrior blood would significantly contribute to its growth. Given its current strength, it was more than capable of dealing with those initial beasts. However, Lin Ran had activated a cheat. His power surged to an exaggerated degree, and it would take time for the vine to catch up. Yet, with sufficient blood and flesh, everything would accelerate swiftly. Now unshackled from its growth limits, the vine was no comparison to its former self. Who exactly are you? Do you have any idea who my father is? Paper Kite gasped, her head twisting painfully to speak. She felt a sense of injustice. Watching others perish was amusing, but when it came to her own fate, terror gripped her. Lin Ran dismissed her trivial question, disinterested in her paternal connections. He had no intention of sparing her for future retribution. At this moment, he stood at the edge of a cliff, observing Zhiyu engaged with the two violent apes. The girl's strength was truly remarkable. As expected of the SS-level Red Lotus Inferno, she was managing to hold her own against two adversaries. Yet, he discerned the stark difference in their realms. The mutated apes were equivalent to fourth-tier elites, outmatching her by 2 levels. Consequently, the Red Lotus shield she conjured was constantly being shattered. The transformed apes had significantly enhanced both physical and elemental resistances. If this stalemate continued, once her source energy was depleted, she would undoubtedly find herself in a dire predicament. Stay here and entertain these 4. I will fetch you a feast. After relaying his instructions to the Mo Yun Vine, Lin Ran took a running leap from the cliff, aiming straight for one of the apes entangled with Ye Zhiyu. If he was to act, he would do so swiftly. He had no taste for the trope of heroically saving the damsel in distress during a crisis. On the other side, what troublesome foes? Must I unleash the power of my seal? Ye Zhiyu maneuvered with the reverse dragon 9 steps, contemplating her counter-strategy. The 2 mutated violent apes attacked with blinding speed, their coordination applying pressure upon her. While she could still barely withstand their onslaught, her source energy was dwindling rapidly. She could not sustain this for long. If she were to unleash her sealed power, roar. Just as she hesitated, she witnessed one of the apes emit a pained roar. Unbeknownst to her, a figure in black had leaped onto the shoulder of the ape, poised to deliver a devastating blow to its head with a purple wind and thunder fist. He employed the reverse dragon 9 steps. Ye Zhiyu's eyes widened as she dodged the ape's strikes, astonished by the mysterious figure in black. His martial prowess and agility were at the mastery level. Though she had diligently trained in both techniques, she remained distant from true mastery, still grappling with unbroken bottlenecks. Yet, this individual executed them with such finesse. Regrettably, his face was obscured, likely due to some special device. This was not uncommon within the secret realm. Many wished to conceal their identities, either to avoid recognition or to facilitate the act of killing and pillaging without fear of future retribution. Perched atop the frenzied ape, Lin Ran remained steadfast as it thrashed violently, unable to dislodge him. Roar! Roar! Lin Ran's fist descended like a torrential downpour, striking the head of the ferocious ape with a series of resounding metallic thuds. Each blow, infused with a staggering force of 100,000 pounds, landed with brutal efficacy. The body of the beast began to tremble. Even a titan of steel could not withstand such an overwhelming onslaught. Remarkable strength, Ye Zhiyu mused silently, astonished that someone could emerge from the valley with such ferocity. Furthermore, the opponent employed a close combat, life-or-death fighting style, showcasing extraordinary confidence. Under Ye Zhiyu's discreet observation, the transformed beast ultimately could not endure for long, as Lin Ran's assault shattered its skull, leaving it to fall to the ground in defeat. With the conclusion of Lin Ran's battle, Ye Zhiyu felt an immense weight lifted from her shoulders. In a one-on-one scenario, dispatching the mutated ape would merely require a bit more effort on her part, presenting no significant challenge. Chapter 13, Pure Love Invincible. 5 minutes later, you have received tenfold experience feedback. As Ye Zhiyu's battle concluded, Lin Ran also promptly received the system's experience feedback notification. The outcome of the same type of mutated beast at her hands, and his was completely disparate. The subsequent ascension in realm was no simple matter. He needed to devise a way to fully exploit this auxiliary feature. With the beast now lifeless, the only sounds remaining in the air were the crackling of purifying flames, accompanied by an enveloping silence. The 2 exchanged glances, enveloped in a brief moment of tranquility. Lin Ran regarded Ye Zhiyu. Everything remained unchanged. This girl possessed a figure that shone through any attire, her every ensemble and expression captivatingly exquisite. Had he possessed such an invincible and formidable advantage in his previous life, he would have reveled in showcasing it before her. He yearned for her to recognize that he too held strength within, that he was not merely a fledgling weakling. Yet now, accustomed to silence, gazing upon this girl who seemed to share the same soul, Lin Ran felt no inclination to share his joy. He was at a loss for how to convey it. Ye Zhiyu was no longer the same. Their relationship had transitioned from the closest of bonds to profound estrangement. Even revealing his hidden state before her might yield nothing more than a gasp of astonishment. There would be no echoes of past surprises, nor the chance for her to rush into his embrace, seeking affection or solace. Time had transformed everything. The world had irrevocably changed. Ye Zhiyu observed Lin Ran, her feelings perplexed. Like everyone else, she could not penetrate the effect of his invisibility, only perceiving the enigmatic shadow of his mask. However, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity that resonated within her. The concealment primarily masked his appearance, martial aura, and even his voice. Yet, The time they'd spent together across 2 lifetimes exceeded 20 years. Certain aspects could not be altered merely by concealment. After a prolonged silence, Zhiyu finally spoke. I sincerely thank you for your gallant intervention. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly found myself in peril. Her gratitude was heartfelt, as she was a person of clear affections and aversions. Regardless of the stranger's identity or their purpose for being present, they had indeed averted the crisis she faced, sparing her the risk of unbinding her seal and resorting to forbidden powers. Let the remains of this mutated ape serve as my token of appreciation. This girl was forthright. Empty words held no value. After all, those who ventured into the secret realm sought not only trials for elevation, but also the chance to acquire treasures and fortunes. The corpses of these 2 mutated beasts would surely fetch a handsome price. Very well, I am indeed in need of numerous ferocious beast corpses. This mutated one will be invaluable to me, so I shall accept it without hesitation. He readily assented to her proposition. He truly had a use for the ape's remains, as such mutated specimens would greatly enhance his Moya vine. Upon concluding his words, he visibly stored the corpses of the 2 beasts into his spatial storage. Contemplating the golden chest he had glimpsed in the valley and the binding rules established between them, a bold idea took shape. He was aware that Zhiyu was a proud individual, unlikely to accept gifts lightly. Thus, he stated, since you have entrusted this ape's remains to me, let's consider the golden chest within this valley as my token of gratitude. In this manner, we shall be even. Though this girl had changed in many respects, some fundamental aspects remained constant. She typically would not refuse a transaction grounded in fairness. Agreed. I'm grateful. Zhiyu reciprocated with a respectful gesture. She appreciated such a straightforward exchange, where both parties fulfilled their needs without incurring debts. Furthermore, acquiring a golden chest was indeed a delightful prospect. Successfully gifted the Empress a golden chest, receiving a critical feedback reward of 1 diamond chest. The reward has been dispatched to your storage space. Please check promptly. Just as she accepted, Lin Ran received the system's critical feedback. Bestowing a golden chest and receiving a diamond chest in return was an exceptional exchange for him. Were it not for the inability to exploit bugs with the acquired chests, he would have been tempted to repeat the process to see what extraordinary treasures he might unearth. Do you still require many ferocious beast corpses? Zhiyu inquired, not rushing to retrieve the chest, but instead focusing on the matter of the corpses. Such remains could indeed fetch a modest sum if transported from the mountains, but due to the cumbersome nature of transport, few martial artists were willing to haul corpses around as Lin Ran did. Typically, when a ferocious beast was slain, its corpse was examined for cores. If none were found, it was disregarded without further thought. Indeed, I require a substantial quantity of freshly deceased corpses, still pulsing with vitality, Lin Ran affirmed. If a beast had been dead for too long, the energy-laden blood would dissipate into the air, rendering the remains devoid of meaning for the Moya vine to consume. If you seek fresh corpses in abundance, I happen to know of a location. However, I wonder if you would be willing to venture into the unknown? Sensing that inexplicable familiarity, Zhiyu cautiously proposed. She had inadvertently discovered a hidden space during a previous adventure, a lair of elite ferocious beasts. She had explored the periphery alone, but had not dared to delve deeper. She had intended to investigate further once she grew stronger. Yet feeling this man's remarkable familiarity compelled her to reconsider, hoping to uncover memories of the past. Ding. Accepting the future Empress's sincere invitation grants you the title of pure love invincible. Women may influence your drawing speed, but the Empress shall not. Title effect. While within the Empress's field of vision, your attack speed increases by 30, movement speed by 30, and you have a 100 chance to trigger a critical hit. Chapter 14. You wouldn't wish to see me bring about the destruction of this world, would you? Upon witnessing the system's generous reward, Lin Ran naturally accepted. After all, for him, becoming powerful swiftly was of utmost importance. While Zhiyu went to retrieve the golden chest, Lin Ran eagerly prepared to open the diamond chest he had just acquired, eager to discover the nature of his forthcoming fortune. Opening successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the weapon of the blade, divine resentment. Equipment rarity, epic. Dark attribute weapon. Equipment attribute description. 1. Upon slaying a target, one can absorb the negative emotions, such as fear and trepidation, that the foe experienced in life. 2. When attacking a target, one can unleash the stored negative emotions, resulting in a corresponding mental shock effect. 3. For every unit slain, one will gain 1 point of resentment value, which upon accumulation, can unleash a blade aura that ignores defenses. If the shadow armor is akin to a murderous armor, then this divine resentment is undoubtedly a lethal blade. In combat, Not only does the enemy face the ferocity of the attacks, but they must also struggle against the mental shock. Before them, multitasking becomes a harrowing endeavor, with foreseeable consequences. The weapon's design is striking, not resembling a common broadsword but rather akin to a tang dao, a traditional weapon. The blade appears as a wraith in the night, pitch black and profoundly mysterious. Its surface bears no ostentatious embellishments, yet it exudes an aura of enigma. Grasping it, the cold touch of the blade connects one to an endless abyss of darkness, echoing the summons of the undead. Blade and armor, unified. As for the techniques of the blade, they are in sync. The only weapon skills that Ye Zhiyu specializes in are the long sword and the long knife. The knife she conjures is also reminiscent of the tang dao, and both share a particular fondness for this style of weapon. Soon, Zhiyu approached, brimming with spoils. She had not anticipated that from the golden treasure chest, she would acquire a storage ring. Although its capacity was limited, it was still a remarkably rare item. Therefore, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the mysterious treasure-giving man. Just follow me. It is approximately a 3-hour journey, Zhiyu stated. She was unperturbed by any potential ill intentions from her companion. Should the situation turn unfavorable, she could easily unbind her physical seals. At that moment, even a powerhouse from the sea-overturning realm would be no match for her. Along the way, the two fell into silence once more. Zhiyu was not one for excessive chatter, and Lin Ran was even less so, quietly following behind, his mind preoccupied with other thoughts. Host, why don't you engage her in conversation? The system inquired, somewhat bored, initiating a dialogue with Lin Ran. There was little to discuss. He was already well acquainted with everything concerning that girl. Anything he did not know, he doubted she would divulge. Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. The greatest transformation brought about by this reincarnation was the intimacy of his relationship with Zhiyu. Her earlier growth trajectory remained largely unchanged, and the nightmares that recurred like clockwork each day served only to remind him of their shared past, making it difficult to forget. Once, they were innocent companions. Yet, due to their deep familiarity, he had always regarded her as a sister, never daring to entertain any special thoughts. Although both had their own parents and lacked any familial ties, in those years, many, including the propaganda of the Federation, portrayed him as the closest kin to the Empress. In such an environment, he dared not harbor any other notions. Moreover, for him, Zhiyu was the exalted prospective Empress, while he was merely an ordinary individual, leading a respectable life thanks to her illustrious status. The chasm between them was vast, enough to instill a sense of inferiority. Even after her multiple heartfelt confessions, he had rejected her with clumsy excuses. After all, public opinion is a formidable force, and amidst the clamor of voices, how could he dare to entertain bolder thoughts? Therefore, when she spoke those words of despair during their darkest hour, it was no surprise. In his rebirth, that vow materialized under the same roof. Their relationship had transformed into that of familiar strangers, devoid of words, as if they were unacquainted. You are quite stubborn. Doesn't this grant you the chance for a fresh start? The path to invincibility, sweeping through the Federation. Your name will surely resound throughout the world. Do you truly harbor no thoughts regarding that girl? The system jested. It possessed vast knowledge. Yet rules are rules, and certain truths must be grasped by the host themselves. Thoughts? Lin Ran shook his head. To be able to protect her for a lifetime is sufficient for me. If given the opportunity in this lifetime, I merely wish to see the version of her from the past. Lin Ran's perspective diverged from Zhiyu's. He was reborn burdened with guilt, enduring a decade of torment and suffering, with the only vivid memories etched in his mind being those of the former Zhiyu. Zhiyu, however, perceived this rebirth as a divine opportunity to rectify the regrets of their past. The previous version of herself had not been assertive enough. She had always acquiesced to Lin Ran's wishes, ultimately losing everything. Had she been bold and taken the initiative, success would have been assured. Once the die was cast, what would he do then? Thus, in this life, she must reclaim all that she had lost. As for the time to take the initiative, that would require some waiting. She had initially acquired a suitable method for joint cultivation, which could assist Lin Ran in breaking through his innate limitations, liberating him from feelings of inferiority regarding his identity. Regarding any potential entanglements that might arise in Lin Ran's life, she would sever them herself. No longer would she quietly harbor resentment, as she did in the past. In this lifetime, no one could part them. Even if it meant she would ultimately embrace darkness, it mattered not. After all, that fellow possessed a fatal weakness, a heart that harbored the lofty ideal of peace for humanity, or else he would not have been deceived by the Federation. Therefore, in this life, if Lin Ran dared to reject her again, it would transform into, Lin Ran, you surely do not wish to witness me bring destruction upon this world, do you? Chapter 15. Their Respective Plans. At the Wuzhou airport, young Master Su, I have gathered all the necessary information. It appears that Ye Zhiyu has ventured into the Hunduan Mountains and is likely on the cusp of her final breakthrough to reach the mountain-shaking realm. A middle-aged man clad in gray martial attire swiftly reported his findings to Su Mo. The mountain-shaking realm? Her speed is indeed astonishing. A wicked smile crept onto Su Mo's lips upon hearing his subordinate's report. The stronger Ye Zhiyu became, the more valuable she would be to him in the future. Indeed, young master, since awakening, she has dedicated herself to rigorous training, frequently venturing into perilous territories, which naturally accelerates her growth. After a brief pause, the gray-clad man appeared to recall something and continued, Young master, there's one more matter regarding Lin Ran that I am uncertain if you are aware of. Lin Ran? What is it? Su Mo had some understanding of Lin Ran, but ceased to follow the matter closely after learning of the strained relationship between Zhiyu and Lin Ran. It is this. The Federation's Martial University has inexplicably extended a special invitation to Lin Ran, and this news has spread throughout Wuzhou City, prompting many students to protest over perceived injustice. The gray-clad man elaborated. The news of Lin Ran's special invitation emerged later that afternoon. It has been publicly disclosed online by an unknown source, and now many students are seeking clarification from the Wuzhou Third Middle School and the Federal University regarding the special recruitment. Such matters are explicitly regulated and must meet certain criteria. For instance, the children of fallen commanders, offspring of those who have made outstanding contributions to the Federation, or individuals with exceptional talents as awakened beings. These points have been scrutinized repeatedly, and Lin Ran possesses none of these qualifications. His parents are merely ordinary awakened ones, and Lin Ran's innate talent is nothing more than a D-grade Mayun vine. Apart from his striking appearance, he is otherwise unremarkable. As for whether he is relying on his only relative, Ye Zhiyu, that is entirely out of the question. Anyone with a semblance of knowledge about Ye Zhiyu understands that whenever Lin Ran's name is mentioned, her expression darkens with displeasure. Clearly, the relationship between the two is far from cordial. So, is the special recruitment genuine or fabricated? Su Mo is also somewhat perplexed. He does not believe that Lin Ran possesses any remarkable background worthy of special recruitment by the Federal Wuda. Indeed, it is true. The man in gray continued, however. The reasons for the special recruitment have yet to be disclosed by Wuda. This remains the most perplexing aspect. Nevertheless, the situation is escalating. After the martial arts entrance examination and prior to the official admissions, the Federal Wuda will undoubtedly release a statement to quell this incident. He chuckled. Now, that is rather intriguing. Even a worthless individual can be specially recruited by the Federal Wuda. This time, there will surely be a spectacle for them to witness. Su Mo scoffed at the notion of Lin Ran's special recruitment. He was somewhat curious, yet deemed it inconsequential. The most pressing matter at hand is to devise a way to create a serendipitous encounter with Ye Zhiyu. If he can leave a favorable impression, the subsequent matters will be manageable. He firmly believes that sincerity can indeed move mountains. With his handsome visage, impressive talent, SS grade, and substantial family wealth, Ye Zhiyu will inevitably be swayed by him. After all, who could possibly reject a principled, affluent, and powerful scion of the Federation? Now, how have you arranged the matters I entrusted to you? Since the chance encounter at the campus has fallen through, he is now contemplating alternative methods for remedy. Rest assured, young master, for young women, the classic hero saving the damsel in distress is always the best approach. I will have my daughter, along with a small team, feign an ambush within Ye Zhiyu's sight. At that time, you need only appear with 2 capable bodyguards. The man in gray grinned slyly. Ye Zhiyu's formidable strength makes it impossible for her to be saved, hence he racked his brain to use his daughter as bait for this arrangement. This serves to express the Su family's loyalty while also hoping that his daughter can forge a connection with Su Mo. Over the years, Bai Jingda has managed to navigate the remote Wuzhou city smoothly entirely due to his association with the Su family, becoming their loyal hound. All the security arrangements for Su Mo's visit here have been entrusted to him. This illustrates the trust the Su family places in him. However, if he were to discover that his beloved daughter and Su Mo are both targets on Ye Zhiyu's kill list, what an intriguing turn of events that would be. In the previous life, due to the close relationship between Lin Ran and Zhiyu, he personally sent his daughter by Mengzhu to communicate with Lin Ran, offering warmth and leaving Lin Ran utterly besotted, then relaying the information obtained from Lin Ran to Su Mo. Furthermore, he would occasionally have by Mengzhu Sao discord between Lin Ran and Ye Zhiyu, which infuriated Zhiyu. Had it not been for Lin Ran's desperate attempts to intervene at that time, she would have long since incinerated that meddlesome gossip monger. Nevertheless, Bai Mengzhu and Su Mo ultimately met a tragic end. Shortly after Lin Ran and Zhiyu's demise, she and Su Mo attempted to seek thrills in a treacherous beast realm, only to encounter a mutated king-level ferocious beast, an 8-armed monster. Such creatures are commonly known for their ferocity, as depicted in animated films from the pre-disaster era. In the end, the experts tasked with retrieving the bodies could hardly bear to witness the scene, as it was simply too gruesome. In this life, if they attempt to employ similar tactics to sow discord between Zhiyu and Lin Ran, would that not be tantamount to delivering themselves to death? In the Hungduan Mountains, it is not unusual for a few lives to be lost, right? Chapter 16, Strolling Leisurely. Very well. Without further ado, let us proceed as you suggest. Su Mo expressed his satisfaction with Bai Jingda's plan. This is precisely the effect he desires. Once he secures Ye Zhiyu, he intends to thoroughly experience the wonders of that special secret method. He is eager to discover whether there exists a chance to transcend the limits of his innate talent and ascend to the status of an SSS-grade powerhouse. What Su Mo seeks is not merely Ye Zhiyu herself, but her exceedingly rare talent. If the limits can be surpassed, his future will undoubtedly shine brighter, and he harbors hopes of becoming an unparalleled martial emperor who reigns supreme. At that time, who knows whether it will be a husband-chasing or a wife-chasing scenario? The system mused inwardly. Presently, both individuals exhibit a certain stubbornness. However, it is evident that Zhiyu is the more obstinate of the two. Upon arriving at the Federal University, she will undoubtedly begin her quest for that special secret method, preparing for future endeavors. 3 hours later, after traversing a thicket enveloped in thorns, the two arrived at the entrance of concealed cave. Below lies the lair of ferocious beasts. There are numerous elite beasts within. If we join forces, we should have the means to eradicate them. I shall share some hunting experience, while any crystalline cores or other treasures produced within shall belong entirely to you. Zhiyu proclaimed generously. Having acquired a storage ring valued at over 100 million today, she feels sufficiently satisfied. The remainder may as well be bestowed upon this mysterious man. Her sole objective now is to accumulate sufficient trial experience to achieve a breakthrough into the mountain-shaking realm. Let us each take what we need. Excellent. Now that they are considered a team, due to the mystical rules of the realm, their acquired experience will be automatically divided. However, Lin Ran is somewhat unique. The half of the experience Zhiyu gains will be multiplied tenfold for him. I shall lead the way. You follow behind and assist me with your flame arts. Lin Ran instructed, drawing forth a long, obsidian blade that shimmered with a ghostly aura from his storage space. This task should be completed here, as he only requires a little more to fulfill it. Upon seeing the god's wrath, Zhiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The quality of this blade is undoubtedly high. The intangible chill emanating from its blade made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. This mysterious man not only possesses formidable strength, but is also laden with exceptional treasures. Throughout their journey, she has sensed a familiar feeling, yet she cannot fathom who lies beneath that shadowy mask. Since the other party remains silent, she cannot inquire further in accordance with the realm's rules, for others do this to conceal their identities and avoid exposure to outsiders. Lin Ran strode directly into the cave. With the divine resentment in hand and the resolute support of Zhiyu behind him, Lin Ran felt no fear in his heart. What lay ahead was a bloody massacre, followed by the rapid growth of the Mo Yun vine. As he stepped into the cramped cavern, he was immediately enveloped by a warm, humid atmosphere, saturated with a peculiar heat that felt akin to entering an incubation nest. Roar! Roar! The low growls reverberated through the confined space, and in the shadowy depths ahead, several emerald-green eyes flickered ominously. Clearly, they had been marked as prey the moment they entered, fixated upon by the ferocious beasts within. Lin Ran glanced at the information presented before him. Toxic Demon Lizard, Elite Level, Tier 3. Information. Possesses formidable physical strength, capable of delivering venomous attacks. A demon lizard. Indeed, such a rare creature. With this knowledge, Lin Ran felt assured. Just set it ablaze. When they charge out, I'll be ready to strike. He instructed Zhiyu. Understood. Zhiyu replied, raising her hand delicately, sending several fiery red lotuses soaring deep into the cave. Drive the lizards out. If they refuse to emerge, I shall ignite the mountain, purging this lair inside and out. Boom! Boom! The flames of the red lotuses descended upon the demon lizards, unleashing deafening explosions that ignited a towering inferno. With Lin Ran standing guard against the ferocious beasts, Zhiyu's technique was perfectly suited for this environment of mass assault. The blazing inferno was more than capable of incinerating all in its path. Hiss! Wails! The demon lizards, scorched by the flames, erupted in a frenzy of rage, barreling towards the cave entrance, intent on tearing these intruders to shreds. Lin Ran's eyes gleamed with icy determination, observing the charging demon lizards. He felt not a shred of trepidation, wielding his long blade with the agility of a panther. With a swift motion, he cleaved through a lizard, its colossal form severed in twain with a piercing shriek. These Tier 3 elite beasts were child's play for Lin Ran. Outside, he could dispatch one with a mere punch. Now, armed with divine weaponry and the pure love critical strike buff, slaying such creatures was a trivial endeavor. There were no grandiose battle techniques. It was simply casual slashing, easier than preparing a meal for Zhiyu at home. However, his nonchalant combat style left Zhiyu utterly astounded. Was this too ferocious? After all, he was vanquishing elite monstrous beasts, yet felt akin to slicing through tofu. Astonishingly fierce, though she could not discern their true appearance. The tone of their occasional utterances and habitual movements suggested they were not particularly aged, yet their prowess was overwhelmingly formidable. She even doubted her own ability to triumph over them without unbinding her seal. Under Lin Ran's effortless slaughter, the already confined cavern passage quickly filled with the corpses of the demon lizards, necessitating a clear-out before they could proceed. Next came the time for the Mo Yun Vine to devour and evolve. Chapter 17, Boundary Breakthrough, Oversea Realm. With a mere thought, the blood-red Mo Yun Vine, still swaying with budding flowers, materialized within the cavern. Upon sensing the intense scent of blood, it trembled with excitement. Devour everything clean, though exhilarated, it awaited Lin Ran's approval before commencing its feast. The roots spread forth. After multiple bouts of consumption, the Mo Yun Vine's aura grew increasingly potent. Its extending roots, akin to sharp spikes, ensnared every last corpse. Then, it seamlessly commenced its gluttonous consumption. The blood-red Mo Yun Vine? Is this its true talent? Zhiyu pondered as she observed the vine, her mind racing. In her recollections spanning 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered a Mo Yun Vine of this nature. While Mo Yun Vines were not particularly rare, as individuals had awakened them throughout the years, this high-level blood-red variant was indeed unprecedented. Naturally, she refrained from associating it with Lin Ran. After all, how could she? Since her rebirth, she had been acutely aware of Lin Ran's abilities. His martial arts vitality measured merely 9 points, awakening an ordinary D-level black Missouri Yun Vine, all mirroring the past. Yet this mysterious figure, with his extraordinary mastery of martial techniques and combat prowess, clearly embodied a genius steeped in martial arts for years. Such comparisons seemed utterly futile. Thus, it must have been a misperception on my part. Upon witnessing this peculiar form of the Mo Yun Vine, Zhiyu ceased her familiar associations. There was not a single entity that could satisfy the requirements of such a blood-red Mo Yun Vine, possessing a divine black weapon and executing such exquisite swordsmanship. None could compare. Aside from a misperception, there was indeed no other explanation. It was merely a case of there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens, revealing her own naivety. Gurgle. Gurgle. The Mo Yun Vine consumed at an astonishing pace. In but a brief moment, the accumulated corpses of the ferocious beasts in the passage were entirely devoured. After its feast, the thorns glimmered with a hint of purple, and new information regarding the Mo Yun Vine emerged. Montauk Yun Vine. Talent, devour. Ability, venomous thorns. Having consumed the toxic demon lizards, Lin Ran was pleasantly surprised to discover that the Mo Yun Vine had acquired the ability of venom. However, despite the significant consumption, the flower buds atop the vine showed no signs of blossoming. Continue with the same strategy. Let us proceed, Lin Ran softly suggested, glancing at Zhiyu, who appeared somewhat dazed. This girl must be astonished by the blood-red Mo Yun Vine, no doubt. It was only natural to be shocked by something not even recorded in historical texts. She likely could not fathom that the true master of this blood-red Mo Yun Vine was the unremarkable Lin Ran. Time flew swiftly by, and their exploration within the lair became increasingly smooth. This bizarre cavern, devoid of even mutated lords, was akin to a treasure trove of experience for Lin Ran, offering them ample opportunities for advancement. It seemed fitting, as Zhiyu needed experience to break through to the mountain-shaking realm, and he was more than willing to assist. It was reminiscent of the past, where she had taken him to farm high-level maps, leaving the beast half-dead for him to deliver the finishing blow. Now, the roles had reversed. Your elite hunt task 300 has been completed. Your Mo Yun Vine has gained 100 evolution points. Your Mo Yun Vine has gained 300 evolution points. 3 days later, through the harmonious collaboration of the two, the lair of the demonic lizard was thoroughly purged. Lin Ran and Ye Zhiyu experienced a significant breakthrough in their martial arts realms. Within just 2 days, Lin Ran ascended to the 4th stage of martial arts, known as the Oceanic Realm. This marked a momentous elevation in his cultivation. Bolstered by his innate talent and various enhancements, his initial punching power soared to an astounding 200. Kage. This terrifying attribute boost was something even ordinary 4th or 5th stage experts of the Oceanic Realm could scarcely achieve. In the context of equal realms, the higher one's talent, the greater the attribute enhancement. An SSS grade talent is not common and is not easily awakened. In contrast to 3 days prior, the Mo Yun vine had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its height had reached an impressive 7 meters, and under the influence of its evolutionary points, its branches and roots were continuously being fortified. Now, it could effortlessly pierce through the bodies of experts in the earth-shattering realm, its combat power having surged exponentially. The verdant mountains remain unchanged, and the flowing waters continue. There will be another opportunity to meet in the future. Upon exiting the secret realm, Lin Ran felt a profound sense of disorientation, as if stepping into another world. He had never anticipated that he would spend 3 days and nights slaying within this experience cave alongside this girl. However, it was fortunate that he had helped her break through to the mountain-shaking realm. This would undoubtedly make her future endeavors in the federal martial arts much easier. Until we meet again in the martial world, Ye Zhiyu also bid farewell to the mysterious figure before her with a respectful clasp of her hands. Although she was still unaware of his identity, such formidable strength and the terrifying talent of the Mo Yun vine indicated he was certainly no commoner. Someday, she would surely learn the truth of his identity. After 3 consecutive days of battle in the demonic lizard cavern, she felt somewhat fatigued and needed to return to rest adequately. She also intended to check on Lin Ran's trial results. With the equipment and items she had provided, defeating the weakest goblins and slimes should pose no challenge, right? Alas, how she longed to curl up in his warm embrace and enjoy a peaceful slumber. Unconsciously recalling Lin Ran, a faint blush graced Ji Yu's cheeks. They were drawing ever closer to the realization of their plans. Although she had been somewhat indifferent towards Lin Ran in the past, she could always make amends in the future. Couldn't she? Surely, for the sake of humanity's peace, he would not hold such trifles against her, would he? Chapter 18. An Unexpected Encounter. In the Hungduan Mountains, young Master Su. Please remain calm. We have already dispatched additional personnel to search for her. We will surely locate Ye Zhiyu's whereabouts within today. A middle-aged man, dressed in a blue martial arts uniform and appearing to be around 30 years of age, spoke in an effort to soothe Su Mo, who was brimming with suppressed fury. Despite his formidable strength, he knew he could easily crush the man before him. Yet the power behind this individual was one he dared not offend. Should he take such drastic action while within the federal territory, he would have no hope of survival. Fools, a bunch of worthless fools. I granted you 3 days. Yet you cannot even find a trace of Ye Zhiyu, and Bai Jing still has the audacity to boast that he has sent only the elite. Su Mo's expression darkened as he regarded the middle-aged man with a malevolent glare. This vast Hungduan mountain range had been thoroughly searched in 3 days. Yet, despite discovering traces of Ye Zhiyu's flames, they remained unable to locate her. This failure ignited a peculiar rage within Su Mo. Su Gongxi, please do not be angry. It is possible that Ye Zhiyu is in an unknown space within these mountains. As you know, many secret realms are inherently mysterious. Bai Ming Zhu interjected, hastily stepping forward to placate him. She was acutely aware of Su Mo's influential position within the Su family. If this matter were to be mishandled, their business could be jeopardized at the mere whim of Su Mo. Very well, out of consideration for your words, I shall grant them 1 more day. He scoffed. If she is not found by sunset, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As he gazed at the gentle and charming Bai Ming Zhu, a lecherous smirk crept across his face as he pulled her into his embrace. He understood Bai Jing's intentions. Dressing this little enchantress so alluringly was undoubtedly an attempt to seduce him. Though she was nowhere near the caliber of Ye Zhiyu, she would suffice for temporary amusement, should the need arise to win over others in the future. He could always offer Bai Ming Zhu as a token of friendship. Their aristocratic circle was rife with such enticing diversions. Why are there suddenly so many people in the Hungduan Mountains? Lin Ran, making his way back, noticed a significant increase in the adventurers roaming the mountains compared to when he first arrived. Moreover, these individuals appeared to be shaking their heads, not as if hunting ferocious beasts, but rather searching for someone. Had something occurred within the secret realm? Upon observing a group engaged in conversation, Lin Ran concealed his presence, holding his breath to eavesdrop. Damn it, where the hell did that woman go? One of them cursed bitterly. Keep it down. If we ruin young master Su's plans, we'll all be in deep trouble. Another cautioned. Old master Bai has issued a statement. Today, whoever finds Ye Zhiyu will be rewarded with 50 million alliance coins. Hurry and search. Young master Su is still waiting for news in these mountains. We must have results before sunset. The keyword Su Young Master by Old Master. And Zhiyu echoed in Lin Ran's mind. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon him. It seemed that what was meant to come would inevitably come. Even though he had deliberately altered the timeline, the individuals destined to appear would arrive, albeit in a new manner. The Bai Old Master was undoubtedly the father of that White Lotus, and Su Young Master was none other than Su Mo. 3 days ago, Zhiyu did not take a plane to the Federal Imperial City. Su Mo must be unwilling to let the opportunity slip by and had come here to orchestrate a scene. However, it just so happened that he had received his external assistance and had taken that girl to the demonic lizard cavern for an upgrade. Beep, new mission released. Eliminate Su Mo within today to receive a practical life skill as a reward. The system had perfectly timed the mission release, ensuring Lin Ran would not suffer any losses. He initially intended to confront Su Mo in the Imperial City, but he never expected him to deliver himself right to his doorstep. Truly, he was courting death. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Lin Ran's eyes. Since Su Mo was in the Hongduan Mountains, he would surely die today. The act of killing Su Mo was unrelated to the system's rewards. With this thought, he drew his long knife, eyeing the trio still engaged in their hushed discussions, and executed a swift leap into their midst. Before they could comprehend the situation, a cold glimmer of steel flashed across their necks. Slish! The blade glided mercilessly across the throats of the three, blood spraying forth. Their mouths gaped wide, yet no sound escaped. Terror etched upon their faces as life slipped away in that fleeting moment. Their fears morphed into an intangible shadow. Wholly absorbed by the long blade wielded by Lin Ran. Gain 3 points of hatred value. Your current hatred value is 8,947 points. The higher the hatred value, the more formidable the blade aura that can be unleashed. For now, Lin Ran continues to amass this power, as numerous adversaries await him in the future. This technique will become his greatest trump card. I wonder how many have been dispatched to eliminate me in these Hongduan Mountains. Lin Ran was initially fatigued and yearned to return home for rest. Little did he anticipate that fate would deliver his enemies right to his doorstep. There was no way he could endure this. As for the tempestuous waves that would arise in the Federation upon the death of Su Mo, he was utterly indifferent. This decayed Federation was due for some excitement. He intended to make those lofty nobles experience what true peril felt like. After all, this time he was reborn, fueled by the flames of vengeance. Chapter 19, Ruthless Slaughter. Since he was aware that Su Mo was in this mountain range, locating him posed no challenge for Lin Ran. Having attained the 4th tier of the ocean-submerging realm, his mental perception abilities had significantly enhanced. Moreover, due to a decade of haunting nightmares, his mental strength surpassed that of the average psychic. Along the way, anyone he encountered searching for Zhiyu met with a swift demise by his blade, subsequently turning into desiccated corpses to be consumed as fodder by the Mo Yun vine. 2 hours later, he stood atop a tree, gazing at the nearby hill. There, he spotted a white tent, with 5 well-equipped guards wielding long swords stationed outside. Among them, 3 were at the 9th tier of the mountain-shaking realm, while the other 2 were at the 2nd tier of the ocean-submerging realm. With such tight protection, there should indeed be no safety concerns in these Hongduan Mountains. However, regrettably for them, they had crossed paths with Lin Ran. Are they engaging an automobile? Lin Ran observed the 2 figures entwined within the white tent, performing exceedingly intricate maneuvers. The man was Su Mo, and the woman appeared to be Bai Mengzhu. This wretched vehicle certainly seems capable of traversing anywhere. Just wait. Soon you two shall savor the taste of despair. Lin Ran let out a cold chuckle. Enemies meeting each other evokes heightened animosity. Having thoroughly assessed the situation of his opponents, it was now time to strike. Inside the tent, Su Mo and Bai Mengzhu were embroiled in a fierce battle, entirely unaware that their nemesis had silently arrived. Mengzhu, once this mission succeeds, you shall accompany me back to the Imperial City. You'll be by my side, and I shall not treat you poorly. Su Mo expressed his satisfaction with Bai Mengzhu. Though her looks were somewhat lacking, her skills were undeniably impressive. He believed his comrades would be intrigued to sample a new flavor. Then I shall heed your command, young Master Su, Bai Mengzhu replied, secretly delighted. Finally, she had boarded this grand vessel. She was acutely aware of her own worth. While becoming the legitimate partner of such a playboy was out of reach, securing a stable position as a lover could undoubtedly pave a prosperous path for her future. The Su family, a prestigious family, for 3 generations. The Su family has produced high-ranking senators in the Federation, holding a commendable status, and Su Mo, in particular, was even more remarkable. His maternal lineage was also comprised of high-ranking officials, and his future prospects were boundless. The Bai family, residing in a remote area of the Federation, had only a tenuous connection to the Su family, yet they thrived in Wuzhou City. Should their relationship strengthen further, the future of the Bai family would undoubtedly transform. With these thoughts, she exerted herself even more vigorously, just as the two were poised to reach the climax of their passionate encounter. A sudden scream pierced the air from outside the tent, followed by the clashing of metal. An ambush? Get lost! Sumo exclaimed, forcefully shoving Bai Mengzhu aside as he swiftly retrieved a concealed box of hidden weapons from his storage ring. Although he often indulged in frivolity, he was not a fool. Recognizing the imminent threat of assassination, he knew that while his personal strength might be lacking, he was equipped with numerous protective treasures. With the hidden sands and shadow, even a peak expert of the ocean-submerging realm could be turned into a pincushion. Young master, Bai Mengzhu looked at Su Mo with a hint of grievance, bewildered that he would treat her so coldly after their earlier intimacy. Silence. Do you not see the situation outside? Sumo snapped. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to attempt an assassination in this remote region. Such audacity was astonishing. He was eager to discover who was orchestrating this covert operation. With a spurt of blood, the white tent became drenched in crimson. The sounds of battle outside gradually subsided, and through the blood-stained fabric, Su Mo cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ready to unleash his hidden weapon at the slightest disturbance. Whether friend or foe, he would strike first and ask questions later. He preferred to be indebted to others than to risk his own life. Yet, outside the fabric, there was an unsettling stillness, as if the assailants were aware of his readiness for an ambush. Go, assess the situation, Su Mo commanded, exchanging a glance with Bai Mengzhu. Young master, Bai Mengzhu trembled, realizing there were clearly threats outside. Sending her out seemed tantamount to signing her death warrant. Refuse? Shall I kill you now? Sumori plaid coldly. Women were merely tools, especially those of such low value. He could acquire as many as he desired. Now, he needed to ascertain the situation outside. Yes, yes. Seeing Su Mo aim his weapon at her, Bai Mengzhu felt a surge of fear. This man was heartless and unfeeling. In one moment, they were entwined, and in the next, he was prepared to discard her. In truth, prior to Lin Ran's rebirth, the circumstances surrounding the demise of these two had been quite similar. Su Mo had also abandoned Bai Mengzhu to divert the attention of a mutated multi-armed beast. Yet, unexpectedly, the creature was equally interested in men as it was in women, resulting in a similarly tragic fate for both. Just as Bai Mengzhu, in her nakedness, prepared to part the fabric, calamity struck. A red, thorny vine suddenly erupted from the ground, swiftly wrapping around her legs. A cry of agony escaped her lips. The thorns, devoid of mercy, pierced through her flesh. The vine writhed, leaving her skin and flesh in tatters. No! Su Mo also screamed in pain. The Mo Yun vine had simultaneously launched an attack on both of them, leaving him no time to react. However, his innate talents surpassed Bai Mengzhu's. Seizing the brief moment, he hastily donned his protective armor. Though it was not an epic-grade outfit, it was still a 9-star premium. Yet, the armor could only shield his vital areas, leaving numerous parts of him exposed. Now he found himself ensnared much like Bai Mengzhu, tightly bound by the Mo Yun vines, rendered utterly immobile. Chapter 20. The Tumultuous Waves. Upon confirming that the Mo Yun vines had completely subdued the two individuals, Lin Ran calmly and composedly drew aside the crimson curtain and stepped inside. He was no fool. Having had dealings with Su Mo in the past, he was acutely aware that those noble scions of the Federation invariably bore formidable self-defense artifacts. Thus, after eliminating the 5 guards, he refrained from hastily charging in to retrieve the captives, instead opting to control them directly through the Mo Yun vines. As anticipated, Su Mo wielded a rather exquisite object, presumably a potent concealed weapon. Yet his hands were hopelessly entwined by the Mo Yun vines, leaving him unable to mount an attack. Who sent you? He demanded. Do you not comprehend the consequences of daring to assassinate the kin of a high-ranking senator? Sumo's eyes were fiercely fixed on Lin Ran's face, eager to discern the visage concealed beneath that mask. Consequences? Lin Ran scoffed. One must first ascertain my identity before contemplating repercussions. Such threats were mere empty words. Those audacious enough to engage in assassination were surely aware of the potential fallout. Sumo's status was indeed somewhat elevated, yet paled in comparison to the formidable figures lurking in the shadows, targeting Zhiyu. In the grand scheme, Sumo was but a small fry. Eliminating him was merely the commencement of Lin Ran's vengeance. In due course, the high-ranking senators, the Speaker of the Federation, and even the generals of the Federation headquarters, none of those who had once conspired to ensnare and hunt Zhiyu would be spared. This decayed Federation government deserved nothing less than obliteration. Wait, Sumo implored. Your desire to slay me stems merely from grievances I have caused you or your associates. Name your price. My father will surely pay for my release. Feeling the tightening grip of the vines, panic began to engulf Sumo. He was unwilling to meet his demise. As the sole scion of the Su family, destined to become the future Speaker of the Federation, his potential was boundless. How could he resign himself to perish in this remote locale? Do you truly believe that money holds any significance for me? Lin Ran's long knife rested lightly against Sumo's throat. No. Women, martial skills, equipment, anything will suffice. Gazing upon the ominous black blade, Sumo felt an icy shiver coursing through him. He had no doubt that this blade could effortlessly claim his life. Oh, but none of that matters. Your existence is what holds significance for me. Lin Ran sneered, dispelling the camouflage of his battle attire. Did you not wish to know who I am? Then behold, for the deceased shall surely keep secrets. You, how could it be you? Sumo gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before him. This fellow, was he not a D-class talent deemed a waste? If Bai Jingda's previous investigation was accurate, this individual was merely 18 years of age. To effortlessly slay a master of the sea-covering realm at such a young age, his true strength and talent must surpass even that of Ye Zhiyu. As Lin Ran's earlier words echoed in his mind, a profound dread gripped him. They had truly provoked this terrifying adversary. The Su family was doomed. Yet, bound as he was, he could not convey this news. Feel my pain, Lin Ran declared. It transcends anything you can imagine. In Sumo's already terror-stricken state, Lin Ran activated the weapon's effect of divine vengeance, unleashing a torrent of accumulated negative emotions from his prior kills onto Sumo. This agony, though it paled in comparison to the torment of his decade-long nightmares, was nonetheless sufficient to shatter Sumo's psyche in one fell swoop. As the weapon's skill took effect, Sumo convulsed violently. This was a mental assault, and even his protective artifacts could not defend against it. The myriad pains and experiences of others converged upon Sumo, making him feel as if they were his own, rendering escape impossible. Soon, under the relentless onslaught of mental trauma, Sumo's eyes glazed over, drool spilling from his lips as his mind succumbed entirely. Gradually, he drew his last breath. Meanwhile, Bai Mengzhu, fully ensnared by the thorny vines, was reduced to a mangled mass of flesh. These two had met the most excruciating of demises. After dispatching them, Lin Ran collected Sumo's storage ring and the peculiar box-like concealed weapon, reactivating the invisibility function of his battle attire before departing. This was merely the beginning. The true spectacle awaited him in the imperial city of the Federation, where past grievances would finally be addressed. Ding, mission accomplished. Congratulations. You have acquired the life skill, Culinary God. Culinary God. Any delectable dish will come easily to you. Allowing the Empress to savor more cuisines can unlock greater intimacy. Enhancing my culinary skills, is it? Quite commendable. Indeed, it shall be convenient for preparing meals at home. Lin Ran found himself rather pleased with this life skill. At least it was practical, far superior to the previous reward of slaying 300 elite beasts. That previous reward had granted him the skill of a massage god. What use was that? He couldn't very well waltz into Zhiyu's chamber to demonstrate advanced massage techniques, could he? Moreover, those advanced techniques were hardly decorous. He could not bring himself to engage in such lewd acts. By the time Lin Ran returned home, it was already 4 in the afternoon. As he pushed open the door, he beheld the young lady draped in a light beige dress, reclining on the sofa with half-closed eyes, exuding an alluring sensuality. Perhaps it was the heat that caused her upper buttons to remain undone, revealing her snowy curves, a sight both captivating and enticing. Her long, slender legs, clad in black stockings, were crossed atop the coffee table, rendering her appearance particularly languid. Lin Ran had witnessed such scenes often. However, given the newfound freedom in her attire and the current state of their relationship, he felt it inappropriate to govern her choices as he once had. After all, before his rebirth, He would never have permitted Ye Zhiyu to dress so casually at home. He was, after all, a normal man, and this young girl, though still youthful, possessed a figure rivaling that of an adult, especially her legs and bosom. He could hardly fathom such attributes belonging to a girl. Hence, ever since she had entered puberty, he had forbidden her from sharing his bed. Regrettably, she would often sneak in during the night while he slept, claiming fear of the dark. Yet now, he found himself powerless to intervene. While the young lady's fear of the dark had subsided, she had become quite rebellious in her choice of attire at home. Occasionally, she would even lounge in the living room clad only in a flimsy nightgown, watching television. At times, he yearned to express his thoughts. Yet the profound gaze of that girl stifled his words. After all, what could he possibly articulate? Their relationship was hardly robust. He feared that a careless remark might provoke her ire, leading to rebellious escapades that would only complicate matters further. Thus, these past years had been a silent struggle for him. The once obedient girl had transformed into this, and he genuinely wished to traverse back in time to admonish his former self for not cherishing her enough. How could he have been so oblivious in his youth? With a heavy sigh, Lin Ran lowered his head. As he passed by Ye Zhiyu, she unexpectedly spoke. Lin Ran. Chapter 21. I'm hungry, Lin Ran, I'm hungry. She murmured, her eyes fluttering open, tinged with fatigue. The past 3 days had been spent in the cave of the demon lizard, subsisting solely on instant meals. While it had seemed bearable in the depths of the cave, returning home made her acutely aware of her discomforting hunger. A peculiar longing surged within her to taste the dishes Lin Ran prepared. All right, you rest. I will wake you when I'm done, Ye Zhiyu proposed, and Lin Ran, of course, felt no reluctance whatsoever. After all, he truly cherished this girl. He had watched her grow from a child. It was the perfect opportunity, having acquired the culinary god ability to whip up something delectable for her. Opening the refrigerator, he casually glanced at the remaining ingredients: tofu, bamboo shoots, shiitake mushrooms, and tomatoes. With a swift assessment, a myriad of delicious culinary ideas flooded his mind. Let us prepare a delicate tofu dish, he thought, and without hesitation, he began to work. Grasping the knife, he instantly felt an infusion of mysterious power. His knife skills seemed to transcend a century of practice, surpassing even the esteemed chefs of national banquets. Taking a deep breath, he set to work on the cutting board. The preparation of delicate tofu demanded meticulous knife work, with accompanying ingredients sliced as finely as strands of hair. Thud, thud, thud. Ye Zhiyu, reclining in the living room, heard the rhythmic chopping from the kitchen and couldn't he help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Surely, making a simple fried rice couldn't he warrant such elaborate effort? Driven by her curiosity, she rubbed her sleepy eyes, rose, and approached the kitchen door. There, she beheld Lin Ran, fully engrossed in his task, his movements both skilled and precise. The tofu, now as thin as gossamer, transformed rapidly under his deft hands, morphing into a pile of pure white strands. Each slice was executed flawlessly, neither hefty nor lacking in tenderness, reminiscent of a master sculptor at work. When had Lin Ran's culinary prowess become so extraordinary? Watching his focused silhouette, Ye Zhiyu felt her fatigue dissipate entirely. Having lived with him for so long, she had been oblivious to the remarkable level of his culinary skills. Could it be that he, aware of his limitations, sought a different path? Lin Ran, you certainly have some hidden talents. Are you hoping to attract a good wife with this skill? She mused, narrowing her eyes thoughtfully. Successful men were undeniably appealing. She didn't require Lin Ran to take risks in life. She only wished for his safety at home. To her surprise, he had been secretly honing his culinary skills without her notice. Such knife skills surely required diligent practice, didn't they? Was this elaborate dish a result of the martial arts training she had given him a few days prior? Ye Zhiyu's mind raced with thoughts. Lin Ran had primarily made fried rice before. It was rare for him to devote such focus to preparing something delicious for her. It seemed she had previously been too indifferent towards him, and now it took mere kindness to evoke such a heartfelt response from him. Reflecting on this, she felt a pang of discomfort. Matters of the heart, like the trajectory of fate, demanded change. To change, one needed sufficient strength. At present, she felt far too weak. The forces lurking in the shadows could easily extinguish her with a mere finger. Thus, she needed to endure a while longer. Only with strength comparable to a federal general would she have the confidence and legitimacy to act boldly. After standing silently behind Lin Ran for a moment, she quietly returned to the living room, resuming her feigned slumber. However, the tantalizing aromas wafting from the kitchen had thoroughly awakened her appetite. Her mind was filled with images of delectable dishes. After nearly half an hour had passed, Lin Ran emerged from the kitchen, presenting the meticulously prepared tofu before her, gently placing the dish on the coffee table. The dish appeared crystalline and translucent, the strands of tofu resembling delicate clouds, exuding a subtle fragrance, garnished with finely sliced vegetables. It was undeniably appetizing. There's rice in the kitchen. Help yourself if you need more. I'm off to take a shower, Lin Ran said, having arranged tofu and rice before heading to the bathroom. With the shadow battle attire on, it hardly mattered whether he showered or not. The attire's function ensured he remained in a perpetually fresh and comfortable state. Yet, sometimes, it was merely a matter of habit. He felt uneasy if he didn't tea-wash. Once Lin Ran departed, Zhiyu sprung up like a rabbit, her loose clothing barely concealing her ample bosom, which threatened to spill forth, betraying any semblance of noble restraint. Armed with a spoon, she eagerly took a bite, and the sensation of the tofu strands in her mouth instantly conjured a multitude of delightful memories. It was simply exquisite. Since Lin Ran couldn't see her, she paid no heed to maintaining a ladylike demeanor and devoured her food with gusto. Within mere minutes, she had polished off an entire bowl of rice, and the tofu dish was left devoid of even a drop of broth. Delicious. Who would have guessed he had such hidden depth? But what if he doesn't cook for me when I go to university? After savoring Lin Ran's tofu, Zhiyu licked her lips, pondering other matters. Living together now was straightforward, as everyone knew she had been taken in by Lin Ran's parents since childhood. However, once she went to university, she would lack a suitable excuse. Outside, people assumed her relationship with Lin Ran was rather strained. If they continued to live together at university, wouldn't that imply their past discord was merely a facade? This was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Chapter 22. Relationship Enhancement. In the bathroom. Sigh. This girl. Why can't she hang things up properly after washing? Lin Ran lamented, observing the oversized bra and some lace undergarments carelessly draped over the clothes rack, shaking his head in dismay. Such matters. He had indeed addressed the young lady with remarkable subtlety, considering that they shared a common bathroom. He had mentioned that leaving her belongings hanging could lead to inconvenience. However, the girl's rebellious nature meant that the more he urged her, the less she heeded his words. She had grown accustomed to doing as she pleased. While others might indulge in self-rewards upon encountering such circumstances, he was different. Each day, he lived in that nightmarish environment, rendering him somewhat desensitized to such incentives. The mere thought of the girl's last words, that anything capable of bringing him joy would vanish, weighed heavily on his heart. With a sigh, he began to tidy up the scattered garments. Yet, with every touch, he was met with an exquisite fragrance, one uniquely belonging to her. The Empress is very pleased with the delicacies you prepared. Intimacy, level 10. Special function unlocked. Heart to heart. Heart to heart. For every 10 points increase in intimacy with the Empress, you will gain an additional damage boost of 1, with a maximum increase of 100. Another notification. Lin Ran furrowed his brow at the newly unlocked prompt. 10 points equated to a mere 1. To reach the maximum level, he would need to accumulate at least an additional 1,000 points. Such an increase would not come easily. It was essential to note that the only way to enhance intimacy occurred when he revealed his true self. Perhaps, before she embarked on her university journey, he could find creative ways to prepare delectable meals for her, securing that damage boost to 100. Lin Ran pondered. At present, the girl had just broken through to the mountain-shaking realm. It would likely be a while before she attempted the secret realm trials. With time to spare before her university enrollment, this plan seemed quite feasible. Meanwhile, as Lin Ran and Zhiyu each harbored their own thoughts, an enormous uproar was brewing outside, in Wuzhou City at the Federal Defense Bureau. What did you say? The director of the Wuzhou City Defense Bureau, Li Kai, nearly stumbled upon receiving a call from his subordinate. The son of Congressman Su Wen has been assassinated in the Hongduan Mountains? How is this possible? I had no knowledge of Su Mo's presence in Wuzhou City. Yes, director. The scene is horrific. Perhaps you should come and take a look? The Federal Bureau of Investigation is already on their way. His subordinate's panic was palpable, as they had never encountered such a significant case before. For ordinary individuals, dying in the secret realm would be just another occurrence, given that killing for treasure was deemed quite normal. However, this incident involved the son of a congressman, and the brutality of the death was shocking. If they failed to uncover the truth, the wrath of Su Wen's family would surely descend upon the Defense Bureau. All right, I'm on my way. Additionally, mobilize all personnel from the Defense Bureau. We must seal off the Hongduan Mountains and conduct a thorough investigation. As Li Kai rushed to make arrangements, he realized the gravity of the situation. News of this nature had already reached the Federal Bureau, and the consequences would be monumental. In the Hongduan Mountains, Bai Jingda gazed upon the two mangled corpses on the ground, a mix of shock and fear coursing through him. He had meticulously arranged for 2 second-tier masters of the ocean-covering realm to ensure Su Mo's safety. Yet now, not only Su Mo, but everyone present had been reduced to mere bloodied husks. In that moment, his heart bled, regardless of who was responsible for Su Mo's demise. His failure and security would not be overlooked by the Su family. He had hoped to climb the ranks with Su Mo's influence, but instead, this had led to the utter ruin of the Bai family. The news of Su Mo and Bai Mengzhu's death spread rapidly. The mobilization of the entire defense bureau to seal off the Hongduan Mountains was no trivial matter. Those with ulterior motives quickly sought the truth behind the events. No one had anticipated that Bai Jingda's daughter and Congressman Su's son would meet such a tragic end in the Hongduan Mountains. This was undeniably a calamity of great magnitude. Wuzhou City was poised to face a storm of bloodshed. After finishing dinner, Zhiyu lay on the sofa and promptly fell asleep. After spending several days in the Hongduan Mountains, she was utterly exhausted. Lin Ran emerged from the shower, dressed in casual attire, preparing to clear the dishes from the coffee table. The girl had changed in many ways, yet her tendency to be lazy remained unchanged. Had she really fallen asleep so quickly? Glancing at Zhiyu, who was already asleep on the sofa, a gentle smile graced Lin Ran's face. She looked quite lovely when she wasn't frowning. Just as he was admiring her, Zhiyu turned slightly, revealing her alluring curves. From his unique angle, he even caught a glimpse of a hint of temptation. In an instant, his face turned crimson and his heart raced. After hastily clearing the dishes, he fled to the kitchen. Such intermittent blessings were quite overwhelming for him. Listening to the clattering of dishes in the kitchen, the seemingly sleeping Zhiyu displayed a sly smile. After so many years of benefits, they were not given in vain. Although she had distanced herself from Lin Ran, she consistently found ways to enrich his life with unexpected advantages. She was confident in her figure, believing that she could leave a lasting impression on him. In this modest abode, life was filled with performances. Each was silently protecting the other in their own way, existing in a dance of closeness and distance, yet forever entwined. However, when the truth finally emerged, the expressions of these two would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. Chapter 23, Digging 3 Feet Deep. The following day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Lin Ran awoke from his slumber. This time, he had truly slept soundly, free from nightmares. Today marked the first time since his rebirth that he had not awakened from a bad dream. Moreover, he had experienced a particularly unique dream. In it, Zhiyu threatened him with a sword pressed against her own neck, declaring that if he refused to marry her, she would take her own life. Was this a result of the altered trajectory of fate? Sitting on the edge of his bed, he mused that the first person to harbor feelings for Zhiyu, Su Mo, had been eliminated ahead of schedule. Consequently, the trajectory of fate would undoubtedly shift. Perhaps certain characters would make their appearance sooner than expected. Regardless, no matter how he searched, he could not find traces of them now. He could comfortably remain by Zhiyu's side, focusing on logistics while improving his own strength. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearly 11 o'clock. It was time to prepare lunch and boost his intimacy with the Empress once more. Lin Ran had a new life goal, to become the man behind the Empress and help her ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Hearing the sounds of pots and pans in the kitchen, Zhiyu slowly opened her eyes. This sleep had been truly restful and comforting. Last night, she had another beautiful dream about Lin Ran. In her dream, he raised his sword to the heavens, vowing to take her as his wife, declaring that should she refuse, he would take his own life. Upon witnessing Lin Ran's unwavering resolve, she naturally acquiesced. Yet, before the anticipated kiss could unfold, the clattering of pots and pans abruptly yanked her back to reality. She retrieved her phone, glancing at the incessantly blinking group messages, when a particular news item ensnared her attention. The headline read, "The Tragedy of the Hongduan Mountains." Upon delving into the article, she found herself momentarily taken aback. Had Su Mo and that wretched woman truly perished? The report detailed a plethora of sordid details. Many lives had been lost in the Hongduan Mountains yesterday, with Su Mo and Bai Mengzhu meeting the most gruesome fates. According to the coroner's investigation, the two had endured severe bondage and torment prior to their demise. Following their deaths, their essence had been drained by nefarious means, leaving them as mere desiccated husks. Bondage? Torment? Essence? Desiccated husks? Zhiyu's keen intuition immediately honed in on these 4 pivotal keywords. While perhaps unfamiliar to the average individual, they instantly conjured the image of that enigmatic man in her mind. During her time in the Devil Lizard Cave, she frequently observed him manipulating the Mo Yun vine to similarly siphon the essence from ferocious beasts. Could it be that the culprit was indeed that individual? Despite Zhiyu's audacious spirit, she remained cautious, wary of exposing her hostility towards the Federation due to her lack of strength. Yet, she could hardly fathom the audacity of that individual, brazenly eliminating those two wretches. She had to admit, it was executed with remarkable finesse. However, was he not a touch too reckless, daring to assassinate the son of a senator? Did he possess an equally formidable background? She could not fathom the motives behind his actions, but she could deduce from the information provided that Sumo's sudden arrival in Wuzhou City was likely for her. A spontaneous decision. This time, she had altered her plans at the last moment and refrained from going to the Imperial City, thwarting his intentions. Little did she anticipate that he would follow her to the Hongduan Mountains, ultimately meeting a tragic end there. It was a case of self-inflicted retribution. He deserved his fate. However, the tranquility of Wuzhou City might soon be compromised. In Wuzhou City, leaders of various ranks within the Defense Bureau sat nervously, their eyes fixed on the two senior federal investigators on stage. Sumo's death had unequivocally shattered the peace. Senator Su and his wife, the speaker, remained sequestered in the morgue, with each passing moment amplifying their fury. The longer they lingered, the greater the wrath would be upon their emergence. According to the scene investigation report, we harbor significant suspicions that the assassin's prowess exceeds the oceanic realm, perhaps even beyond. These accompanying photographs indicate that the assassin previously engaged in large-scale siphoning of the essence from ferocious beasts in the Hongduan Mountains. The wounds on the corpses suggest a proficiency with edged weapons. The federal investigator laid bare the findings from the scene, underscoring the gravity of the situation. To dare assassinate the offspring of a federal senator in such a manner is tantamount to courting death. Once the true perpetrator is unveiled, regardless of their identity, they shall meet a dire fate. Currently, Wuzhou City has instituted a border lockdown. Anyone wishing to enter or exit must obtain special permission. We shall conduct a thorough search in the near future. It would be prudent for you to cooperate fully if you wish to retain your positions. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the consequences of dereliction of duty. The federal investigator's voice was cold and unyielding. This shocking incident had already permeated the circles of the Imperial City. Over the years, few had dared to assassinate the children of senators. Typically, such acts resulted in abduction for ransom. Yet this audacious individual had not demanded anything, simply slaughtering them with brutal efficiency. This was not merely a provocation against the senator, but an affront to the entirety of the federal hierarchy. After all, who among them did not have children? Such actions necessitate a severe response to instill regret in those who dare to exist in this world. Now, you are tasked with retrieving records of all individuals who exited the city within the past week and verifying their identities and capabilities. Compile and present to me the profiles of any martial artist at the 9th layer of Shaking Mountains or above. Sumo's visit to Wuzhou was spontaneous and lacked any special arrangements. Therefore, it is highly probable that the assassin had been covertly tracking Sumo, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. You have 3 days, just 3 days to uncover the truth. Failure to do so will bring about dire consequences, the severity of which you can surely imagine. This matter has reached a critical point, and a firm order has been issued to resolve it promptly. Unless that individual can transform into a fly and escape, we shall unearth them, even if it requires digging to the very depths. Dear esteemed figures, please refrain from hoarding books. The initial data is too fragile. Chapter 24. The Empress's Sense of Crisis. In the morgue, a somber pair of middle-aged figures clad in black robes gazed mournfully at the body lying within the ice casket. The pain of losing a child in middle age is unparalleled. Although Su Mo had displayed some wayward tendencies in life, he did not deserve such a torturous end. Before them lay a cadaver that, despite being meticulously prepared by the finest mortician in Wuzhou City, still bore visible, harrowing scars. The assassin undoubtedly harbored intentions of vengeance, for the brutality of the attack bespoke a personal vendetta. Behind the grieving couple, Bai Jingde knelt silently, scarcely daring to breathe. Though a martial artist, enduring a day and night in such a position was quite taxing. Yet, he refrained from speaking. Any misstep could provoke the ire of those before him, and he knew well that leaving this place alive was not guaranteed. After a prolonged silence, Su Wangwa finally spoke. Bai Jingde. Yes, your command. Bai Jingde promptly responded. Explain to me clearly why my son was here. Recount the events leading up to this tragedy. Su Wangwa sensed that this incident was far from ordinary. He reviewed the scene report. Aside from Su Mo and Bai Mengzhu, the other victims had perished from having their essence drained without enduring significant torment. This unique circumstance might well be the key to unraveling the mystery. His rise to power was not merely due to his family's influence. He possessed a remarkable intellect. Thus, he suspected that the perpetrator harbored grievances against Su Mo and Bai Mengzhu, allowing him to narrow his investigative focus. This time, regardless of who it may be or the backing they possess, once identified, they must face the consequences. On another front, you've had a hard time of it these past days. I prepared some rib soup for you to help restore your strength, Lin Ran said, presenting the freshly made soup to Ye Zhiyu. Now, in an effort to foster intimacy, he set aside any reservations. Given the 10-year context influencing their relationship, any enhancement in their bond was somewhat limited. Moreover, once they transitioned to university, they would be living apart, making opportunities to cultivate closeness scarce. Ji responded softly, then picked up a spoon and took a sip. The sensation that flooded her taste buds re-emerged. This culinary artistry was truly enchanting, completely captivating her. However, in Lin Ran's presence, she could not afford to appear overly enthusiastic. Maintaining a frigid expression, she remarked, "The taste is acceptable." She then continued to sample the dish with an impassive demeanor. "The Empress is quite pleased with the delicacies you've prepared. Intimacy increased by 15 points. Please continue your efforts." Another 15 points secured. This plan was indeed foolproof. "I've also prepared some desserts for after the meal. You should try them once you finish," Lin Ran said, his excitement palpable at the plan's success. Allowing this girl to indulge further today would surely yield another 100 points, not a difficult task at all. Ji replied, unfazed, though her mind was swirling with doubts. It is well known that unsolicited favors often have ulterior motives. This fellow had never shown such concern for her meals in the past. Could it be that he harbored other intentions? Or perhaps he sought something from her? Zhiyu mused silently, perplexed by Lin Ran's unusual behavior. Soon after Zhiyu finished the rib soup, Lin Ran emerged from the kitchen bearing a plate of exquisite fruit cake. Now, he could prepare anything edible. It was no exaggeration to say that with his skills, he could serve as the head chef for a state banquet. "The Empress is quite pleased with the delicacies you've prepared. Intimacy increased by 10 points. I had no idea your culinary skills were so remarkable. When did you begin learning to make these?" Zhiyu inquired, unable to contain her astonishment at the cake's unique flavor. This was the first time since her rebirth that she felt somewhat unfamiliar with Lin Ran. What on earth was going on with him? "I learned for watching television. My talent is lacking, so I had to find another way," Lin Ran replied, having already anticipated her question and prepared his answer. Since awakening at 16, she frequently disappeared into the secret realms, spending little time at home, which explained her lack of understanding regarding him. So it truly is due to a lack of talent, Zhiyu thought to herself, nodding in agreement. This explanation aligned with her previous suspicions. "So, now that you're attending school, do you have any other plans?" She probed further. "Are you hoping to use this unique culinary skill to attract a girlfriend at school?" Initially, she hadn't given it much thought. After all, Lin Ran's lack of talent and his attendance at a school renowned for its stringent requirements made her believe no one would take an interest in him. But unexpectedly, this fellow had delved into life skills to such an extent. If he showcased his talents at school, what if he attracted a girl with a similar appetite to hers? Zhiyu's mind began to wrestle with conflicting emotions, fearing that the pig she had raised for 10 years might be taken away by someone else. Senior sister? Well, we can discuss that another time, Lin Ran replied casually, amused to see her teasing him. Rarely did he see her so playful. So he felt less rigid and allowed himself to engage in the banter. To him, whether it was a senior sister or junior sister, it held little significance. Other women would merely slow his sword-drawing speed, becoming his Achilles heel, and he was determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past. Moreover, apart from seeking vengeance to rectify past grievances, he held no interest in anything else. Discuss another time? So there's a possibility? Zhiyu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that. To her, it sounded as if he was implying that they would certainly discuss it when the opportunity arose. Chapter 25. Zhiyu's actions. The thoughts of a woman are the hardest to decipher, and the Empress's thoughts are even more elusive. What she believed to be a flawless plan unexpectedly encountered such a situation. While she was indifferent to severing Lin Ran's entanglements, she did not wish for him to discuss feelings with other women. Previously, she had thought everything was under her control. A slight coldness towards Lin Ran would ensure his safety while preventing him from relegating her to the mundane role of a sister. But now, circumstances had changed. This fellow had secretly taken up culinary arts behind her back. They say that to win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach, and he was undoubtedly thinking along those lines. She had indeed underestimated the situation. At present, she needed to devise a remedy, for she could not allow him to shift his focus elsewhere. With her black eyes darting, she maintained her composure and stated, having such ambitions isn't inherently problematic. However, Those women will either be highly talented or from affluent families. Their families will likely have high expectations of their partners. This served as a subtle hint to Lin Ran, cautioning him against harboring too many expectations. To be admitted to a martial arts university, one must be at least an S-rank genius or the offspring of second or third-generation elites. Their background were anything but ordinary. While he might forge a brief romance in university, it would undoubtedly be short-lived. A son-in-law? I don't mind. It's good enough that someone is interested in me. I have no lofty demands, Lin Ran replied, remaining remarkably nonchalant. He found it curious that this girl was so chatty today. He pondered that whether he became a dragon king or a son-in-law, it seemed to have little relevance to her. Once he entered university, everyone would essentially be in their own spheres. She would have her social circle, and he would quietly observe from the sidelines. Ye Zhiyu could not help but grind her teeth lightly. It is said that magic can only be countered by magic, and Lin Ran's indifferent attitude heightened her sense of unease. This fellow seemed unconcerned even about becoming a son-in-law. Was he contemplating a future of living off someone else? Reflecting on the past, Lin Ran had always been steadfast. Though he might have been deceived by enemies, he had always held his head high in life. Yet, to her shock, his mindset had subtly shifted. Now, she felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She needed to think of a plan, or else she might not even become the Empress before this fellow married and had children. I'm quite full. Would you accompany me for a walk? We could swing by the martial arts shop and see if there are any new arrivals. Zhiyu feigned a yawn, arching her impressive figure, and pretended to ask. Feeling a sense of crisis, she resolved to ease the tension in their relationship. At the very least, before heading to university, she needed to cultivate a foundational bond. Otherwise, she would have no grounds to interfere in Lin Ran's personal affairs in the future. She felt conflicted, torn between her pride and the realization that if she wished to steer Lin Ran back onto the right path, it would require considerable effort. Go for a walk. Lin Ran had initially intended to decline. After all, they hadn't strolled together in 10 years, and what was there left to explore? Furthermore, if others saw them together, it would surely spark rumors. Yet ding, task reminder, agreed to accompany the Empress on a shopping spree. My personal appearance rating of 2 will reach a perfect score of 100. Well, you've got me in a bind. Haven to you. Initially, Lin Ran intended to refuse. However, upon realizing that he was merely 2 points shy of achieving a perfect appearance score, he contemplated and ultimately acquiesced. He too was curious to discover the extent of his aesthetic potential. Very well. Your appearance rating has increased by 2 points, reaching a special effect of 100 points. Effect 1. Your duration of vitality has increased by 100. Effect 2. You may choose to adjust the length or width of specific body parts, achieving a direct enhancement effect to the abdomen. Effect 3. Damage received from the opposite sex is reduced by 30, while damage dealt to the opposite sex is increased by 30. Lin Ran could certainly comprehend Effect 3. It was indeed a commendable attribute enhancement. Yet, weren't Effects 1 and 2 somewhat inappropriate? He didn't even have a girlfriend. What utility would these serve him? And direct enhancement to the abdomen? Quite terrifying. So, do you wish to proceed? If you decline, I can terminate the activation of Effects 1 and 2. You may regret it later. The system hadn't anticipated Lin Ran's scrutiny. This was a remarkably practical enhancement for a handsome fellow. Yes, I shall change into some attire. Please wait a moment for me. Upon hearing Lin Ran's agreement, Zhiyu felt a surge of joy, as if her little scheme had succeeded. She had feared Lin Ran might decline, but fortunately, his temperament was genuinely agreeable. Though his thoughts were inscrutable, he had rarely refused her requests. Shortly thereafter, Zhiyu emerged from her room clad in a refreshing outfit. A white casual shirt paired with a light blue miniskirt accentuated her long legs, enveloped in luxurious horse oil stockings that made her legs appear even more alluring. Her ample bosom strained against the fabric, as though the short shirt might burst. Every curve was perfectly highlighted. Even without considering her face, her figure was undoubtedly captivating. However, to avoid any unnecessary troubles while out, she had donned a sun hat that partially obscured her face, adding an air of mystery. Zhiyu waited in the living room for a brief moment before Lin Ran emerged, donning a clean black jacket. His appearance was already sunny and handsome. With a high nose and deep-set eyes, and under the enhancement of a perfect score of 100, he exuded an extraordinary charm. Clearly, this fellow could now rely on his looks to succeed. Gulp. Observing Lin Ran's current demeanor, Zhiyu found herself swallowing hard. His cool appearance was simply irresistible. Chapter 26. A calculated scheme? Upon exiting, the two maintained a respectful distance, one ahead of the other. It must be said that they resembled a striking tableau, capturing the attention of passers-by, regardless of gender. Occasionally, someone would attempt to approach and request a WeChat connection, but Zhiyu's unintentional aura of authority deterred them all. At such a young age, possessing the strength to shake mountains. She was either exceptionally gifted or hailing from an extraordinary background, certainly not someone the average person would dare to provoke. Lin Ran led the way, while Zhiyu followed behind, silently relishing this moment. If only she were a bit bolder, she would have liked to boldly stride forward, intertwining her arm with Lin Ran's, and leisurely stroll along the street. Today, as security measures were rather stringent, Lin Ran appeared to be strolling nonchalantly, yet he was acutely aware of his surroundings. The news of Su Mo and Bai Mengzhu's deaths was already causing quite a stir, with many speculating who could have acted so ruthlessly. What kind of grudge could lead to such actions? This level of animosity was difficult for the average person to comprehend. Lin Ran's hatred was not merely directed at Su Mo and Bai Mengzhu. He could not fathom why those in power would compel a shining star of the Federation to the brink of betrayal. Such matters were beyond his understanding, and he had no desire to delve into them. After all, the pain in his heart far surpassed that of those individuals. On the streets, numerous checkpoints were established, requiring everyone to verify their identity before passing through. For Lin Ran, this posed no challenge. His current identity was straightforward and unblemished. The officer merely verified his basic information and, upon confirming he was a local, allowed him to proceed. When it was Zhiyu's turn, the verification was even simpler. A quick scan of her facial card granted her immediate access. This girl was evidently a local celebrity in Wuzhou City. Who didn't he know that Ye Zhiyu awakened her SSS talent? Crimson Lotus of Inferno, at the tender age of 16. Martial arts shop. Is that Lin Ran? Xiao Chun and Zhou Yu emerged from the martial arts shop just as they spotted Lin Ran passing through the checkpoint. However, upon this encounter, Lin Ran's aura seemed markedly different from their previous meeting. It's him. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with unabashed envy upon seeing Lin Ran. She was seething with jealousy over the coveted exemption from exams to the martial arts university. Her teeth almost ground to dust in frustration. She could hardly contain her longing for that special admission to be hers. I thought that fellow would shy away and hide, but here he is, parading about so audaciously. How arrogant. Xiao Chan felt the same simmering jealousy. He had even taken social media to publicize Lin Ran's special admission, with other students possessing similar talents clamoring for the Federation University to provide an explanation. If it's a special admission, then a rationale must be given. The Federation University is, after all, the University of the Federation. If the Federation University fails to provide justification, they must invalidate this special admission. They certainly wouldn't want Lin Ran to reap the benefits they believed were denied to them. Since he dares to show his face. And with the Federation's attention currently focused on Wuzhou City, why not escalate this matter? As far as they knew, many personnel had arrived from the Federation's headquarters to investigate Su Mo's case. Should this escalate into a collective incident, it would undoubtedly attract attention. The two exchanged a fierce glance, and in an instant, a plan was born. Let Lin Ran deny the matter himself. Once he does, any future recruitment would be utterly ruined. After all, if even he could not articulate a rationale for his special admission, what reasoning could the Federation University possibly provide? Xiao Chun, ever the professional online antagonist, promptly retrieved a helmet camera from his backpack, the standard model typically seen on heads. He intended to document everything. Later, he would edit the footage to ensure Lin Ran experienced the torment of a true antagonist. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu sought out others. With the martial arts exams approaching, many candidates were flocking to the shop to purchase potions or other items before the examinations began. This time, she would position herself on the moral high ground to question Lin Ran, leaving him speechless. Lin Ran, congratulations. I heard you've been specially admitted to the Federation Martial Arts University. Do you have time to share your insights on this special admission? Lin Ran stood outside the store, waiting for Zhiyu to finish her shopping, when unexpectedly, he was surrounded by a group of students. Special admission insights? Observing the camera mounted atop Xiao Chen's head and the mischievous grins of those around him, Lin Ran quickly realized their intentions. They sought to entrap him. He had skimmed through the online news, but paid little heed to it. What could they possibly say? Much of it was merely hidden beneath layers of unspoken rules. As long as the interests aligned, anything was achievable. Indeed, the internet claims you were admitted to the Federal Martial Arts University. Surely, you possess some extraordinary talent? Zhou Yu chimed in sarcastically, eager for Lin Ran to either confirm or deny the insinuation. If his reasoning was legitimate, there would be nothing to conceal. However, should it lack validity, they would surely escalate the situation. As Xiao Chun and Zhou Yu pressed him with inquiries, the rest of the group cleverly encircled Lin Ran. More students approached, and if he failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, the ensuing spectacle would be immense. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Ran's lips. Were it not for the bustling crowd, such an interrogation would have been met with a far different response. This brazen tactic was rather clever. In public, should he choose silence or offer an unsatisfactory reply, rumors would undoubtedly flourish by the morrow. Perhaps he should simply declare that he was a benefactor of special admission. To him, it mattered little. His enrollment at the martial arts university was merely to accompany and protect that girl. Whether he studied or not was of no consequence. Lin Ran, could it be that your special admission harbors some untold secret? Xiao Chun adjusted the angle of his camera, pressing on with his questioning. Lin Ran's reticence only fueled Xiao Chen's conviction that something was amiss. He was determined to sabotage this affair, just as the crowd assumed Lin Ran would remain silent. A solitary, cold voice rang out amidst the gathering. What is there to hide? It was Ye Zhiyu, emerging from the nearby store. At that moment, she had removed her hat, revealing her goddess-like visage, an impressive figure with a graceful waist and long legs clad in black stockings. The gazes that had once fixated on Lin Ran swiftly redirected to her. Ye Zhiyu. No one anticipated her presence in the vicinity. The Federal Martial Arts University has admitted me, but I am unaccustomed to the local cuisine. With the school's consent, I am allowed to bring someone to manage my daily affairs. She surveyed the group with an air of indifference. Originally, she had not decided how to continue living with Lin Ran after moving to the Imperial City, but this unexpected turn of events played to her advantage. The more people knew, the less speculation and doubt would circulate, allowing them to mistakenly view Lin Ran as her personal chef. She couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. This idea was simply brilliant. However, in front of outsiders, she knew she must maintain a demeanor of aloof authority. The colder she appeared, the more they would believe her words. Huh? Lin Ran was taken aback. Was this the rationale? Did it imply that he would be responsible for her meals and daily care while at school? Zhiyu, is this not a bit excessive? Are you unaware of the value of special admission slots at the Federal University? If you find the local cuisine unpalatable, you could easily bring a professional chef. Bringing him along is a waste of university resources. Zhiyu exclaimed, exasperated. This reasoning was utterly ludicrous. Did she think she could simply justify her choice by virtue of her awakening in SSS-level talent? Waste. Zhiyu interjected, arms crossed defiantly over her chest, exuding an aura of a domineering goddess. What constitutes waste? As long as I can generate corresponding value for the Federation, what harm is there in enjoying a few luxuries? Having lived 2 lives, such small theatrics were trivial for her. Let's not forget that this was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. Fairness was always relative. With her talent, it was others who sought her admission. If the top federal martial arts university dared not accept her, the second and third ranked institutions would be lined up behind her, ready to offer even more favorable conditions. Zhiyu found herself at a loss for words. Confronted by Zhiyu's brazen confidence, others did not shy away from revealing such relationships. They openly declared to all that they were bringing someone to school to cook for them. After all, Zhiyu had the capital to negotiate terms with the school. At that moment, Xiao Chun felt like a fool. All his plans and calculations had crumbled in the face of Zhiyu's unyielding admission. This girl was growing increasingly formidable. Observing Zhiyu's commanding presence, Lin Ran couldn't help but feel nostalgic. He had never seen her display such pride before. She had always been humble and considerate. Perhaps it was for the best. At least no one would dare to bully her now. Lin Ran accepted this reality. If she was destined to be an empress, she must be assertive. After all, the weaker one appeared, the more susceptible they were to oppression. So Lin Ran, do you feel any shame entering under the guise of a benefactor? Zhiyu turned her ire towards him, desperate to regain some dignity. She simply could not let this slide. What shame is there? Though our daily interactions may be limited, I have prepared her breakfast for a decade. Her awakening of an SSS-level talent is partly my accomplishment, is it not? Thus, I have made a significant contribution to the Federation. Attending school there, I feel entirely justified. Lin Ran calmly responded, following Zhiyu's lead. The SSS-level talent was not commonplace. As long as it did not falter, it was destined to become something extraordinary. Therefore, while Lin Ran's reasoning may have seemed peculiar, it was nonetheless plausible. This fellow was not entirely a mute. He possessed quite a way with words. Zhiyu regarded Lin Ran, her expression unchanged, but internally she felt a surge of joy. She had feared he might struggle to find his voice. But he had articulated such a flawless rationale. In truth, it was hardly a falsehood. Over the span of 10 years, Lin Ran had taken care of her since she was 8. He had witnessed her transformation from a small child to a graceful youth, accompanying each other through their growth. You two should focus on your studies rather than squabble. After all, you are both considered top prospects at our school, and I eagerly anticipate your arrival at the university. Lin Ran recalled clearly that the Ye Zhiyu received special admission. Only 3 others from Wuzhou City High School were accepted into the Federal Martial Arts University, with none from any other institution making the cut. How infuriating! What a despicable situation. After witnessing Lin Ran and Ye Zhiyu walk away, Xiao Chun and Zhou Yu finally dared to curse in anger. They had anticipated watching the other S misfortune, only to find themselves the subject of ridicule instead. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, encouraged by Lin Ran, they felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Moreover, this embarrassing scene had been captured by numerous onlookers, leaving them utterly humiliated. After strolling around the street, Lin Ran purchased an assortment of items from the supermarket, making considerable effort to enhance the intimacy level for later. In Ye Zhiyu's eyes, his actions were undeniably heartwarming. Buying such an abundance of ingredients was merely his way of expressing affection by crafting exquisite meals for her. Though he said nothing, it was evident that he truly cared for her. Clearly, she still held a special place in his heart, though it could use a bit more nurturing. The Empress perceives your sincere intentions. Intimacy level, 30. Sincere intentions? What intentions could she possibly perceive from me? Lin Ran was utterly bewildered. He hadn't even done anything yet, and his intimacy level had already risen. This was indeed a curious phenomenon. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Zhiyu had begun to walk alongside Lin Ran. Their heights complemented each other perfectly, both tall and elegant, and with their striking outfits. They resembled a couple deeply in love. Upon reaching the entrance to their home, Lin Ran noticed 2 men clad in federal uniforms standing outside, seemingly awaiting their return. Good day. We are from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. There are certain matters we need to inquire about. The 2 men approached as Lin Ran and Ye Zhiyu drew nearer. However, the focus of their questioning was directed at Ye Zhiyu. What is it? Please, ask away. Ye Zhiyu glanced at the credentials they presented and nodded calmly. The identification appeared legitimate, and it was likely that the matter was connected to Su Mo's death. May I ask where you were from the 16th to the 19th? Inquired the tall, slender man leading the duo. I was in the Hungwan Mountains, where I was undergoing trials. Ye Zhiyu replied without hesitation. The fact that they had come specifically to question her indicated they had uncovered something and were seeking clues from her. During your time in the Hungwan Mountains, did you notice anything unusual? For instance, abnormal corpses or any powerful martial artists? The man continued. Based on the information extracted from above, they were keen to clarify matters within the secret realm and confirm all potential intelligence. Abnormal corpses? Ye Zhiyu find contemplation. The mysterious figure had been absorbing the essence of ferocious beasts with the blood-colored Mo Yun vine throughout the journey. To claim she had seen nothing would be implausible. I did encounter a few things along the way. However, I'm unsure who was responsible, and I did not observe any particularly powerful martial artists. Ye Zhiyu articulated her responses smoothly, ensuring her answers were impeccable. Anyone who had traversed the Hungwan Mountains during those days would undoubtedly have encountered such phenomena. Is there no other information you can provide? The slender man pressed on. The Hungwan Mountains were a relatively high-level hunting ground, frequented by few, and they desperately needed to extract more information from the limited number of witnesses. None. I usually train alone in the secret realm and hardly pay attention to anything else. So I genuinely have no more information to offer. Ye Zhiyu maintained had cooperative demeanor. The 2 federal agents had thoroughly verified her information and found no signs of her being the perpetrator. Thank you for your cooperation, and we apologize for the disturbance. Should you remember anything else, please feel free to contact us. Any valuable clues will be rewarded handsomely by the Federal Bureau. The slender man expressed his courtesy. With the inquiry recorded, they would await further instructions from their superiors. Once the federal agents departed, Ye Zhiyu and Lin Ran stepped inside their home. Both remained composed regarding the recent events. Ye Zhiyu knew who the real culprit was, but would never disclose it. Lin Ran was, after all, the mastermind behind the scenes, and, until his identity was revealed, who could possibly know who he truly was? Upon returning home, Ye Zhiyu effortlessly removed her shoes in front of Lin Ran, simultaneously shedding the stockings from her legs. This act of removing her stockings was somewhat provocative, and her fair, smooth thighs were particularly striking, causing Lin Ran to avert his gaze. Such sights could indeed be overwhelming. Hee, off to cook now, she chirped. This fellow is quite industrious. Ye Zhiyu was thoroughly enjoying this lifestyle. Perhaps this was how her life was truly meant to be. Unfortunately, possessing such formidable talent always drew attention. It was Wednesday, and it seemed a new anime episode was set to air. Turning on the television, she discovered that the 2nd season of the intriguing series, Brother, You Don't Want This to Be Known by Your Classmates, right? By the renowned manga artist, Xiao Yi, had indeed been updated. This delightful series depicted a charming little sister continually using evidence to coerce her brother into compliance, featuring iconic scenes such as "Brother, you and T want this matter to be known by your classmates, would you?" She was a devoted fan, never missing an episode. Regrettably, she had not witnessed the grand finale in her previous life, leaving her with a lingering sense of regret. Meanwhile, at the City Defense Bureau, Senator Sue, Speaker Lee, this is the conversation record just transmitted back by the federal investigators regarding Ye Zhiyu. Please review it. The director of the Wuzhou City Defense Bureau, Li Wan Kai, humbly presented the electronic record to Su Guosheng. Su Guosheng and the middle-aged woman beside him perused the conversation record. At first glance, nothing appeared amiss. Her responses were consistent with those of others who had ventured into the Hengduan Mountains. All reported encountering abnormal corpses, yet none had noticed anything else unusual. However, driven by an instinctual awareness as a mother, and given that her son, Su Mo, had come here primarily due to Ye Zhiyu, she found it hard to believe there was no connection between them. Had Ye Zhiyu not changed her mind at the last minute, her son would not have come to Wuzhou, resulting in such a tragic outcome. The heartache of losing a child was unbearable. Thus, disregarding the facts, could it be that Ye Zhiyu bore no responsibility in this matter? Please leave us for now. My wife and I need to ponder this further. Su Guosheng waved his hand. He too harbored doubts, convinced that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The couple remained chillingly calm, willing to spare no effort in uncovering the unseen perpetrator. "My dear, what are your thoughts?" Su Guosheng Wayev. "I still sense something amiss. While her power certainly wouldn't allow her to simultaneously kill 2C overturning realm guards, her last-minute decision to skip the university's special training remains perplexing. Liu Qinmusha. This could be a coincidence, or it could be a premeditated act. Perhaps it was an intentional ploy to lure Su Mo to Wuzhou. Indeed, I harbor some doubts regarding this matter. It seems I shall need to inquire personally. Furthermore, Bai Jingde may not be entirely innocent. Since Su Mo's arrival here, all security arrangements have been orchestrated by Bai Jingde. This fellow is inherently greedy for wealth. Should the right incentives be offered, he wouldn't hesitate to exploit even his own daughter for a performance. Bai Jingde? Regardless of his innocence or guilt, he must accompany my son to the grave. Li Yaoqin did not conceal the murderous intent simmering within her heart. This time, it is better to err on the side of caution and leave no stone unturned. If we fail to find the true culprit, anyone remotely connected to the case, that couple shall not escape unscathed. Chapter 29. A Surge in Intimacy. 2 days later, the influx of investigators dispatched from the federal headquarters to Wuzhou has escalated significantly, nearly scrutinizing every resident in the city. Yet, the perpetrator seems to have evaporated from existence. Despite relentless inquiries, not a single clue has emerged, as though they appeared from thin air and vanished just as mysteriously. The Empress is diligently cultivating. Your experience is increasing. The Empress is diligently cultivating. Your experience is increasing. Lin Ran reclined on his bed, scrolling through his phone while glancing at the notifications on the panel. Due to the lockdown outside the city, Zhiyu had not ventured out these past 2 days. Typically, she would watch some television before retreating to her room for self-cultivation. There are 2 primary methods to enhance martial prowess. One is through secret realm hunting, and the other is through arduous training to refine innate abilities. By improving martial skills and enhancing innate capabilities, one can elevate their realm. Generally, martial artists alternate between these methods to maintain their martial arts in optimal condition. Lin Ran, however, preferred a more leisurely approach. For every point Zhiyu advanced, he could correspondingly elevate his own capabilities by 10 points. Hence, he found little motivation to subject himself to rigorous training. Instead, he thought it far more productive to prepare delightful meals for her, thereby improving their rapport. This way, not only would he save time, but he could also enhance their intimacy. Yet, Lin Ran seemed to overlook a crucial detail. Their intimacy was steadily increasing. Once it reaches a certain threshold, it may very well explode, at which point, refusing would be beyond his capacity. The Empress's cultivation technique is nearing completion. If only she had a chilled milk tea at this moment, she would undoubtedly be pleasantly surprised. The system prompted. Over the past 2 days, Lin Ran had effortlessly raised their intimacy to 400 points through the allure of delectable food. The target of 1,000 points was now well within reach, with double damage results. His capacity for combat beyond his level would become even more formidable. Milk tea, you say? Hee. Fortunate that I had prepared in advance. In the adjacent room, Zhiyu sat cross-legged on her bed, completely unclothed. Surrounding her were countless orbs of flames, each the size of a fist, blazing fiercely. A distinctive red fire lotus mark was clearly visible on her forehead. At this moment, she was refining the power of the inferno. With a deep breath, Zhiyu pulled the flames back into her body, watching as the red lotus mark on her brow gradually faded away. She opened her hand and retrieved a spirit recovery pill from her storage ring, placing it in her mouth to slowly restore her source power. The refinement of the inferno is quite a troublesome endeavor, despite its ferocity. She had never neglected her training over the past 3 years to enhance the intensity of the inferno's power. If only there were other advanced flames to consume. Zhiyu sighed. The inferno is an endless fire capable of devouring all. If she could consume a special flame born from the heavens or absorb the innate fire of other flame-awakened beings, it would undoubtedly elevate the inferno's rank. However, such special flames are exceedingly rare. In her memory, there lies a secret realm containing a powerful spiritual fire. Yet, her current strength is clearly insufficient. Venturing there might lead to her being devoured by that very spiritual fire. Perhaps it would be wise to proceed with caution. Compared to before, I have gained a considerable advantage this time and can utilize the power of the Federation to strengthen myself. Zhiyu mused. The benefit of rebirth is the ability to foresee many hidden truths. Moreover, unlike in my past life, I am no longer so obstinate. I shall not refuse benefits that come my way. As long as they strengthen my power, the more, the better. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. What is it? I thought the weather was warm today, so I made some iced milk tea. Would you like some? It was Lin Ran's voice. After confirming Zhiyu had finished her training, he brought the milk tea over, radiating concern. Sure, just what I needed, Zhiyu replied, hastily wrapping a towel around herself before rising to open the door for Lin Ran. Try it. It's strawberry flavor. If it's not enough, there's more in the fridge. Lin Ran's voice was rich and gentle. Zhiyu accepted the slightly chilled milk tea cup with both hands, her eyes sparkling with warmth. For some reason, Lin Ran had been increasingly kind to her these past 2 days. If he remained this considerate for the rest of his life, she would surely feel blissfully happy. Well, I'm heading back to my room. Let me know if you need anything. Lin Ran glanced at her, noticing she was merely wrapped in a towel, her fair legs peeking through the gap. He realized she was likely wearing nothing beneath it. The sight of her alabaster curves nearly contorted the towel. Sleeping in the nude was her habit. Ever since an accidental encounter, he had refrained from entering her room uninvited, fearing an embarrassing situation might arise. The Empress senses your consideration. Intimacy level increased by 30. Current additional damage accumulation rises by 43. Please continue your efforts, host. Conquering the Empress comes with rewards. The more you conquer, the greater the rewards. If Lin Ran were willing to demonstrate his massage god technique to Zhiyu at this moment, their intimacy might skyrocket today. Yet he hesitated. Too much of a good thing could be detrimental. The deeper the meaning in her gaze, the more uncomfortable he felt. The echo of her despairing words lingered in his ears, in the next life and the one after that. The image of the Red Lotus maiden remained etched in his mind. After closing the door, Zhiyu discarded her towel, reclining against her pillow while sipping the strawberry milk tea, her heart racing with excitement. Quietly, she retrieved a plush teddy bear from beneath her pillow. The first birthday gift Lin Ran had given her when she was 8. Though it was not particularly valuable, she had kept it close, confiding many of her innermost thoughts to this cuddly companion. Holding the bear tightly against her chest, nestled among her curves, felt as if Lin Ran were right there beside her. She yearned. She truly yearned. Her delicate toes began to stretch and sway. The Empress senses your sentiment. Intimacy level increased by 200. Current additional damage accumulation rises by 63. Just as Lin Ran returned to his room, contemplating how to further enhance their intimacy that evening, he suddenly received a notification of a 200-point intimacy surge. What has come over this girl? Chapter 30. Was it deliberate? A segment from Xiao Chen's interview with Lin Ran. Although Xiao Chen himself did not post it, many others present at the scene shared snippets online. In response to Ye Zhiyu's remarks, the Federal University issued a public statement acknowledging her claims, confirming that her dietary habits were indeed taken into consideration, and thus, she was permitted to bring someone to accompany her during her enrollment for the sake of her future training. They particularly emphasized that due to Lin Ran's extraordinary talent, he would not occupy the educational resources of the Martial Arts University. After all, how could he? The Martial Arts University is not merely a basic education institution from the pre-cataclysm era. Its primary focus is rigorous martial arts training. Those with high aptitude can advance rapidly, while those with lesser talent may find themselves stagnating. While others are mastering advanced martial techniques, those with lower talents are still grappling with the basics. Furthermore, Educational resources are allocated solely based on training progress, and there will be no bias due to special admissions. The underlying message conveyed a profound artistic quality. Should not a genius be afforded special consideration? An SSS-ranked martial arts prodigy is destined to become the Federation's most formidable force against foreign entities. It is entirely reasonable to cater to the individual needs of such a genius, is it not? Following the Federal University's declaration, major organizations within the federal government promptly shared the statement on their official websites, signifying that the matter was conclusively settled. If any detractors continued to stir trouble, they would find themselves in a precarious position. Why do you keep washing that little bear? Is it dirty? Lin Ran asked as he finished his tasks in the kitchen. Noticing the rosy-cheeked Zhiyu diligently washing her small bear in the bathroom, he had a vague recollection of the bear. It was a gift he had given her on her 8th birthday, and it was the only birthday present she had ever received from him. As their relationship deteriorated over time, he had refrained from gifting her such tokens, harboring his own sentiments. "Oh no, it fell again," Zhiyu replied softly, slightly embarrassed by her earlier mishap. "Just place it in the basin. I'll help you wash it," Lin Ran offered, feeling an increasing sense of intimacy and eager to witness the effects of their burgeoning connection. "Is that really okay?" She hesitated, observing the thawing of their relationship and Lin Ran's recent overtures. She was reluctant to refuse, fearing it might dampen his enthusiasm. "There's nothing wrong with that. I fried some chicken strips for you. Go give them a try," he said, rolling up his sleeves as he knelt down, his mind consumed with thoughts of increasing their intimacy and enhancing his strength, truly the most pressing matters at hand. "The Empress is exceedingly pleased with your affection. Intimacy level 30. Current additional damage accumulation increased by 66. 30 points credited. In just a few minutes of subtly courting the Empress, he could amplify his attack damage by 3. Was that not more advantageous than mere boasts? "Well, I appreciate it." Zhiyu's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible as she turned crimson and walked away. Such trivial matters yielding 30 points was indeed a lucrative endeavor. What other splendid tasks might await him after completing this intimacy quest? As Lin Ran absent-mindedly caressed the plush bear, he pondered other matters, entirely oblivious to the peculiarities of the bear itself. After all, to him, it was merely a reward. Indeed, there will be. Expect a super surprise in the future. What sort of surprise? It's a secret for now, the system chuckled. Once intimacy reached a certain threshold, the Empress would transform into a wife. Now that would be a grand surprise. In his previous life, he had to endure suffering, but experiencing a bit of hardship in this life seemed quite reasonable, did it not? Feeling invigorated by the system's words, Lin Ran felt a surge of energy coursing through him, unwittingly increasing his strength. Then, "Well, as you can see," he said, holding the bear's head in one hand and its body in the other, a look of sincere apology upon his face. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Their relationship had only just begun to mend, and he hoped this incident would not hinder their intimacy's progression. Zhiyu, with a chicken leg in her mouth, glanced between Lin Ran and the bear's head, momentarily at a loss for words. How could washing a bear lead to its head coming off? Had she perhaps discovered something unusual about it? But that seemed unlikely. After all, it was as single as she was. His past entanglement with Bai Mengzhu was merely a manipulation by others, and he had never even held her hand, let alone experienced anything more profound. After a moment of silence, she bit through the chicken leg and said, "Then just buy me a new one." Although the bear held special significance for her, it was ultimately just a toy, a substitute for the times she missed Lin Ran. With Lin Ran treating her increasingly well, how could she possibly hold a grudge over a mere plaything? "All right, I'll get you a prettier one." Lin Ran exhaled in relief upon seeing that Zhiyu was not upset. This made things easier. After all, gift-giving would yield substantial returns for him. He had plenty of money at the moment, having acquired considerable wealth and equipment from his previous endeavors. However, those items were currently unsellable. If they hit the market, others would undoubtedly trace them back to him. This bear, Lin Ran found it difficult to simply discard it. After all, it was the first commemorative gift he had given to Zhiyu, imbued with special meaning. Contemplating this, he used a hairdryer to dry the bear and then retrieved a needle and thread from home, clumsily stitching it up. Though his craftsmanship was less than stellar, it was passable. Once he had patched it up, he placed the bear atop his bedside table before heading out to select a new gift for Zhiyu. The cycles of life and death. As soon as Lin Ran left, Zhiyu hummed a little tune and quietly pushed open his bedroom door, her eyes landing on the crooked little bear. She had not told Lin Ran how to handle it, because she wanted to see what he would come up with. To her surprise, he had even stitched it up and placed it on the bedside table. Could it be? Was he deliberately leaving the bear behind, fabricating such a clumsy excuse? Zhiyu's romantic imagination began to run wild. Chapter 31. Spending your money to do my bidding. After stepping outside, Lin Ran had not ventured far when a casually dressed man began to follow him at a leisurely pace. Why is he following me? Lin Ran wondered, surprised. I shouldn't he have raised any suspicions, should I? He was clad in a shadowy battle suit, capable of altering its form at will. His presence so unobtrusive that even the familiar Ye Zhiyu, who had been in close proximity to him, failed to discern anything amiss. Thus, he found himself perplexed by the sudden appearance of a pursuer. Despite the confusion swirling within him, Lin Ran maintained a semblance of composure, choosing to feign ignorance and observe the intentions of the individual shadowing him. Before long, as he strolled into a secluded alley, the figure abruptly darted forward, positioning himself directly in Lin Ran's path. What do you intend to do? Lin Ran feigned bewilderment, seeking to probe the stranger's true motives, whether he had inadvertently exposed something or if the man harbored ulterior motives. Do not be alarmed. I hail from the Federal Imperial City. My name is Qing Mu. I seek you not for any malicious intent, merely to extend the hand of friendship, the man proclaimed, a broad grin adorning his countenance. Friendship? Is it truly not related to my identity being compromised? Lin Ran mused internally, though he maintained an outwardly serene demeanor. You have journeyed great distances to seek my companionship. Such an endeavor cannot be trivial. I possess a clear understanding of my own worth, Lin Ran replied calmly. If his identity remained undisclosed, then the sole purpose for anyone approaching him could only be related to Ye Zhiyu. However, having been deceived in his previous life, he was far from naive this time around. He secretly welcomed the idea of someone attempting to entice him, eager to uncover the influential figures lurking in the shadows. I relish engaging with astute individuals, Qing Mu remarked, his demeanor shifting as he perceived Lin Ran's unwavering calmness. Conversing with intelligent minds facilitates matters significantly. To accomplish this task, it is imperative to collaborate with someone of intellect. I am aware that your relationship with Ye Zhiyu was once strained. Contrary to the rumors circulating online, she actually assisted you as a means of repaying a debt, Qing Mu stated enigmatically, standing before Lin Ran. His words were intended to convey the prowess of the individuals backing him, as well as their connection to the martial arts university. The disinformation is merely the Federal Martial Arts University attempting to placate those students with rebellious inclinations. How do you possess such insight? Lin Ran's expression grew solemn, mirroring the gravity of the conversation as he sought to align with Qing Mu's tone. I have much more knowledge at my disposal, Qing Mu replied. When Ye Zhiyu was 8 years old, she visited your home, yet your rapport has always been fraught with discord. This time, her assistance in facilitating your admission to the Federal Martial Arts University was a means of returning a favor. Have you contemplated what you will achieve after your admission? With no power, influence, or talent, is there any genuine prospect for your future? She may have aided you once, but would she extend her hand again? As Qing Mu spoke, he scrutinized Lin Ran's expression, noting that the silence spoke volumes, confirming the accuracy of his observations. So, your purpose in traversing such a distance is merely to illuminate my reality? Lin Ran replied, his voice steady, the tension in the air palpable. Of course not. Let us be forthright. My employer possesses a keen interest in Ye Zhiyu. Once you arrive in the Federal Imperial City, he wishes to utilize you to glean more information about her. Naturally, your efforts will not go unrewarded. We will provide you with a sum that will ensure your financial security for life. Qing Mu regarded Lin Ran with an earnest expression. Following the tragic demise of Su Mo in Wuzhou City, others intrigued by Ye Zhiyu began to make their own arrangements. Acting preemptively, despite Lin Ran's average connection with Ye Zhiyu, she might still prove to be useful at a crucial moment. A person of vision would always be prepared for the unexpected. My father and her father were once friends. I have watched her grow up. Although our relationship is not particularly strong, she did assist me in gaining admission to the Federal Martial Arts University. If I were to betray her, my conscience would weigh heavily upon me. Lin Ran began to display signs of inner conflict. What are you implying? Qing Mu narrowed his eyes, sensing that Lin Ran's words held a deeper meaning. Money, Lin Ran declared. First, grant me 20 million federal coins. Then during my studies, provide me with an additional 1 million each month. If you agree to this, I shall comply with your request. Lin Ran clenched his teeth, feigning distress. 20 million? An additional 1 million each month? Qing Mu was taken aback by Lin Ran's audacity, having expected a different demand. Indeed, it is about money. After all, this involves betraying her trust. If she were to discover the truth in the future, she would surely not forgive me. Therefore, this sum serves as my risk compensation. If you agree, I shall proceed. If not, then so be it. Lin Ran's words were resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Wait a moment. Allow me to contact my employer, Qing Mu said, dialing a number in Lin Ran's presence. Lord Agressless, he requests. Qing Mu did not shy away from Lin Ran during the call, for a wise man understands the consequences of breaching established protocols. Manipulating Ye Zhiyu would not be an easy task, yet dealing with Lin Ran would be straightforward. Agressless? Who is this figure in the Federation? Lin Ran pondered, recalling the name. In his previous life, his status had been insufficient, leaving him oblivious to many prominent figures. He made a mental note to remember the name for future reference. 3 minutes later, Qing Mu announced, the boss has agreed to your terms. The 20 million will be transferred to your account immediately. However, there is one condition from a boss. What condition? Lin Ran inquired, intrigued by the demands of Qing Mu's employer. The boss requires that you maintain a good relationship with Ye Zhiyu. Many tasks will require your assistance in the future, and if you perform satisfactorily, the boss will provide you with an additional sum. For someone in the shadows, money is trivial, but establishing connections like yours is rare. While your past relationship with Ye Zhiyu may not have been ideal, at least she remembers the favor owed, making it easier to approach her and gain her trust. This will significantly increase your chances of success. They were not concerned about Lin Ran failing to fulfill his obligations. Once he accepted the money, he would be fully committed to their cause. Should he later refuse to comply, a mere recording of their conversation could lead to his downfall at Ye Zhiyu's hands. Maintaining my relationship with her is feasible. However, this will necessitate gifts, which I can procure, but the expenses must be covered by you. Lin Ran reasoned, for one cannot engage with a lady without offering gifts. By utilizing their funds to cultivate his connections, he would leave them with no alternative. Host, you are truly cunning, the system remarked, taken aback by Lin Ran's brilliant strategy. Was this not akin to reaping benefits without cost? Very well, I can agree to this, provided the gifts are of a reasonable nature. If you retain the receipts, I will handle the reimbursement. Qing Mu nodded, acknowledging the fairness of the arrangement. You have received a transfer of 20 million into your bank account with the last 4 digits, 5,050. The transaction was finalized, and the first sum was swiftly deposited. Lin Ran, here's my number. Should any urgent matters arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. In the future, we shall both serve as agents for adults. Hence we must collaborate effectively. Chapter 32. Have you sold me out? 20 million in hand. The acquisition of this sum was astonishingly effortless. Agrius. Who exactly is this notable figure within the Federation? After parting ways with Aoki, Lin Ran made his way directly to the city's most opulent shopping mall. Previously, he pondered how he would explain the source of his funds to that girl if he were to purchase something extravagant. Now, that dilemma had been simplified. Upon returning, he would simply inform her that someone sought to buy information from him. That girl is astute. She will undoubtedly know how to navigate the situation. Good day, sir. I'm a sales consultant here. May I assist you in selecting an item? As Lin Ran stepped into the mall, he was greeted by a middle-aged woman in a black uniform and red-soled high heels, who approached him with a warm smile. Despite his seemingly ordinary attire, the unique aura he exuded was enough to captivate countless young women, and this sophisticated woman was no exception. I wish to purchase a doll, Lin Ran stated directly, realizing that his time here had already been considerably delayed. He needed to make his purchase promptly. What about the price? Do you have any considerations? Upon hearing that he was in search of a doll, she surmised the general intent behind his purchase. Clearly, he was purchasing it for a girl, indicating that the young man was already taken. Price? This is my first visit here. Could you enlighten me on the typical price range for dolls? As it was indeed Lin Ran's inaugural visit to such a high-end establishment, he was not well versed in the pricing of luxury items, only aware that everything here was exceedingly expensive. However, the more exorbitant the price, the more exquisite the item would likely be, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and even limited editions costing millions were available. I personally recommend that for a girlfriend. Something in the tens of thousands would suffice. Noticing Lin Ran's novice status and his lack of high-end brand clothing, she opted for a more tactful approach in her recommendations. Observing that he appeared to be of a similar age to her own son, likely fresh out of high school, she assumed he was spending his parents' money. Thus, it was of little significance to exploit such a customer. Millions for a limited edition? What exactly is that? May I take a look? Hearing about items worth millions instantly piqued Lin Ran's interest. Money was of little concern. After all, Aoki would surely find a way to reimburse him for this initial expenditure. As long as the doll was sufficiently beautiful, he would make the purchase. Very well, please follow me. The woman hesitated for a moment, but then gestured for him to follow. Meanwhile, as Lin Ran accompanied the sales consultant to the VIP room on the second floor, Aoki observed from distance. Lord Agrius, this lad is indeed quite astute. He has come to the mall, evidently preparing to choose a gift for Ye Zhiyu. After parting with Lin Ran, Aoki remained discreetly behind, curious to see what this fellow was up to. He did not expect Lin Ran to directly venture into the mall to buy a gift for Ye Zhiyu, which demonstrated his integrity. This aspect pleased him. However, once this fellow no longer held any utility, any unspent funds would simply have to be utilized in the next life. Lord Agrius cannot permit the existence of someone who knows such secrets. In the VIP room, the consultant continued, "Behold, this is the bewildered rabbit, crafted from the softest fur of a mutated cat-rabbit hybrid, adorned with the finest cat's eye stones, and created by the Federation's top toy expert. It even bears the signature of Ms. Ono, the renowned author of the immensely popular anime series. Brother, you don't want this either." The woman passionately elaborated on the selling points. However, for the average individual, the price was undeniably exorbitant. Even wealthy patrons might hesitate to part with 15 million for a toy rabbit. Thus, this item had remained a prized possession in the store, a mere decorative piece. "Brother, you don't want this either?" Lin Ran recalled that the girl seemed to be a devoted fan of the author. If he were to purchase this bewildered rabbit, would it not significantly enhance their intimacy? With this thought, a subtle smile graced Lin Ran's lips. "Sir, I can show you some more affordable options. This one is indeed rather pricey." Just as the woman was about to lead Lin Ran away, he interjected, "No, I want this rabbit. Please wrap it up. I will transfer the payment. Oh, and I require an invoice. Afterward, accompany me to select a set of clothes. Budget is 5 million. 10 minutes later, Aoki received a WeChat message. Upon seeing the invoice amount, he was momentarily taken aback. What kind of gift had been purchased that cost a staggering 20 million? Soon after, Lin Ran sent him photos of the rabbit and the clothing, emphasizing that the 20 million had already been spent to facilitate connections, urging him to expedite the reimbursement process. Otherwise, subsequent matters would prove difficult to manage. "Damn it," Aoki muttered under his breath, yet he had no choice. Who would have anticipated this fellow would be so audacious? The money had already been spent, and there was no turning back. He had to ensure the reimbursement was processed. "Host, you are truly impressive. How can I achieve such excellence as you?" The system expressed its admiration. "Excellence? I wouldn't say so. I've merely stumbled through many pitfalls in my past." Lin Ran sighed while gazing at the sky. In pursuit of becoming stronger, he must continuously encourage that girl to diligently train. These trivial items were merely a negligible form of compensation on his part. Upon returning home, Zhiyu gazed in astonishment at the 2 gift boxes Lin Ran carried, along with their price tags. The total was 20 million, not merely 2,000. Is this some sort of joke? Observing Lin Ran, a troubling thought suddenly crossed Zhiyu's mind. Could it be that he had once again sold himself out? Chapter 33, Thunder God Talisman. This is the bewildered rabbit, and it bears the signature of your favorite, Ms. Ono. Take a look. Do you like it? Ignoring the surprise in Zhiyu's eyes, Lin Ran handed her the first gift box. "This. Where did you acquire this money? Even if you sold this house, it wouldn't amount to such a sum." Zhiyu was well aware of Lin Ran's financial situation. This far exceeded his economic capacity. "Of course, I didn't sell the house." Lin Ran shook his head. "I sold you." "What?" Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Zhiyu was momentarily stunned. Had he really sold her? However, if he had truly done so, he certainly wouldn't be so brazen about it. He must have some ulterior motive. Currently, Lin Ran finds herself in a state of perplexity, her mind seemingly sharpened in its acuity. "Is that so?" She muses. "I've just stepped out to procure a gift for you." Lin Ran relayed Qing Mu's words verbatim to Zhiyu, revealing that he had no intention of concealing this matter from her. Perhaps he required her cooperation, as it would create the illusion that the adversary was in control of her movements, while in truth, everything was orchestrated under Zhiyu's guidance. Upon completing her explanation, Zhiyu remarked, "You truly are capable." She was genuinely impressed. After a mere stroll outside, Lin Ran had managed to secure a staggering 20 million. However, this arrangement seems quite advantageous. "If it's you, I can rest assured." Zhiyu nodded in agreement. If the other party chose not to contact Lin Ran, they would undoubtedly seek other means to acquire information about her. From a safety standpoint, it was indeed a prudent strategy, allowing them to discern the adversary's surveillance movements and provide a mix of genuine and fabricated information. Indeed, that was my thought as well. Since there are those who covet what is yours, it is wiser for us to seize the initiative. Additionally, we might secure some operational funds along the way. Lin Ran chuckled. This time, he was somewhat ruthless, calculating that the opponent would be reluctant to relinquish their investment. After all, having spent the money, they could hardly backtrack. To him, 20 million might pose a slight strain, but what did it signify to those affluent aristocrats and tycoons? By the way, what is the name of the person behind this? Did you catch what Qingmu said? Zhiyu inquired further. eager to ascertain which prominent figure from the Federation had set their sights on her. I only heard Qingmu refer to him as Agrethus. Agrethus? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhiyu's eyes. She hadn't anticipated Agrethus' premature involvement. The timeline was becoming rather convoluted. Do you know Agrethus? Lin Ran observed Zhiyu's contemplative demeanor, feeling a twinge of confusion himself. Logically, at this juncture, she should not have been acquainted with Agrethus, should she? No, I do not know him. Zhiyu's expression quickly returned to normal. At this stage, the threat posed by those individuals was minimal. They would only resort to enticement, and were unlikely to employ forceful measures just yet. For now, all she needed was clarity on who was monitoring her. All right then, take a look at these 2 items and tell me if you like them, Lin Ran urged eagerly, knowing that once Zhiyu accepted them, his reward would soon follow. Zhiyu mused, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she observed Lin Ran's fervent anticipation for her reaction to the gift, though the funds were covered by another. The gifts were indeed chosen by Lin Ran, and she was certain to adore them, especially since one was the limited edition bewildered rabbit she had long desired but had always hesitated to purchase, by the time she could afford it. The rabbit had been snatched up by someone else. To her surprise, Lin Ran had the foresight to procure it. What a rare and thoughtful gesture. As she cradled the golden bewildered rabbit, Zhiyu suddenly noticed a few small words inscribed on the inner side of the rabbit's ears. They read, "Hearts in sync." Was this meant to convey something? Gazing at Lin Ran's warm smile, Zhiyu's thoughts swirled. If these were declarations of affection, might they be a bit too hasty? Conversely, if she was misinterpreting his intentions, how awkward would that be? She found it difficult to decipher Lin Ran's feelings, sensing an air of ambiguity lingering. "This box contains a cheap how," he continued. "The salesperson recommended it, saying it looks splendid on women. It's the same style worn by the celebrity Tifa. See if it fits well. If it doesn't, alterations can be made." Seeing Zhiyu so enamored with the golden rabbit, Lin Ran realized he had indeed selected the right gift. When it comes to women, one must be willing to invest. Moreover, it wasn't even his money being spent. I'll try it on for you," Zhiyu replied, her cheeks flushed as she clutched the garment and rabbit, rushing into her room. Who would have thought Lin Ran had become so considerate? Had he publicly confessed today, she feared she might truly succumb. Yet, the subsequent matters would continue to weigh on her mind. "The Empress perceives your intentions. Intimacy level 140, current additional damage accumulation increased by 80. The Empress has accepted your gift. You have received a critical feedback. Congratulations, you have obtained a divine talisman, Thunder God Talisman. Thunder God Talisman, special item, upon use. Can vanquish any martial artist below the divine warrior realm. Usable 3 times. Realm divisions, awakening, earth shattering, mountain shaking, ocean covering, star plucking, moon grasping, battle general, divine warrior. Immortal. Lin Ran's thoughts stirred as a dark-hued talisman slowly descended into his hand, violet lightning coursing across its surface, emanating an aura that was both exhilarating and foreboding. Gripping the talisman, he could distinctly sense the terrifying power it harbored. Truly, the system's rewards were remarkable. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Lin Ran was thoroughly satisfied with the power of the Thunder God. 20 million for 3 opportunities to obliterate. What a tremendous bargain. With this talisman in hand, both his and Zhiyu's safety would be greatly enhanced. Just then, Lin Ran's phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Qingmu. "Hello. What's up, you brat, spending money so recklessly, 20 million. Qingmu responded, somewhat speechless. He had just verified at the mall that Lin Ran had indeed purchased 20 million worth of women's items. He couldn't fathom spending so much on a single rabbit or a piece of clothing. While he had promised to reimburse Lin Ran, such extravagance was excessive. Thus, he needed to set a spending limit for Lin Ran. Hey, this was your agreement. If I don't spend some money, how can I maintain a good relationship with her? If you find it inappropriate, I can have her return the items, and we can forego this transaction." Lin Ran retorted confidently, not backing down in the slightest. With the Thunder God Talisman in his possession, he felt he could take on 10 foes without breaking a sweat. No need for that. The boss said this time it's a one-time exception, but you must remember that future expenditures cannot exceed 100,000. Any excess must be reported to me in advance. Qingmu cautioned, primarily to remind Lin Ran to be mindful. There was no way they would allow him to retrieve the gifts. One must invest to reap rewards, and they needed to keep Lin Ran tethered for now. They could tally the accounts later when he was no longer of use. "All right, understood. However, I fronted the 20 million, so please expedite the reimbursement. It's unacceptable to use my funds for your affairs." Lin Ran countered, leaving Qingmu speechless. The money was quickly transferred. "Young man, Do remember your promise to the boss. Consider the consequences if you are unable to provide the genuine information. You must think carefully. The funds have indeed arrived with remarkable swiftness. Almost immediately after verifying the information, Lin Ran received a text notification of a bank transfer amounting to 20 million. In an instant, he was transformed into a wealthy man. The door creaked open gently, revealing Ye Zhiyu, gracefully stepping out of her room clad in an alluring purple, high-waisted cheongsam. The garment clung to her elegant figure, accentuating her flawless curves and showcasing her enchanting silhouette. The neckline of the cheongsam was slightly open, exposing her fair collarbone and elongated neck, exuding an air of seductive charm. The hemline parted just enough to reveal her slender legs, the delicate skin shimmering with an enticing luster, utterly captivating. As she gazed at Lin Ran, her features were picturesque, her fingers delicately caressing the hem of her cheongsam, her movements poised and graceful, simultaneously sensual and beguiling. "Do I look beautiful?" she inquired, noticing Lin Ran's captivated gaze. Ye Zhiyu felt a swell of pride. She was quite confident in her figure, making it effortless to carry off the cheongsam. However, its provocative design made it unsuitable for public wear, meant solely for Lin Ran's private admiration. "Indeed, you look stunning." Lin Ran nodded, acknowledging that Ye Zhiyu could pull off any attire, even a burlap sack, with unique flair. Ye Zhiyu's laughter was filled with joy, a rare sound after so many years of happiness eluding her. Despite the uncertain path ahead, she resolved to cherish each day. "Lin Ran, one day you will understand my feelings," she silently vowed as she gazed at him. Talent can be both a privilege and a curse. The seemingly glamorous facade of the Federation's machinery masked a reality devoid of righteousness. Yet, her current strength was insufficient to confront those individuals directly, and she needed to utilize their resources and wealth to achieve her own objectives. "Well, it's getting late. I shall take a nap. Dinner will be prepared earlier tonight," Lin Ran remarked, his heart pricked by the sight of Ye Zhiyu's radiant smile. It echoed memories of the innocent girl she once was, pure and untainted. Alas, the past remained a bittersweet recollection, painful to relive. What is the matter?" Ye Zhiyu wondered, perplexed at Lin Ran's sudden shift in mood. Just moments ago, he had appeared quite cheerful, yet now he seemed to carry a profound sense of loss. Days passed, and the annual National Martial Arts examination officially commenced. Due to his status as a special admit, Lin Ran was exempt from the examination, merely awaiting the acceptance letter. Ye Zhiyu remained at home, continuing her self-cultivation, relishing the companionship. Their relationship had reached a harmonious level. She no longer worried about meals, as Lin Ran tirelessly prepared a variety of dishes for her. In such moments, she wished time would stand still. Even foregoing admission to the martial arts university seemed a worthy trade. Ding! The intimacy level has accumulated to 1,000 points. Your additional damage accumulation has increased by 100. The first cultivation task has been completed. You may choose whether to continue participating in the intimacy challenge. The system announced. "Of course, I will participate," Lin Ran replied without hesitation. He had garnered a fair understanding of enhancing intimacy and was confident in his ability to handle Ye Zhiyu completely. Thus, if this task could continue, it would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits for him. Moreover, hadn't the system previously mentioned that achieving a certain level of intimacy would unlock delightful surprises? Second task activation in progress. Task conditions. Accumulate 3,000 intimacy points. Task reward. Randomly acquire a special eye ability. Time requirement. No limit. 3,000 points. Lin Ran frowned slightly. While it posed some difficulty, it was not insurmountable. To achieve it swiftly would require considerable effort. The increase in intimacy was heavily influenced by Ye Zhiyu's level of surprise. Cooking daily did yield points, but not in abundance. Could it be that my identity as the god of massage must be revealed? Lin Ran mused, contemplating his right hand. After much deliberation, he let his hand fall. Such techniques were far too indecent and would inevitably lead to misunderstandings of impropriety. Chapter 35, Interrogation. In Wuzhou City, the City Defense Bureau convened repeatedly regarding the murder of Su Mo. To investigate, they had scoured the vicinity of the Hongduan Mountains thoroughly, yet to no avail. Following that, no further traces of the dry corpses had emerged. It was as if the murderer had evaporated from existence. The only useful information gleaned was the extraction of minute residual spikes from the numerous dry corpses, along with cracks caused by subterranean root movements. This led to the conjecture that the perpetrator might possess plant-based abilities. Nothing more. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, the martial arts examination has officially commenced, and headquarters has begun pressuring for the lifting of the lockdown," a senior federal investigator addressed Su Guosheng. The murder of a member of parliament child indeed warranted a temporary lockdown for investigation. However, it could not continue indefinitely. First, personnel mobility is crucial, involving students and merchants. Secondly, the martial arts training in secret realms have been hindered, delaying many individuals' normal cultivation. There is already growing public discontent, and the federal headquarters has received thousands of complaint calls demanding the lockdown be lifted. Su Guisheng scoffed, fully aware of the consequences. Normally, a large-scale lockdown for investigation would last a maximum of 7 days, yet they had utilized connections to extend it to 12 days. If the murderer remained within the city, they would have certainly been located. The only logical explanation was that the culprit had fled. Very well, lift the lockdown. However, I still require an explanation. The federal investigation must not cease. Su Guisheng declared solemnly. They had employed every means possible, and, finding nothing, were indeed in an impasse. Yet before leaving, they needed to locate one more person. If she could not provide a satisfactory explanation, they would not hesitate to ensure her quiet demise. Knock, knock. Zhiyu, please answer the door. I am busy in the kitchen. All right. Upon the arrival of outsiders, Zhiyu hastily changed into a more appropriate attire and opened the door, only to be taken aback upon recognizing the two figures before her, Su Guisheng and Li Qinyao. Nevertheless, she maintained a composed demeanor, feigning ignorance. Hello, I am Zhou Sheng, and this is my colleague Su Yao. We hail from the Federal Headquarters Investigation Bureau and wish to inquire about certain matters, Su Guisheng stated, producing a letter of investigation. However, they deliberately chose to conceal their identities, aiming to conduct a covert investigation to observe if Zhiyu would reveal any inconsistencies. Very well, I shall cooperate. Zhiyu acknowledged internally, fully aware that the duo had ulterior motives, yet she had to act oblivious. Both were seasoned operatives of the Federation, especially Li Qinyao, a master in mental prowess. Thus, it was imperative to remain exceptionally calm in her presence, for even the slightest misstep could be discerned. May we step inside to discuss? The nature of our inquiries involves confidentiality, making it inconvenient to converse outdoors, Su Guisheng casually inquired. Of course, please come in, Zhiyu responded nonchalantly. With the Federation's investigation order in hand, any ordinary citizen was obliged to comply. Once inside, the couple scrutinized the surroundings, keen to identify any anomalies. Shortly, the exquisite confused rabbit, valued at 15 million, caught Li Qinyao's eye. As an aficionado of luxury, she instantly recognized the rabbit's exceptional quality. The fur from a mutated beast and the cat's eye gemstone were by no means ordinary, with a price tag of at least 700,000. For a family not considered affluent, to afford such an item was undoubtedly remarkable. Perhaps this young girl had hidden sources of wealth worth exploring. Zhiyu, perceptive to this observation, concocted a clever strategy. After all, their purpose was to investigate her. She resolved to divert their attention. After offering Su Guisheng and Li Qinyao a seat, Zhiyu naturally settled onto the sofa, cradling the confused rabbit and gently toying with its ears. Her demeanor and expression. Could it be that someone had preemptively ensnared Zhiyu, thus anticipating Su Mo's intentions? Li Qinyao's mind raced with possibilities. Given Zhiyu's extraordinary talent and striking beauty, she had attracted the attention of numerous affluent families, including theirs, who had previously considered her as a potential daughter-in-law. With this understanding, the couple exchanged knowing glances, signaling the need to address the matter at hand. As per our knowledge, you were scheduled to attend specialized training at the Federal University by the 15th of this month, yet you abruptly terminated your training to venture into the Hongduan Mountains. Could you provide a reasonable explanation for this? Su Guisheng proved sharply. This particular detail had raised their suspicions significantly. Participation in the specialized training at the Federal University would undoubtedly yield superior results compared to solitary trials in the Beast Mountain range. Furthermore, the institution offered substantial additional benefits to this cohort of trainees. Thus, it was illogical for Zhiyu to forego such an opportunity. Oh, that is because I am on the verge of a breakthrough in my realm and did not wish to squander time there. Moreover, the Federal Martial University has assured me that regardless of when I attend, all training rewards will be duly compensated, Zhiyu explained with a calm demeanor, having already prepared a response. For a martial artist, achieving a breakthrough was of paramount importance. It involved not merely ample experience, but also a requisite level of martial comprehension. Hence, her decision to remain at Wuzhou for her breakthrough before enrolling in the Federation was entirely reasonable. A breakthrough in your realm? So, you have reached the mountain-shaking realm? Li Qinyao's eyes narrowed in surprise. She had not anticipated Zhiyu's rapid advancement. However, in a non-combat state, her aura was well concealed, making it difficult for them to discern her true capabilities. Having awakened only 3 years ago, To achieve the mountain-shaking realm before attending the martial university was indeed a rare manifestation of genius. Indeed, Zhiyu affirmed, simultaneously channeling her blood and vitality to substantiate her claim. She was acutely aware of Li Qinyao's capabilities, thus feigning cooperation. However, she was confident that without substantial evidence, they would not dare to act against her within her own home, especially as she was still recognized as a prodigious talent by the Federation. Numerous individuals akin to Agilis were watching her from the shadows. Should these two dare to act without any tangible proof, not only would their reputations be at stake, but their families would also face repercussions. Their political adversaries would not overlook such a prime opportunity for undermining them. Mountain-shaking realm, Su Guisheng and Li Qinyao exchanged glances again. Even if her explanation was plausible, they still sensed something amiss. Instinctively, her demeanor appeared excessively composed. Even without direct involvement, she undoubtedly possessed knowledge of certain matters. After a hushed exchange, Su Guisheng continued, "We are aware that after entering the Hengguan Mountains, you vanished for a full 3 days. May we inquire where you were during this time and who accompanied you?" This was the crux of the matter. Bai Jingde had reported that his subordinates had searched for Zhiyu in the Hengguan Mountains for 3 days without any trace of her. Having personally inspected the mountains, he knew that such a vast area could not entirely conceal someone amidst a concentrated search. Thus, where had she disappeared to during those 3 days? Su Guisheng's question was indeed pointed. If Zhiyu had ventured into the Hengguan Mountains for martial trials, she would certainly not choose to remain hidden. Yet, with Bai Jingde dispatching numerous individuals and failing to find her, was that not peculiar? After a moment of contemplation, Zhiyu replied, "I apologize, but this matter pertains to my training secrets and is not convenient to disclose." Training secrets, not convenient to discuss? Young lady, you must grasp the gravity of the situation. We hold an investigation order, and according to Federation law, every citizen is obliged to cooperate with inquiries. His son had perished. Should she refuse to comply, they would have grounds to employ more stringent measures. If her refusal were to hinder her training, he would not be remiss in his warning. You are correct. The Federation law indeed stipulates such obligations. However, Article 5782 explicitly states that when it concerns a martial artist's training secrets, should there be a need to inquire about the reasons, appropriate compensation for any resulting losses must be provided, Zhiyu calmly articulated. Surely, she was well versed in Federation law. While citizens had the duty to cooperate with investigations, there were also provisions for compensation. To wield a search warrant and brazenly pry into the private cultivation matters of others, only to ultimately find no evidence, is utterly unacceptable in this world. This young lady is indeed quite astute. Lin Ran had been discreetly eavesdropping on the conversation among the 3 individuals and was rather taken aback by her eloquence. Her tone and reasoning reflected an intellect that was decidedly extraordinary. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, prepared to activate his Thunder God talisman at a moment's notice should this girl find herself in peril. "Ah, you seem to have a firm grasp of federal law," Li Qinyao remarked with a cold snort. Were it not for her concerns regarding Ye Zhiyu's formidable talent and her status as a prominent student at the Federal Martial University, she would have relished the opportunity to unleash a mental assault without hesitation. Of course, it must be acknowledged that such locations are not easily discoverable. Should word of them spread, it would not be long before they became common knowledge. It is not unreasonable for me to consider my own interests, is it? Zhiyu's arguments were well-founded, devoid of any hint of panic. The Demon Lizard Cave was undoubtedly an excellent training ground. With the right cooperation, one could rapidly elevate their realm. Normally, reporting an undeveloped secret space to the Federation would yield governmental rewards. In her current position, she could certainly demand a higher price. As long as her demands remained reasonable, her adversaries had no leverage over her, unless she foolishly ventured into the secret realm alone. Let's ponder this matter. Su Guisheng and Li Qinyao exited the room and began to confer quietly outside. During the questioning, her mental fluctuations appeared entirely normal, with no signs of erratic responses. Yet, an instinctual feeling within me suggests she must possess some knowledge. Observe that rabbit. It is certainly not a cheap commodity, and she could not possibly have acquired it. Trusting a woman's sixth sense, Li Qinyao felt something was amiss with Ye Zhiyu, yet her responses were impeccably sound. The prowess of both individuals was unmistakable. Eliminating Ye Zhiyu would be a simple task. However, without evidence to substantiate her involvement, any overt action against her would yield unimaginable consequences. First, the trail to the real culprit could vanish entirely. Second, their respective families would not miss such an opportunity to politically undermine them. In recent years, foreign entities have persistently attempted to infiltrate the Federation. Should they act without justification, their political enemies would undoubtedly label them as pawns of these outsiders. In such circumstances, if a general were to mobilize, they would find themselves imprisoned in the celestial dungeons. Therefore, overt action is out of the question. They must devise more covert strategies. Chapter 37. The assassination mission commences. Soon, the two individuals return to the room after their discussion. If the matter truly involves a secret space, we are willing to provide appropriate compensation. However, should it be discovered that you have concealed any falsehoods, you are well acquainted with the consequences outlined in federal law. Su Guisheng stated with an unkind tone. He detested being threatened and loathed negotiating terms. Were it not for the utter lack of evidence, he would have relished the opportunity to swat that girl down. A mere practitioner at the mountain-shaking realm dared to act so insolently before him. Brilliance, after all, must be accompanied by the fortune to survive until the end. It is worth noting that the annals of the Federation are not devoid of instances where SSS-level geniuses have fallen, as long as the methods employed are sufficiently discreet. Who could possibly uncover the truth? No objections. However, just moments ago, the director of the Marshall University, Director Hai, contacted me regarding the matter of your return to school. I took the liberty of mentioning this issue to him. He appears concerned for my well-being and wishes to obtain your contact information to discuss compensation personally. Should you agree to this request, I will divulge the coordinates of that location, allowing you to investigate as you see fit. Zhiyu replied with a faint smile, dismissing his empty promises without a shred of belief. Therefore, she had directly contacted Director Hai to inform him of the situation. When one has connections, one must utilize them wisely. After all, the board members of the Federal Marshall University are not to be taken lightly. They wield significant power within the Federation Congress. You actually disclosed this matter to the school? Su Guisheng had not anticipated this turn of events. He had hoped to swiftly resolve the issue and investigate the location. Is there a problem? You do not represent the Federal Investigation Headquarters. Is it not reasonable for me to request assistance from my school as faculty? Attempting to threaten her with words proved futile. With her wealth of life experience, she was no mere fledgling yet to enter society. With the Federal University backing her, her adversaries would have to tread carefully should they contemplate any harm. If she were to vanish or encounter misfortune during her journey back to school, this couple would undoubtedly be the prime suspects. Ah, young lady, I must admit to being somewhat impressed by your audacity. I hope you are truly uninvolved in this matter. Regardless of the present or the future, do not allow us to uncover anything untoward. Otherwise, you will come to understand the treachery of this world. Even if you possess the visage of an empress, your life will remain forfeit. After leaving their contact information, Li Qinyao and Su Guisheng rose to depart. They were determined to investigate that secret realm. Once they uncovered any relevant clues, no one would escape their scrutiny. Once the door was firmly closed, the treachery of the world? I apologize. I have long since experienced it. This decaying federal regime should have ceased to exist long ago. A flicker of fiery determination ignited in Zhiyu's eyes. The aura of murderous intent enveloped her being as the room's temperature surged. The hatred from that lifetime was indelibly etched in her memory. Such a vile scheme, designed to have her most cherished betrayed, leading her to endure the agony of 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. This hatred is indeed difficult to quell. Such potent, murderous intent. Was it perhaps sparked by Su Guisheng's words? As Zhiyu's aura suddenly grew ferocious, Lin Ran's gaze sharpened, turning exceptionally fierce. In a past life, he had wronged Zhiyu. In this life, he would not permit anyone to harm her. Contemplating the Thunder God talisman in his possession, he conceived a daring plan. Let be. Since the matter has escalated to this extent, he would not mind amplifying the chaos, starting with the assassination of a councilman. Beep. Temporary mission initiated. Eliminate Su Guisheng within 72 hours to complete the task and receive a special surprise reward. 72 hours, you say? It seems this opportunity is indeed nestled within those mountains. Before long, Zhiyu appeared to sense the impropriety of her earlier outburst, her gaze gradually regaining clarity. She had, after all, momentarily lost her composure. Fortunately, she reacted in time. Otherwise, she might have inadvertently set the place ablaze. Come, have a glass of juice to temper your fury, Lin Ran suggested, holding a glass of juice before her. Did I perhaps overreact earlier? Zhiyu whispered, recalling her inexplicable surge of anger from before. She despised being threatened. This sensation rendered her exceedingly uncomfortable. Everything is fine, Lin Ran gently reassured her, tenderly placing the juice with a straw at her lips. Not only was he formidable now, but he also embodied the essence of a considerate gentleman. Zhiyu instinctively reached for the cup of juice, their hands inadvertently brushing against one another. causing their eyes to meet. In an instant, both their faces flushed a deep crimson, hearts racing with a palpable intensity. In the tranquil atmosphere, the sound of their thumping hearts echoed conspicuously. Such physical contact was unprecedented in this life, save for their past existence. Especially for Lin Ran, who suddenly felt a disconcerting shift in his body. Gazing into her eyes, memories of the past Ye Zhiyu flooded his mind. This feeling was decidedly unsettling. He hastily set the juice down on the coffee table and escaped to the restroom, splashing cold water on his face to regain composure. How could I entertain such thoughts? This is not her. I am merely striving to enhance our intimacy, he repeatedly admonished himself, as if to force clarity upon his mind. The world is still fraught with peril. He had slain Su Mo and was about to undertake the assassination of Su Guosheng. These were monumental matters, irreversible in nature. Should his identity be exposed in the future, he would undoubtedly become the most wanted fugitive, condemned to a life in the shadows. However, if it meant enabling this girl to flourish and ascend as the unparalleled Empress, he would willingly embrace the darkness. She deserved a brighter future. Chapter 38. Waiting. After regaining his composure, Lin Ran emerged from the restroom with remarkable calmness. Upon observing Ye Zhiyu, he noted her equally serene demeanor. They seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Choosing not to revisit the earlier incident, with a sigh of relief, Lin Ran felt reassured. There were no adverse emotions, which was a comfort. He found himself oscillating between fearing their closeness and worrying about their distance. Alas, he was bound to the Empress's system, rendering him powerless in this regard. After some time, Lin Ran broached another topic about that spatial secret realm you mentioned earlier. Are you truly prepared to disclose it to them? His primary concern was whether this girl might encounter other risks. He recalled the vast number of magical lizards he had consumed using the Mo Yun vine in that secret realm, leaving behind a plethora of desiccated corpses. If she were to venture there accompanied by agents from the Federal Bureau, it might lead to unwanted scrutiny and jeopardize her safety. Actually, it's not a big deal. Zhiyu smiled, sipping her sweet juice. The special secret realm is akin to a minor instance. If left unvisited for an extended period, the environment gradually restores itself. However, the time taken for restoration varies among different realms. The realm I mentioned earlier has an approximate restoration period of 7 days. Therefore, by the time they arrive, it will be too late, and I can assure you they will find nothing. Her tone was laced with mystery. She had considered this matter thoroughly. After all, she was the one who had discovered the secret realm first, and had conducted her tests. Once I earn some more from them, I should be able to purchase high-grade gene potions. I need to become stronger. While high-level warriors could earn substantial sums, their expenses were equally significant, often amounting to hundreds of thousands or even billions. Martial skills, equipment, cultivation methods, potions were all essentials in the martial world. The higher the realm, the greater the expenses in the later stages. Though the school and the federal government provided some subsidies, acquiring more resources would require contribution points. Fortunately, due to her exceptional talent, she could obtain them at a lower discount. However, it was imperative to understand that resources would not simply flow in without effort. I see. Once Lin Ran comprehended her foresight, his worries dissipated. Once Zhiyu completed her transactions in the next day or two, he could prepare to infiltrate the mountain range. A day later, Lin Ran said, Zhiyu, I plan to hunt some goblins to enhance my strength. There are meals prepared in the fridge. If you feel hungry, just heat them up. Upon learning that Su Guosheng had reached an agreement with Director Hai regarding compensation, Lin Ran was ready to make his way to the Hengduan Mountains. It was the perfect opportunity to bury Su Guosheng and his wife there. Are you going to kill goblins again? Why not let me take you to the advanced trial? That way, you can progress even faster. During the lockdown period of the secret realm, they'd spent nearly all their time together. Zhiyu felt reluctant at the prospect of Lin Ran venturing alone into the secret realm. No need. I'm a warrior after all. You should have faith in me. Besides, you can't accompany me forever, can you? Lin Ran shook his head. Have you packed enough potions in your bag? Forget it. I'll give you this storage ring to use for now. As their relationship deepened, Zhiyu became increasingly concerned for Lin Ran, fearing for his safety. If anything were to happen to him, would she have another chance at rebirth? There's no need for that, he replied dismissively. Don't underestimate me. I'm off. With his back turned to Zhiyu, Lin Ran waved his hand nonchalantly, urging her to stay home and focus on her training and television. That silhouette was undeniably charming. Zhiyu snapped a picture with her phone, intending to keep it as a memento. Yet, it struck her as oddly familiar. Had she seen it somewhere before? Under Director Hai's coordination, 3 vials of SSS-grade body modification potions, each valued at 100 million, were swiftly delivered to Zhiyu. In the presence of federal investigators, Zhiyu marked the coordinates of the cave on the map. I previously underwent trials in this magical lizard cave. You can verify its existence. Beyond that, I am unaware. With the acquisition of 3 SSS-grade modification potions, Ye Zhiyu felt a surge of joy. Armed with these potions, combined with body refinement techniques, she was confident in elevating her physical strength to a new level. The path of martial cultivation was no easy feat. Even with her SSS-grade talent, perseverance was essential. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sir Su, we have uncovered some intriguing information as per your request. Ye Zhiyu's bank account appears unblemished. However, the young man, Lin Ran, who resides with her, has suddenly received 2 transfers of 20 million each. On the same day, the first transfer arrived. He purchased a confused bunny for 15 million and a cheapao for 5 million, reported the voice on the other end of the line. Where did the funds originate? Su Guoxing's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that this young man might harbor secrets. The sudden influx of 20 million, followed by a purchase for Ye Zhiyu. Was someone orchestrating something? Utilizing a virtual anonymous account, we are unable to trace the source of the funds, which likely involves illicit money with ulterior motives. Please continue to monitor his situation. I am eager to uncover what lies behind him. The phone was on speaker, and Li Qinyao clearly heard the man's report. Madam, what is your perspective? Su Guoxing inquired, recognizing that his wife possessed greater insight in certain matters. This young man is merely a D-grade talent, inherently lacking any utilitarian value. However, the sudden influx of such substantial funds indicates that someone intends to exploit him to get closer to Ye Zhiyu. Those 2 gifts must undoubtedly have been requested by that hidden figure. Li Qinyao astutely analyzed the situation. The couple was determined not to overlook any suspicious detail. They also harbored strong suspicions that other competitors of Ye Zhiyu had intervened in this matter. If that is the case, this lead is certainly worth investigating. Nonetheless, I have just received a call. There is an important federal meeting concerning negotiations with alien factions that I must attend in person, Li Qinyao lamented. They have been away for too long, and she was involved in numerous decision-making processes. No matter. You should return to headquarters to handle urgent matters. I shall remain here. Once we obtain the coordinates and map, I will personally visit that hidden realm tomorrow to ascertain whether that loquacious individual spoke the truth. A glint of coldness flickered in Su Guoxing's eyes, his tone ominously grave. The couple had concentrated their suspicions squarely upon Ye Zhiyu. As long as they could uncover even a shred of evidence, that woman would undoubtedly face consequences. Chapter 39. Assisting her cultivation. The Hunhuan Mountains, having been sealed off for several consecutive days, have now entirely reopened. However, due to the impact of that heinous murder incident, few martial artists dare to venture here for exploration in the short term, rendering the area relatively tranquil. Let's lie in wait here. Once we find a suitable opportunity, we shall strike directly. Lin Ran once again located the demon lizard cave, utilizing the effects of the shadow battle suit to conceal himself thoroughly amidst the treacherous thorns. No one would suspect that he would dare to assault a federal legislator here. The only directions in which they might eventually suspect would be twofold. One towards the alien factions, and the other towards Su Guoxing's political adversaries. Regardless of which, it would undoubtedly divert their gaze from Zhiyu. After all, daring to act against a federal war general requires not only courage, but also unparalleled strength, both of which are beyond the capabilities of 18-year-old Ye Zhiyu. Fathom the sea, pluck the stars, gather the moon, war general. The Empress is utilizing SSS-grade body modification fluid. You have received feedback effects. Your physical enhancement is underway. Your defense has been increased. Your vitality points, 10. Your vitality points, 20. Although concealed in the mountains, Lin Ran did not cease his cultivation for even a moment. The beneficial effects of Zhiyu's direct training were continuously and exponentially synchronized into his own body. Indeed, treating that girl well yields remarkable rewards. Lin Ran felt a surge of elation as he sensed the changes in his body, with the increasing intimacy. The benefits he received multiplied. Truly, they are irrevocably bound together. It seems I must devise ways to procure more valuable items for her, thus hastening the enhancement of my own abilities. Lin Ran contemplated. Previously, he lacked justifiable reasons, but now with Agassi at hand, he could conveniently transfer numerous items to Zhiyu under the pretense of a benefactor's generosity, assisting her cultivation. On the other side, Zhiyu was immersed in a bathtub filled with blue enhancement potions, practicing the body refining technique. As the potions permeated, a faint blue glow began to emanate from her delicate skin. With her eyes closed, she felt the strange energy surging within her. The enhancement potion seemed to meticulously target every part of her body for transformation. Time passed unmeasured, and the water in the tub gradually became clear again. Zhiyu slowly opened her star-like eyes, gently moving her body, causing crystalline droplets to cascade from her skin, shimmering radiantly. Her damp hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and her alluring curves were left completely bare, exuding an enchanting allure. Has she grown a tad larger? Gazing at her snowy peaks, she felt quite satisfied. The strength of her body had indeed increased significantly. It seems I shall need to prepare some specialized penetration-breaking potions for future use. With that thought, her face flushed again. Lately, she found herself inexplicably preoccupied with such thoughts, which truly did not befit a proper lady. Rising, she effortlessly manipulated the flames of karma, causing the droplets on her body to evaporate, filling the bathroom with a misty ambience. How exhausting. I should take a moment to rest. Barefoot, she stepped out of the bathroom. Her smooth, jade-like feet touched the floor, the white mist swirling around her, resembling a scene of a celestial maiden emerging from her bath. However, this little fairy did not retreat to her own room, but instead turned and twisted the doorknob to Lin Ran's room. The room was quite tidy. Zhiyu glanced around, noting that the trash can was devoid of crumpled paper, and aside from a copy of the Federal Criminal Code, no other prohibited materials were present. Contemplating, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. She casually rummaged through Lin Ran's wardrobe and pulled out a long t-shirt, slipping it on. The shirt's length was just adequate to cover her peach-like posterior, though it was a tad snug on her upper body, creating a rather intense compression sensation. What nostalgic feeling. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhiyu's face. She fell back on Lin Ran's bed, sprawled out in a star shape. Memories of their past intimacy resurfaced. During their closest moments, she often did this, snuggling under the covers, wearing his clothes, sleeping in his bed. Their closeness had led that fellow to treat her as. Alas, but soon, she had to return to school. Lingering here was no longer an option. She sighed softly. During the call, Director Hai also inquired about her return to campus. With the current instability in Wuzhou, she had to be cautious of potential sabotage when venturing into the hidden realms. Since her cultivation realm had solidified, he strongly urged her to participate in specialized training at the school. The Federal University possessed several exclusive hidden realms that were not open to the public, ensuring greater safety. After some contemplation, she acquiesced. The time spent here was indeed delightful, but she ultimately had to confront the future, so she could not afford to slacken in her training. Director Hai had already secured her flight tickets. She would tidy up her home over the next couple of days and depart with Lin Ran for the Imperial City the day after tomorrow. The next day, Mr. Su, are you certain you do not wish for us to send someone to accompany you in the investigation? Director Li Wankai of the City Defense Bureau in Wuzhou inquired with a broad smile during this period regarding Su MOS matter. Our entire bureau has been busier than ever. Federal investigators have come in waves, and I have encountered more notable figures in this short time than I have in my entire life. Especially Su Guisheng, who frequently demands updates on the investigation, has driven everyone within the bureau to the brink of mental collapse. We have exhausted every possible method. We have scoured the Hongduan Mountains back and forth. Who knows if there are hidden spatial realms still concealed there? Huh, do you still have the audacity to question me? I am now gravely doubting your leadership capabilities. You are nothing but an incompetent fool. I shall personally lead my team to investigate this time, and we shall not require your assistance. If I uncover discrepancies in the findings compared to what you have previously reported, I assure you, not a single one of you in the Bureau will escape unscathed. Su Guisheng pointed an accusatory finger at Li Wankai, his demeanor oozing arrogance. Ineffective in your duties. You are nothing but a bunch of wastrels. Upon my return, I will ensure you all face the consequences. Chapter 40, God of Thunder. In the Hongduan Mountains, Lin Ran had been patiently waiting in a crucial location throughout the night. He remained steadfast in his belief that since the system had assigned such a task, it must be of significant relevance. As long as he could persevere, he was certain he would be able to ambush Su Guisheng. Has someone arrived? Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch on his arm from the tendrils of the Moya vine. After its initial evolution, the Moya vine had developed remarkable sensory abilities. Its sprawling roots served as extensions, adept at detecting the situation above ground. Thus, after selecting an optimal ambush point, Lin Ran had released the Moya vine to assist in sensing the surroundings. The tendril tapped against his arm, affirming that indeed, someone was approaching. All right, just as I planned. Follow my lead when the time comes. After we succeed, I will certainly compensate you for your losses. Soon, faint footsteps and voices echoed from distance. Second uncle. According to the coordinates provided by Ye Zhiyu, we should find it in the thicket ahead. The vegetation here is dense, and there are hardly any signs of human activity. Those imbeciles from the City Defense Bureau must not have searched this area. A relatively young investigator beside Su Guosheng remarked. Upon reaching adulthood, most scions of noble families would leverage their familial connections to secure positions within the Federation. Once they attain a post, they would then endeavor to ascend further, relying on their family's power. Indeed, the fellows from the City Defense Bureau are utterly useless. Upon returning, I shall ensure they pay dearly. Su Guosheng cast a glance at the thicket before him, a look of impatience crossing his features. He raised his hand slightly, and a fierce blade of wind materialized in his palm. With a disdainful snort, he elegantly waved it forward. The wind blade sliced through the thicket, cleaving it into countless fragments. The concealed narrow pathway ahead was instantly revealed. Indeed, there's a path. Let's see what lies within. Su Guosheng strode confidently at the forefront, his battle general-level prowess rendering this low-tier secret realm beneath his notice. He had come solely to investigate leads. Accompanying him were two individuals, his nephew and a spy from the Su family embedded within the Federal Bureau. Both were astute and capable, as long as they could uncover even the slightest connection to the perpetrator. He would use that as leverage to compel the Federation to conduct a thorough investigation into Ye Zhiyu. Those who dare to take his SSS grade potion worth 300 million would surely have to relinquish their excess. Phew, truly formidable. No wonder he is of battle general caliber. Fortunately, I had the foresight to change my hiding spot. Otherwise, my body would hardly withstand such indiscriminate wind blade assaults. Lin Ran observed the three figures and silently lamented. Su Guosheng's strength was impressive, towering over him by 3 whole realms. Moreover, the two individuals accompanying him were no slouches either. They were also at the sea-covering realm. As the protagonist of this world, he possessed the ability to kill beyond his realm, yet he was also self-aware. While he could manage the two investigators, defeating Su Guosheng by his own means was presently unfeasible. He would need to rely on the power of the Thunder God Talisman. Regrettably, the activation range of the Thunder God Talisman was limited. He needed to approach within 2 zhang. Lin Ran steadied his breath, activating the Blood Qi Shield. The Blood Qi Shield was a unique feature of the Shadow Battle Garb. By slaying ferocious beasts, he could accumulate blood chi points, which would allow him to create a shield of varying defensive strength based on the number of points accumulated. Recently, he had hunted numerous fierce beasts, thus amassing a considerable amount of blood chi points. However, the blood chi shield merely provided an additional layer of insurance at this moment. If he were to recklessly leap out, the blood chi shield would undoubtedly falter against the onslaught of wind blades. Therefore, he was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to feign weakness. Today, it was either the Su family or the Lin family that would feast. He had to tread carefully. Excellent. Just a bit closer. As Lin Ran observed Su Guosheng inching nearer, he calculated the timing. This is it. Moya Vine. With a mental command, crimson tendrils erupted from the ground beneath Su Guosheng and his companions. The tendrils transformed into sharp, poisonous barbs, soaring through the air, aimed directly at their heads. Plant-based magic? The Moya Vine. Upon seeing the crimson poisonous barbs, Su Guosheng was initially taken aback, only to erupt in fury moments later. The audacity to ambush them here meant a connection to the mastermind behind the scenes. His intention today was merely to search for evidence linking to Ye Zhiyu. Yet he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a key figure. How dare they appear here? Today, I shall make you pay dearly. Come out. With a furious roar, Su Guosheng seized one of the tendrils, gripping it tightly. He had expected it to be a robust entity, yet to his astonishment, he effortlessly shattered the crimson tendril. Huh? Why is it so weak? Su Guosheng felt a twinge of surprise. How could such a feeble force dare to confront him? Did they not understand who he was? Boom! As Su Guosheng grappled with his astonishment, several more poisonous barbed tendrils surged from the ground, launching an attack against him. Foolish wretch! Do you think such trivial tactics can harm me? Show yourself, master behind the scenes. Su Guosheng reacted swiftly, summoning a flurry of wind blades that obliterated the tendrils in an instant. He was no mere buffoon, but a true battle general. Now, Lin Ran advanced with a reverse dragon step, suddenly leaping out from the adjacent thicket. In his right hand, he wielded a long knife, while his left hand was partially concealed behind him. A luminescence of blood energy radiated from him as he charged swiftly towards Su Guosheng. After scheming for so long, this was the moment he had awaited. Was he merely at the ocean-covering realm? With such meager strength, he dared to assassinate me? I demand you reveal your accomplices lurking behind you. I shall make you experience true agony. Lin Ran feigned weakness with the Mo Yun vine before intentionally releasing his aura, leading Su Guosheng and the two individuals behind him to make grave misjudgments. They all believed that this mysterious figure, who had suddenly emerged, had accomplices lurking in the shadows. This time, it was imperative to capture a live one. He could not allow them to die easily without thoroughly interrogating them and letting them experience every form of torture. Were they mere novices? Or did our sudden appearance here compel this expendable pawn to distract attention? The two individuals trailing Su Guosheng effortlessly disentangled the entangling vines and cautiously retreated a few steps, observing their surroundings. They were not concerned about danger. Rather, they feared standing too close might hinder Su Guosheng's performance, as no one anticipated encountering clues here. Now, the opponent foolishly charged at Su Guosheng with a knife. Was this not akin to courting death? However, they remained vigilant, for none could ascertain whether any of their adversaries lay in wait in the shadows. Allow me to discern your true identity. As Lin Ran drew closer, a sinister smile crept onto Su Guosheng's lips. His movements exhibited some finesse, yet to him, they were still too slow, too feeble. He found himself impatiently wishing that Lin Ran would hasten to him, so he could seize his neck and unveil the mysterious mask to discover who this individual truly was. 5 zhang, 4 zhang, 2 zhang. When Lin Ran was merely 2 zhang away from Su Guosheng, he suddenly spread his concealed left hand wide. He thrust the Thunder God talisman affixed to his palm towards Su Guosheng. The aura locked on. Thunder God, what is this? Upon sensing the sudden locking of a formidable power, Su Guosheng felt an inexplicable sense of imminent death. Observing the talisman in Lin Ran's hand pulsating with lightning, he realized that the threat undoubtedly stemmed from there. With this thought, he decisively retrieved his long sword from his storage ring. Clang! A beam of silver sword light cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Lin Ran's chest. If danger was imminent, then he would strike first. Chapter 41. With the power of thunder. Thud! The silver sword light pierced through the blood energy shield, delivering a heavy blow to Lin Ran's chest. The excruciating pain surged like an electric current from his chest, making him feel as though he had been torn asunder under the force of that mighty sword. His body lost control, hurtling backward like a cannonball. How could he have been blocked? Su Guosheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Although his sword had been a hasty strike, he had exerted all his strength. Yet, inexplicably, he had failed to penetrate Lin Ran's armor and had instead sent him flying. However, there was no time to ponder this. He could not afford to delay in delivering a finishing blow. At that moment, the sky above him transformed ominously. What had been a clear blue sky was now a roiling sea of purple lightning. The thunder had completely locked onto him. Now, regardless of where he fled, he could not evade it. How could this happen? The two individuals behind him were equally stupefied by this sudden turn of events. They had never anticipated that this seemingly feeble foe harbored such a potent trump card. What manner of technique was this? In that moment, the purple sea of lightning surged above them, leaving them at a loss for what to do. Just as Lin Ran was about to crash into the rocky wall, numerous red vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring his limbs tightly. They absorbed the tremendous impact, for a direct collision with the rocky wall would undoubtedly have dire consequences. Remarkably ferocious. To think a single sword could shatter my shield. Thankfully, I had amassed sufficient blood energy points beforehand, and this attire provided damage reduction. Otherwise, even without piercing through this battle garb, my internal organs would have surely been shattered. After landing safely, Lin Ran endured the excruciating pain as he gazed ahead, begrudgingly acknowledging that most of the damage from Su Guosheng's strike had been absorbed by the blood energy shield. Had it not been for the shield's protection, he would never have been able to withstand the force of that sword. Moreover, it was fortunate that Su Guosheng had been momentarily deceived by his earlier feigned movements. Had he unleashed a few wind blades to shatter Lin Ran's blood energy armor beforehand, the outcome would have been disastrous for the Lin family. Taking advantage of Su Guosheng's entrapment by the thunder, Lin Ran hastily consumed a vial of the recovery potion he had previously acquired. Narrowing his eyes, he cast a cold, piercing gaze at the tumultuous purple sea of lightning above. The sight was indeed magnificent. It was fortunate that Su Guosheng had propelled him away, otherwise entangled in combat. It would have been challenging to allow the thunder to descend. After all, this was no game. The lightning in the sky dealt indiscriminate damage to all within a certain radius. Should it strike within the thunder circle, death would surely follow. I refuse to believe it can utterly annihilate me. Su Guosheng's expression turned grave. He understood that there was no retreating now. He could only muster all his strength to withstand it. You all must lend me your strength. If I cannot endure, neither shall you escape. He shouted to the two individuals behind him. In this moment, every bit of power counted. If he were to perish here, the two behind him would undoubtedly share the same fate in this treacherous mountain range. Simultaneously, the three of them spread their arms wide, forming a protective light barrier that enveloped them all. They were indeed rushing toward death, providing me with a precious window of time, then let you all perish together. Having regained a modicum of strength, Lin Ran's lips curled into a cold smile, and without hesitation, he commanded his assault. Thunder erupted instantaneously. The sea of lightning descended in full force. Countless bolts of lightning fell like blades, densely surrounding the protective barrier. The lightning battered against the barrier, producing an ear-splitting cacophony. This was a force capable of annihilating any warrior below the god of war level. How could it possibly be withstood by their combined efforts? After a single onslaught, the barrier began to crack ominously, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Uncle, I do not wish to die," Su Guoxing's nephew cried out in terror. He had initially come here merely to make a good impression before Su Guoxiang. After all, with Su Mo deceased, he was the only male heir of the Su family in this generation. Surely his uncle would treat him better in the future. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself embroiled in such calamity. If you do not wish to die, then endure. If we cannot withstand this, we shall all perish here. Su Guoxing's entire body was taut with muscle, gritting his teeth in a painful struggle. He was unwilling to yield. Throughout his life, he had been exceedingly cautious. How could he possibly fall into the hands of this individual after painstakingly climbing to his current position? Yet, what could he do in the face of such overwhelming power? Their resistance was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly delusional. Boom! The thunder roared, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended once more. Crack! The protective shield was utterly shattered. That thunderous force ruthlessly penetrated Su Guoxing's body, destroying his vital organs and extinguishing his life force entirely. Spurt! Su Guoxiang staggered, blood gushing forth as he laboriously cast his gaze toward Lin Ran in the distance, his heart brimming with resentment and bitterness. He never anticipated that he would meet his downfall here today. If only he had brought more companions with him, perhaps this outcome could have been avoided. 3 minutes later, the sky, which had been shrouded in dark clouds, once again became serene, with wispy clouds drifting by as if nothing had ever transpired. The only remnants of the recent turmoil were the charred bodies strewn about the scene, bearing witness to the events that unfolded. Lin Ran leaned against the rock wall, still recovering his breath. He had yet to fully recuperate from Su Guoxing's formidable strike, and needed more time to stabilize himself, retrieve anything of value from them. Lin Ran instructed, turning to the Mo Yun Vine. This creature possessed a notable intelligence. It understood his commands and executed them flawlessly. With a rustle, the Mo Yun Vine gently shook its branches. The vines extended, directly pulling the 3 charred corpses before Lin Ran. Then, the tendrils coiled around Su Guoxing's hand, snapping the already charred fingers to remove the storage ring from his grasp. Holding Su Guoxing's storage ring, a sly smile crept across Lin Ran's face. He hoped the contents within would not disappoint him. After all, this marked his first kill of a federal congressman. Surely, it must contain something of value. Chapter 42. Celestial Visualization Diagram, New Abilities, SSS Level Gene Serum 3, SSS Body Enhancement Serum 2, Inkstar Meteor, 9-star Steel Blade, numerous recovery potions. What is this fragment for? Lin Ran noticed a finely crafted brocade box within the storage ring, which contained a piece of black fragment. Upon examining it closely, he found it nondescript, with obscure and enigmatic runes etched into its back. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but the fact that Su Guoxiang treasured it enough to keep it in his storage ring suggested it was far from ordinary. System? What is this item used for? Not understanding, he turned to the system, his personal encyclopedia. Huh? You obtained this? Wait, let me check the encyclopedia. The system quickly found the answer and began to guide Lin Ran. It instructed him to silently recite a peculiar incantation and then gradually infuse source power into the fragment. Moments later, a celestial map vividly manifested in Lin Ran's mind, though the stars appeared quite dim, emitting only a feeble glimmer against the night sky. Simultaneously, some information regarding the fragment imprinted itself into his consciousness. However, this experience lasted only a few minutes, and as his mental energy depleted, he was forcibly ejected from this extraordinary state of perception. Phew. So, this is how it works. Leaning against the stone wall, Lin Ran panted heavily while consuming potions. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous fragment was actually a remarkable find. Based on the information that had flooded his mind, he now understood the attributes of this fragment. In its complete form, it was known as the Celestial Visualization Diagram. How it came into Su Guoxing's possession was a mystery, but it was evident that he lacked knowledge of its usage. Otherwise, he would not have carelessly carried it with him. By mastering this item, one could visualize those dim stars in their mind and use mental energy to illuminate them. For each star illuminated, one would gain an increase of 1 in strength, defense, and mental power. If one could gather all 7 pieces, illuminating each star would yield a staggering 7-point attribute enhancement. Such attributes were indeed exaggerated. If only he could collect all 7 fragments. After securing the celestial fragment, Lin Ran felt a surge of anticipation. If he could assemble all 7 pieces, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar, preventing close calls like today. However, collecting them would not be an easy endeavor. Other fragment bearers might be unaware of its usage, but they would certainly recognize its extraordinary nature and be reluctant to part with it. While sorting through the items in Su Guosheng's storage ring, Lin Ran unexpectedly discovered a document labeled Top Secret. Curiosity piqued, he casually opened it. However, upon reading the title of the confidential document, he was momentarily taken aback. On the transplantation of awakened abilities and the modification of special extraordinary life forms. What? Had the research program on ability transplantation been restarted 30 years ago? The transplantation of abilities between individuals, as well as the genetic fusion with ferocious beasts. What on earth were these individuals attempting to achieve? After perusing the top secret report, Lin Ran fell into a state of profound shock. He was aware that a century ago, the Federation had legislated an absolute prohibition on such experiments. Each individual's awakened ability and level differed significantly. If such experiments were successful, talented individuals from humble backgrounds would inevitably find themselves reduced to mere donors for the aristocracy. It was known that over 1 million students disappeared annually within the secret realms, with most vanishing without a trace. According to the report, the modification experiments had recently achieved significant breakthroughs and were poised to undergo large-scale trials shortly. If all went smoothly, a new batch of genetically modified warriors would emerge within 2 months. Could it be that Ye Zhiyu's betrayal of the Federation stemmed from this reason? Lin Ran began to harbor doubts. That girl had always been the darling of the stars, the epitome of excellence. There must have been a compelling reason for her to betray the Federation. However, if someone sought to seize her abilities and claim everything she possessed, the situation would be entirely different. Regardless, if the high-ranking officials of the Federation were aware of and supported this plan, it would undoubtedly lead to a massive upheaval among the populace. He needed to safeguard this confidential document. It was akin to a nuclear bomb, which could prove invaluable at a critical moment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ran endeavored to steady his emotions. Today had yielded an overwhelming bounty. Regardless of whether it is the celestial visualization or this classified document, both shall serve as formidable tools for the future. Can it still consume metals now? Lin Ran observed as the Mo Yun vine entwined around the 3 corpses, absorbing the remaining essence of their blood, and then astonishingly devoured their armor and weapons into its body. Consuming such items, does it serve any purpose for it? Lin Ran gazed at the Mo Yun vine, curious. He had always believed that this creature only absorbed blood essence. Of course, it is beneficial. This is an SSS grade, mutated Mo Yun vine, and its capabilities are remarkably formidable. Consuming these precious metals can enhance its armor. Once that flower bud blossoms, you shall witness even more fascinating phenomena, the system elucidated. Is that so? Could it possibly create a world akin to an infinite Tsukuyomi? Lin Ran pondered, recalling scenes from a classic anime. If that were the case, it would indeed be splendid. What exactly can you manifest, little creature? Ding. The assassination task of Su Guosheng has been accomplished within 72 hours. Surprise reward is being generated. With the completion of the assassination task, the surprise reward Lin Ran earned commenced its calculation. Congratulations, you have acquired a second talent slot. You're now able to randomly draw 1 new SSS grade ability. A new SSS grade ability. Does this imply that I can pursue a dual talent path? That would be quite favorable. The significance of abilities is self-evident to any martial artist. An additional ability that resonates with one's body could precipitate a monumental transformation. Very well, let us draw now. Chapter 43, Spatial Gravity. Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS grade talent. Spatial Gravity. Spatial gravity generates a powerful gravitational field centered around the individual, allowing for arbitrary manipulation of gravitational strength and direction within a certain range. Akin to the effects of the gravity fruit. Current effective range, 33, expandable in the future. Spatial gravity, you say? Lin Ran closed his eyes, attuning himself to this newly acquired power. Weightlessness. With a mere thought, the area within a radius of 33 around him was instantly transformed into a state of weightlessness. Under the influence of gravity, he found himself swaying, effortlessly floating upwards. Simultaneously, the weeds and stones on the ground began to levitate as well. Overweight, gravitational pull, repulsion. Lin Ran persistently experimented with the usage of his ability within this small space. He possessed a remarkable aptitude and soon mastered this new capability. This ability is exceptionally suited for combat. When encountering individuals weaker than himself, it goes without saying that merely the pressure of gravitational force would render them immobile. Conversely, those stronger than him would also be significantly hindered due to the chaotic fluctuations of gravity. At one moment, there is excess weight, at another, weightlessness, at times, gravitational pull, and at others, repulsion, constantly shifting and transforming, leaving opponents defenseless. It is about time to return. The matters here are unlikely to remain concealed for long. Soon, a storm of bloodshed is surely to ensue. After perusing that document, Lin Ran has gained a new understanding of the Federation. However, he and Ye Zhiyu are still in their developmental phase, and until they possess the strength to overturn the table, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. He certainly does not wish to repeat past mistakes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, back already? Upon hearing the sound of the lock turning, Ye Zhiyu, who was lounging at home watching forbidden anime, sprang up instantly. She hastily switched to a more conventional television program and adjusted her slipping straps before propping her head up with her hand, feigning a lazy demeanor as she gazed towards the entrance. "HM, are you unwell, or did a goblin give you a beating? You seem a bit pale." Due to that sword strike, Lin Ran's complexion was indeed not very good. He had not shattered his internal organs, but he had sustained some internal injuries. "Sigh, don't mention it. I encountered 3 goblins. However, I still emerged victorious," Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. It is not uncommon for martial artists to sustain injuries while training in secret realms, as long as one does not lose an arm or a leg. It is not a matter of great concern. "Huh? You're injured? You too. I told you I could take you on a dungeon run, but you insisted on going alone. Take off your clothes. Let me check if you have any internal injuries." Zhiyu got up, adjusting her top straps, which were not very secure and kept slipping down. "Mifine. What internal injuries could I possibly have? I'll wash up first and we can discuss it later." Seeing Zhiyu so proactively approach him, Lin Ran hastily shook his head and dashed back to his room, snatching a change of clothes before rushing to the bathroom. Something feels off. Observing Lin Ran's hurried demeanor, a flicker of doubt arose in Zhiyu's heart. Why does it seem like something is amiss? It feels as if Lin Ran is concealing something from her. Soon, the sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. Listening to the sound, Zhiyu's face broke into a sly smile. Not allowing her to see only piqued her curiosity further. "You can't blame me. I'm just concerned for you. And besides, I've seen you before." Of course, the before she referred to mostly pertained to their time prior to her rebirth. For an extended period, the two had been inseparable, sharing a deep bond. Unfortunately, later on, Lin Ran succumbed to insecurity and was ensnared by a vixen, leading to their tragic demise. Zhiyu gently brushed her finger across her eye area, and a fiery essence, the size of a marble, coalesced in her hand. This was an alternate form of her ability, used for perception and exploration. Under her control, the tiny flame floated gracefully towards the glass window above the bathroom, providing a perfect view of the interior. At that moment, Lin Ran was blissfully reclined in the bathtub with his eyes closed, feeling quite fatigued after 2 days outside and a hasty return with injuries. On his chest, faint bruises were still visible, a testament to the force of that sword. A bit bruised, it doesn't appear too severe. Through the dim light of the small flame, Zhiyu could see clearly inside. If it were merely standard injuries, it would be of little consequence, as martial artists inevitably encounter such situations. Sustaining minor injuries and gaining combat experience is indeed beneficial. However, this fellow's physique is becoming increasingly impressive. After 2 days apart, Zhiyu found herself feeling a bit infatuated. Gazing at Lin Ran's handsome visage and his well-defined 8-pack abs, she could not help but swallow hard, her beautiful face flushing a deeper shade. No one would ever suspect that the usually aloof Ye Zhiyu could exhibit such behavior at home. If those who regarded her as their soul goddess were to discover this, their hearts would surely shatter. After soaking for half an hour, Lin Ran felt sufficiently refreshed and simply stood up from the bathtub. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the living room. It was the voice of Zhiyu. The Empress has sensed the shock you have brought her, intimacy level 200. "Zhiyu? What has happened?" Lin Ran, hearing Zhiyu's exclamation, hastily disregarded the system's perplexing notification. He quickly donned his clothes and, still damp, sprinted into the living room, concern etched upon his face as he stood before her. There, he beheld that the girl's face was as red as a ripe apple, her entire being radiating an astonishing warmth. "What's wrong? Are you unwell? Or?" Lin Ran inquired nervously, his heart heavy with worry for her well-being. I want some ice water," Ji replied, her temperature rising further as she looked at Lin Ran. Initially, she had merely wanted to check where he was injured, but unexpectedly, she had glimpsed numerous things that were typically reserved for VIPs. This revelation had utterly stunned her. Earlier, she had been concerned about Lin Ran's ability to maintain his composure. Now, she found herself worrying about her own state of mind. This guy, he is just too formidable. After consuming 3 bottles of ice water, Zhiyu's complexion finally returned to a semblance of normalcy, no longer as feverish as before. She often bestowed Lin Ran with small favors, but she hadn't anticipated that, in a moment of distraction, she might nearly be overwhelmed by his presence. Fortunately, her years of martial training had fortified her resolve. Otherwise, she would have been unable to withstand such an encounter. "What happened to you just now?" Lin Ran continued to express his concern, absent-mindedly brushing the damp strands of hair from his forehead. This habitual gesture, in such a peculiar circumstance, accentuated his distinct aura, infusing him with an alluring ruggedness. Thump, thump. Watching Lin Ran, Zhiyu's heart raced wildly. If he were to declare his feelings at that moment, she would undoubtedly throw herself into his arms without hesitation for a passionate encounter. Afterward, she could ponder their future in a calmer state. However, Lin Ran was merely acting out of concern, oblivious to the deeper implications of the moment. After all, this girl had no other peculiarities aside from her penchant for sleeping in the nude or going braless at home. "It's nothing. I just saw a large rat jump down from the window. It scared me to death." As she spoke, Zhiyu tugged at the straps of her top, noting how they had slipped multiple times even during the brief moment it took to drink water. It was evident she hadn't intended for that to happen. "Oh well, that's a relief. I'll check the kitchen later to see if there's a rat's nest," Lin Ran remarked, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the dazzling expanse of white before him, feeling a slight unease. He could not shake the sensation of a delicate fragrance lingering in the air, which struck him as peculiar. You should do that later. By the way, there is something I need to tell you. Director Hai has booked us tickets. We have a flight at 3 p.m. tomorrow, and we'll head straight to the Imperial City." "We're leaving tomorrow?" Lin Ran queried, perplexed, recalling that they were supposed to wait until after the National Martial Arts examination concluded. Indeed, the situation has become tense recently, especially since we acquired 3 bottles of body enhancement potions from Su Guoxin. The school is worried I might encounter danger if I return to the secret realm. So they've arranged for me to return to campus early, and they've also purchased your ticket. This way, we can travel together," Zhiyu explained. With the school's statement, many believe Lin Ran was merely a caretaker for Ye Zhiyu, seeking a diploma in the process, thus making their joint departure seem more reasonable. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept across her face. They were, after all, now together in a manner that was both logical and legitimate. "Oh, is that so? That works for me. I'll go pack my things," Lin Ran replied, contemplating the situation. Given that Su Guoxing's death would likely be revealed in the coming days, it made sense to head to the Imperial City early. The Imperial City was the largest metropolis in the Federation. He had visited a few times in his previous life, always under Zhiyu's guidance to tour the school. It was indeed a hub for prodigies. Apart from the offspring of distinguished families, those who could gain entry were usually genuine talents. At the very least, their prowess would not be lacking. Even those with A-class talents would possess some of the strongest abilities among their peers. Furthermore, many had completed their awakenings by the first year of high school, and some even boasted dual talents. "Let me help you pack," Zhiyu offered enthusiastically, not waiting for Lin Ran to refuse as she slipped into his room, clutching the straps of her top. The previous night, while Lin Ran was away, she had worn the very t-shirt he now donned, clutching his pillow as she slept in his room the entire night. Although she had tidied up a bit in the morning, she was still anxious about any potential oversights. Thus, she thought to assist in packing, ensuring that even if he suspected something, there would be no evidence to uncover. Sighing, Lin Ran shook his head in resignation, realizing that the progression of their relationship had surpassed his expectations. Yet, he remained baffled about the source of that earlier 200-point shock. "I'll pack your clothes and pants from the wardrobe and put them directly into the storage ring, so you won't have to deal with bulky bags," Zhiyu declared, having already seized Lin Ran's garments before he arrived. All right then." In truth, Lin Ran's storage space was considerably larger. But since she had eagerly volunteered for the task, he had no grounds to object. "Let me know if there is anything else you need. I'll help you pack it all," Zhiyu said, brimming with enthusiasm. Let me think." Lin Ran scanned his room, his gaze settling on the bed. It seemed it had rained outside last night, for there appeared to be some faint watermarks on the sheets. Just as he was about to examine it closely, Zhiyu swiftly snatched the sheet and tucked it into the storage ring. Internally, she sighed in relief. That was close, although she had dried it thoroughly with fire. It seemed she had overlooked some remnants of moisture, a lapse in caution. She should not have been lazy. She ought to have washed it that morning. However, seeing Lin Ran's surprised expression, Zhiyu composed herself and stated calmly, "There was a bit of rain. I came over to help you close the window last night. I'll be washing clothes shortly, so I'll toss it in the washing machine and use the fire of industry to dry it." Oh, I see. While Lin Ran found her unusual behavior somewhat odd, he chose not to dwell on it, as it was merely about washing a sheet and not a significant matter. Lin Ran's gaze then fell upon the pillow, where he noticed a rather crooked hair. As his hand was about to grasp that strand of hair, curious to investigate its origin, Zhiyu swiftly intervened. Employing the reverse dragon technique, she snatched it just before Lin Ran could make contact. It must be a hair. Perhaps it was blown in from outside during last night's gusty winds. With rain having entered, it seems entirely plausible that other items could have found their way indoors, right? After speaking, a flicker of flame emerged from Zhiyu's fingertips, thoroughly incinerating this unwelcome object. What kind of gaze is that? She questioned. Is what I just said not reasonable? Noticing Lin Ran's peculiar expression, Zhiyu felt a twinge of guilt, though she could never admit to such matters. Reasonable. Indeed, quite reasonable, she maintained with a serious demeanor. Although Lin Ran remained curious, he chose not to dwell on it further. He simply wished to rest well in preparation for their journey to the imperial city the following day. Yes, you seem tired as well. Perhaps it's best to rest for a while. Pleased that Lin Ran understood her words, Zhiyu nodded in satisfaction. Isn't this wonderful? As long as we don't delve too deeply into matters, we can coexist harmoniously. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the strap on her right shoulder slipped, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. All right, I shall rest now. We'll discuss other matters later tonight. Lin Ran had grown somewhat accustomed to such displays. Thankfully, this young lady only exhibited her unconventional habits at home. Were she to do so outside, she'd likely make headlines. She maintained an air of aloofness in public, a stark contrast to her behavior within the confines of her home. If her secret admirers were to discover this, the image of the cold goddess would surely shatter into a million pieces. Cradling the pillow Zhiyu had used the previous night, inhaling its faint, alluring fragrance, Lin Ran quickly succumbed to slumber. Sleeping so soon? It seems yesterday took quite a toll on you. Zhiyu mused as she gingerly approached Lin Ran. Seeing him drift into a sweet slumber, she felt emboldened, gently lying opposite him, gazing at his serene face. Oh, how I longed to embrace you. Zhiyu wished to take his hand, but hesitated, fearing she might awaken him. She was content with their current relationship. To outsiders, it might not appear particularly close. Yet they had undoubtedly made significant emotional progress. At the very least, Lin Ran was willing to share many things with her. He revealed, honestly, I never intended to act so coldly toward you. I was terrified that if things remained as they were, you would simply see me as your brother. Though we might be close, it would still only be a semblance of intimacy. This arrangement is far better, Zhiyu thought to herself while gazing at Lin Ran. In her youth, she had always been Lin Ran's shadow, trailing him wherever he went. His affable nature led him to introduce her as his sister to everyone, particularly after her awakening at 16, which made her exceedingly proud. During an interview with the Federal Daily, he had even unwittingly described their bond as akin to that of siblings from different parents, which was something that troubled Zhiyu. On one hand, she was constantly beset by those attempting to get closer to Lin Ran, and on the other, she needed to execute her plans seamlessly. Consequently, having learned for her past missteps, Zhiyu was determined to prevent Lin Ran from ever viewing her merely as a sister. Such a notion was utterly mundane to her. The term held no place in her lexicon. Meanwhile, in a concealed underground conference room, a middle-aged man donned in a golden mask addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, due to your investments, we have achieved significant results in our experiments. Based on the latest technology exchanged from the other races, the midterm human modifications are nearly complete. The characteristics of these life forms are stable, and they can utilize their awakened powers normally. The other attendees, each wearing variously patterned masks, exuded an aura of mystery. Our current plan is to enroll this first batch of modified individuals into the Federal Marshall University for comparative testing alongside the new students. We aim to analyze whether their performance differs from that of standard awakened individuals. However, we require your assistance in resolving matters regarding their enrollment and identities. The man in the golden mask continued. He was solely responsible for scientific research, while the others were tasked with managing relationships. There are no issues with enrollment. Someone interjected. What we wish to know is the probability of energy surges post-transplant. When will we be able to perform such modifications for our descendants? Responses came swiftly from the audience. Those present held extraordinary power within the Federation, and it was their support that enabled the advancement of the modification plan. While there had been some progress in the experiments, the mortality rate remained high. Forcing genetic fusion was inherently perilous, and many recipients succumbed to the overwhelming power post-transplant. Currently, the surge rate stands at 35, with potential for rejection in extreme cases. As for the implantation plan for your descendants, it is tentatively scheduled for 1 year from now, as I require more data to refine the process. However, you may begin searching for additional donor candidates. Once the experiments mature, I will be ready to perform modifications for your heirs at any time. At the City Defense Bureau of Wuzhou, Director Li Wenkai paced anxiously in his office. His mind was preoccupied with Su Guoxing's investigation results in the Hengduan Mountains. If any details were overlooked, or worse, if Su Guoxing discovered something else, the entire bureau would face dire consequences. Director, since you're so concerned, should we send someone to the Hengduan Mountains for a status check? A subordinate suggested quietly. Foolish. What purpose would that serve now? If we were to encounter him, he would accuse us of being incompetent and tampering with evidence. Li Wenkai firmly rejected the idea. Since Su Guoxing did not trust them, they had no choice but to wait for results within the bureau, lest they be blamed later. Reflecting on the scathing reprimand he had received that morning, Li Wenkai felt resentment bubbling within him. He secretly cursed. If only that guy could meet his demise in the secret realm. Chapter 46, A Taste of Power. The following day, Lin Ran was taken by surprise. He managed to sleep soundly until the following morning. Upon glancing at the clock, he noted it was 8 o'clock, still a reasonable hour. His gaze then fell upon the dynamic information notifications. That girl, she is quite diligent in her training. Lin Ran observed from the system notification that she had risen at 6 o'clock to refine her martial skills. Despite her seemingly languid demeanor at home, when she truly applies herself, few can match her dedication. Moreover, owing to her innate talent, her efficiency is remarkably high. Within a short span of morning practice, she had already contributed a significant portion of experience points to Lin Ran. Perhaps I should also attempt to visualize the constellation map, he mused. The strength of Ye Zhiyu must be enhanced, and his own power equally requires fortification. Only with sufficient strength could he safeguard that girl. After retrieving a shard of black crystal, Lin Ran seated himself cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes and adhering to the guidance provided by the system previously. He began to visualize the dim stars in his mind, aiming to ignite the closest and smallest one. His mental energy gradually flowed into that faint star which, under his influence, finally began to emit a glimmer of light. However, his mental energy was soon depleted, abruptly halting that special visualization state. Ugh! Although I managed to last 2 minutes longer than last time, it is still insufficient. The consumption of mental energy is simply too great. I must find a way to cultivate more mental energy. Once he exited the state, Lin Ran leaned against the bed, deep in contemplation. Both he and Ye Zhiyu lacked proficiency in mental energy. He was somewhat better off, having endured a decade of nightmares. His mental fortitude was significantly above that of the average individual. Nevertheless, the mental energy required to illuminate this vast sea of stars was utterly immense. Relying on such a method for cultivation would take an eternity. Unless, of course, he could acquire a high-level mental energy technique. Ding! Provide the Empress with a proper massage on any part of her body to alleviate her training fatigue. Reward: 1 lottery draw. You must be doing this on purpose. You should know I am a person of principles and boundaries. Lin Ran's heart tightened at the sudden task. Was this system fixated on his needs when assigning tasks? However, he had his limits. Ding! Provide the Empress with a proper massage on any part of her body to alleviate her training fatigue. Reward: 2 lottery draws. You can do that? If it were just a single lottery draw, Lin Ran might have disregarded it, but 2 draws were worthy of consideration. He needed to think of a way to ensure the massage technique was appropriate. Gazing at the enticing lottery conditions, Lin Ran ultimately succumbed to temptation, as long as he did not breach his moral boundaries. System, are you certain it can be any part? Lin Ran reconfirmed. Of course. In his mind, nearly 500 advanced massage techniques instantly materialized, each targeting different areas and producing various magical effects. Among them, 470 involved sensitive areas that would certainly not be suitable for this operation. After much deliberation, he concluded that a simple head massage would suffice. This is purely for the lottery. I harbor no ulterior motives towards her. None whatsoever. After finalizing the massage approach, Lin Ran began to repeatedly reassure himself. Initially, he intended to maintain a certain distance from the current Ye Zhiyu. Yet, under the system's relentless coaxing, their proximity only increased. The current Ye Zhiyu, combined with the Zhiyu from his past life, created a mental conflict that left him quite troubled. Sigh. Life is truly challenging. Girl, you must understand my predicament. I am doing this for our mutual benefit. With a heavy sigh, Lin Ran rose and made his way to the kitchen. One must proceed gradually. Since she was currently engrossed in her training, it was likely she was still in a complete focused state. Mentioning a massage at this time might very well get him thrown out. He needed to approach the subject delicately. Luyalu, after breakfast, Zhiyu, as usual, reclined on the sofa watching television. With a toothpick in hand, she occasionally poked at the apple pieces Lin Ran had cut for her. However, she noticed something odd about Lin Ran today. He was holding the rabbit he had gifted her and occasionally pressing it against his head. Are you all right? Why do you keep pressing that rabbit's head? After watching Lin Ran press it a dozen times, Zhiyu could no longer contain her curiosity. I learned a new life skill while watching television yesterday, but I had no opportunity to practice it, so I thought I'd try on your rabbit. Lin Ran replied sheepishly. Naturally, he wouldn't foolishly approach Zhiyu to discuss a massage directly. This was purely a ploy to extract the system's rewards. Unfortunately, I have to leave soon, and I have no suitable person to practice on. It seems I must seek out a senior at school to test this massage technique. Lin Ran lamented. A senior? A massage? Upon hearing these two keywords, Zhiyu instantly grew anxious, although he was not particularly skilled in martial arts. He was handsome and could cook well. What if he formed a connection with some other senior? Why seek a senior? I can try it on you, and I can even provide feedback. Zhiyu insisted, revealing her unease. The more exceptional Lin Ran became, the more she feared losing him. Is that appropriate? Lin Ran cautiously inquired. What could be inappropriate? If I say it's fine, it's fine. I train every day, and my neck is a bit sore. It would be great if you could help with that. Zhiyu replied nonchalantly, her true feelings veiled beneath her words, as she simply wished to keep Lin Ran away from other girls. All right, since you agree, I shall proceed. Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with determination. The strategy was indeed effective. His hands trembled slightly as they rested on Zhiyu's head. This was the first intimate contact since his rebirth, and he felt a flutter of nervousness. Zhiyu, too, was affected. As Lin Ran caressed her head, her breathing quickened, and her ears flushed a rosy hue. Close your eyes. I'm going to apply pressure. Lin Ran inhaled deeply, pressing his thumbs against her temples with a gentle yet firm force. A soft moan escaped Zhiyu's lips, and she felt as if an electric current coursed through her, leaving her body pleasantly tingling. Her delicate toes instinctively curled. Little did Zhiyu know that Lin Ran possessed such profound massage skills. This brief encounter had ensnared her senses. Ding! The Empress is immersed in spiritual satisfaction. Intimacy level 300. Please, host, continue your efforts. Chapter 47. The Ring of Mental Power. Half an hour later. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on earning 2 lottery chances. Zhiyu? Lin Ran observed her, seemingly in a deep slumber, slumped against the sofa. It's nothing. I just want to rest on the sofa for a while. You carry on with your work? Zhiyu languidly waved her delicate hand. Her voice laced with a hint of intoxication. The half-hour massage of her head and neck had bestowed upon her an unprecedented comfort, a sensation that was even somewhat exhilarating. If only Lin Ran could assist her with such massages daily, she began to ponder. After all, how could such a delightful opportunity be squandered on others? However, that was merely her overthinking. Were it not for the system's rewards, Lin Ran would hardly have rushed over to provide any healthcare massage. Brimming with excitement, Lin Ran swiftly returned to his room. 2 lottery chances should yield something remarkable, right? With a hushed utterance, the pointer on the spinning wheel began to rotate gently once more. Stop. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an exceptional healing potion. Healing potion? Again. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Mental Power Amplification Ring. Mental Power Amplification Ring. Equipment grade, epic. Equipment attributes, tenfold amplification of mental power with accelerated automatic recovery rate. Unique item, binding, non-tradable. Tenfold amplification of mental power and an enhanced recovery speed. Indeed, it must be an item bestowed by the system. With a mere thought, the silver mental power amplification ring materialized in Lin Ran's hand. At first glance, the ring appeared to be an ordinary trinket. Yet only Lin Ran could comprehend its immense power. With this ring, even in the absence of suitable mental power martial skills, he could gradually illuminate those stars. Next, he would see if there were opportunities to acquire the remaining star fragments. If he could gather 7 pieces, each illuminated star would provide an additional dimensional enhancement of 7. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. As he donned the ring and settled on his bed, Lin Ran hummed a tune. A spark of inspiration struck him, and he began anonymously editing on his phone. This time, he had confiscated several vials of SSS-grade gene and enhancement potions from Su Guosheng. The benefits he obtained from her using these potions far surpassed any direct use on his part. Thus, he naturally aimed to devise a method to present them to her. After much contemplation, given the sheer volume of items, it would be best to send them under the guise of the Prophet, and he could also inform her of potential future occurrences. Although Su Mo met an untimely demise, the crisis you are about to face remains. During your visit to the Federal University, you will encounter a violent loli named Sierra. Though she is petite, her strength is formidable, and she will become your ally in the future. Additionally, be wary of a sophomore girl named Chun-Li, who appears friendly but harbors deep-seated animosity towards you. In a corner of your home's south rooftop terrace, I have left a special item for you. I hope you find it useful. After finishing the edits and scheduling the send time, Lin Ran grabbed the kitchen trash bag and prepared to leave. However, upon stepping out, he noticed that the girl had vacated the living room and was mysteriously washing something in the bathroom. An hour later, upon receiving the anonymous email, Zhiyu hurriedly ascended to the rooftop terrace, where she indeed discovered a black package in a discreet corner. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find several vials of SSS-grade enhancement potions. Who could it be? Holding the package, Zhiyu cautiously surveyed her surroundings, finding nothing particularly unusual. Yet, the words of the Prophet rang true. She had indeed made her first friend at the Federal University, initially an enemy, but later a friend. The little loli named Sierra was no ordinary awakened individual, but a dual-born modified entity. After storing the potions in her storage ring, Zhiyu was in no rush to use them. The identity of the benefactor was too enigmatic, and she was uncertain whether the potions contained anything else. It would be wiser to test their composition at a reputable shop upon arriving in the Imperial City. Having suffered immensely from the Federation's deception, she remained wary of any stranger, except for Lin Ran. Afternoon at the airport. After lunch, the two of them had already settled in the waiting area. Lin Ran, clad in a black trench coat, sat discreetly in a chair, eyes closed as he contemplated the star map. With the amplification from the mental power ring, he could now visualize for up to half an hour, and his mental recovery was notably swift. He anticipated that by tonight, he could illuminate the first star. Zhiyu sat beside him, engrossed in her phone. Dressed in a rather understated manner, she sported a necessary sun hat, a round-necked off-shoulder top paired with a gray sports miniskirt. Her long legs elegantly wrapped in skin-toned stockings that subtly glimmered. Even in her understated attire, she remained strikingly eye-catching, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Attention! Passengers heading to the Imperial City, flight KT-1349. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhiyu exclaimed, "Boarding has begun. We should go." Chapter 48. Others are waiting. Lord Agrius. Lin Ran messaged, informing him that he and Ye Zhiyu would be arriving in the Imperial City today to report to school. However, that fellow made another request, stating he had never stayed in a five-star hotel and hoped they could arrange a presidential suite for him outside the school, as he wished to stay for a while. Qingmu promptly relayed Lin Ran's request to the individuals behind the scenes. "No problem. We will proceed as he suggested, as long as he can provide sufficiently valuable information. This is a trivial matter." The person on the other end of the line was indifferent to the situation. What he needed was to accurately grasp information about Ye Zhiyu through Lin Ran. As long as there was an opportunity in the future, these investments would be worthwhile. Once the matter was settled, it would be simple to dispose of that greedy individual. On the plane, the room had already been booked, a standard presidential suite. During this time, I won't be staying at the school. Lin Ran proudly waved his phone, displaying the order confirmation to Zhiyu. Qingmu proved to be quite reliable. After he made the request, the room was promptly secured. To avoid raising Zhiyu's suspicions regarding Lin Ran's sudden wealth, Aoki thoughtfully prepared a lottery ticket worth $1 million for him, urging him to find the time to claim his prize promptly. "What? You get to stay in a five-star presidential suite while I am relegated to a dormitory at school? How could you be so shameless?" Zhiyu cast a glance at Lin Ran's phone. Was this guy truly going too far? Using his own earnings to indulge in a presidential suite. Wasn't he that an egregious injustice? It was his expense report. Why should I feel any embarrassment? If you wish, I could offer you the bed tonight, and I would gladly take the sofa. Lin Ran chuckled. This trip to school for early registration mainly revolved around Zhiyu. He was merely a bystander. He harbored no interest in martial arts training, nor did he find it necessary. After toiling for half a day, he gleaned far less from it than the insights Zhiyu provided in just half an hour. So why exert himself? Relaxing in a comfortable room, enjoying the air conditioning and fresh fruit, replenishing his energy to stargaze, and delivering a heartfelt lunch to that girl at mealtime. Wasn't he that a splendid way to live? Of course, when the time came, He would need to hunt ferocious beasts and replenish the energy for his blood shield. Safety was paramount, and one must always apply a modicum of diligence. If that is the case, then it's settled. I'll sleep in the bed at night, and you can choose wherever to sleep during the day. Zhiyu was indifferent to this arrangement. It mattered little to her. Even with school commencing, she could still reside outside without any issue. There was nothing to discuss. Huh? You genuinely intend to stay? Lin Ran thought he was jesting with her. After all, they were in college. How could they possibly share a living space? Although he was no longer concerned about others threatening Zhiyu because of him, living together so openly still seemed rather improper, didn't it? What other option is there? With the entire Federation aware that you came here to take care of my daily needs, how could we manage if we didn't live together? Wouldn't people just spread rumors again? You wouldn't want to put the school and me in a difficult position, would you? Zhiyu squinted, gazing at Lin Ran with a knowing look to come up with such a flawless rationale. She truly was a clever one. Lin Ran, who had been feeling a bit smug just moments before, suddenly found himself at a loss for words, especially after Zhiyu uttered that classic rhetorical question. He realized he had no other reason to refuse. Fine, then I'll take the sofa. The bed will be yours. Lin Ran had no desire to share a bed with a girl. That would be highly inappropriate. However, to truly maintain a facade, he would need to borrow the hotel's kitchen. Otherwise, how could he convince others that their cohabitation was solely due to her craving his culinary skills? Meanwhile, at the Imperial City Airport, a tall young man dressed in a gentleman's suit, holding flowers, gazed at the planes taking off and landing, a sly smile gracing his face. Through family connections, he had successfully learned of Ye Zhiyu's arrival for her registration today. With arrangements made at home, the school had also consented to his coming to welcome Ye Zhiyu. Sumo, you fool. Attempting to get close to Ye Zhiyu ahead of time in Wuzhou City, only to lose your life in the process. Now, the opportunity belongs to me, Augustus. As he contemplated the tragic fate of Sumo, who perished in Wuzhou, he could hardly suppress a chuckle. They were all immensely powerful second-generation heirs, possessing extraordinary abilities. And naturally, competition among them was fierce. Had Sumo survived, the Su family would likely have secured another parliamentary seat for him, which would not bode well for other families. After all, the Su family already occupied 3 of the 108 parliamentary seats in the Federation. Holding a seat meant wielding significant influence. The allocation of resources and the deployment of armed forces were determined by the parliament. In this world, mere wealth and combat prowess were insufficient. One must also possess considerable power. With enough power, one could even command high-ranking generals to act on one's behalf. Is it 4 o'clock already? That must be the flight. Augustus observed a red plane appearing in his line of sight, his smile widening. He glanced at his reflection in the airport's polished glass, tidied his golden hair, and spritzed on some expensive men's cologne to enhance his allure. In his mind, he had rehearsed the upcoming encounter countless times. He was eagerly anticipating the surprise of meeting the legendary aloof goddess. Oh dear, I think I've twisted my ankle. Zhiyu appeared to be a tad too excited. While disembarking from the escalator, she stumbled and twisted her foot. To your luck a bit too fortuitous? Lin Ran looked at Zhiyu with some confusion. After all, she was a martial artist, yet could still twist her ankle. How was I to know this would happen? The school indicated they had arranged for classmates to pick us up. Let us hurry, so we don't keep them waiting. After saying this, Zhiyu began to bounce along, ready to continue. So since someone is waiting, I might as well carry you to avoid making them anxious. Seeing Zhiyu's genuine demeanor, Lin Ran hesitated. Well, is that appropriate? Zhiyu feigned some embarrassment, but her body was quite honest as she leapt onto Lin Ran's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Let us go. Others are waiting. Chapter 49. Have they even booked a room? Where is everyone? Augustus, holding flowers, scanned the crowd diligently. He had struck the classic pose numerous times, but still had not spotted Ye Zhiyu. Just as he pondered this, a voice as melodious as a lark rang in his ear. Excuse me, are you Augustus? Huh? Augustus turned to see a stunning woman in a sun hat curiously gazing at him. Upon seeing that exquisite face, he immediately confirmed that this was indeed the goddess. Ye Zhiyu. But why was she perched on a young man's back, clinging to his neck? Yes, I am Augustus. I was the one who messaged you before. The school arranged for me to come here to greet you. Al-Hushtish replied hastily. However, what's the situation here? Ye Zhiyu is typically quite aloof in public, and he genuinely couldn't fathom why she was suddenly in this position, prompting him to inquire further. It's nothing much. I twisted my ankle while getting off the plane, so I'm temporarily unable to walk conveniently, Zhiyu casually explained. Such an injury must have healed long ago. However, opportunities to be so openly carried by Lin Ran are scarce, and naturally, she wishes to linger a little longer in that position. Upon hearing this explanation, Augustus found it quite reasonable. After all, how could the moon goddess in his heart be so indiscriminate? So who is this? Augustus gazed at Lin Ran with hesitation, for he had never encountered Lin Ran before. He is Lin Ran, Zhiyu replied directly. Wasn't it announced at school? He is here to take care of my daily needs. Oh, now he understands. Al-Hushtishnaudit. He had heard of that matter, yet knew little about Lin Ran. Previously, he had only been informed that their relationship seemed to be rather strained, but now it appeared to be quite the opposite of what he had heard. However, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further at this moment. Fearing it might displease Ye Zhiyu, it would be best to wait until they returned to school. Well, since you are all here, let's head to the school now. I will drive. Please wait for me at the front exit while I fetch the car. The arrival of Lin Ran had evidently disrupted Augustus's plans, compelling him to further investigate the nature of their relationship. If it posed a hindrance to his intentions, he would not hesitate to take action. The imperial city is not a place where just anyone can linger. The scent of cologne was indeed overpowering. Why would a man douse himself in such a fragrance? Carrying Zhiyu, Lin Ran muttered to himself, who knows? Nevertheless, the fragrance was rather pleasant. Shall I buy a bottle of the same for you? Zhiyu teased. No, why would I need that? All right, don't wiggle. You're about to fall off. With that, Lin Ran naturally wrapped his arm around Zhiyu's waist and lifted her slightly. This sudden movement caused Zhiyu to instinctively tighten her legs, her ears flushing red. For some reason, ever since Lin Ran had given her a massage, her mind had been filled with numerous fantasies. In truth, Lin Ran felt somewhat awkward as well. Although Zhiyu was not heavy, her ample bosom pressed against his back, creating an undeniably vivid sensation. The swaying felt akin to a soft cushion massaging his back. When she spoke, she was almost whispering in his ear, the warmth of her breath causing him some discomfort, fearful that he might inadvertently become the center of attention in an embarrassing moment. Once in the car, Lin Ran and Zhiyu naturally settled in the back seat, while Augustus donned his earpiece, listening to his subordinate's report on Lin Ran's situation. Yet after listening for a while, he found no apparent issues. Zhiyu, the imperial city boasts many splendid sights. Perhaps I could take you on a tour another day? After removing his earpiece, Augustus resumed his courteous demeanor, cherishing this rare opportunity for a private conversation. Let's pass on that. Training is paramount. We can discuss it later. Zhiyu declined without a second thought. What good could come from associating with Augustus? If they were to explore, it would certainly be her taking Lin Ran along. They had made plans a few times before, but alas, their schedules had never aligned. This time would be different. Oh, outside the school, there are plenty of food centers. Once the registration is complete today, shall I take you to try some? Augustus remained undeterred, eager to seize the opportunity for a deeper connection with Ye Zhiyu. Next time, after such a lengthy flight, all she desired was a bowl of light porridge from home. Everything else could wait. Zhiyu gently declined yet again. She had long grown accustomed to such trivial flirtations. It was always about going out or dining together. Did they truly harbor any genuine intentions? She was neither against exploring nor sampling delicacies. She simply did not wish to partake in these activities with someone she did not favor. After being rebuffed consecutively by Ye Zhiyu, Augustus fell into a temporary silence. He had not anticipated that this woman would be so unyielding, offering him no leeway at all. Zhiyu, once we arrive at the school, I will head to the hotel to collect the room key. Could you assist me with the registration? I have nothing else to attend to there today, Lin Ran remarked. The registration process merely involved signing a confirmation. Since Zhiyu held a special training status, she would likely remain at the school longer. His visit there was purely superfluous. It would be more prudent to return to the hotel and settle his luggage. All right, here, take this storage ring. Once you have the room sorted, send me the room number. After I finish my school business, I will come to the hotel to find you. See you, Augustus interjected. Are you two not staying on campus? Planning to get a room outside? Augustus was taken aback by their conversation. What was going on? Were they truly going to rent a room? Surely he had not misheard. Chapter 50. Only Lin Ran can do this. What is wrong with cooking in a hotel room? Zhiyu retorted. And no, there's nothing wrong. Seeing Zhiyu's righteous demeanor, Augustus dared not dispute her claims. Besides, he was merely responsible for transportation. What Zhiyu chose to do was beyond the school's purview, and he could hardly intervene. It must simply be for cooking, he reassured himself internally. However, he still harbored a twinge of jealousy towards Lin Ran, questioning why he was allowed such closeness with the goddess. By the way, how is your foot? Would you like me to massage it to ensure you can walk comfortably later? Lin Ran recalled this matter. If her foot had not healed, he would have to accompany her again. After all, he could not allow anyone else to carry Zhiyu. The thoughts of a man are often peculiar. On one hand, he recoiled from such notions, yet on the other, he disliked the idea of another man taking advantage of Zhiyu's situation. It still hurts a bit, Zhiyu replied. seemingly shy but inwardly delighted, wishing she could sprain her ankle 10 times over each day. Lin Ran effortlessly untied the straps of Zhiyu's sandals, taking her delicate, fair foot into his grasp. This was a moment coveted by foot fetishists, and he was reveling in it, following the massage techniques that sprang to mind. He gently began to knead her ankle. Damn it, this is infuriating. Augustus could scarcely contain his rage upon witnessing Lin Ran audaciously disrespecting the goddess in his heart. He felt as though he might shatter his molars with his biting frustration. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. Was this something an ordinary person could so casually handle? Yet, he still dared not unleash his fury, merely clenching his jaw in silence. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Ran observed the young man's hand incessantly wandering over his goddess's feet. As the massage session drew to a close, they finally arrived at their destination. All right, let's connect over the phone later. Lin Ran meticulously helped Ye Zhiyu put her sandals back on before stepping out of the car and closing the door, preparing to head to the adjacent hotel for a moment of respite. This fellow truly was something. While Lin Ran was massaging her legs, Ye Zhiyu was diligently suppressing her composure, maintaining a facade of indifference. Augustus, the school is just ahead. I'll get off here and walk over. Thank you for your efforts today, Ye Zhiyu shouted to Augustus before promptly exiting the vehicle. This university was familiar territory for her. She needed no guidance to find the academic affairs office. There were matters she needed to discuss thoroughly with the school authorities. With Ye Zhiyu having exited the car, Augustus, with a determined bite, finally crushed his molar. This was utterly intolerable. After all his plotting, all he received was a mere thank you. Meanwhile, that untalented fool could effortlessly manipulate the goddess's form. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice wash over him. He was filled with resentment and fury. If he could not have Zhiyu, could he not also control Lin Ran? Upon entering the Imperial Grand Hotel, Lin Ran first washed his hands before proceeding to the front desk. After verifying Lin Ran's identification, the front desk attendant reverently presented him with the room keycard. Both hands extended. It was important to note that this was a prestigious hotel. Patrons here were far from ordinary. Furthermore, the young man had reserved a luxurious presidential suite, indicative of a well-established family background. Good day, sir. Please follow me. After handing over the key card, the elegantly attired attendant in black stockings graciously guided Lin Ran. For first-time guests at such a hotel, exceptional service was paramount. Truly, it was the most expensive hotel in the Federation. As Lin Ran traversed the opulent layout of the hotel, the description of magnificent was hardly an exaggeration. Each crystal radiating a light reminiscent of countless stars. The lapis lazuli floor gleamed like a pristine lake, evoking a sense of serenity. The walls of the lobby were adorned with masterpieces from renowned artists, creating the sensation of strolling through an art exhibition. Most notably, the hotel emanated a rich spiritual aura, evidently enhanced by a specialized array designed for gathering energy. There was indeed a reason for the high prices. Augustus had indeed put considerable thought into ensuring Lin Ran's unwavering loyalty. However, little did they anticipate that upon receiving the funds, Lin Ran would swiftly turn the tables, making them unwitting victims of their own schemes. Sir, everything is prepared inside. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to contact us. There is a direct line to the front desk in your room. Here is my personal business card. As she spoke, the front desk attendant discreetly slipped a card with her phone number into Lin Ran's hand before gracefully departing. For them, working here was less about salary and more about the opportunity to engage with affluent young heirs. If they succeeded, it could be a life-altering turn of fortune. Who do they think I am? Upon entering his suite, Lin Ran casually tossed the business card into the trash. He held little interest in these women and had no pressing physical desires. Whenever such thoughts arose, memories of Zhiyu being pierced by a barrage of arrows flooded his mind, extinguishing any semblance of interest. Upon switching on the lights, Lin Ran took a moment to explore the presidential suite. The space was truly vast, nearly 3 times the size of his original home. Not only was it exquisitely decorated, but it also exuded luxury and comfort. A plush bed, fine sofas, and antique bronze artifacts adorned the room. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could gaze upon the entire panorama of the Federal University. Stepping outside, he discovered a private terrace complete with a rockery and a small swimming pool. On a summer night, enjoying the cool breeze and moonlight here would undoubtedly be a pleasure reserved for the wealthy. However, there was one aspect of the room that seemed somewhat impractical. The bathroom was enclosed by semi-transparent antique glass. While aesthetically pleasing, it would easily reveal blurred outlines if someone were bathing, which might prove inconvenient. After all, everyone knew that he, enhanced by the system, had a certain ferocity in some respects. Meanwhile, after nearly 2 days of Su Guoxing's disappearance, someone finally sensed that something was amiss. Surely, if there were any clues within that cave, he wouldn't have remained missing for so long unless something new had transpired in the mountains. Chapter 51. This room is rather nice. Staying here was indeed a far cry from the discomfort of student dormitories. After completing her registration, Zhiyu promptly returned to the hotel. Reclining on the soft mattress, she stretched her long legs, seemingly engaging in a bit of light exercise. Well, you can't overlook how expensive this place is. Augustus certainly spared no expense to obtain more information about you, Lin Ran remarked, reclining on the sofa with a calm demeanor. The spiritual energy in this room was even more potent than in the lobby. Practicing breathing techniques here would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Then just send him some inconsequential information. Zhiyu replied nonchalantly. For instance, our dealings with Su Guoxing and my current need for various high-grade potions. I'll take whatever he can provide. After all, why refuse free offerings? After lying there for a while, Zhiyu flipped over and lay directly on the bed. However, due to her curvaceous figure, even while lying prone, she remained elevated. Are you sure? Lin Ran looked at Zhiyu with some hesitation. Really? Of course I'm sure. Just follow my instructions. The items he desired would be compiled and sent to him weekly. He would simply need to forward them to Augustus at that time. Zhiyu, with a carefree attitude, continued, Augustus is from a noble family in the Federation, so he certainly has plenty of money. I'm not bound by any limitations like before. If they want to win me over, they'd better provide the benefits up front. We can discuss the future once I've grown stronger. All right, I'll do as you say and send it directly to him. As she spoke, Lin Ran began drafting a lengthy message to send directly to Aoki, articulating his thoughts and needs. As for how Augustus would respond, that would depend on his own intentions. Now, they are primarily focused on reaping the benefits without any cost. Zhiyu, is the position of this sofa somewhat inappropriate? Should I shift the sofa's location? Upon seeing Zhiyu reclined on the bed, Lin Ran noticed another issue. The room where Zhiyu was sleeping had a window, even with the door shut. By merely turning to the side, one could view the entirety of him lounging on the sofa. This seemed rather inconvenient, didn't it? Why are you moving that sofa? Do you think I would be so indiscreet? Or are you concerned that I might take advantage of you? No one knows Lin Ran's thoughts better than Zhiyu. Whatever is on his mind, Zhiyu is generally well aware. Well, if Zhiyu says so, what can Lin Ran say? He can only make do for now. With him responsible for this girl's daily needs, it should be safe. At the very least, her nutrition would be adequately managed. And it would also provide continued opportunities for interaction. He hoped to awaken that special eye technique soon. Well done. The boss is very pleased with the information you have relayed. I hope you will continue to strive diligently and ensure that even more valuable intelligence is transmitted. Shortly after Lin Ran sent out the message, he quickly received a response from Aoki. Clearly, this information was immensely valuable to them. There exists a concept known as catering to one's preferences. Since Ye Zhiyu was an urgent need, they could find a suitable pretext to offer her something in order to win her favor. Look, they're indeed falling into the trap. I estimate it won't be long before they dispatch someone to meet you. Lin Ran forwarded the received information to Zhiyu. No worries. Let them send whatever they wish. I will accept as much as they offer. After all, I am currently weak, and they cannot expect me to assist them immediately. In truth, Zhiyu harbored a deeper purpose in her actions. The more she collects, the inevitably stronger her ties to those investing families will become. When those individuals wish to act against her in the future, it will undoubtedly create a conflict of interest with the previous investors. By then, their upper echelons will likely descend into chaos due to their conflicting interests, which would be entirely beneficial for her. Lin Ran, have you learned any other massage techniques apart from head and foot massages? Lying on the bed, Zhiyu reminisced about the sensations from Lin Ran's previous massages. Her heart fluttering. No, I do not know anything else, Lin Ran replied decisively. Are you joking? The head and feet are relatively safe areas. The rest all converge towards the center. Can those be casually massaged? Oh, Zhiyu is evidently somewhat disappointed. Why not strive to learn more advanced techniques? I heard there are quite a few excellent massage postures. It's almost time for dinner. I'll head to the hotel kitchen to prepare a meal for you. Lin Ran glanced at the time. It was nearly dinner time. Normally, the hotel kitchen would not be available for use. However, Aoki possessed remarkable connections. It is said that this grand hotel in the capital has investments from a hidden benefactor. With a simple word from him, the hotel had allocated a fixed cooking station for Lin Ran, allowing him to use it at his convenience. Let us leave it for today. You've had a long day. How about we go out for a stroll and sample the street food of this imperial city tonight? Zhiyu had long been inclined towards this idea. Previously, Lin Ran had constantly declined her invitations to explore the city at night for various reasons. Now, she was determined to make up for all those past regrets. I still have. Lin Ran almost blurted out his habitual line from years ago. However, upon seeing Zhiyu's expectant gaze, he swallowed the words back. Indeed, that girl had expressed more than once her desire for him to accompany her on nighttime excursions in the imperial city, to admire the riverside fireworks displayed together. Yet, he had always found various excuses to refuse. On one hand, he felt unworthy. After all, those surrounding her were all exceptional individuals, members of powerful families. On the other hand, he had an inkling that her feelings for him had undergone a significant transformation. If such a situation were to unfold, given the media's portrayal at the time, there would undoubtedly be those eager to tarnish his reputation. Thus, he had consistently evaded the matter. All right, then we shall go out to eat soon. I've heard that the riverside fireworks in the imperial city are stunning at night. Let us go see them together later. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, Lin Ran quickly added, let this be a way to compensate for my past failures to accompany you. If only he had been a bit bolder back then, perhaps the outcome would have been entirely different. How wonderful! Zhiyu, with her snow-white skin, gently propped her chin, a radiant smile gracing her face. Not having rejected the invitation was already a triumph. For the sake of their future happiness, she needed to strive even harder. Chapter 52, Surveillance from Jie. Meanwhile, Brother Jie, you must help me with this matter. Feeling as though possessed by a bull-headed spirit, Augustus, filled with fury, sought assistance. He would not confront Lin Ran directly. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly incur Ye Zhiyu's wrath. The only way to handle this was to engage others to act on his behalf. This would ensure greater safety. Furthermore, he could not simply eliminate the individual. He needed to make the other party experience torment and suffering, to instill in them the understanding that the goddess was not someone who could be trifled with. Is this the guy? Constantine Jie gazed at Lin Ran's photograph, unconsciously licking his lips, surprised to discover such an exquisite young man, truly to his taste. Yes, Brother Jie, it is indeed this individual. I hope you can punish him severely in your most ruthless manner and record the video for me. Observing the robust figure before him, Augustus felt a tinge of fear. This individual, once enraged, would not spare even his classmates. Fortunately, he had some family backing. Although the other party had intentions, they would not dare to act too recklessly. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction with this matter. However, you know that I cannot work for free. After all, this endeavor will require considerable effort on my part. Konstantin Ye Zhiyu ominously. Since you are seeking my assistance, payment is a necessity. Understood, absolutely agreeable. Augustus silently cursed the other party for their greed, but maintained a smile on his face. There was no other option. To prevent Ye Zhiyu from suspecting him in the future, it was better for this individual to take action. Moreover, he was confident that, after this incident, Lin Ran would have no choice but to endure. After all, Lin Ran, you surely wouldn't want the entire world to know how you were bullied by Brother Jie, would you? As night fell, Zhiyu donned a baseball cap, changed into a beige overcoat, slipped into a pair of ultra-short denim shorts, and put on white sneakers before stepping out with Lin Ran. The evening was quiet, and this attire felt refreshingly comfortable. However, her pair of slender, snow-white legs naturally drew attention, becoming the focal point even amidst a sparse crowd. Following the familiar path etched in her memory, Zhiyu led the way, holding a chilled beverage in one hand and savoring a specialty skewer with the other, exuding pure delight. Occasionally, she would wave back at Lin Ran, who lagged behind, urging him to quicken his pace, oblivious to the fact that he was currently immersed in a contemplative state. Just a breath away from illuminating the first star in his sea of consciousness, he ambled along at a leisurely pace. At last, the moment arrived. Visualization successful. You have successfully lit the first star, gaining the buff of stellar power. Your strength, defense, and mental fortitude have each increased by 1 point. Out of thin air, he had garnered an additional 2,000 kilograms of strength. And this was merely the initial step. Many more stars awaited him. With each elevation in realm, these supplementary powers would undergo corresponding transformations. Presently, that initial one equated to 2,000 kilograms. Future increments might soar to 20,000, or even 200,000 kg. If he could locate the remaining 6 fragments, the accumulated strength would reach unfathomable heights. Meanwhile, this young man had a knack for enjoyment. The moment Lin Ran and Ye Zhiyu stepped out, Constantine Jie received word and stealthily trailed behind them. His talent bore semblance to his stealthy trait. Unless the target possessed exceptionally acute mental perception, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect his presence. Ahead lay a park. Clearly, these two intended to go there. Constantine Jie rapidly concocted a plan of action. He had gleaned Lin Ran's capabilities from Augustus, knowing him to be a mere D-grade weakling who had just awakened. In a secluded area, he could effortlessly abduct him. Grant him 3 minutes, and he would fulfill Augustus' orders without arousing Ye Zhiyu's suspicion. With this video in hand, the future would compel that young man to submit to him. The thought filled him with pride. He truly was a genius. Why does it seem like that guy has been trailing us for quite some time? Lin Ran, glancing around, unexpectedly spotted Constantine Jie's figure. Though the latter had concealed himself well, Lin Ran's remarkable memory allowed him to recall a fleeting glimpse, and he retained a vague impression. They had walked for about an hour since leaving the hotel, during which Zhiyu had deliberately meandered through several alleyways, collecting an array of trendy snacks. In his memory, he had seen that guy at least 3 times, and now he appeared not far behind them. Something was certainly amiss. Was he targeting Zhiyu? Lin Ran mused. Although it was their first day here, Zhiyu had lingered at school for quite some time post-registration. It was conceivable that others might wish to covertly monitor her actions. Another game, is it? Lin Ran continued to maintain his composure, trailing behind Zhiyu while subtly locking onto Constantine Jie with his mental perception. Let's head to the lakeside park to watch the fireworks, Zhiyu suggested, her face alight with excitement at the thought of the beautiful nightscape. It said to be quite stunning there. Very well, let us go there, he replied. The park was indeed a splendid locale. Although it was bustling with people, there were numerous secluded paths where opportunities for intervention could easily arise. He was eager to discern what intentions this fellow harbored toward Zhiyu. Anyone with such thoughts would not escape his scrutiny. Chapter 53. Do you prefer a steel rod or? The night view at the lakeside park was enchanting. Zhiyu, joyfully resembling a child, led Lin Ran through the park's corners. Isn't the night view lovely? She remarked, gesturing toward the lake reflecting the fireworks. In the past, when she felt weary at school or longed for home, she would often stroll through this park, and witnessing those vibrant fireworks would invariably uplift her spirits. Indeed, it is quite beautiful. However, I feel a bit unwell. I need to use the restroom, Lin Ran stated. Having ventured into this secluded pathway, the short-haired man persistently followed them. It was time to take action. Shall I accompany you? Zhiyu quipped, noting the deserted area. She had indeed come across such reports online in the past, mentioning a notorious assailant targeting men specifically. Allegedly, this assailant wielded a steel rod, offering victims a choice, and recorded the heinous acts for extortion. However, that article had been swiftly debunked by the local federal government, which claimed it was a malicious rumor, asserting that the lakeside park was entirely safe, with no such incidents ever occurring. Hence, she found herself uncertain about the truth. But it seemed unlikely that they would encounter such a situation, right? You're overthinking it. With my 8-pack abs, do you really think someone would dare to lay a hand on me? I'd retaliate in an instant. Lin Ran intended to jest about retaliating against that male assailant. Yet, recalling that he was not a pervert, he reconsidered. All right, just wait here for me. I'll return after using the restroom. With that, Lin Ran headed toward the temporary restroom by the lakeside. Cackling to himself, Constantine Jie saw this as his moment. If this man sought his own demise, it would be futile to intervene. With Ye Zhiyu present, he refrained from acting. However, the restroom was somewhat isolated, a good 7 minutes away. Ample time for him to execute his plan. Why is he being followed? Wasn't it supposed to be Zhiyu? Lin Ran had initially intended to seize an opportunity to swiftly eliminate the assailant, but unexpectedly, as he moved, the shadow lurking behind him also stirred. Nevertheless, he did not associate this movement with the would-be assailant. After all, this fellow had trailed them from the hotel to this point, clearly harboring other motives. Thus, Lin Ran seized the opportunity to uncover this individual's background and intentions. As he contemplated, he calmly proceeded toward the restroom. Yet halfway there, he veered into a nearby thicket. The spaciousness outside, coupled with the loud sounds of fireworks, ensured that no one would intrude. It would be far safer to act here. Can't hold it anymore, can you? It's been a while since I've hidden in the thicket with someone. It seems today will offer a memorable experience. Constantine Jie retrieved a night vision helmet equipped with a camera from his bag, ensuring that he would capture high-definition first-person footage shortly. Following this, he produced a thick iron rod adorned with thorny barbs, his signature weapon. He relished the sight of his opponents succumbing to fear. Once all was prepared, he charged toward Lin Ran's direction, plunging directly into the fray. The surroundings were vast, and the cacophony of fireworks outside was deafening. Surely, even if that fellow screamed at the top of his lungs, no one would hear. Upon entering the grove, he paused. Where'd he go? Constantine Jie glanced around, but could not spot Lin Ran. However, observing the twisted underbrush, he quickly deduced Lin Ran's probable location. After all, he was merely a novice in the mountain-shaking realm, and he presumed that this recently awakened Lin Ran would pose no challenge. Thus, he did not entertain the notion of a trap. After about half a minute, he indeed spotted a figure half crouching on the ground, clad in a black trench coat. With tousled hair, it was undoubtedly that brat. Who are you? Lin Ran feigned a hint of panic upon seeing Constantine Ye wielding the thorny iron rod. You can call me a Ye, or Jiegu if you prefer. Constantine Ye gazed at Lin Ran, unable to suppress a gulp. This kid was undeniably striking, far more handsome than in the photographs. What do you want? Is it money? Lin Ran inquired. Jiegu doesn't want money. If you obediently comply, Jiegu could even give you some. As Constantine Ye advanced step by step, holding the thorny iron rod, he taunted, Kid, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Do you think someone like you can touch Ye Zhiyu? His eyes glinted with greed as he intended to warn Lin Ran, conveying Augustus' message to dissuade any ill intentions toward Ye Zhiyu. A spectacle like this was not a place for Lin Ran. Now, Jiegu presents you with two choices. Do you prefer this thorny iron rod, or would you rather have Jiegu's? Constantine Ye made no attempt to conceal his vile thoughts. In his eyes, did Lin Ran truly have a choice? Any wise person will be left with no option but to submit. Did Augustus send you? Lin Ran countered rather than responding directly. Today, he had encountered Augustus the most. Perhaps it was him? Stop guessing. I certainly won't tell you who sent me. I'm only offering you two choices now. From today onward, you must obey me. You would want what happens next to be broadcast online, would you? Once it's online, it won't just affect you. It will tarnish Ye Zhiyu's reputation terribly. So, you should understand what needs to be done now. Chapter 54, The Lady in Red. I choose your sister. Seeing this fellow begin to unbuckle his belt, Lin Ran exploded with expletives. He had never encountered such a repulsive individual. Today, no matter what, this man must die. Choose my sister? It appears you are asking for a beating. Fear not. Today, Jiegu will ensure you experience joy. Constantine Ye shot a glare at the oblivious Lin Ran and reached for his shoulder with his right hand. There are ways to comply and ways to resist. It seemed he was intent on playing a high-stakes game today. Just as his hand hovered in the air, mere inches from Lin Ran's shoulder, an invisible force suddenly descended upon him. It felt as though he were being crushed under the weight of thousands of pounds, rendering him immobile, with his lower body sinking into the mud. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Lin Ran, the earlier excitement evaporating entirely. His body felt as though it were grasped by an unseen giant hand, firmly pinning him in place, unable even to struggle. Who are you? An envoy from another race? Constantine Ye stammered, trembling. Such power could not belong to someone merely awakened. Even Ye Zhiyu could not possess such might. Only the enigmatic beings from beyond were adept at such techniques. Perhaps. What does it matter if I am from another race? Lin Ran smirked coldly at Constantine Ye. Rising slowly, he extended his hand, and the thorny iron rod in Constantine Ye's grip flew directly into his own. A radius of 99 was his domain. The magnitude and direction of all forces were under his control. What is your name? Lin Ran inquired, testing the weight of the iron rod, which felt substantial but likely had never been wielded against a true opponent. After all, the timid would have no choices, while the brave would have certainly been overpowered by this brute. I am Constantine Ye. This fellow was perceptive. Seeing how easily Lin Ran had subdued him, he recognized that he was no match for him. Preserve his life first, then look for an opportunity to report the adversary. Who sent you? Lin Ran continued. If I tell you, will you let me go? I can compensate for your emotional distress. Constantine Ye attempted to negotiate, thinking that money could buy his life. What do you think? Holding the iron rod, Lin Ran rubbed the sharp spikes at high speed. Instantly, the iron rod transformed into a searing hot firebrand, the intense heat seeming capable of igniting the very air around it. Honestly, even if you hadn't said anything, I could have guessed. It's Augustus, right? How can human jealousy be so intense? Just for helping a girl with a massage, he has turned into this. Lin Ran mused to himself. It seems I must be more cautious when out and about. Yes, he ordered me to do this. He finds you quite displeasing and wants me to incapacitate you in this manner. Spare me, and I will offer you ample compensation. As the scorching iron rod drew nearer to his face, Constantine Ye immediately began to plead for mercy. Spare you? What do you think? Since you are so fond of rods, you shall also experience the flavor of this firebrand. As a Jie's screams erupted bang. Once more, the night sky erupted in a shower of fireworks, the thunderous sounds of firecrackers echoing across the park, completely drowning out the cries from the grove. In what appeared to be a tranquil night, the once famed Casanova Jie fell prematurely from grace before he could ascend to his peak. 10 minutes later, Lin Ran strolled back to the previous fireworks site, leisurely savoring a cotton candy purchase from the roadside. The situation had been resolved with remarkable efficiency, though Augustus might harbor some doubts. However, one should not cast suspicion upon him. The blame can only be directed towards the wealthy patron behind him, Augustin, for he is indeed his benefactor. Observing Lin Ran, Zhiyu slightly pouted. This fellow could spend 20 minutes even in the restroom. How utterly sluggish. Nevertheless, upon catching sight of the snowman marshmallow in his hand, she chose to forgive him. After all, such surprises are indeed rare. By the time they returned home after watching the fireworks, it was already 10 o'clock at night. For Zhiyu and Lin Ran, this day held significant meaning, as both felt a sense of fulfillment of their long-held wishes. To mend past regrets is certainly a cause for joy. You go take a shower first. I'll cool off in the pool for a bit. Due to the peculiar translucence of the bathroom, Lin Ran felt somewhat embarrassed to linger in the living room. Ji was well aware of this unspoken understanding. She could always find a way to see him if she wished. All right. Leaning against the edge of the pool, Lin Ran gazed at the myriad stars and resumed his contemplation of the star map. The capabilities of this mental energy ring were remarkable. Within a maximum of 2 hours, it could fully restore his expended mental energy, proving far more efficient than consuming mental energy recovery potions, without the worry of developing resistance. Half an hour later, Zhiyu emerged from her shower, clad in a red silk high-waisted nightgown, and made her way to the outdoor pool. I'm done washing up. You can go now, she announced, settling into a lounge chair on the terrace. As she luxuriated in the natural breeze, she stole glances at Lin Ran, who was deep in meditation. His chiseled abs paired with that handsome face filled her mind with fanciful thoughts. Just then, Lin Ran concluded his meditation, letting out a long sigh before turning to glance at the girl. Zhiyu, seated on a lounge chair, was entranced by the luminous moonlight. Her bare feet were perched elegantly on the flower bed, with moonlight cascading over her long, fair legs, rendering them exquisitely radiant. Her toes danced lightly, and her slender waist swayed gently, causing the lounge chair to rock softly. The moonlight sculpted her graceful figure, resembling a red-clad fairy in a realm of enchantment, simply breathtaking. However, upon noticing the slight exposure at Zhiyu's chest, Lin Ran quickly averted his gaze. The moonlit scene was indeed beautiful, as was the girl herself. If only she were accustomed to wearing lingerie at home, she would be even more captivating. While the idea of embracing one's true nature is not inherently flawed, one must consider that he is, after all, a man. Too much exposure could indeed lead to fanciful dreams. Meanwhile, the federal high-level investigation team, led by Sunji Guosheng and others, was diligently searching for clues based on the secret coordinates provided by Ye Zhiyu. They eventually stumbled upon some extraordinary phenomena in a relatively nearby area. How could such potent traces of lightning elements appear here? What on earth transpired? Chapter 55, The Devious Augustus. This time, Lin Ran exercised greater caution, ensuring that the bodies of Su Guosheng and the 2 other individuals were dealt with relatively discreetly. After the Mo Yun vine had drained their blood, the remaining remains were fed to ferocious beasts. One could say that if anyone were to investigate this time, they would certainly need to invest considerable effort and time. Early the next morning, news of the renewed lockdown in Wuzhou City surged to the top of trending topics. Unlike the previous incident involving Su Mo, this time it involved a federal congressman and 2 high-ranking investigators. The severity of the situation had escalated to the highest level. On the day the news broke, 3 generals from the federal headquarters immediately mobilized, with elite senior agents rushing to the scene in droves. The directive was clear. This matter must be resolved at all costs. Assassinating a congressman is undoubtedly among the gravest of crimes. Did they only discover this last night? Lin Ran mused aloud as he lay on the sofa, gazing at the trending news. He was not surprised that they had been found. After all, the scene bore numerous signs of battle. Those federal investigators were hardly inexperienced. They would certainly find ways to deduce information from the traces left behind. However, he and Zhiyu should still be quite safe for the time being. Undoubtedly, no one would suspect him, although Zhiyu had provided the coordinates. She was entirely unaware of the implications of this matter. Moreover, her dealings with Su Guosheng had been conducted through Director Hai of the Federal University. In the absence of concrete evidence, the university would undoubtedly protect its students and would never allow the Su family to act recklessly. Let it be chaotic. Let it continue to spiral out of control. Lin Ran thought to himself. As the federal situation stabilized, the eyes of the powerful families would increasingly focus on Zhiyu, each seeking various means to exert control over her. But now, amidst the turmoil, the assassination of a congressman, and increased activity of foreign tribes within human territories, those who stood to gain began to panic. After all, today it was Su Guosheng, Who might be the next target? This guy is awake quite early, isn't he? Zhiyu thought with amusement, peering at Lin Ran through the half-open window of her room. In light of his martial path, she held no expectations until he obtained the tome capable of aiding his breakthrough in talent. After all, in her previous life, she had led Lin Ran through countless dungeons, feeding his Mo Yun Vine untold ferocious beasts. Ultimately, it had taken him a full 7 years to break through to the awakening stage and reach the first tier of the earth-shattering realm. The impact of talent on an individual is indeed monumental. Providing Lin Ran with more resources now would not be a waste per se, but it would yield little benefit once she secured that dual cultivation technique to help him surpass his talent limits. Moving from the awakening stage to the earth-shattering realm would undoubtedly take less than a year. Thus, for now, she indulged Lin Ran, allowing him the freedom to stay at home or venture out to slay goblins to unwind, as long as he refrained from frivolously pursuing women. All right, I'll refine my breathing technique for a bit longer and then head to school, Zhiyu quietly resolved. After reporting yesterday, Director Hai had assured her that she could join the special training at school, with all promised benefits still intact. Given her current strength, she was undoubtedly the strongest among the first-year students, and achieving the training objectives would be a breeze. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, the fiery lotus mark on her forehead began to glow, and the temperature in the room rose with each breath she took. The Empress is cultivating. You have received cultivation feedback. The Empress? This girl is up so early? Lin Ran thought, realizing he needed to hurry and prepare breakfast for her. He had initially been preoccupied with the news, but quickly got up to dress upon seeing Zhiyu already engaged in her cultivation. Last night, upon returning, the girl informed him that starting today, he would have to attend special training at school. If he found himself bored at the hotel, he could wander around the school at his leisure. Thanks to Aoki's prior arrangements with the hotel manager, he had free access to the ingredients in the hotel, except for the kitchen. As a result, he could now prepare a wider array of exquisite dishes for Zhiyu. In the morning, he would serve century egg and lean meat congee, followed by simmered pork rib soup for lunch, and in the evening, a spicy lobster dish. He could follow the recipes in his mind and provide her with unique meals every single day of the year. Of course, these everyday meals would hardly supply adequate energy for a martial artist, considering the immense physical consumption they endure daily. Yet, the concentrated nutritional liquid designed to meet a martial artist's energy needs was rather unpalatable. Thus, everyone would consume regular meals 3 times a day, and only before training would they drink the nutritional liquid to replenish their energy. After all, as aspiring martial artists, shouldn't they indulge in life's pleasures? On the other hand, where on earth had that guy gone? Why was his phone always off? Augustus paced restlessly in his room. At 10 p.m. last night, he received a message from Constantine saying that he had spotted Ye Zhiyu and Lin Ran leaving, and was tracking them for an opportunity. Around 11 p.m., that guy messaged again, stating he had followed them to the lakeside park and expected to capture the thrilling battle footage that night, which he could send to Augustus by the next morning. But now it was nearly 8:30, and still no video had arrived. He was generally disinterested in such matters, but the thought of Lin Ran being humiliated stirred a sense of excitement and anticipation within him. He was eager to witness the scenes of Lin Ran's disgrace. With that video, he could secretly coerce Lin Ran into doing his bidding, such as stealthily installing a pinhole camera in Ye Zhiyu's room or stealing some of her personal items. These tasks would be easily accomplished. In the future, if Ye Zhiyu were to coldly reject him, he could leverage those items to blackmail her. After all, Ye Zhiyu, I'm sure you wouldn't want these things to become public, would you? Chapter 56, The Goddess S Strategy. An hour later, after Zhiyu had completed her breathing techniques, Lin Ran had prepared the century egg and lean meat congee, which was now set on the table. Drinking some congee in the morning is good for your stomach. I'll make you a pork rib soup for lunch and bring it in when it's time to eat, Lin Ran said gently, looking at Zhiyu. Okay, I also want to drink some of your milk tea, blueberry flavor please. With their relationship blossoming, Zhiyu felt increasingly comfortable making requests. After all, in this room, no one was spying on them. Delivering lunch would also serve as a good cover, allowing others to see that Lin Ran was indeed a skilled chef. Of course, I'll make you an enormous cup, enough for the whole afternoon. Lin Ran had no objections to Zhiyu's small requests. In fact, he encouraged her to ask for more. Each time he fulfilled her request, their intimacy would grow. He aimed to complete that intimacy task of 2,000 within the month to unlock the ocular technique. The Empress feels your thoughtfulness. Intimacy level 30. Current task progress 930 out of 2,000. By the way, I've been quite busy with training lately. If you have a time, could you help me wash my clothes? Zhiyu asked with a playful tone, her eyes sparkling and her lips slightly biting, presenting an expression that was hard to refuse. I'll find the hotel to get a few new washing machines later. Since we'll be staying here for a while, we might as well prepare a couple more, Lin Ran responded somewhat vaguely. If it were just jackets or the like. He could wash them by hand when he had nothing else to do. He just worried that Zhiyu would develop a habit, as in his past life, of expecting him to wash her underwear too. Previously, they were too familiar, and he had spoiled her. Now, he needed to maintain a proper balance, lest it become a lifelong task. After all, he couldn't be doing this in his 30s or 40s, could he? That would be absurd. Buying new washing machines? That works for me, Zhiyu nodded, taking it all in stride. In the future, she would earn a living while Lin Ran cooked and cared for their children at home. Such a life would surely be delightful. With that thought, a smile crept onto her lips as her anticipation grew. After Zhiyu left, Lin Ran was quick to act on her words. The hotel had washing machines, but they were communal and unsuitable for their needs. With the hotel manager's assistance, 3 fully automatic washing machines were swiftly installed in the bathroom. One for himself, while the other 2 were for washing Zhiyu his outerwear and undergarments, respectively. As for stockings, it was impractical to wash them together, so he would have to handle that manually. Honestly, don't just toss your worn clothes around, Lin Ran muttered as he opened the door, intending to grab the clothes Zhiyu had changed out of the previous day. True to form, he was not disappointed. Her discarded clothes were strewn across the bed and the floor, and her lingerie and lace underwear had been carelessly placed on the bedside table. Truly, she showed no regard for her goddess-like image. If her admirers were to find out, they would surely be heartbroken. And if they realized that these personal items of the goddess were something Lin Ran could handle freely, it would surely break their hearts even more. After all, were these even washables? This was a rare collection of her essence. After sorting and tossing the items into the washing machine, Lin Ran busied himself with preparing Zhiyu's lunch. Besides the pork ribs, making the milk tea would also take some time. However, compared to the efforts Zhiyu put in, this was hardly a burden for him. After all, he was reaping tenfold rewards for his efforts. At the Federal Martial University, in the gravity chamber, Zhiyu was drenched in sweat as she trained vigorously. Gritting her teeth, she endured the intense gravitational interference while deftly dodging the flying eggs. She could have opted for a lesser difficulty level like an ordinary person, but she refused to waste time here. The enemy she would face in the future would not show her any mercy. Thus, she proactively increased the gravity to its maximum tolerable level. She aimed to unleash her greater potential under extreme conditions. Impressive. No wonder it's Ye Zhiyu. She challenges such high difficulty training right from the start. Outside the gravity chamber, many were engaged in different specialized training activities. However, their gazes would often flicker towards the gravity chamber, captivated by the graceful figure and her formidable prowess, leaving a significant impression. Little did they know, during the preseason match following the commencement of the academic year, a hushed voice inquired about who among the 3 was the strongest. This year, within the esteemed Federal Martial University, 3 individuals had awakened an SSS-level talent. Apart from Ye Zhiyu, the other 2 were scions of influential families, possessing commendable gifts and resources to support their training. Nevertheless, due to the formidable nature of the Scarlet Lotus Flame, Ye Zhiyu effortlessly defeated the other 2 in the high school martial arts competition. Since then, those 2 had refrained from public engagements, with rumors circulating that they were honing their skills through intense specialized training in their family's secret domains, only to return to school once the term officially began. Consequently, many eagerly anticipated witnessing the long-awaited rematch between Ye Zhiyu and her rivals after 3 years. Would the Scarlet Lotus Flame prove even more formidable? Augustus, lurking discreetly outside the gravity chamber, observed Ye Zhiyu, captivated by her glistening form and alluring martial movements, unable to suppress his salivation. Truly, she was a vision of beauty. Even clad in a form-fitting martial attire, she looked resplendent. He yearned to replicate Lin Ran's boldness from the previous day, to grasp those enticing legs, if only for a fleeting moment. However, he could only endure for the time being. He needed to acquire the video that Jie had captured to set his goddess conquest plan into motion. As Augustus indulged in his fantasies of wooing the goddess, the door to the training room was unexpectedly flung open. Huh? How could this be? Augustus gazed incredulously at the entrance, disbelief etched across his face. This was impossible. In strolled Lin Ran, left hand grasping a large insulated lunch container and right hand holding a substantial cup of milk tea, moving leisurely through the doorway. Augustus scrutinized Lin Ran's gait, noting it was entirely normal, certainly not the demeanor of someone who had faced the brutality of a beating. How could this be? Had that fellow failed to seize an opportunity yesterday? With a cold glare, Augustus fixed his eyes on Lin Ran, seemingly attempting to glean some insight from him. Hey, what are you doing here? This is a training facility. Unauthorized personnel aren't permitted to enter. A tall, Lanky Boy suddenly called out to Lin Ran. This was a specialized training hall, and outsiders were strictly prohibited, especially considering the boy's curiosity about how Lin Ran managed to bring items into the school. Was the security at the entrance merely for show? Oh, I'm here to deliver lunch to Ye Zhiyu. Could you please tell me where she is? Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. What? Delivering food during training? The tall boy, along with others in the vicinity, was momentarily rendered speechless. Was this permissible? They had been subsisting on the cafeteria's meager provisions during their rigorous training, supposedly to experience hardship. The demonic instructor had even stated that they might soon be traversing perilous secret realms, where compressed biscuits and nutritional liquids would become their daily sustenance. Thus, any display of luxury during training was strictly forbidden. So why was this fellow allowed to bring in items? You're the accompanying student from Wuzhou who came with Ye Zhiyu, right? Finally, someone recognized Lin Ran. Yes, that's me. I'm responsible for Ye Zhiyu's meals, Lin Ran stated candidly, without any pretense. He was quite comfortable with his identity as an accompanying student, leisurely managing her logistical needs while discreetly engaging with those who might wish to curry favor with him. Could you tell me where Ye Zhiyu is? Lin Ran inquired again. The facility was rather extensive, and many training rooms were sealed. It would be inappropriate to knock on each door in search of her. Isn't that Lin Ran? You're here to find Zhiyu, right? She's still undergoing gravity training. Once she's finished, I can take the food to her, so you need not wait here. Someone was about to indicate Ye Zhiyu's location when Augustus abruptly approached. Upon their encounter, he eagerly attempted to seize the insulated container and milk tea from Lin Ran, hoping to deliver them to Ye Zhiyu and create an opportunity for direct interaction. However, Lin Ran's agility allowed him to evade Augustus's grasp with ease, leaving Augustus's hand empty. Lin Ran harbored a strong aversion to Augustus. There was no way he would allow that fellow to touch the food he had prepared. Furthermore, he had every intention of dealing with Augustus when the time was right. It's fine. My daily routine consists of preparing her meals, and then I return to the hotel to enjoy the air conditioning and rest. I have plenty of time. Lin Ran replied with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Some matters were better left unspoken, allowing Augustus to speculate at his leisure. He was determined to bestow upon Augustus a title of stick courage in due time. How dare he bring someone to expose him? He had to retaliate in kind. The iron rod was ready, just awaiting the opportune moment. Is that even rational? Enjoying the hotel air conditioning? You just prepare a meal and then acquire a diploma from the Federal University? The surrounding trainees regarded Lin Ran with sudden jealousy. They had been enduring grueling, devilish training during this period. Moreover, they were still in the initial phase, with intensification set to begin tomorrow. How dare he disregard my authority? He's as good as done for. Augustus stood awkwardly, having grasped at nothing, his embarrassment palpable. He could not comprehend how Lin Ran had deftly evaded his attempts. Yet, he could not display his anger. He could only awkwardly maintain politeness while gesturing towards the gravity training room, where Ye Zhiyu was located. Zhiyu is in that gravity training room. You can wait for her in the lounge area outside. She will come out once her training concludes, Augustus said, striving for friendly demeanor. He could not afford to show even a hint of displeasure. After all, he could not allow any suspicion to fall upon himself should Lin Ran encounter trouble. All right, thank you, Lin Ran replied, lifting the two items as he made his way towards the lounge area. Since that girl was still training, he would wait outside. In the meantime, he would contemplate the star chart. While Lin Ran awaited Zhiyu, many others discreetly observed him, seeking to gauge his strength. After several attempts to sense his aura, they concluded that Lin Ran's presence was indeed quite feeble, certainly not exceeding the second tier of awakening. He was someone they could easily handle with a single finger. However, given his association with Ye Zhiyu, the favored newcomer of the year, they dared not provoke him unless he instigated trouble. Gravity training time is up. As the mechanical sounds resonated within the room, Zhiyu's taut emotions finally began to relax. Sitting on the ground, she gasped for breath, enduring the punishing 30-fold gravity while deftly evading the erratically fired missiles. The toll on her body was immense. After retrieving a bottle of nutrient solution from her storage ring, she gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling a slight sense of relief. However, the nutrient liquid merely replenished her expended energy. It still left her with an unsettling hunger. This peculiar physiological phenomenon indicated a fundamental need for tangible sustenance to feel truly comfortable. Is it already 12 o'clock? You should have delivered the meal by now. Zhiyu stood up, glancing at her sweat-soaked reflection in the mirror, her martial arts uniform completely drenched. She was not particularly pleased with her disheveled appearance and decided to take a quick shower. The facility boasted an independent women's bathroom, making it quite convenient. After her meal, she planned to ask Lin Ran to assist her by taking her soiled clothes back for washing. Her plan was simply flawless. Chapter 58. What timeline is this? Shortly after her refreshing shower, Zhiyu emerged in a clean martial arts uniform, carrying 2 bags filled with clothes as she exited the gravity chamber. Zhiyu, over here. Upon stepping out, she spotted Lin Ran greeting her from the resting area. Zhiyu responded softly, quickening her pace toward Lin Ran. Seeing her come out, Lin Ran had thoughtfully arranged the contents of the meal box for her on the table. Not only did he prepare a delicious pork rib soup, but he also cooked her favorite fatty fish, meticulously removing all the bones beforehand. His attention to detail was aimed at fostering a deeper bond. How fragrant! Zhiyu exclaimed, unable to suppress her appetite as she beheld the tantalizing pork ribs and aromatic fatty fish. This guy truly lived up to his title as a master chef. His culinary skills certainly boasted a full complement of life attributes. Wow, it smells amazing. I'm salivating. In the distance, other students who had finished their training and were waiting for their meal boxes became restless upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma. Greetings, Instructor Inaisa. Just as they were grumbling, the formidable Instructor Inaisa, wielding a large sword and carrying a meal box, entered the scene. Inaisa was not your typical instructor. Contrary to her fierce reputation, she possessed striking beauty. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders like shimmering gold, and her exquisite features were complemented by a confident smile that exuded an undeniable charm. Of course, her allure was not merely superficial. Her combat prowess was exceptional. With her rapid swordsmanship, none could rival her. At just 30 years of age, she had already gained renown as a legendary warrior. Given her extraordinary talent and potential, it was merely a matter of time before she ascended to the ranks of the Divine Warriors or even achieved immortality. The fact that the Federal Martial University managed to recruit her as an instructor required considerable effort and a leveraging of numerous personal connections. Inaisa? Lin Ran had evidently taken note of Inaisa as well. He recalled her from the battle reports in the Federation. She was an incredibly formidable warrior. By the age of 35, she had become an immortal-level martial artist, a figure with immense promise. Many speculated that she might one day tread the ultimate path of martial arts. However, it was utterly shocking that in the very year she broke through to immortality, she met her untimely demise during an expedition into an alien stronghold. The news sent ripples of disbelief through the community. Many were baffled by the suddenness of her death, leading to widespread speculation. The Federation government later reported that her squad had ventured too deep into enemy territory and fell victim to an ambush. Acclaimed Lin Ran remained skeptical up to this day. It was worth noting that Zhiyu had been there under Inaisa's guidance during that expedition, and it seemed that was when her character and habits began to shift. Whenever the Federation was mentioned, a flicker of resentment would appear in her eyes. Reflecting on it now, he suspected something had gone awry during that expedition. Well, let us go eat. The dining cart has arrived, Inaisa said, nodding as she prepared to head to the dining area. The tantalizing aroma wafted into her senses, and upon seeing Zhiyu, her expression softened. Instructor Inaisa, didn't you say everyone should challenge themselves in a harsh environment? Why does Zhiyu get to enjoy a lavish meal here? Some students, observing Lin Ran's side, voiced their dissatisfaction. Shouldn't fairness prevail? That's because others have already endured far more hardship than you. If you could also undertake extreme training like her, I would agree to let you dine better. Zhiyu's ability to elevate her realm to the mountain-shaking level before the semester even began indicated her frequent participation in secret trials. Inaisa had thoroughly reviewed Zhiyu's personal data. She was indeed an exceptionally diligent girl, training no less than 8 hours a day at school. Unlike the second-generation offspring, who often relied on family connections or various enhancement aids, they had never truly experienced the life-and-death challenges. Thus, Inaisa maintained a stern demeanor toward these individuals while being relatively lenient with Zhiyu. Most importantly, she saw in Zhiyu a reflection of her own past. She imagined that one day, Zhiyu would fight valiantly at the front lines for the Federation and humanity. Nevertheless, the aroma was genuinely enticing. The closer Inaisa approached, the more she was drawn in by the delectable scent her taste buds stirred. Yet, as a teacher, though tempted, she managed to exercise restraint. Teacher Inaisa, Lin Ran made more than I can eat alone. Please, do sample his culinary skills. Zhiyu smiled invitingly at Inaisa as she returned to school, filled with nostalgia. Once, Inaisa had been her mentor and a revered figure, dedicating herself to her training. To help her master the sword, she even imparted her unique technique of high-speed swordsmanship. It was unfortunate that the treacherous expedition had claimed so many elite lives. Since then, Zhiyu's faith in safeguarding the Federation had wavered. That may not be appropriate. You trained hard today. You should eat more yourself. Inaisa gently declined, yet that fatty fish smelled irresistibly delicious. Don't worry, teacher. What is the harm in trying? He is a master chef, and you've surely never tasted anything like this. Ye Zhiyu was unwavering in her enthusiasm. Moreover, this time, she truly required Ines' assistance. She believed that once the conspiracy of the Federation was unveiled, Ines would undoubtedly stand by her side, reluctant to refuse the warm invitation. Ines saw that Ye Zhiyu was genuinely enthusiastic. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to decline and sat beside her, attempting to pick up a piece of fish and savoring it. Instantly, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped her. She had not anticipated that this seemingly bony fish could be so expertly prepared by Lin Ran. The delicate spines had been meticulously dealt with, leaving nothing but the succulent flesh. His culinary skills were certainly on par with those of renowned chefs in five-star establishments. Do we not agree to share in the hardships together? Those students returned with their lunchboxes, witnessing Ines and Ye Zhiyu seated together, relishing the fish and gnawing on ribs. Was this not a tad excessive? Yet, none dared to provoke Ye Zhiyu or, heaven forbid, Ines. When the instructor turned fierce, she was utterly merciless. On the very first day of school, a noble scion had dared to challenge Ines during training and nearly faced a severe beating. The school not only refrained from reprimanding her, but also declared that anyone who dared to provoke the authority of the instructor would be expelled forthwith. Now I finally understand why you brought him here. His culinary skills are indeed impressive, suggesting he must have honed them through considerable practice. Ines gazed at Lin Ran with a reflective sigh, initially pondering whether there existed a special relationship between the two. After all, culinary preferences were not easily aligned. However, after tasting Lin Ran's exquisite dishes, she found herself feeling wistful, contemplating the regret of potentially not being able to enjoy such culinary delights in the future. Alas, I have no choice. My martial arts talent is lacking. If I do not excel in other areas, how shall I earn a living in the future? Lin Ran jested. Indeed, you make a valid point, Ines nodded. Lacking innate talent, possessing a unique skill is certainly advantageous. With such expertise, making a living would undoubtedly be manageable. Do you currently have a girlfriend? If not, I can introduce you to someone, though she may not compare to Ye Zhiyu. She is certainly tall and attractive. Ines continued her light-hearted banter. Huh? What are you saying, teacher? Upon hearing Ines' words, Ye Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that on the very first day of school, her most respected teacher would be considering introducing her to the person she admired. Was the timeline not a bit askew? Chapter 59, The Devourer Kaltalos. I believe Lin Ran is quite remarkable. Once at school, he will undoubtedly attract many admirers. Ines quipped. Although Lin Ran's martial arts talent may be somewhat lacking, his culinary prowess alone would certainly make him popular among the students. Zhiyu pouted, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Considering that Ines was her most esteemed teacher, she chose to overlook it for the time being. Teacher Ines, you jest. I do not harbor any significant thoughts about relationships. Being single is quite liberating, allowing one to do as they please. Lin Ran chuckled lightly, shaking his head. The notion of dating was but a jest. His heart had long been claimed by the past Zhiyu. Presently, his existence revolved around vengeance and discreetly watching over her growth, leaving little room for other thoughts. However, during their conversation, a fleeting hint of melancholy crossed Lin Ran's gaze. A moment that Ines perceptively captured. I understand. You two have experienced heartache, Ines remarked, her expression revealing comprehension. Her eyes betrayed the truth. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of a wounded heart. Heartache? Well, have you ever experienced heartache? Zhiyu, upon hearing Ines' statement, found the ribs in her mouth suddenly tasteless. For these past years, she had been subtly observing Lin Ran and had not noticed any interactions with other girls. Teacher, she is joking with you. Finish those ribs and don't save them for later. Lin Ran resumed his usual demeanor. Yet, he had not expected that his momentary emotional vulnerability would be so easily perceived by Ines. This woman was indeed impressive. Is that so? Zhiyu's large eyes remained filled with curiosity, but lacking evidence, she chose to refrain from probing further, lest Lin Ran think she was being overly inquisitive. Teacher Ines, I appreciate your efforts in my special training here. Lin Ran poured a cup of untouched milk tea for Ines, using a paper cup as well. He aimed to foster a better relationship, especially considering the profound impact she had on Zhiyu's future. Had Ines not tragically fallen during the expedition, perhaps this girl would have had a strong ally. For the sake of these delightful dishes, I shall nurture her diligently. In truth, even without Lin Ran's encouragement, Ines would have offered special care to Zhiyu. From their very first meeting, she felt an unusual connection with her. She admired disciplined young women. I shall prepare an extra portion for you every midday. Lin Ran understood her intentions well. Cooking was a trivial matter for him. As long as Inessa could devote more attention to Ye Zhiyu, he would gain everything he desired. After all, he was the primary beneficiary. Indeed, Inessa nodded. This milk tea must also have an extra serving. Is being able to cook truly such an impressive feat? Why does instructor Inessa favor him so? Augustus sat at the edge of the venue, angrily gnawing on a steamed bun while casting resentful glances at Lin Ran. They were, after all, noble scions with no lack of talent, boasting SS-level abilities. How could they possibly compare to Lin Ran, whose presence made them seem utterly incapable? Just a few days prior, they had never seen this beautiful instructor smile. Yet today, with Lin Ran's arrival, she appeared to be in high spirits. This only fueled their growing resentment towards Lin Ran. This guy is surprisingly sociable. I had thought he was merely a taciturn individual. Zhiyu nibbled on a rib, grinding her teeth in frustration. Thankfully, her mentor was already 30 and had claimed to have no interest in men. Otherwise, she feared she might commit unthinkable acts of betrayal in the future. Yet, she was quite curious. How could someone so beautiful lack interest in men? Was it possible she had been hurt by a faithless man? Yes, faithless men are the most despicable. The mere thought made her cast an annoyed glance at Lin Ran. If only she could traverse back to that era, she would surely bind the former Lin Ran to a bed and give him a thorough lesson. How foolish he had been. He had the most exquisite flower in the world, yet chose to pursue mere wildflowers outside, sharing his emotional progress with her as if it were a trivial matter. She couldn't help but feel irked, reflecting on how lenient she had been at the outset. Otherwise, by the way, Zhiyu, a new batch of individuals will arrive at the venue tomorrow. Perhaps someone may emerge as your formidable rival, so brace yourself. Upon noticing Zhiyu quietly sharpening her teeth, Inessa felt compelled to remind her that the visitors this time are extraordinary. The message conveyed to her from above was rather cryptic, instructing her to focus solely on normal training and to concern herself with nothing beyond that. Who could these mysterious individuals be? Lin Ran casually inquired. It is well known that Zhiyu possesses considerable strength, yet Inessa's insistence on her preparation raises questions about the identity of these newcomers. As for their origins, I'm not entirely certain. Not every awakened one has their identity disclosed. Numerous families cultivate clandestine forces. Inessa paused briefly before continuing. I only know that among them, the two most powerful are named Sierra and Kaltalos. Kaltalos has come along this time as well. At the mention of Tartaros, a fierce glint flashed in Zhiyu's eyes. She had not anticipated that the mutant tyrant, the devourer Kaltalos, would also be present at the school. It seems the timeline has truly become chaotic. On another front, in the Su family, Li Qinyao perused the latest investigative information from Wuzhou, her eyes glinting with coldness. The death of her son is linked to Ye Zhiyu, as are the deaths of her husband and nephew. And this calamity arrived at the school the very next day after the incidents. Such coincidences are simply too uncanny. Prepare the car. We are headed to the Federal University. I must uncover the secrets that this calamity harbors. She had made up her mind to forcefully investigate. She cannot believe that this matter has no connection to this harbinger of disaster. Chapter 60. The Teaching of Sword Techniques. Having satisfied her hunger, Inessa led Zhiyu to the sword training area. Lin Ran, having nothing to do, sought Inessa as permission to accompany them, for observing the exchanges of masters would undoubtedly benefit him, especially considering that this enchanting lady is currently the youngest war general of the Federation. Zhiyu, I perceive something quite extraordinary within you. Your will, endurance, and physical prowess are the finest I have encountered. The future of the Federation will require your strength, Inessa remarked, her gaze fixed on Zhiyu as if contemplating an important arrangement. The teacher remains ever so consistent in her demeanor. It seems she has not changed a bit. Observing Inessa's serious expression warmed Zhiyu's heart. It was on the very first day they met that this beautiful instructor decided to impart the secrets of high-speed swordsmanship to her. However, mastering that technique proved to be quite challenging. Under Inessa's direct supervision, it took her a significant amount of time to grasp the first 6 layers of the sword's essence. Now, I shall demonstrate the first layer of the high-speed sword technique and see how much you can comprehend. With that, a crisp sound resonated as a dazzling golden sword soared from her back. Clang! Inessa seized the hilt, and an overwhelming aura erupted from her in an instant. The next moment, like a bolt of lightning, Inessa leaped into the air, the golden sword's shadow transforming into a cascade of radiant light. The air was rent by the sword's energy, emitting a sharp sound, and in the blink of an eye, she executed hundreds of sword flashes, brilliant and swift. As the speed of her sword movements continued to escalate, the space around her began to blur, leaving only a sea of golden light on the martial platform. Is this truly the first layer of high-speed sword essence? Witnessing Inessa's swordplay, Lin Ran could not help but feel that Su Guosheng was utterly inferior. Despite being of the same war general caliber, how could the disparity be so vast? Had he faced Inessa as an opponent, even the blood armor would be of no avail. No matter how robust the armor, it could be cleaved apart in an instant. This first layer of essence is so formidable. What then could the final layer entail? Inessa did not avoid Lin Ran while demonstrating the essence, as she knew he would hardly comprehend it. Those unfamiliar with martial arts would not grasp the intricacies, and even if she slowed her movements 100-fold, they would still remain indistinct. Soon, Inessa concluded her demonstration, sheathing the great sword once more and addressing Zhiyu. Though I consider myself a prodigy in swordsmanship, it took me 3 months to fully comprehend this layer of essence. Your martial talent surpasses mine. I hope your speed can exceed my own. This was also her preliminary test for Zhiyu, to gauge how diligently Zhiyu would strive to master the sword technique. Now, demonstrate for me, and let me see how much you have comprehended. Inessa regarded Zhiyu with a serious tone. During their rest, they could be the closest of friends. But in the realm of sword technique instruction, she must assume the role of a strict teacher. She hopes this girl will go further in the future, becoming the strongest sword that can protect the Federation. Yes, Zhiyu inhaled deeply, closing her eyes in concentration as she recalled the previous insights regarding the essence of high-speed swordsmanship. Though she had mastered the first 6 layers long ago, she had scarcely employed them since her rebirth. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the consumption of source energy. While the sword technique is indeed powerful, its continuous execution requires a substantial amount of source power. Furthermore, the energy expenditure for each layer is 3 times that of the preceding one. Given her lower realm in the early stages, even maintaining the first layer was a struggle, let alone the subsequent layers. Second, and most importantly, this is Inessa's unique sword technique. Revealing it too early would undoubtedly prompt inquiries from her instructor. While she would not be silenced permanently, she would most likely be forcibly taken away for some special training. If that were to happen, how could she protect Lin Ran? Taking a deep breath once more, Zhiyu spread her right hand, conjuring a fiery long sword engulfed in crimson flames. With a low shout, she emulated the sword moves Inessa had just demonstrated, executing them on the martial platform. At that moment, Inessa, cradling a large cup of milk tea, stood outside the arena alongside Lin Ran, eager to discern the depth of this girl's understanding. In her view, if Zhiyu could grasp 2/10 of the sword technique on her first attempt, it would be quite commendable. If she could reach 3/10, then she would truly deserve the title of a prodigious girl. However, as Zhiyu initiated her movements, Inessa's expression transformed from admiration to appreciation, then to astonishment, and finally into an exaggerated display of amazement. She had initially believed that if Zhiyu could adeptly master the introductory moves and a few preceding sword flashes, it would be impressive. Yet, to her surprise, Zhiyu's subsequent sword techniques remained sharp and fluid. Even the subtle techniques she had intended to comment on later were flawlessly replicated. Were it not for the fact that this high-speed sword technique was her proprietary skill, she might truly question whether this girl had previously trained somewhere else. Otherwise, how could one master it so fluently? The soaring sword flash is indeed a sight to behold. Lin Ran watched with rapt attention, astonished by Zhiyu's remarkable prowess. He never anticipated that she could perfectly replicate the technique after just one demonstration, truly deserving of her reputation as a prodigious young lady. Can you truly see her soaring sword flash? Upon hearing Lin Ran utter those 4 words, Inessa found it hard to believe. High-speed swordsmanship relies heavily on movement and velocity, obscuring the attack's trajectory from the enemy, thereby achieving a surprising victory. The essence of this first layer of swordplay is such that even a warrior of Zhiyu's caliber might struggle to discern her actions. How could Lin Ran, with only D-level talent, perceive it so clearly? Well, I just saw it directly, Lin Ran replied hesitantly. Zhiyu's movements were indeed as swift as lightning, but his strength and realm had long since elevated. Thus, discerning her actions was not particularly challenging for him. However, he overlooked one crucial aspect. In Inessa's eyes, he was merely a novice in the awakening realm. For him to see clearly was, indeed, peculiar. Inessa's gaze fixed intently on Lin Ran, searching for any distinguishing traits. Yet after scrutinizing him for a while, she found his aura normal, and he appeared unremarkable in every aspect. She chose to temporarily bury her doubts deep within her heart. Regardless of whether Lin Ran had discerned or inferred her technique, it was of little consequence. The paramount importance of the day lay in the fact that she had finally found a suitable heir for her swordsmanship. To grasp the complete essence after just one viewing foretold a promising future for her art. Soon, Zhiyu fully demonstrated the first layer of the swordplay's essence. The moment her display concluded, a notification chimed. Ding! The Empress has completed the full practice of the first layer of high-speed swordplay. Sword technique synchronization in progress. Congratulations! You have mastered the first layer of the essence of high-speed swordplay. Ah, so this is where the difficulty of the swordplay's essence lies. Quite impressive. Although I wield a blade with a bit of modification, it should also be applicable, Lin Ran mused. He begrudgingly acknowledged that his comprehension was inferior to Zhiyu's. After all, she was a natural talent, while he had forcibly enhanced his abilities through external means. Yet, the silver lining was that they were now bound together, allowing him to receive continuous, unique feedback from her. Zhiyu, I did not misjudge you. You performed exceptionally well. Anisa remarked with a smile as she stepped before Zhiyu. In the time to come, I shall endeavor to provide you with focused training. Prepare yourself mentally. Zhiyu's earlier performance had completely won her over. To not squander such a promising talent, she wished to nurture her diligently before departing. Hoping Zhiyu would progress even further. Yes, I will strive to do my best. Bang! The door to the sword training room swung open with a crash as Li Qinyao stormed in, donned in formal attire, visibly furious. Director Li, what is your intention? Anisa, unaware of the matter between Zhiyu and Su Guisheng, was somewhat perplexed. Had she lost her mind? Bursting into the training room in such a manner, was she on the verge of exploding? Upon seeing Anisa, Li Qinyao forcefully suppressed her anger. Having come to address a personal matter with Ye Zhiyu, not wishing to cause further trouble. I need to speak with Ye Zhiyu about some personal issues. I wish to have a private conversation with her, she stated solemnly. Speak privately with her? Anisa's lips twitched slightly. Li Qinyao's furious demeanor hardly resembled that of someone with a mere personal concern. Moreover, she had come all the way here, clearly indicating something was amiss. Another private conversation? Wasn't the last one sufficient? The coordinates to the secret realm were primarily your responsibility to procure, and the transaction was witnessed by Director Hai. Now that issues have arisen, do you expect me to provide after-sales service? If you possess evidence linking me to this, then please, have the Federal Bureau of Investigation take me away. If not, this incessant harassment affecting my training progress will compel me to file a complaint with the school. Zhiyu's attitude was equally assertive. What nonsense was this? She had not committed any crime. Why should she bear the blame? Justice must be served. Seek out the actual culprit. Anisa felt a surge of admiration for Zhiyu's boldness. She relished such a spirited demeanor. Though loyal to the Federation, she held no allegiance to these legislators and harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards some of them. To her delight, this girl only seemed to embody her ideals more and more. Sharp-tongued, I cannot outmatch you. Setting facts aside, do you truly dare to deny that you possess no knowledge of this matter? Li Qinyao appeared momentarily flustered, even resorting to her usual phrases. Deep down, she understood that every word Zhiyu spoke held merit. In her hands, she lacked even a shred of evidence to substantiate her claims against Zhiyu regarding the incident. Yet, driven by a woman's intuition, she felt an inexplicable connection between Zhiyu and the perpetrator. After all, her son, nephew, and husband had all met their demise at the hands of Wu Zhou. How could she remain calm? You can forsake the facts. Let us see how you fare this time. Lin Ran observed the unfolding scene on video, a cold smile creeping onto his face. As the speaker, Li Qinyao was disregarding basic truths and now causing trouble for a student in the training hall. This would surely stir up a storm for the Su family. I was already unaware of anything. Since you are so confrontational, I shall summon Director Hai to address this matter. Had this occurred outside, Zhiyu likely would not have had the courage to confront Li Qinyao directly, probably opting for a facade of cooperation. After all, she was bold, not foolish. However, here in school, with a teacher as witness, she seized the opportunity to escalate the matter. Resolving this issue once and for all would ensure that, should any trouble arise in the future, the first inquiries would target the Su and Li families. With that, Zhiyu produced her phone, preparing to dial Director Hai's number. Very well. Before he arrives, let me see if what you claimed earlier was indeed the truth. Li Qinyao raised her finger to her forehead, preparing to unleash a mental assault on Zhiyu. If she could plunge her into a state of psychological illusion, it would surely compel this sharp-tongued girl to reveal the truth. Once she obtained evidence, even the principal of Wu University would be powerless against her. Clang! A golden sword flash, swifter than Lin Ran's attempt to throw the Thunder God talisman, emerged. Before Lin Ran could react, a massive golden sword was already poised at Li Qinyao's throat. Just a slight advance could easily sever her neck. Chairman Li, I trust you do not intend to lay hands on my student, do you? Shall we engage in a contest to determine whether your mental assault is swifter than my blade? Chapter 62, Negotiation. A chilling voice resonated in Li Qinyao's ear. Upon sensing the murderous intent emanating from the blade, her expression shifted from indignation to astonishment. She had not anticipated that Inessa would initiate an attack against her. Inessa, are you aware of the gravity of your actions? Assaulting the chairman of the Federation could very well land you in the Blackwater prison. Li Qinyo Warnat. Her voice laced with fury. To attack the chairman is to unequivocally challenge the authority of the Federation, a transgression considered a grave offense in any era. Even if Inessa boasts a formidable reputation within the military, that would not excuse her actions. Ah, Chairman Li, do you comprehend what you are doing? Inessa retorted. Forcing a mental assault on Ye Zhiyu, should it leave any lasting repercussions, who will bear the responsibility? You elite often remain ensconced in your lofty positions, indifferent to the lives of our generals waging battles beyond the front lines. And now that a rare talent has emerged, are you truly intent on extinguishing that potential? Inessa remained unapologetic, as she represented the military faction within the federal government, backed by significant influence. Li Qinyao, though still enraged, refrained from making any rash moves. She could sense that Inessa was not jesting. Any further provocation would undoubtedly result in the blade descending without hesitation. Earlier, she had indeed acted impulsively, allowing Ye Zhiyu's mere words to ignite her fury. Had she maintained her composure and refrained from acting in Inessa's presence, she might have secured her objectives. Soon, Director Hai, having received notice, hurried over. However, upon witnessing Inessa's sword poised at Li Qinyao's throat, he exhibited little reaction. He had gleaned the situation from Ye Zhiyu's account. Li Qinyao's audacity was remarkable. She had intruded into the training hall under the pretense of inspection and attempted to attack a trainee, a matter of grave severity. Inessa, please lower your sword. I believe it is time for us to discuss how to address this situation with Chairman Li, Director Hai suggested, adjusting his glasses, his gaze glinting with steely resolve. He had some understanding of the affair concerning Zhiyu and the Su family. However, he found it difficult to see any connection between them. Firstly, Su Mo had ventured to Wuzhou on a whim, only to meet a tragic end within the secret realm. Subsequently, at the insistence of the couple, he had facilitated the transaction for Zhiyu, selling the coordinates to the opposing party. Following that, Su Guosheng was assassinated. Could Zhiyu truly be implicated in such a tragedy? The couple merely sought a scapegoat, believing that if Su Mo had not sought out Zhiyu, the ensuing calamity would never have occurred. Are you also inclined to resort to violence against me? Li Qinyao glared at Director Hai, attempting to assert her authority as chairman to intimidate him. Chairman Li, such statements are futile at this juncture. The training hall is under surveillance. Everything you have said and done has been recorded in its entirety. Shall we broadcast that footage and let society judge? Director Hai replied calmly. Though his position was inferior to Li Qinyao's, his connections held greater weight, and her attempt to leverage her status was ineffective against him. Then what do you propose? Li Qinyao began to waver, initially seeking evidence against Ye Zhiyu, only to find herself ensnared in her own trap. Although she had not yet caused any tangible harm to Ye Zhiyu, should her words and actions be released to the public, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage to her reputation. It could even jeopardize her position as chairman. After all, if she could disregard the truth, how could she possibly represent the Federation's image of justice? Chairman Li, you trespassed into the training hall with the intent to assault a trainee. You must provide a reasonable explanation for your actions. Otherwise, we may suspect that foreign elements have infiltrated the upper echelons of the Federation, and whether you can still embody its image of justice is in question. Director Hai stated unhurriedly. This was pivotal. The rationale behind her actions was of utmost importance. If her assault was deemed unprovoked, she would be branded as a foreign spy, and her political adversaries would not miss such an opportunity to undermine her. I was driven to impulsivity due to the profound grief of losing my husband and son. I sincerely apologize to Ye Zhiyu, Li Qinyao declared, displaying her ability to adapt to the situation. The matter had escalated beyond her control, and further denial would yield no benefit. To safeguard her family's interests from entanglement, using her bereavement as a justification was indeed a clever tactic. Unfortunately, Inessa and Director Hai were seasoned individuals. Such grandiloquent excuses might deceive the average viewer, but they would not be swayed by empty rhetoric. Their glances exchanged rapidly, recognizing that since this incident transpired within the school, it was imperative to resolve the matter concerning Zhiyu effectively. Moreover, Inessa regarded Zhiyu as her sole successor in swordsmanship and was particularly concerned for the girl's safety. Inessa and Director Hai seem to hold you in high regard, Lin Ran remarked, standing beside Zhiyu. Earlier, He had nearly disregarded his status and hurled Thunder God talismans at Li Qinyao. Why did you rush to my side? Were you attempting to shield me from the mental attack? Zhiyu inquired, her eyes narrowing in amusement. Lin Ran's speed had been remarkable, nearly instantaneous in reaching the stage. She had not anticipated his explosive prowess. Lin Ran stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. In that moment, his reaction had been purely instinctive. The haunting memory of witnessing that girl perish before him lingered in his heart. He could not allow such a scene to unfold again. With Inessa present, he believed that as long as he withstood the initial mental assault, the girl would emerge unscathed. You are genuinely concerned for me, aren't you? Zhiyu felt a warmth enveloping her heart. Though Lin Ran was weaker than in her previous life, he remained unwaveringly kind to her. Furthermore, her current rebirth had been fortunate, as she had yet to encounter any troublesome vixens. The ones threatening by Mengzhu had perished in the secret realm before she could even make her move. The Empress senses your sincere affection. Intimacy level 300. Current intimacy level 1300, 2000. Host, keep it up. Increased intimacy can unlock more postures. Postures? Is there an issue with your voice? Or am I hearing things? Lin Ran questioned, bemused by the system's unexpected declaration. His relationship with Zhiyu was entirely pure. How could there be any thoughts of unlocking postures? The system is indeed rather frivolous, showing little understanding of what truly resides in his heart. What he yearns for the most is to once again lay eyes on that young girl from his past. In Chapter 63, The Ancient Ring of the Dragon. On the other side, Inessa and Director Hai are engaged in a fierce negotiation with Li Qinyao. Given the current information at their disposal, they can only dismiss Li Qinyao from her position, yet she will not face imprisonment. The Su and Li families are both deeply entrenched, formidable clans. Should anything happen to Li Qinyao, her powerful family will undoubtedly retaliate. If Zhiyu were to train elsewhere, there is no guarantee that incidents akin to those involving Su Mo would not recur. Thus, they aim to leverage this situation to ensure that Li Qinyao and her family dare not lay a hand on Zhiyu. After all, with Su Guosheng deceased, if Li Qinyao were to be imprisoned as well, only one of the Su and Li families would maintain their position in the Federation, a scenario they are both keen to avoid. Chairman Li, if you wish to downplay this matter, what can you offer to pacify the situation? Inessa coldly inquired. Since it is impossible to uproot the Su and Li families entirely, she sought to secure greater benefits for Zhiyu. Once Zhiyu grows stronger, these issues would naturally resolve themselves. 50 vials of SSS-grade gene modification serum and 50 vials of SSS-grade body enhancement serum, Li Qinyao boldly proposed, presenting an offer worth 10 billion. For her, this was indeed a significant setback. To preserve her position, such funds must be expended. Only 10 billion? And you think it will safeguard your position? I believe that if a price were to be set, even 10 billion would not be sufficient for someone willing to buy your current role, Inessa retorted, unimpressed with the offer. 10 billion would hardly sting these families, whose legacies spanned centuries, and whose wealth is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. What do you desire then? Li Qinyao inquired. What do I desire? I have heard that your Li family possesses a top-tier mental defense ring. How about this? 10 billion worth of serums in addition to that ring. Inessa knew that Zhiyu's greatest vulnerability lay in his mental fortitude, and thus she directly targeted the coveted ring. What? You want the ancient dragon ring? Li Qinyao exclaimed. Taken aback, if the other party had sought money, she could have offered triple or even tenfold the amount. Yet, she never anticipated that Inessa's eyes were set on the ancient dragon ring, a treasured possession of the Li family. It is not only a premier mental defense artifact, but also seemingly harbors undisclosed secrets. Indeed, that very ring. To retain your position as a legislator at the cost of one ring is undoubtedly a worthwhile transaction. Moreover, both Director Hai and I can assure you that during Zhiyu's university years, provided no unforeseen incidents occur, today's events will remain confidential. The name Ancient Dragon Ring certainly carries an imposing resonance. Lin Ran attentively observed the negotiations from above. Li Qinyao's initial offer was indeed generous, a serum valued at 10 billion, but he did not expect the beautiful teacher to covet the other treasures of the Li family. That so-called Ancient Dragon Ring could very well rival the one he possessed. Chairman Li, you should be well aware of the grave consequences should this matter leak. Although the Su and Li families are formidable, once stripped of their protective power, those families you once oppressed would seize such an opportunity. Director Hai chimed in, echoing the threat. Their intentions were clear, to procure greater advantages for Zhiyu. The ancient dragon ring would surely be indispensable for him. Li Qinyao scrutinized Inessa and Director Hai, her gaze shifting as she weighed the potential outcomes. The ring was indeed a paramount mental defense artifact. It bore a hidden flaw. Although it might conceal great secrets, the family had spent centuries researching it without any new discoveries. Additionally, the agreement had a mere 4-year validity. After this period, she might still have the chance to reclaim the ring. After much contemplation, she relented. Very well. I will immediately notify my people to bring the ring and the serums here. However, during the transaction, I require to witness the destruction of the surveillance footage. Li Qinyao was resolute. There could be no trace of the surveillance video, lest her reputation be irrevocably tarnished. Not a problem. Please contact your associates, Inessa replied. As she spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Ran, having previously noticed him discreetly recording the proceedings. She gestured for him to secure the video on his phone. For dealing with someone like Li Qinyao necessitated a degree of caution. Lin Ran understood her intentions. The upcoming transaction would undoubtedly take place in a clandestine location, making his presence here inappropriate. Inessa, it's getting late. I should head back to prepare dinner. If you have time this evening, do come along with Zhiyu. Lin Ran called out to her. Inessa's intervention not only alleviated Zhiyu's troubles, but also spared him from potential repercussions. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to resort to the Thunder God Talisman, and should he have eliminated Li Qinyao here, he would have been left with no choice but to flee. Moreover, Zhiyu, living with him, would inevitably face some fallout as well. Mentioning dinner was merely a polite gesture. After all, Inessa was a busy person with little time to spare for them. Dinner? Inessa's eyes sparkled. Having experienced Lin Ran's culinary skills, she had no desire to settle for the school's boxed meals. After all, she was tasked with imparting swordsmanship to Zhiyu. Indulging in a bit of fine dining was hardly excessive, was it? However, if she were to visit Lin Ran and Zhiyu's current residence and behold the overly provocative visuals, she might very well be left agape, questioning whether they were genuinely cooking or merely cohabitating in a different guise. In Chapter 64, The Flawed Ancient Ring, upon returning home, Lin Ran tossed the girl's discarded outerwear and undergarments into washing machines 1 and 2 respectively. Once cleaned, he meticulously hung each piece on the terrace. Though the terrace was not originally designed for drying clothes, Lin Ran, with his ingenuity, had fashioned a solution using several sturdy iron wires affixed to the columns. With the garments hung out to dry, Lin Ran glanced around. The black martial arts uniform, white undergarments, and red lace shorts swayed gently in the breeze. Wasn't this girl's development a tad too advanced? The underwear, why is it so sheer? Gazing at the deformed lingerie and the translucent shorts, Lin Ran couldn't help but murmur to herself, such a figure is truly, scandalously perfect. Ding. Task notification. The Empress has worked hard today. Please prepare a sumptuous dinner. Task reward, a mysterious lottery draw. A lottery? What a delightful prospect. Upon hearing of the lottery task, Lin Ran was instantly filled with excitement. Whatever the system produces is bound to be exquisite. The last time she drew a mental power ring, she couldn't help but wonder what she might obtain this time. At the Federal University, under the personal witness of Inessa and Director Hai, Zhiyu received the precious potion worth billions and the enigmatic ancient dragon ring from Li Qinyao. Concurrently, the surveillance records from the training hall were thoroughly obliterated by Li Qinyao, ensuring that no detrimental evidence against her reputation would ever resurface. After Director Hai escorted Li Qinyao out of the university, Inessa earnestly cautioned Zhiyu, when dealing with the high-ranking officials of the Federation, you must be vigilant. Not every one of them deserves our respect. At times, they can be even more malicious than the alien races. Inessa spoke from heart. Yet as a member of the Federation's military, she was bound by duty to obey orders, even when convinced that the Council's directives were erroneous. She had to execute them without question. This very principle had led to 5 years of tragedy, instilling deep skepticism in Zhiyu towards the Federation. Rest assured, teacher, I won't be easily swayed by others, Zhiyu said, fiddling with the ring as she nodded repeatedly. How could she trust those individuals so readily? Yet, she recognized her current weakness and needed to extract more resources from them. This time, she would devise a strategy to persuade Inessa to join her plan to utterly dismantle the decaying Federation regime. Well then, that's reassuring. Inessa nodded in satisfaction, noting that this girl was undoubtedly clever and wouldn't be easily deceived. Put on the ring. With it, as you continue to rigorously train your mental abilities, you should have no significant issues facing those adept in mental attacks. Inessa cast a glance at the ring, which was uniquely designed, adorned with black dragon patterns. Could this be the origin of its name? Zhiyu adorned the ring, and instantly felt its immense power. A hazy white light enveloped her mental sea. The attacks of mental warriors primarily target the mental sea located in the brain. Once the mental sea is damaged, it can lead to severe head injuries or even paralysis. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed a considerable gap in that ethereal white light, failing to completely encompass the mental sea. Yet, this gap could shift with her will. So long as others remained unaware of its existence, it should serve as a reliable safeguard. But how had this gap come to be? At 7 p.m., the afternoon training officially concluded. After taking a shower, Zhiyu changed into a light tank top and was about to head back for dinner when she spotted Anissa waiting at the door. At that moment, Anissa had also changed into casual attire, yet she was never without her sword, the golden blade resting at her back. "Teacher, were you waiting for me?" Zhiyu asked hesitantly as she rushed forward a couple of steps. As she wasn't wearing tight martial arts attire, her tank top swayed violently with her movements. And if she ran any faster, it might risk tearing. "Slow down," Anissa said as she approached to adjust the straps of Zhiyu's tank top. While beauty is admirable, a wardrobe malfunction would be unfortunate. Once Zhiyu halted, Anissa remarked, "Did Lin Ran not say he would treat us to dinner tonight? If I don't wait for you, how would I know where he is?" Lin Ran had spoken rather casually, but Anissa took it to heart. Who wouldn't prefer a delightful meal over cafeteria fare? "Huh? Are you truly going?" Zhiyu was surprised, thinking Anissa was jesting. "What? Are you not welcoming me to dine with you?" Anissa shot Zhiyu a meaningful glance. No. How could that be?" "Of course, I will be delighted," Zhiyu hurriedly clarified, not wishing for any misunderstandings with her esteemed mentor. Yet, she recalled that her teacher, who had been single for quite some time, usually preferred to retreat to her dormitory after training. "Teacher, these days Lin Ran and I are staying here." Zhiyu pointed toward the nearby hotel. "Oh, you two certainly know how to enjoy yourselves. 2 rooms, such an expense. For martial artists, spending money is easy, and making it is just as effortless. With today's gains, Zhiyu could stay in a hotel for a lifetime without issue." No, just 1 room," she replied without thinking. She had no defenses against her mentor. If she had, she certainly wouldn't have brought her along. "1 room? How do you both manage?" Somehow, Anissa felt that something was amiss. "Well, I sleep on the bed, and he takes the sofa. Though honestly, that sofa is more comfortable than my bed at home. Had he not refused to switch, I would have liked to try sleeping on the sofa." Zhiyu continued innocently. Before Anissa, she felt like a child. In her heart, Anissa was not just a mentor, but a maternal figure. Once she married Lin Ran, she would definitely invite Anissa to take the seat of honor. Chapter 65, Yes. I liked her. When Zhiyu brought Anissa back to their residence, Lin Ran was still busy in the hotel kitchen. This meal was pivotal for the lottery, and he could not afford to be careless, striving to imbue it with his heartfelt intentions. The place they resided in was quite spacious, and Anissa took the opportunity to thoroughly explore their accommodations. The environment was indeed pleasing, not only clean and spacious, but also rich in spiritual energy, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Fortunately, Lin Ran was there to keep things in order. Otherwise, if their messy room were to be seen by their teacher, it would be troublesome. Zhiyu glanced at the tidily arranged room and felt a quiet sense of relief. While she was with Lin Ran, she didn't pay much attention to her appearance, but she was more mindful of such matters when outside. After touring the room, Anissa sensed something rather unusual. It seemed the privacy of the space was lacking. The bathroom was semi-transparent, and Zhiyu's discarded clothing was mixed and hung out on the balcony. If one were to be attentive, it appeared that there was hardly any privacy in this room at all, especially considering that she had previously thought that Lin Ran was merely helping her carry her clothes home. She was taken aback when she heard this girl mention that Lin Ran was also the one washing her garments. This promised care for her daily life had turned out to be rather unexpected. Now, she found herself doubting the nature of their relationship, feeling that it bore no resemblance to the rumors circulating about them. In the hotel kitchen, Lin Ran appeared to be a seasoned chef, demonstrating his culinary skills before a group of chefs who were several years his senior. His knife skills and other techniques were impeccable, leaving many astonished at his age. At merely 18, he possessed such profound expertise. It was truly remarkable. 6 dishes and a soup should suffice for that girl, he mused. After completing the last dish, Kung Pao chicken, Lin Ran finally set down his spatula. With 6 substantial dishes prepared, he felt he had done justice to the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. Once the girl indulged in the exquisite meal, he could begin preparing for the lottery draw. He hoped this time it would grant him a particularly delightful surprise. With anticipation, Lin Ran pushed the dining cart and used his key card to unlock the door. Upon entering, he stood frozen for a few moments, observing Anissa and Zhiyu sitting cross-legged on the sofa, seemingly sharing beauty products. Despite Anissa being 30 years old, she appeared remarkably youthful. "Anissa, you've arrived." Lin Ran recalled the words he had spoken earlier that afternoon as he quickly recognized the situation. Fortunately, he had prepared an abundance of food for the evening. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing if guests were to arrive only to find a meager spread awaiting them. Hee, you haven't been here long, Inessa remarked. You're treating us to such a lavish meal for a simple gathering. Don't do this next time. She gazed at the platter, inhaling its delightful aroma. Genuinely surprised by Lin Ran's warm hospitality and the sumptuous feast he had prepared for her. Soon, at Lin Ran's invitation, the two women took their seats. You must try this sweet and sour fish. I made it using traditional methods. I doubt you've had it before. Inessa, Lin Ran enthusiastically introduced, as he possessed many culinary techniques that had nearly been lost to time. They required not only skillful knife work, but also meticulous timing. Too much or too little could ruin the dish. It was only through the aid of the system that he was able to execute them with such finesse. As he served Zhiyu, Lin Ran deftly used a small knife to remove the fish bones, knowing well that she enjoyed fish, but often struggled with the bones. He was being particularly considerate in this regard. You're quite thoughtful, Inessa remarked with a smile. While Lin Ran's skills might not be extraordinary, he certainly exuded warmth. However, she also discerned that his gaze towards Zhiyu held a familial concern rather than romantic affection. This made sense. According to the documentation, the two had lived together since they were 8 years old. Although rumors suggested their relationship was somewhat strained, those whispers were not necessarily true. To her, it seemed they shared a bond akin to that of siblings, which explained their intimacy at home. Lin Ran possessed such abilities, indicating that his motives for caring for Zhiyu's daily life were not merely tied to the prestigious quota of a martial arts academy. She had previously overthought the matter, complicating what should have been simple, and had mistakenly assumed there was something extraordinary about their relationship. How can there be good food without good wine? Inessa actively retrieved a bottle of red wine she had treasured for many years. This was something she had skillfully procured from an old wine connoisseur, and she had refrained from drinking it until now. However, today felt different. She had found the heir to the swordsmanship legacy and was surrounded by delectable cuisine, certainly a day worthy of celebration. As the wine flowed and the tea was served, the red wine's lingering effects began to take hold, leaving them all slightly tipsy and their conversations muddled. Zhiyu especially seemed to gaze at Lin Ran with a newfound complexity in her eyes, her cheek resting on her hand as she regarded him with profound affection. Lin Ran, have you ever had someone you truly liked? Inessa inquired, her words slurred by intoxication. She had always possessed a keen sense of observation and felt confident that she hadn't misjudged the situation earlier. Lin Ran must have had someone special in his heart. Liked? Lin Ran looked up, his gaze drifting to the starry sky outside as Zhiyu's image surfaced in his mind. She had asked him this question countless times before, and he had always evaded an answer, even to the point of death without confessing his true feelings. After a long pause, it was as though he had made a resolution. Yes, I truly like her. At that moment, a sharp clatter echoed as Zhiyu's chopsticks fell to the floor. Chapter 66, He Must Be Unwell. Zhiyu, still in a semi-drunken state, was taken aback by Lin Ran's heartfelt admission and suddenly found her intoxication dissipating. She had never imagined that Lin Ran could express such profound sentiments. He had someone he liked? Their relationship was so deep. What had transpired over the past decade, right beneath her nose that she remained oblivious to? Is there no possibility for you to be together? Inessa pressed on, astonished that her casual inquiry could unearth Lin Ran's innermost thoughts. The expression on his face revealed that this person must have been unforgettable, for he would not have lost his composure in such a setting otherwise. There is no way, Lin Ran said with a bitter smile. She is no longer in this world. The distance between us is insurmountable. It was indeed too far. They were no longer from the same world. Even with the extraordinary powers he now possessed, what could it change? The things he had lost could never be reclaimed. He would spend his life engulfed in endless regret. Not in this world, Zhiyu asked, her heart inexplicably lightened by his words. Yes, she has been gone for a long time. Lin Ran poured himself another generous glass of red wine and downed it in one gulp. It was all my fault. I failed to meet her expectations. Reborn into the present, he had never indulged in such libations before. Today, it was the wine from Inessa that stirred up sorrowful memories, prompting him to seize the opportunity to articulate the words that had long been suppressed within his heart in search of spiritual liberation. The combination of drowsiness and intoxication began to blur Lin Ran's vision of Zhiyu, her features morphing in his mind until they began to converge with that of the girl he once knew. In this lifetime, he was destined only to protect. He felt unworthy to discuss matters of the heart. He hoped that in the next life, should fate allow, he could truly be with that girl, regardless of the circumstances, as long as they could remain a family. Has he fallen asleep? Observing Lin Ran slumped over the table, Zhiyu and Inessa exchanged glances. Teacher, what does words mean? Zhiyu whispered. Moments ago, she had glimpsed a fleeting tenderness in Lin Ran's gaze, yet combined with his words, it felt exceedingly peculiar. Over the years, while they had lived together, their exchanges had been sparse, but she had remained attentive to his every action at school. She had never heard of him forming a sincere bond with any girl. Inessa furrowed her brow, pondering, was he single while living with you? Yes. Zhiyu affirmed. I am certain he has always been single. She nodded, recalling how she often took the opportunity to check Lin Ran's phone and backpack while he slept. There could be no surprises. Does he have any hobbies? Does he go home right after school? Or does he play basketball or something? Inessa continued her inquiries. Hobbies? Zhiyu contemplated. He mostly stays at home, reading novels and watching anime. Once, Lin Ran had been passionate about basketball, but since her rebirth, he had primarily traversed between home and school, apart from the occasional preparation of meals for her. He often locked himself in his room, engrossed in stories or comics. And for an extended period, he had even delved into the complexities of federal criminal law. Oh, that must be it. Inessa nodded slightly, her mind already calculating. I've heard it said that individuals who lack social interaction outside and remain silent at home are prone to placing their emotional reliance on other entities, leading to psychological fantasies. It is common for them to idealize characters from novels or anime as their beloved ones, often manifesting as Munchausen syndrome or an obsession with the two-dimensional world. Lin Ran shouldn't be suffering from Munchausen syndrome, but I suspect he has developed a fixation on the two-dimensional realm, Inessa stated seriously, leaving Zhiyu in a state of shock. A wave of regret washed over her. Initially, she had distanced herself from Lin Ran for his safety and a plan for their future together. Yet, she never anticipated that her actions would lead him to develop a psychological condition, fantasizing about a loved one in his mind. Teacher, can this condition be treated? Zhiyu asked with concern. Well, the issue shouldn't be too severe. I know a master of hypnosis who could help uncover the identity of that imaginary figure hidden in his heart. Once we guide him out of his mental realm, this ailment should be resolved, Inessa assured. She had not expected that such a seemingly optimistic and sunny youth would harbor such profound psychological troubles. Thankfully, he had spoken out while intoxicated. Otherwise, he might have faced a life of solitude. The next day, Lin Ran awoke from the haze of drunkenness, shaking his head as his right hand instinctively clenched into a fist. So soft? He hesitated, feeling as if he were grasping a large, soft package, albeit one that was rather uneven. Glancing at the ceiling, he realized he was not in the living room. Turning to the side, he felt a jolt of surprise. How had he ended up in the bedroom? What he was holding was not a large, soft package, but rather something that should remain unspoken. A peculiar sensation stirred in his chest as Zhiyu murmured softly. Still in a deep slumber, she instinctively grasped Lin Ran's hand, seemingly urging him to remain still. Lin Ran swallowed nervously. The drowsiness that had clouded his mind vanished entirely. He had lost track of events from the previous night due to excessive drinking. Looking at himself, he noted that his pants were still mostly intact, and there were no signs of blood on the bed. It seemed they had merely slept beside each other without any wrongdoing. How could I have done this? After carefully withdrawing his hand from Zhiyu's chest, Lin Ran desperately wished to slap himself. He had always endeavored to avoid any intimate interactions with her, yet one night of drinking had led him to abandon all principles. Checking the system's notifications left him utterly stunned. The Empress is satisfied with your intimacy level. 30. 2050. Current intimacy level, 1,800, 2,000. What on earth did I do last night? Chapter 67. The Dimensional Nest. Staring at Zhiyu, clad only in a camisole, Lin Ran was engulfed in confusion, noting that the timestamps of those intimacy increases were all after midnight. It was easy to imagine that in his drunken stupor, he had crossed a line with Zhiyu. Otherwise, how could their intimacy have nearly reached its maximum? Now, the only relief was that he had not committed an irreparable mistake. Otherwise, how could he ever find peace in this lifetime? He tiptoed out of the bedroom, noticing that what should have been a chaotic dining table had been tidied. A small note was affixed there. Thank you for your warm hospitality, Lin Ran. Inessa. So, it was the teacher who had cleaned up? Sitting on the sofa, Lin Ran's thoughts were still in disarray as he pondered what had transpired the previous night. Sigh. This is so frustrating. Despite the intimacy surge, he felt no joy, only the weight of a significant transgression weighing on his conscience. Host, you still have a lottery opportunity available. Seeing Lin Ran in a daze, the system began to remind him. Wasn't it just that girl who took advantage of his drunkenness to make a few bold advances? Why was he so distressed? Fine. Let's draw, Lin Ran replied nonchalantly, having lost all expectations. At this point, whatever he drew was of little consequence to him. Lottery successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a dimensional nest. Dimensional nest. A dense habitat for ferocious beasts, with one free opening opportunity per day. allowing you to hunt ferocious beasts at your leisure. Note, depending on the expenditure amount, you can also unlock additional features of the dimensional nest. So, it's an exclusive upgrade area? Lin Ran perused the introduction for a while, gradually grasping the function of this other dimensional nest, which essentially prepared a dedicated monster spawning point for his convenience. In truth, his personal leveling was progressing at a satisfactory pace, bolstered by the tenfold experience feedback from Ye Zhiyu. However, the growth of the Mo Yun vine had stagnated temporarily due to the lack of ferocious beasts and special metals to consume during this period. This other dimensional nest was indeed a timely boon for him. System, may I place the Mo Yun vine inside for now? No problem. Low-level monsters suitable for its level will emerge. Once its combat power increases, it can engage in the hunting of formidable beasts. Very well. Let's first place the Mo Yun vine inside to idle. This way, he could also ease his worries. As Lin Ran focused his thoughts, the blood-red Mo Yun vine materialized directly within the dimensional nest. Observing the ferocious beasts that surged forth from the nest, he heard a rustling sound as the thorny vines rapidly extended, resembling an abundance of tentacles that fiercely ensnared the approaching beasts. For the Mo Yun vine, these were merely sustenance. After days without nourishment, it was indeed time for it to indulge in a hearty feast. Seeing the Mo Yun vine handle the situation effortlessly, Lin Ran felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the Mo Yun vine could withstand the onslaught, the rest would likely be stable. All that remained was to monitor its consumption rate and to assist it financially, opening several more rooms as needed. Before long, Ye Zhiyu emerged from her room, clad in a sleeveless nightgown, rubbing her eyes and wearing plush slippers. Upon catching sight of her, Lin Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling his excessive actions from that morning, and he instinctively lowered his head. Fortunately, the girl had not noticed anything. Had she truly uncovered the truth, he would have been too mortified to remain there. What are you doing? Ye Zhiyu inquired, observing Lin Ran's flickering gaze, puzzled by his apparent unease upon waking. Could it be that he was recalling the events of yesterday? She felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Ran, who seemed to be suffering from second dimension syndrome. Indeed, she had been somewhat neglectful in her care for him in the past, never imagining he would find solace in those virtual characters. Thankfully, teacher Anissa was well connected, and she believed that once Lin Ran was guided properly, there would be no issues. No, I was just thinking. Did I say or do anything while I was drunk yesterday? Lin Ran attempted to inquire. He genuinely could not recall his words or actions from the previous night. Each time he tried to think back, a sharp pain struck his head, leaving him bewildered. Sighing, Ye Zhiyu contemplated for a moment before sitting beside him. Look at me, she said with a serious expression. What? Lin Ran's gaze inadvertently drifted from her face to her chest, momentarily blinded by the sight and feeling too bashful to continue looking. Focus on my eyes. Why are you staring at my chest? Let's discuss serious matters first, and then you can look all you want, Ye Zhiyu emphasized. She was determined to have a sincere conversation with Lin Ran. Last night, you mentioned that you have someone you deeply love, Ye Zhiyu began, her heart still feeling uneasy as she spoke. What? I actually said something like that. Lin Ran was startled. How could he have voiced such a deeply buried sentiment? Yes, you spoke quite passionately about it. Both Anissa and I heard you, Ye Zhiyu affirmed with a solemn nod. What else did I say? Seeing her curious expression, Lin Ran deduced that she seemed unaware of who that person was. You mentioned that she passed away early and that you felt you had let her down, implying that you quite liked her, Ye Zhiyu recounted. Well that, Lin Ran stammered, genuinely unsure how to articulate his feelings. You need not explain, Ye Zhiyu sighed, adding, it was my fault for being so cold to you in the past, allowing you to succumb to loneliness and develop second dimension syndrome. She too bore her own burdens, unsure how to express them. But rest assured, teacher Anissa has already contacted a psychological expert. Once you undergo deep hypnosis and reveal information about that person, your affliction should be resolved. What? Hypnosis? Lin Ran was now thoroughly bewildered. What if other secrets were unearthed, exposing everything? Chapter 68. You wouldn't want to disappoint me, would you? Indeed, Ye replied earnestly. The teacher said that this is the only way to heal your heartache. This condition must be addressed promptly. The longer it lingers, the more problematic it may become. Who knows? Lin Ran might even fall into depression one day. No, there's no need for such complications. I'm simply uninterested in romance. There's no need to trouble teacher, Anissa. Lin Ran continued to decline. What should have been a simple matter was becoming increasingly convoluted. You might not be interested in romance for now, but surely you don't wish to be alone for the rest of your life? You wouldn't want the Lin family to be without heirs, would you? Ye Zhiyu was not opposed to Lin Ran dating. She simply did not want him to be with other girls. All right, this matter is settled. When you receive treatment, Both Anissa and I will be there with you, she declared firmly. You need not worry about anything else. Zhiyu did not wish to negotiate with Lin Ran. She merely intended to inform him. After all, this was for their mutual happiness. Hey, Zhiyu, really there's nothing, Lin Ran began, but she interrupted him. Lin Ran, this is all for your own good. You wouldn't want to disappoint me, would you? Zhiyu gazed at him, letting out a soft sigh. The look in her eyes, the expression she wore, was strikingly reminiscent of years past. Confronted with that all too familiar expression of disappointment, Lin Ran felt as though his heart had been pricked by a needle. Fine, I'll go along with it, he acquiesced, not wanting to witness Zhiyu's look of disappointment. No matter whether it was the Zhiyu of the past or the present, seeing that expression made him feel profoundly uneasy. Great, this is wonderful, Zhiyu replied in satisfaction, nodding her head. She was convinced that since she had failed to grasp Lin Ran in their past life, there was no way she would let it slip through her fingers again in this one. From now on, feel free to share any concerns with me. Don't keep them bottled up inside, she urged earnestly. Though the world may be chaotic, I promise to protect you. This was the first time she had spoken so openly and sincerely in front of Lin Ran. Understood. Lin Ran nodded silently, the words resonating with a sense of familiarity. He felt neither the inclination nor the mood to argue. Just a moment ago, it seemed as though he glimpsed the once innocent Zhiyu, but alas, she was ultimately a different person. All right, since you can come to terms with it, I shall head to school now. Please keep the lunch light and prepare a portion for teacher Anissa as well, Zhiyu said, rising and adjusting her somewhat loose tank top. The snowy white contours, as she tidied herself, began to sway gently. Once Zhiyu returned to her room to continue dressing, Lin Ran reclined once more on the sofa. System, is there any way for me to see that girl again? After Zhiyu's fleeting look of disappointment, Lin Ran's mind was filled with her image. Actually, it is possible. How can that be achieved? Lin Ran inquired eagerly. Through intimacy. When your total intimacy level with the Empress reaches its maximum threshold, a solution will present itself. However, the required value is exceedingly high. With your current hesitance, it's quite challenging to attain. The system sighed, lamenting the lack of proper utilization of the beneficial methods available. Otherwise, the issue with the ocular power would have been resolved long ago. Are you suggesting? Lin Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, beginning to grasp the system's implication. To achieve his goal, he must be willing to make some personal sacrifices. Zhiyu had once risked her life for him. What would it matter if he sacrificed a little of himself? Yes, precisely as you think. Whether you wish to protect the current girl or to see the past one, you must take some tangible actions. All right, I know what must be done. Zhiyu, having donned her martial arts attire, was about to leave when Lin Ran suddenly called out to her. Zhiyu, after training all day yesterday, do you feel sore? Lin Ran inquired with a warm expression. A bit sore, but it's manageable. Thank you for your concern. Zhiyu replied with a sweet smile. In truth, she continued, I just learned some new massage techniques and would like to give them a try. However, if it's inconvenient for you, I can always find someone else. Lin Ran tactfully responded, Someone else? It's quite convenient for me. If it truly helps relieve tension, today's training results will surely be doubled. Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Zhiyu found no reason to object. After all, Lin Ran's massages had a way of making her feel utterly relaxed. Lin Ran's approach to massage, while somewhat conservative, focused on the head, neck, and limbs, making an effort to avoid excessive direct contact with her. Nevertheless, even with this restraint, Zhiyu found immense enjoyment. Half an hour later, your massage has left the Empress thoroughly satisfied, earning you 200 intimacy points, accumulating to 2,000. You have earned an opportunity for an ocular power lottery. All right, you may rise now. Lin Ran instinctively gave her a gentle pat in a certain area. The Empress feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, gaining an additional 300 intimacy points. Any surplus points will contribute to the next accumulation task. Zhiyu cast a complex glance at Lin Ran, wondering if he had intentionally discerned her vulnerability. Chapter 69, The Illusory Eye. After Zhiyu took another shower, she stepped out, her cheeks flushed. Though somewhat surprised by Lin Ran's actions, she felt quite pleased. She wasn't afraid of Lin Ran taking advantage of her. Rather, she feared being in his presence and finding him as unresponsive as before. I truly can't believe I did that, Lin Ran thought to himself, feeling a bit foolish. Although Zhiyu had said nothing, he felt a wave of embarrassment. How had he developed such a habit of casually touching her? The image he had painstakingly built was on the verge of crumbling. Host, do not be overly critical of yourself. After all, this was merely an unintentional slip. And you gained 300 intimacy points, did you not? For the sake of your goal, press on. The system encouraged him, eager to see these two come together. It was also curious to know what Lin Ran would choose if he were informed that Zhiyu's body could only harbor either her past or present soul. This situation served as a test for Lin Ran. After all, he had sought to resurrect his wife, and such pursuits required a measure of sacrifice. Indeed, you make a valid point. For the sake of my objective, I must bolster my resolve. Lin Ran decided that from now on, he would give Zhiyu a massage every morning and evening, not only to help her, but also to expedite their reunion. Shall we proceed with the ocular power draw? Yes. Let us go. Congratulations. You have acquired the ocular power, illusory eye. The left eye can see through all illusions, granting 100 immunity to abnormal states. The right eye allows for bodily phasing, placing you in a special state that offers temporary damage immunity, similar to Obito's ability. Similar to Obito's ability? Lin Ran mused, observing his hand. With a mere thought, he effortlessly phased through the sofa. The sensation was truly remarkable. Gazing at the intact sofa and then at his hand, Lin Ran marveled at the power he now possessed. With this ability, he could withstand Nice's rapid assaults for at least a few seconds. System. Does this immunity to abnormal states include resistance to hypnosis? Lin Ran recalled his previous reluctance to refuse Zhiyu, fearing he might inadvertently reveal something while under hypnosis. Indeed, it does. As long as you maintain the ocular ability during the hypnosis process, you will be fine. The system assured him. At the park by the lake, a couple fond of exploring ancient paths in the woods stumbled upon the corpse of Constantine Jie. Shocked by the gruesome sight, the woman immediately called the police. Soon, news of the park's demon spread like wildfire, making headlines. How could this happen? How did Jie end up like this? Augustus, who had been awaiting news of Constantine Jie, was caught off guard by this horrific outcome. Who could have done this? How could it be more brutal than what Constantine Jie had done? He sensed that this matter might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Undoubtedly, there were others involved behind the scenes. Yet, he was reluctant to give up. The thought of Ye Zhiyu's perfect figure stirred something within him, igniting a desire to possess her fully. Only Ajay has passed away. He must seriously contemplate who can take his place. As time ticks away, Lin Ran finds himself occupied with preparing and delivering meals for Zhiyu daily, alongside providing special care massages morning and evening. However, having experienced an initial blunder, he now refrains from harboring any habitual thoughts in that regard. After all, should any misunderstandings arise, it would indeed lead to an awkward situation for the two of them. By the way, has that Sierra, whom teacher Ainisha mentioned, arrived yet? I haven't seen her around, Lin Ran inquired while kneading Zhiyu's spine. She has arrived, but her group consists of 30 individuals, and they're training in a different facility. To streamline the process, the higher-ups assigned other instructors for their special operations training, Zhiyu languidly replied, reclining on the sofa. Recently, Ainisha has been steadily increasing the intensity of Zhiyu's specialized training. Aside from the routine equipment drills, the majority of her time is devoted to one-on-one combat simulations, allowing her to drastically enhance her capabilities through encounters with experts. Presently, Zhiyu's rapid swordplay can be executed in 3 complete layers, representing the pinnacle of strength achievable within the mountain-shaking realm. Her astonishing speed has even left Ainisha in awe, and her affection for Zhiyu is transparent. Aside from the rigorous daily training, their relationship has blossomed into one that transcends mere mentorship, evolving into a bond akin to that of close friends or confidants. Naturally, Ainisha often finds reasons to visit Lin Ran for meals and refreshments. Is there a notable difference between your training and theirs? Lin Ran inquired with curiosity. Well, there are some disparities, though I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, Zhiyu admitted. She genuinely lacked understanding, as Sierra and Kaltalos are special modified individuals. Their bodies infused with unique powers, setting them apart significantly from ordinary awakened beings. Oh, I see. Well then, today's massage routine has concluded. You may go dress now, Lin Ran stated, maintaining an unwavering gaze. Zhiyu, being somewhat spoiled, complained that massages over clothing felt rather uncomfortable. Thus, during their morning and evening sessions, she only donned a bra and shorts, refusing to get dressed until Lin Ran completed her massage. Initially, Lin Ran was quite reluctant about this arrangement. However, recalling the promise made by the system, he acquiesced. After all, Zhiyu tends to dress rather lazily at home. So, if intimacy is to be embraced, so be it. As long as he maintains his moral compass, he believes there should be no issues. Hee, your skills are truly remarkable. Haven't you learned anything more advanced? Zhiyu asked with a hint of anticipation. More advanced? Lin Ran replied, somewhat speechless. He indeed possessed a myriad of advanced techniques, but he feared that employing them might utterly disrupt their relationship. Get up, dinner is ready. If you dawdle any longer, the food will go cold. Meanwhile, contemplating how to intensify Zhiyu's training the following day, Ainisha suddenly received a message. Upon reading it, her expression shifted dramatically. After a prolonged silence, she murmured, "Inzalia, you have finally made your appearance." Chapter 70. Things to compensate for a lifetime. During dinner, Zhiyu received a message from Ainisha, stating that the psychologist she had arranged for Lin Ran would arrive the following day. She instructed Zhiyu to bring Lin Ran to school early in the morning for his consultation, after which she had something important to discuss with her. Lin Ran, "Teacher Ainisha said for you to accompany me to school tomorrow. The doctor is finally available," Zhiyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had been anticipating this specialist's arrival for quite some time. "Oh, very well," Lin Ran replied, his expression unfazed as he peeled shrimp for Zhiyu. It seemed as though this matter bore little relevance to him. "Once you've recovered, I'll make sure to take you out more often. If there's anything you desire, just let me know, and I'll buy you a sports car. How about that? Or perhaps you should get a driver's license, and I'll give you a car?" Zhiyu spoke with remarkable grandeur, displaying her generosity towards Lin Ran. "A sports car? I think not. If you were to gift me something like that, others might assume that you're keeping me as your sugar baby," Lin Ran objected, shaking his head at her extravagant idea. "Ha! What is wrong with enjoying the benefits of being supported by this young lady? After all, I am destined to be the future Empress." Zhiyu jested, simultaneously probing Lin Ran's feelings, hoping to discern whether he held any romantic notions. "Not at all. As a man, I must ensure I care for you throughout your university years, but I will have to pursue other endeavors afterward," Lin Ran replied. Due to Inisha's influence, it was highly likely that Zhiyu would join the military, just as she had before. The military differs from academia. They would not permit her to bring a personal chef along. Consequently, he would need to adopt a different identity to covertly safeguard her. Other endeavors? Are you perhaps contemplating marriage and children in the future? Zhiyu raised an eyebrow, surprised. She believed that their relationship had grown rather intimate, and she expected Lin Ran to harbor some feelings for her. However, she was taken aback to discover that he was thinking of leaving in 4 years, leaving her perplexed about his true thoughts. Was he truly so oblivious that she would have to resort to more assertive means to win his affection? Yet, the memories of past encounters made her heart flutter with trepidation. Achieving her goal might not be as straightforward as she hoped. "No, it's far too distant for me," Lin Ran replied, gazing out the window with a deep expression. He was unaware of how long it would take to reach the astronomical figures the system had mentioned. For years certainly wouldn't suffice. Perhaps 20 or 30 years. Or perhaps it would only occur on the eve of his demise. Regardless, it mattered little to him. As long as he could see her one last time and utter the words she longed to hear, he would have no regrets. To atone for past mistakes with a lifetime of effort seemed entirely reasonable. "Too distant? Are you unwell again?" Zhiyu observed Lin Ran's wistful gaze directed at the moon, her expression one of confusion. "Never mind. Let us wait for the expert's input tomorrow." The following morning, Zhiyu, after indulging in one of Lin Ran's massages, finally arose from her slumber. "Lin Ran, please fetch me that black bra and the white lace shorts," she whimsically commanded, sitting on the bed and playfully demanding that he retrieve her items from the wardrobe. "After all, you are regarded as the pride of others, the guardian of the future of humanity. Yet, your living habits are truly deplorable," Lin Ran muttered as he took action, having repeated this admonition countless times. However, the girl seemed to pay little heed, appearing increasingly dependent on him, which was a source of mild exasperation for him. "Hee. So what if I'm the pride of the heavens? I am a girl too," she retorted with a playful grin. "I train tirelessly for the future of humanity every day. Being a bit lazy should be entirely justified, right? Your care for me also counts as a contribution to humanity's defense, so in the future, I shall share my achievements with you." With a brazen demeanor, Zhiyu was unashamed, well aware of Lin Ran's vulnerabilities. She understood that as long as she maintained her audacity, Lin Ran would inevitably acquiesce. Had she grasped this insight before her rebirth, she might have avoided her previous predicament. "You truly have a way with words," Lin Ran remarked, his attention shifting as Zhiyu spoke of her arduous training. He could see her efforts, evidenced by the considerable amount of cultivation experience she garnered daily. After placing her undergarments before her, he turned away. He, observing Lin Ran's back. Zhiyu's face lit up with mischief, but she refrained from causing any trouble. Instead, she swiftly changed out of her attire from the previous day and handed it to him to toss into the washing machine. She relished this feeling, wishing for the two of them to share such moments for eternity, seeing each other in the morning and at night, always enveloped in love. After breakfast, the pair quickly arrived at school, but Zhiyu noticed that Inish's expression seemed rather troubled. as if burdened by heavy thoughts. Teacher, do you feel unwell? Zhiyu inquired with genuine concern, having rarely seen Ainisha in such a distracted state. And no, it's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night. Once I finish examining Lin Ran, I'll share something important with you, Ainisha replied, taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart. This time, she needed to leave for a while, and there were many matters she needed to discuss with Zhiyu beforehand. Chapter 71, Memories of the Past. After a brief wait in the office arranged by Director Hai, a graceful middle-aged woman, approximately 35 years of age and clad in a flowing white robe, entered. Upon meeting, Ainisha warmly greeted her and introduced Lin Ran and Zhiyu. Miyu, this is Lin Ran. I brought you here to help determine what illness this little one is suffering from. I'm counting on you, Ainisha said, gesturing towards Lin Ran. The notion of a secondary dimension syndrome was merely her conjecture. Only Miyu's diagnosis could clarify Lin Ran's actual condition. Rest assured, given our long-standing friendship, I shall do my utmost, Miyu assured them. However, while I perform the hypnosis, you must remain silent, regardless of what you see. Interruptions during hypnosis are highly detrimental. Once the subject awakens, it becomes exceedingly challenging to guide them back into that deep state. Understood. I've already briefed Zhiyu, and Director Hai has made arrangements. No one else will be coming here today. Lin Ran, please take a seat on that bench, relax your mind, and look into my eyes. When the time comes, follow my instructions, Miyu instructed Lin Ran. Her ability lay in mental illusion, allowing her to induce a deep hypnotic state in others. Through this method, she could draw out the secrets hidden within their hearts. A green light glimmered in Miyu's eyes as she initiated the mental illusion. Lin Ran, allow yourself to unwind a bit. Yes, very good, even more relaxed. Soon, you will witness the most unforgettable scenes from your memory. First, remember these images. Then we will work together to forget them. As Miyu continued her mental guidance, 10 minutes later, Lin Ran's gaze began to cloud, and his expression became vacant, indicating he had entered a profound state of hypnosis. Now, it was crucial to immerse Lin Ran within this experience, guiding him to reveal the person he had concealed in his heart and aid him in forgetting. Within the illusion, a familiar voice called out, Rangu, you're back. Look, I washed today as clothes myself. Shall we go hiking together tomorrow? I'm so scared of thunder. Can I sleep here with you? Rangu, I've awakened. From now on, I'll protect you. Why are you crying? Are you too happy? Don't worry, I won't abandon you. We will be together for life. Lin Ran felt as though he were enveloped in an ethereal void, watching the past versions of himself and Zhiyu frolicking and conversing in a room. The scenes played like a film, swiftly flashing through his mind. Although he was aware that this was Miyu's illusion, he could not help but yearn to merge with his past self, longing to relive those cherished moments, even knowing they were mere fabrications. Gradually, his body fused with the figure from the past, his trembling hands cradling Zhiyu's youthful face. Rangu, what are you doing? Why all of a sudden this sentimentality? Have you done something to wrong me again? Zhiyu, within the environment, reacted with a myriad of expressions to Lin Ran's actions. Everything felt so real and natural. Time and the illusion passed swiftly, with most memories featuring Lin Ran and Zhiyu's shared experiences. In a dreamlike realm, Zhiyu graduated from high school and subsequently attended a martial arts university. Their time and opportunities to meet dwindled, yet each reunion remained imbued with her childhood affection. However, due to Bai Mengzhu's influence, Zhiyu often gazed at him with complicated emotions. He had been unable to comprehend it back then, but now he understood. Disappointment lingered in her heart. Ultimately, succumbing to the Federation's persuasion and under the promise that Zhiyu would not be labeled a traitor to humanity, he lured her to a certain place, only to hear her utter those sorrowful farewell words. His heart shattered into pieces. All the images ceased abruptly. How can someone feel such profound emotions for a mere figment? What was going on in this guy's head? Zhiyu observed Lin Ran's anguished expression, tears streaming from his eyes, her heart filled with astonishment. She had never anticipated that Lin Ran's condition had deteriorated to such a degree. It was truly imperceptible. Lin Ran, now open your eyes and heed my next command. With a soft sigh, Lin Ran slowly opened his somewhat damp eyes. He could have easily resisted and rendered Miyu's illusion ineffective, but her words prior to casting the spell had caused him to hesitate. He genuinely yearned to see that girl from his past once more, and thus, despite knowing it was merely an illusion, he plunged in without a second thought. This must be his sole vulnerability in the face of illusions. Only such a type of enchantment could momentarily leave him dazed. How could this be? Miyu was taken aback as she gazed into Lin Ran's remarkably clear eyes. It was crucial to note that she had merely instructed him to open his eyes and had not dispelled the control of the illusion over him. According to the normal course of events, Lin Ran's eyes should be clouded at this moment, incapable of such clarity. The only conclusion that could be drawn was that this young man was both under her illusion's control and maintaining a state of lucidity. But how was this possible? Could it be that he had intentionally immersed himself in the illusion to revisit memories buried deep within? Ye Zhiyu. Lin Ran's condition is somewhat intricate. I must employ a special secret technique. Please wait outside for a moment. Although Yu was astonished, she concealed her feelings in front of Ye and Zhiyu. If Lin Ran was intentionally doing this, it surely indicated a secret he did not wish others to discover. Yet, she was genuinely intrigued. How could someone with such seemingly mediocre talent withstand her S-grade ability, the Eye of the Mind? Chapter 72. Do you like him? Once Ye and Zhiyu exited and closed the door, Yu looked at Lin Ran and smiled, saying, after the illusion ended, "It seems you were able to free yourself from the hypnotic control, correct?" Lin Ran did not respond, still pondering how to articulate his thoughts. "I have performed this technique countless times. I am well aware of the state a victim should be in at various moments. You can willingly accept the control of the illusion and yet extricate yourself from it. Apart from my former teacher, you are the first to achieve such a feat." Yu sat before Lin Ran, unabashedly expressing her curiosity and admiration for him. After a moment of silence, he admitted, "Yes, you are correct. I was indeed able to escape your illusion." Recognizing that the other party had seen through everything, Lin Ran's response became more candid. "You are truly remarkable. I am confident that even Ye would not awaken so swiftly from my hypnotic spell. Yet your awakening was so brief, and it is not a mental ability. How did you manage to break free?" Yu gazed into Lin Ran's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate his inner world through them. "Outside, teacher, could it be that Lin Ran is suffering from severe emotional distress? Does he truly require Dr. Yu to resort to secret techniques?" Zhiyu became increasingly worried about Lin Ran's condition. "You should be fine. Do not fret. Yu is quite proficient in illusions," Ye reassured her. Yet, she herself was not entirely convinced. Logically, with Miyu's abilities, this should not be so laborious. Alas, this is truly distressing. If his ailment cannot be cured, what shall I do in the future? Zhiyu's face was etched with anxiety. This was a matter of great importance in her life. What if Dr. Yu awakened the deepest memories in Lin Ran's mind, and he could not forget them? Naturally, she wished to pursue a genuine relationship and marriage with Lin Ran, rather than resorting to coercive measures to win him over. "Girl, are you perhaps overly concerned about Lin Ran?" Ye observed Zhiyu's anxious demeanor, and a bold thought suddenly crossed her mind. Before understanding Lin Ran, she had always thought he might harbor special feeling for Zhiyu. After all, the girl was undeniably striking in both figure and appearance. Having lived together for such a long time, it seemed plausible that Lin Ran might develop affections for Zhiyu. Otherwise, with his extraordinary culinary skills, why would he travel so far to care for her daily needs? However, it now appeared that Lin Ran harbored deep feelings for someone else, and his concern for Zhiyu seemed more akin to a protective older brother. Upon reflection, could it be that Zhiyu's excessive reliance on Lin Ran had fostered some special feelings? Bringing Lin Ran to the imperial city under the pretense of studying was merely a guise to keep him close and limit his interactions with other girls? After all, which girl would not be captivated by a handsome man like Lin Ran, who also possessed exceptional culinary skills? If only she were 10 years younger, she might have considered competing for his affection. "Teacher, how can you look at me with such eyes?" Zhiyu responded with a hint of guilt, as her teacher's perceptive gaze made her uneasy. "No, this is not merely concern. There is undoubtedly something more at play. You like him, do you not?" Ye stated plainly. The eyes cannot be deceived, especially after she had voiced her suspicions. Zhiyu's ears flushed crimson. "Huh? No, that is impossible," Zhiyu stammered, her face reddening as she shook her head vigorously, causing her chest to tremble. "All right, stop shaking your head. I have been through this myself and will not judge you. However, you must think this through. Your future and his future will be vastly different, and the pressures on both sides will not be light." Ye cradled Zhiyu's head in her hands, urging her to calm down. To her, having feelings was entirely normal, especially since the girl was only 18 this year. However, judging by Lin Ran's demeanor, it seemed he did not reciprocate such feelings for her. There appeared to be none of the elements that characterize romantic relationships, and this matter might not be so easily resolved. "A past experience?" Zhiyu inquired. "Teacher, have you not been single all this time? When did you ever have a partner?" She seemed more interested in this little gossip than anything else. As far as she knew, her teacher had never had a partner. Could it be that she too had fallen prey to the two-dimensional syndrome? Zhiyu's question abruptly silenced the conversation. Ye regarded the girl with a mix of complexity, surprised by her perceptiveness. The two exchanged silent glances before they both settled into a quiet wait for the outcome of the treatment. Half an hour later, Miyu emerged from the room. Doctor, Miyu, what is Lin Ran's condition? Zhiyu inquired with genuine concern as she stepped forward. Well, as you previously speculated, he is afflicted with a rather severe case of secondary fantasy syndrome, and he's been plagued by nightmares for the past decade, which sometimes blurs the line between the virtual and the real, Miyu elucidated. Nightmares? No wonder he always looked so pale. Is that the reason? Zhiyu reflected on Miyue's mention of 10 years of torment, recalling many past instances. She remembered hearing strange noises emanating from Lin Ran's room during the night, and noted his often lethargic demeanor during the day, as if he hadn't rested well. At one point, she had even wondered if he was secretly engaging in some self-indulgent activities behind her back. However, upon closer observation, she realized Lin Ran seemed disinterested in matters of romance, as even the lingerie and stockings she carelessly left around went untouched, let alone used for other purposes. Indeed, it is due to these 10 years of nightmares that his mental fortitude is somewhat stronger than that of an ordinary person. Therefore, I employed a secret technique. Miyu continued her explanation. Everything sounded quite reasonable, and at least Zhiyu found it credible. Dr. Miyu, is his condition treatable? Zhiyu's foremost concern lay in this question. If it remained unresolved, it would pose significant complications in the future. Of course it is treatable. His affliction is merely psychological. I have already administered mental intervention. With ample companionship and care in his daily life, he will gradually forget those haunting memories, Miyu affirmed confidently. Very well. Please allow him to rest at home for now. I have other important matters to discuss with Inessa. Understood. Thank you, Dr. Miyu. I will take Lin Ran home first and then return to find you. Zhiyu said eagerly as she stepped into the room. Still in denial about your feelings, Inessa remarked, observing Zhiyu's hurried demeanor, letting out a soft grunt. Having feelings is not a fault, but given Lin Ran's character, I fear my dear apprentice may have to endure some hardships, she pondered. Chapter 73. What? Sleep together? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have been having nightmares every night? On the way back to the hotel, Zhiyu felt a mix of guilt and empathy. Had she known the severity of Lin Ran's condition, she would have shown him more concern. At that time, you were still young. Should I have crawled into your bed just because I was having nightmares? Lin Ran chuckled, shaking his head. The nightmares he experienced were a consequence of his own actions, and he willingly accepted the repercussions. If rebirth could erase past transgressions, then all the grievances Zhiyu had endured would have been in vain. Doctor, Miyu stated that you require more care and attention. Henceforth, you should no longer sleep on the sofa. You will sleep in the bed, Zhiyu decisively declared. Sleep in the bed? I sleep in the bed, and you sleep on the sofa? That is out of the question, Lin Ran protested vehemently. In truth, after growing closer to Zhiyu, he hardly experienced those nightmares anymore, rendering such care unnecessary. Who said I would sleep on the sofa? The bed isn't that large. Is it? We could simply share half of it. Zhiyu proposed a flawless solution. What? Are you joking? You want us to sleep together? If this gets out, who knows what kind of uproar it might cause? Lin Ran shook his head in disbelief. What was going through his mind? He recalled the last time he unintentionally ended up in that girl's bed, his heart racing at the memory of inadvertently touching her. I'm not joking. I care about your well-being, and besides, if neither of us mentions it, who would know we've been sharing a bed? Zhiyu countered. You wouldn't want to disappoint me, would you? Zhiyu pouted, her lips slightly biting, revealing her signature expression of disappointment. She had inadvertently discovered that whenever she donned this expression, no matter Lin Ran's objections, he would ultimately acquiesce. Sure enough, why must it come to this? Lin Ran thought, having recently undergone memory enhancement from Miyu. Now, confronted with Zhiyu's profoundly disappointed visage, he felt an overwhelming reluctance to refuse her. Very well, I will concede to your wishes, he sighed, ultimately surrendering. What choice did he have? After all, he had vowed never to let that girl down again. That's the spirit. This is merely for your care. We will be sharing a bed, nothing more. Zhiyu declared, secretly elated. This arrangement, known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me, delighted her. She knew this tactic was infallible. Even if she couldn't pinpoint its rationale, Lin Ran was simply susceptible to it. On the other side, Miyu, is Lin Ran's condition truly as simple as you suggest? Walking along the campus corridor, Inessa finally spoke up. The previous words might have sufficed to placate Zhiyu, but upon reflection, she felt that something deeper was amiss with Lin Ran. It should be somewhat more complex. However, it is not a grave matter. He will be fine, Miyu reassured her. She had shared some confidential matters with Lin Ran and had promised to keep his secrets. All right, as long as Lin Ran's health is intact, Inessa conceded, choosing not to press further. Recognizing that everyone harbors secrets, and it is only natural to withhold them. What did you summon me for? Inessa inquired. I have heard that the military has discovered the whereabouts of Yingxilia, but her reappearance is far too coincidental, especially in that location. Miue spoke delicately, aware that once Inessa learned of Yingxilia's location, she would undoubtedly pursue her. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding filled Miue's heart, fearing for her friend's safety. Inessa, I understand your intentions, but I must seek her out, even if it is a trap, Inessa adamantly declared. The sole condition under which she had joined the federal military was their promise to assist her in tracking down Yingxilia. After 3 years of searching, she finally had a lead. How could she possibly give up? Sigh, I know I cannot sway your decision, but you must exercise caution. Yingxilia is cunning. Do not underestimate her. Seeing Inessa's unwavering resolve, Miue refrained from further persuasion, simply hoping for a friend's safe return. Yes, Miue. I have one more favor to ask of you, Inessa said. Speak freely. We need not stand on ceremony between us. Zhiyu is my swordsmanship heir, but she is still very young. If I fail to eliminate Yingxilia this time, I ask that you look after her in my stead. Though their time together had been brief. However, Inessa truly cherishes Zhiyu as if she were her own child, hoping that her future path may be somewhat smoother. An hour later, after ensuring Lin Ran was comfortably settled and lying beside him for a while to acclimate to the proper cohabitation habits, Zhiyu leisurely returned to seek out Inessa, curious about the mysterious purpose behind her summons. What could it possibly be? Surely, she wasn't planning to impart something else entirely? Little did she expect, upon their meeting, that Inessa would deliver a psychological blow, nearly rendering Zhiyu into a state of shock. A will? Chapter Hetvennig, Halt. Zhiyu could hardly fathom that Inessa's reason for summoning her pertained to the matter of a will. Teacher, why on earth are you writing this? Are you ill? Zhiyu inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. Why would a healthy person draft such a document without cause? Inessa did not directly address Zhiyu's query. Instead, she continued with a grave tone, You are the beneficiary of the will I have written. Should I pass away, all of my assets will legally belong to you. This storage ring contains items I have kept. Should I fail to return, they will also be yours. It was as if Inessa was meticulously arranging her affairs, preparing for the inevitable. With no parents or children, and lacking a romantic partner, her only connection was that of a mentor and friend to Zhiyu. Making such arrangements in advance was also to prevent her belongings from being confiscated posthumously. You must carefully consider your relationship with Lin Ran. He is a fine young man. If you truly can be together, I wish you both well. Inessa imparted numerous pieces of advice to Zhiyu, akin to a mother-esque concern for her daughter, fretting over every detail to ensure the girl would not face future hardships. Teacher, please don't speak so seriously. What is actually going on? Zhiyu felt bewildered, sensing that Inessa was discussing her final wishes. Could it be that the timeline had once again become ensnared in some unknown disarray? I have a long-standing nemesis who has finally resurfaced. I must confront her myself. This foe resided in a foreign territory, fraught with unknown dangers, perhaps even a trap, but Zhiyu could no longer contain her impatience. Inessa's expression was tinged with excitement and pain as she spoke of her nemesis. A nemesis? Zhiyu's mind raced, recalling that the only person worthy of being called a nemesis by Inessa was the one named Yingxilia. She remembered Inessa mentioning years ago that she had adopted a war orphan, only to have Yingxilia cruelly murder her by severing her hands and beheading her. From that moment on, pursuing Yingxilia became Inessa's lifelong mission. Yet, was Yingxilia not a figure destined to emerge only 5 years hence during the crusade? The failure of that campaign had been due to Yingxilia, leading Inessa into an ambush that resulted in her tragic demise. With this thought, Zhiyu could no longer remain passive. She hastily urged, Teacher, if you are aware that it may be a trap, why risk such peril? Zhiyu, you do not understand my feelings. Sometimes, living is even more painful than death. I have awaited this day for far too long. Inessa embraced Zhiyu, her eyes filled with affection. She could not linger for long. Finding her in the foreign realm would be exceedingly difficult. I can hardly wait. Just the thought of that girl's lifeless form caused her body to tremble. She could not comprehend why Yingxilia would commit such cruelty when they had once been as close as sisters. No, teacher, you must not go. It is unwise to knowingly walk into a trap. Zhiyu continued to plead, unable to bear the thought of watching Inessa march towards her demise. I have made up my mind. You needn't say more. If I die, burn my belongings and bury them in the place specified in my will. Remember to visit me during festivals. Inessa's stance was resolute. Even the most persuasive arguments could not sway her, least of all Zhiyu's. Zhiyu's mind raced as she sought a way to prevent Inessa from taking such risks. Failure to dissuade her in the past was a mistake she could not afford to repeat. Very well, beyond vengeance. My sole wish is for you to step into the imperial realm and become the unparalleled empress among millions. Inessa tenderly caressed Zhiyu's face. She was her only disciple and spiritual anchor. Teacher, the person you seek to eliminate is indeed Yingxilia, correct? Zhiyu gazed steadily at Inessa, softly articulating her thoughts. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to confront the issue directly. How do you know the name Yingxilia? Inessa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Few knew of her intent to pursue Yingxilia, and the events of the past were shrouded in secrecy. How could this girl possibly be aware? Red Lotus Flame is one of my abilities. I have also awakened a hidden talent that allows me to glimpse certain fragments of time. Thus, I am aware of the name Yingxilia. Moreover, I know that if you pursue Yingxilia now, you will surely die. Zhiyu rushed to declare, her voice a mixture of truth and deception. The timeline had already unraveled to an absurd degree. She could not predict what further bizarre occurrences might transpire. Inessa regarded Zhiyu quietly, adept at discerning the truth in others' hearts. She recognized that Zhiyu spoke from genuine concern, not wanting her to face death. It sensed there were other secrets left unspoken. In 4 years, at most 4 years, there will be a better opportunity. If you are willing to heed my counsel, you will undoubtedly be able to eliminate Yingxilia and bring her head to Klesha's grave. Teacher, you wouldn't want Klesha to rest in peace, would you? Zhiyu insisted fervently. No matter what, she must prevent Inessa from proceeding. Chapter 75, Overconfident. The atmosphere grew tense with silence, and Zhiyu hesitated to meet Inessa's gaze, fearing that the teacher might discern more than she intended. For years? Is it truly worth waiting that long for a chance to kill her? Inessa murmured. Yes, there will certainly be a chance. If you change your mind now, an opportunity will surely arise within 4 years. Teacher, you must believe in me, Zhiyu urged, sensing Inessa's wavering resolve, quickly fanning the flames of persuasion. Given that Yingxilia had already appeared prematurely, there would undoubtedly be further developments. As long as Inessa could remain composed and not act impulsively, many opportunities for vengeance would arise in the future. After another moment of silence, very well. Since you have said so, I shall trust you. I will refrain from going this time. Inessa once again embraced Zhiyu. Regardless of the secrets that this girl may harbor, as long as her intentions were genuinely for Inessa's well-being, what did it matter? Hearing such reassurances from Inessa, Zhiyu finally felt a sense of relief. She had feared that the teacher would be as resolute as before. I will wait for the opportune moment you mentioned, Inessa solemnly promised Zhiyu. Since this girl would not harm her, she would undoubtedly assist her. The atmosphere began to soften, and their bond as teacher and student deepened once more. Teacher, your storage ring holds quite a treasure trove. Why not share some of it with me in advance? Zhiyu playfully jested, hoping to lift Inessa's spirits. You little rascal. If you desire something, simply take it. Why be so courteous with me? Understanding that Zhiyu was merely trying to amuse her, Inessa chuckled in agreement. For the safety of her disciple, she was willing to reveal her secret of foresight. How could she not cherish such a student? It was not in vain that she wished to bequeath everything to this girl before departing. I have also done a splendid job on the house in the Imperial City. If you wish to avoid hotel accommodations, you could move in with Lin Ran. Should you and Lin Ran marry, it could serve as your marital abode. After all, it is yours to claim. Inessa was unreserved in discussing topics of life and death with Zhiyu, for she had endured too many harrowing experiences and witnessed countless comrades perish before her eyes. Then you must come in person when I marry him, Zhiyu exclaimed. Both he and I are orphans. You are the one who has treated me the best, so you must be there. She no longer shied away from discussing her relationship with Lin Ran, fully aware that Inessa had already perceived it. However, in her previous life, Inessa had not been as supportive and had even expressed some opposition, particularly because Lin Ran often proclaimed their bond as akin to that of siblings in public. With such declarations, who could possibly lend their support? Thus, Inessa had harbored doubts about Zhiyu's mindset, questioning whether she had been influenced by inappropriate media, leading to such dubious thoughts. Very well, when you marry him, I shall prepare a grand gift for you both. Zhiyu giggled. You could start preparing that grand gift now. After all, I will definitely marry him. There is no escaping that. Her confidence was unwavering, especially since they were already sharing a bed. How could a cooked duck possibly fly away? If only I could find that dual cultivation manual. I could help Lin Ran elevate his talents right now. Fly away? That is not a certainty. I perceive that Lin Ran does not yet harbor such intentions towards you. So you must put in some effort, Inessa remarked, not intending to dampen Zhiyu's confidence. But the current situation indeed posed some challenges. Teacher, you have never been in a relationship, so you wouldn't understand. I've already grasped his weaknesses. Zhiyu, in her exuberance, spoke without restraint, inadvertently striking a sensitive chord with Inessa. You little imp, Are you trying to cheer me up or provoke me? Indeed. As soon as Ye Zhiyu mentioned the topic of being single, Inessa's lips twitched slightly. This girl truly knew how to touch upon sore spots. Since I will not be leaving for the time being, I must commence your training in earnest from today. After all, you are my sole beloved disciple. Inessa's lips curled into a gentle smile. Before the new term began, she needed to rigorously test this girl's limits and see just how far her abilities could reach. Ye Zhiyu observed as Inessa reverted to her stern teacher persona, feeling a pang of regret for her earlier moment of pride. That evening, Lin Ran was somewhat astonished to see Ye Zhiyu return, almost limping. Just days prior, she had claimed that training was not particularly arduous. So why did she appear so drained now? I am utterly exhausted. Quickly help me to the bath. I can hardly move, Ye Zhiyu exclaimed. Her eyes filled with a pleading innocence upon seeing Lin Ran, as if he were her savior, just because she had mentioned her teacher's single status. The intensity of training had tripled compared to the previous day, and she had heard that tomorrow would involve even more practice. What happened to you? How did it come to this? Lin Ran inquired, supporting Ye Zhiyu's arm and carefully guiding her toward the bathroom. After filling the tub with water and ensuring the temperature was suitable, he gently urged her, go wash up. Once you're done, I'll help massage you to loosen your muscles. I lack the strength to undress myself. Would you assist me? Ye Zhiyu gazed at Lin Ran with a pitiful, helpless expression, her signature move making a reappearance. Sigh, very well then. Lin Ran sighed in resignation, closing his eyes and, relying on memory, began unbuttoning Ye Zhiyu's garment. Under her guidance, he removed each piece of clothing, just a bit higher. Yes, unfastened the back clasp. Once the most challenging corset was finally undone, Ye Zhiyu reclined into the bathtub, shedding her shorts and handing them to Lin Ran for washing. Submerged in the frothy bubbles, Ye Zhiyu gazed at the ceiling, her thoughts lingering on the day's events. Inessa likely did not fully believe in her fragments of foresight, yet she had refrained from probing further, instead repeatedly cautioning her to keep such abilities secret from others. How exhausting my life is. Why must it be so bitter? Ye Zhiyu sighed, looking down at her fair curves, gently patting them and watching them sway before her. She felt discomfort throughout her body and thought that she would need Lin Ran to give her a challenging massage. The bathtub was the perfect setting, and he certainly wouldn't notice any unusual sensations. Lin Ran, come here. Chapter 77. Fate Intertwined. That night, Ye Zhiyu eagerly lay down in bed, while Lin Ran lingered on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, pondering that if she fell asleep, she might not bring up that matter prematurely. Hey, it's already 10 p.m. Why are you still awake? Hurry over here, Ye Zhiyu urged, unable to contain her impatience. This was their first cohabitation since a rebirth, a moment of great significance. Why was he dragging his feet? After several prompts from Ye Zhiyu, Lin Ran reluctantly made his way to her side. Upon seeing her in a red, alluring nightgown, he turned away, lying on the empty side of the bed, facing away from her, and closed his eyes, striving to calm his racing heart. Ye Zhiyu also turned to the side, quietly observing Lin Ran's silhouette. She was not in a hurry. This was merely a small step toward success. In due time, she would slowly reveal her feelings. After all, they were sharing the same bed. He could hardly deny this matter. At 11, midnight, and 1 in the morning, the proximity allowed Lin Ran to feel Ye Zhiyu's heartbeat and the alluring fragrance of her presence. He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that any misstep might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Could it be that his recent displays of affection had been too indulgent? Lin Ran pondered, aware that some actions might not bode well. Yet, when he considered his goals, he steeled his resolve. In his view, as long as he maintained his moral integrity, there should be no issues. With this thought, his heart finally eased, and he drifted into a deep slumber. In the darkness, a pair of mischievous eyes slowly opened, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Lin Ran. Ye Zhiyu quietly shifted closer to him and nestled against his back, soon falling into a tranquil sleep herself. Days passed, and Ye Zhiyu endured the grueling training imposed by Inessa at school, while Lin Ran busied himself with ensuring their logistical needs were met, all the while engaging in celestial visualization. Through his tireless efforts, his primary attributes, strength, defense, and mental acuity, had already achieved a foundational enhancement of 7. Do not underestimate this 7. Once his abilities increase further, the resultant attributes would be formidable indeed. His mutated Mo Yun Vine, after continuous absorption while in standby mode, had reached an initial length of 20 meters. Its combat prowess was such that it could easily devour a warrior of the Mount-shaking realm without any difficulty. However, the only regret was that the flower remained in a budding state, seemingly still quite distant from full bloom. Now, Lin Ran had grown accustomed to life here. Occasionally, when he felt bored in the afternoons, he enjoyed wandering alone by the lakeside park, reclining beneath a tree and savoring the rare tranquility in his heart. Young man, I often see you here. Do take care. Handsome fellows like you are often targets for the deranged, an elderly custodian kindly warned Lin Ran. Following the tragic fate of Constantine, few young people dared to stroll in the park, all fearing encounters with the madman. This old man had accepted the job only because the park management offered double pay and substantial compensation in case of any unfortunate incident. Amidst the entanglements of love and hate, Lin Ran's phone rang with a video call from Zhiyu. Aren't you busy with training today? How do you have time to call me? Lin Ran inquired with concern. The teacher had to step out for an errand. I just got a break, Zhiyu replied, appearing quite flushed from exertion. Had Anessa not left unexpectedly, she would hardly have had any time to spare. Oh, are you at that park where the madman is rumored to appear? Didn't they say it was dangerous? Upon seeing Lin Ran's background, Zhiyu immediately recognized it as the lakeside park, marveling at his audacity. Not at all. You haven't seen the numerous patrolling security guards. There are cameras almost everywhere in the park. If that madman dares to show up, he would surely be seeking his own demise. Lin Ran chuckled lightly. After the incident, the park had installed a significant number of security cameras, even in the small groves, deterring young couples who preferred not to engage in public displays of affection under scrutiny. All right, I can't argue with you. Just be safe. Zhiyu supported Lin Ran's desire for a stroll, fearing that remaining cooped up at home might lead him to develop other issues. Just as they were speaking, a strange phenomenon suddenly manifested in the sky behind Lin Ran. Crimson clouds rolled like flames, and a massive vortex of fire began to coalesce in the air. The two, who had been conversing, were instantly captivated by the mysterious fire vortex. Is it possible that a special secret realm has emerged here? Zhiyu hastily stepped outside. Witnessing the extraordinary sight in the sky, the fiery vortex, still gathering strength, revealed the words fire domain faintly inscribed upon it. If she was not mistaken, this should be a special realm related to the heavenly fire. She wondered if there were any restrictions on entering this realm. If not, it would be impossible to seize the opportunity. Zhiyu gazed at the fire vortex, feeling a twinge of desire, yet remained remarkably composed. If there were limitations on entry based on cultivation level, she might have a chance to claim a fortuitous encounter. But if there were no restrictions, she would not dare to enter recklessly. After all, treasure hunting implied full-scale combat and potential fatalities. This was the Federal Imperial City, where numerous powerful families had experts, warriors, battle gods, and even immortal masters. Competing against such figures, she would be utterly outmatched. Thus, her only hope was that this special realm would impose restrictions on the levels of those who could enter. Otherwise, she would not risk it. Fire domain, Lin Ran mused, observing the information prompt visible only to him from a distance. System notice, fire domain secret realm. Highest entry requirement is the sea covering realm. The highest entry requirement is merely the sea covering realm. It seems that fate has favored me with this secret realm. Lin Ran reflected with a sense of wonder. With dual talents, he was indeed an invincible presence among those of the same tier, having enjoyed so many benefits from Zhiyu. It was time for him to bestow upon her a grand reward. Chapter 78, Discussion. A secret realm? Has a special secret realm truly emerged here? Dispatch someone immediately to investigate. Such a grand manifestation surely indicates the presence of valuable treasures within. The anomaly in the sky was significant enough for Lin Ran and Zhiyu to witness, and naturally, others could see it as well. However, due to the initial nature of the secret realm, no one knew how perilous it might be, and everyone was cautiously observing the situation. Zhiyu, I spoke with teacher Anessa. I may venture into this fire domain secret realm to see if there is any heavenly fire I require. While I am away, you should rest at home and refrain from wandering around, Lin Ran instructed. After discussing the situation with Anessa, Zhiyu contacted Lin Ran again. The emergence of this secret realm was indeed peculiar. She had no recollection of such a realm, but having already experienced temporal distortions, she was no longer concerned about that detail. If given the opportunity, she would explore it. If not, she would remain outside and cultivate steadily. After all, survival was paramount. She certainly did not wish to remain a solitary soul until death, akin to her previous life. She was determined to attempt a few rounds of dual cultivation with Lin Ran to aid in unlocking his innate potential. I understand now. Do take care if you decide to go. Do not be careless, Lin Ran replied with genuine concern. Haha, rest assured, if this secret realm imposes restrictions on realms, I will turn back immediately. I shan't be foolishly stubborn, she retorted. If we can't go today, let's find a place to enjoy a few drinks tonight. The teacher mentioned there's a quaint tavern nearby that serves quite delectable fare, Zhiyu said, her eyes crinkling with a smile. In her life, Three things held paramount importance. First, cultivation. Second, being together with Lin Ran to build a warm little home. And third, she aspired to have at least 3 children, determined to compensate for the regrets of her past life. Drinking? Forget it. Every time I drink, I end up with a headache, and I always feel like my memories are fragmented. The mere mention of alcohol made Lin Ran's head throb. For reasons unknown, his tolerance for liquor had plummeted. He often found himself dizzy after just a few sips. There was even an instance when he awoke to find his head nestled against that girl's bosom, nearly giving him a heart attack. He feared that one day, after a night of drinking, he might lose his memory and compromise his moral integrity, possibly crossing lines he ought not to. That would only add to his burdens. Moreover, he had also noticed that her sleeping habits were less than ideal. She often sprawled about, pushing him to the edge of the bed, leaving only a sliver of space for him to lie down. Her curvaceous form would press against his back, and he could feel the most sensitive parts of him taut with tension. He had attempted to suggest sleeping on the sofa several times, only to be met with her pitiful expression, asking if Lin Ran found her care inadequate. If he truly did, he could simply be blunt and say she could leave, as if she had never set foot in this world. After all, she was but a helpless creature incapable of looking after herself. With her dramatic rhetoric reminiscent of Ye, coupled with her artful pretense, she always managed to stifle whatever he meant to say. This was a predicament of his own making, and he alone must bear the consequences. The only thing he could do now was to tie his undergarments in a knot each night before sleep, sparing himself any opportunity for madness. Just as Lin Ran and Ye Zhiyu conversed while awaiting the convergence of the teleportation space, several streaks of light suddenly pierced the sky. They were martial artists skilled in flight. The weaker among them were at the battle general level, while some even possessed the strength of battle gods. These individuals circled the nearby vortex, scrutinizing it with utmost seriousness. What a pity for such a splendid secret realm that we cannot enter. Indeed, with such a dense concentration of fire elements, there must be treasures of fire within. Acquiring them would surely be immensely beneficial. Upon sensing the fiery elemental power emanating from the vortex, the group felt a surge of excitement. The contents within might not be for their use, but they could certainly be left for the younger generations of their clans. These were undoubtedly valuable items. Each of them was astute, although they could not enter. Their clans had capable successors, with warriors of all stages available. Assembling a few elite teams posed no challenge at all. After deliberation, they agreed, "Let us proceed, as discussed earlier. We will use the instability of the secret realm as an excuse to hold off others. Once our designated individuals have entered, we will allow the rest to follow. No matter what, we must seize the advantage." Their plan was astute. With ample backup forces at home and fine equipment at their disposal, securing the upper hand in the secret realm would essentially guarantee their success. It would be a shame if the treasures birthed in the imperial city were not claimed by their kin. Such swift action, how domineering indeed. Although Lin Ran was conversing with Ye Zhiyu, his gaze remained fixed on the yet unstable space. One could not recklessly enter before the teleportation space stabilized. Otherwise, they would be easily torn apart by the spatial forces. He initially intended to wait until the space had stabilized, but to his surprise, that group had already begun to seal off the surrounding area. The intent was obvious. They were likely attempting to buy more time for their own. Given the strength of these families, under normal circumstances, once their personnel were assembled, ordinary folks would stand no chance. However, this time was different. If they wished to act so tyrannically, they would see whose resolve was stronger. He had declared that the treasures within the fire domain were destined for him, and thus they were indeed fated. Those who attempted to obstruct him would meet with death. In any case, he harbored no fondness for these decaying aristocratic families. If given the chance, he would not hesitate to strike them down without mercy. Chapter 79. The mysterious egg Lin Ran perched atop a tall tree trunk. His battle attire activated in stealth mode. The shadow battle garb was remarkably convenient, allowing him to engage its functions at will and alter its appearance to his liking. As long as the attire remained intact, his identity would remain concealed. He narrowed his pupils, patiently observing the crowd below, which had begun to stir with excitement. Were this in the outskirts, such a blockade would be understood, and no one would dare cause a ruckus. However, this was the imperial city. On what grounds could they prohibit others from entering under the pretext of the space's instability? It was utterly unreasonable. Why are you denying us entry? Is our safety any of your concern? You may act with impunity in the wild secret realms, but to do so here in the imperial city is the height of hypocrisy. A hot-tempered young martial artist erupted in anger. Most of these individuals merely sought a stroke of luck, hoping to seize an opportunity for gain. They had no intentions of competing with the great families for anything. Yet, They found the arrogance of these individuals intolerable, as they continued to block entry under the guise of safety. Young man, you would do well to speak more courteously, otherwise. Should an accident occur within the secret realm, it would not bode well for you. A tall, lean man glared at the young martial artist, his expression sour. Though he refrained from acting openly in the city, in a less populated area, anyone daring to point fingers at them would already be a corpse. However, this young man would also meet his demise. It would merely require a brief explanation to his clan. Let go, brother. Let's wait a bit longer. There's no need to provoke them. Sensing the situation was growing tense, someone quickly intervened to calm the young martial artist. They merely wished to take a chance and did not want to risk their lives. It was best to let those from the families lead the charge. Oomph. Mind your words, or if something unfortunate were to occur inside, do not say we did not warn you. At that moment, Lin Ran spotted Zhiyu's figure in the crowd. However, the girl maintained a low profile, donning a sun hat as she earnestly surveyed the fiery domain of the secret realm. She possessed a certain understanding of this mystical place, and, after some contemplation, felt a glimmer of hope. Alas, the absence of formidable allies by her side diminished her chances for success. Ding! Mission alert. Assist the Empress in obtaining the treasures of the fiery realm. Reward: 1 mysterious lottery draw. This task has arrived quite opportunely. The system is rather intriguing. Every time he treats Zhiyu with a little kindness, appropriate rewards follow. For the Empress's safe growth, this is my duty. Is that so? Since you brought this up, I find myself quite curious. Are you my external aid or hers? Lin Ran had long wished to pose this question. Although the rewards were bestowed upon him, he felt compelled to remain by the girl's side, fearing for her safety. His role seemed more akin to a fated protector. What difference does it make? As long as she remains unharmed, we both shall find joy. You don't wish to see a repeat of that scene from years past, do you? The system remarked meaningfully. Understood. To Lin Ran, there truly was little distinction. If he could safeguard Zhiyu throughout his life, that would suffice. Soon, the elite from various clans who had received notification arrived in droves. However, upon witnessing the throngs of commoners awaiting outside, they displayed an air of haughtiness, looking down upon them. Such is the nature of class. Under the protection of their clan elders, they possessed greater resources and advantages. Arriving first was a privilege others could not hope to match. With so many of them present, what could they possibly scavenge? Let us depart. Observing the noble youths clad in exquisite gear filing into the vortex of the fiery domain, many among the crowd began to reconsider. To seize an opportunity, one must first have the chance to do so. Nearly 300 had entered already. Could they still hope for success? Moreover, they were merely disorganized individuals. Once inside, they might find themselves outmatched or even lose their lives. Gentlemen, our people have already scouted the situation inside. The space remains relatively stable. Those wishing to enter may proceed. As he saw his comrades entering the tall, lean man spoke with a touch of civility. If they sought their doom, he wouldn't stand in their way. With a cold snort, Zhiyu leaped forward, diving straight into the fiery vortex. After witnessing Zhiyu enter the secret realm, a fierce glint flashed in the tall man's eyes. This bait had finally taken the hook. Preventing others from entering was secondary. His primary goal was to obstruct Ye Zhiyu, ensuring that the clan's younger generation could prepare adequately within the realm. Having taken so much from the Li family, it was only fitting that a price be paid. He was indeed fortunate that the realm's conditions were limited to the oceanic boundary. Had it been the star seizing or moon grasping boundaries, Ye Zhiyu would not dare take such risks. What if the Red Lotus Inferno was indeed formidable? To counteract Ye Zhiyu, he had selected 20 well-equipped masters at the 9th level of the oceanic boundary from the Su and Li families. The treasures within the realm could be disregarded. But Ye Zhiyu must perish. Dying within the realm would merely indicate her inferiority. No one could contest that. Indeed, these individuals deserve their fate. Although the fierce glimmer in the tall man's eyes was fleeting, Lin Ran's keen perception caught it clearly. Without further hesitation, he followed the others and leaped into the fiery vortex, eager to discover what valuable items might exist for Zhiyu. As a flash of white light enveloped him, Lin Ran, like the others, was transported to a distinctive fiery space. The heat was unbearable, and as he surveyed the surroundings, every rock and object was ablaze with roaring flames. Was this a random transport? Lin Ran had entered alongside the others, and the time difference could not have exceeded a mere few seconds. Yet now, he found himself utterly alone, indicating that the newcomers had been scattered by the realm's rules. I must find that girl quickly. Lin Ran was unconcerned for himself. His only worry was for Zhiyu, whose safety consumed his thoughts. As a child, he feared she might catch cold or go hungry. Now, He worried for her safety and the company she might keep, especially after his rebirth. He dreaded the possibility of her rebelling and bringing home a wild-haired youth riding a ghostly fire. Thankfully, none of that had transpired. After activating the system, the girl had suddenly become clingy, suggesting she wouldn't fall prey to unsavory influences. Meanwhile, what is this? A burning egg? Zhiyu noticed a peculiar egg standing in a blazing nest. What manner of creature could it belong to? Chapter 80. Wealth and Danger. Like Lin Ran, Zhiyu is equally intrigued by this extraordinary space. The dense flames enveloped her in a comforting warmth. After observing the egg in the nest for a moment, she waved her hand gently, summoning a fiery rope of karmic flames that ensnared the egg. She intended to take it with her for further examination. To her surprise, however, her flames were directly absorbed by the strange egg. After consuming her flames, the egg began to sway gently in the nest, as if reveling in joy. It could absorb my karmic fire? How fascinating. It seems there must be a great treasure within. Zhiyu licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with delight. She had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. What a splendid find right from the start. It seems Lin Ran's words hold truth. Beautiful girls rarely encounter misfortune. She hurried to the nest, her hand lightly brushing against the strange egg, and instantly felt a vibrant surge of life emanating from within. The creature inside possessed a fire element that rivaled her own. It cannot be directly stored in the storage ring? Zhiyu initially planned to place the egg into her storage ring for later study. After several futile attempts, she realized that the storage ring could only hold lifeless objects. As the egg was alive, it could not be contained. This posed a bit of a dilemma. Zhiyu furrowed her brow. Many powerful individuals had entered this realm. Those from influential families were predominantly experts at the 9th level of the oceanic boundary. If she were to carry this egg openly, she would inevitably become a target. In its initial unsealed state, she might manage against 10 or so, but if more set their sights on her, it would become perilous. Yet, to abandon, it would be equally painful. She could sense a profound connection with the life within the egg, and relinquishing it would likely lead to a lifetime of regret. Wealth and danger often go hand in hand. Given the current circumstances, let us persist in our search, for none among us knows the way out. After a moment of contemplation, Zhiyu resolutely cradled the egg in her arms, declaring that surrender was not an option. Having fortuitously discovered the egg at the outset, she thought it prudent to continue exploring the vicinity in hopes of unearthing further treasures. Who knows, by sheer happenstance, she might even find a way to teleport out. 5,000 meters ahead, turn left. Current temperature, 50 degrees. Your battlesuit has activated its advanced cooling mode. Temperature adjustment in progress. Lin Ran sped through the fiery domain, relying on the system's navigation. For the time being, he set aside the notion of treasure hunting. His priority was to locate that girl. There would be ample time for other pursuits later. Nevertheless, this fiery realm struck him as rather peculiar. Despite the stringent entry requirements, he had yet to encounter even a single fierce beast. Lin Ran pondered this as he raced onward. Typically, secret realms with restrictions are designed to prevent stronger warriors from overwhelming the weaker ones, granting the latter a chance to grow. Yet, after nearly half an hour of running, he had not seen a single creature. All that surrounded him were the smoldering stones and the blazing sun suspended in the sky. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the air was filled with the explosive sounds of signal flares, billowing smoke as they quickly formed various family insignias in the sky. Clearly, these individuals were probing the secret realm, and upon realizing something was amiss, began to assemble. Indeed, the traditional methods still held sway here. Within the secret realm, standard communication means were essentially severed, making such conventional methods far more effective. Especially in a randomly generated map, this approach proved even more advantageous. The Empress is cultivating. You have received cultivation feedback. Has that girl found an opportunity? It seems I must hasten my pace. Upon receiving the system notification and noticing several signal flares rising near Zhiyu's location, Lin Ran felt a surge of urgency. The act of cultivation is most vulnerable to interruption. If those individuals were to seize the moment, that girl would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. With this thought, he retrieved a vial of advanced potent elixir, obtained from Sumo from his storage space, and downed it in one gulp. Advanced potent elixir increases sprinting speed by 100 for 20 minutes. And then, like a meteor, he accelerated forward. We have been relatively fortunate. The locations we were randomly assigned are not too far apart. Now that Bai Ho is scouting the nearby area, with 13 of us here, we should manage without any issues. A man clad in silver armor declared to his hurried kin, in this unknown secret realm, without absolute, overwhelming strength. It is crucial to see who can gather together first. With the advantage of teamwork, especially among those from the same family, we wield significant leverage in such explorations. As per the usual protocol, we eliminate any solitary individuals we encounter. Should we encounter others of equal standing, we will assess the situation as it unfolds. The silver-armored man added, among nobles, although they may engage in battles for treasures, being from the same circle often means their parents or colleagues in various offices or departments, leading to an unspoken understanding of leaving a way out for each other. At worst, they would inflict grievous injuries, provided the opponent relinquished the treasure. As long as a life remains, their parents can negotiate. However, they show no such courtesy towards solitary warriors, perceiving them as being several tiers below themselves. How dare they compete for treasures alongside them? Killing them is trivial, and they harbor no concern about the consequences. Ji Ping, I see a nest ahead, illuminated by emerald flames, distinct from the surroundings. This time, we must have struck luck. Just as the silver-armored man was instructing his companions, a hurried voice suddenly echoed from afar. Chapter 81. Zhiyu's Dilemma in the Depths of the Nest. Zhiyu sat with her eyes closed, enveloped in a verdant sea of flames. Her fortune was indeed remarkable. According to the intermittent consciousness transmitted from the egg she held, she had unexpectedly discovered a green lotus-shaped mystical fire deep within the nest. The elemental fire energy contained within stirred the infernal flames inside her, igniting an insatiable desire to consume it. If she could wholly devour it, both her infernal capabilities and her cultivation experience would surely undergo a significant surge. Her innate talent was exceptional. The more flames she consumed, the swifter her cultivation progressed. Given sufficient time, she would undoubtedly ascend to the highest echelons. She needed to act swiftly. The phenomena within the nest were intensifying. She could not allow others to seize this opportunity. Bai Zhiping and his group were also racing forward. The larger the phenomenon grew, the more people would notice it. As they sped along, several special signal flares appeared in the sky, indicating not only a call to gather, but also conveying vital information to their comrades about a significant discovery nearby. At that moment, Zhiyu's expression gradually reflected anxiety. She had not anticipated that this process of devouring the mystical fire would consume so much time. Although her aura was steadily rising and she was reaping substantial benefits from the absorption, she realized she had lingered here for too long. If someone were to discover the peculiarities of this nest and recklessly intrude during her critical absorption phase, she would find it exceedingly challenging to cope. An abrupt interruption would certainly unleash a backlash, complicating matters further. Half a stick of incense later, Bai Zhiping and his companions, tracking the rich fire elemental energy, finally reached the innermost part of the nest, where they found Zhiyu consuming the mystical fire. Zhiyu, I never expected it to be you. You certainly possess audacity, daring to venture into this place alone. Should I commend your bravery or question your foolishness? Bai Zhiping's tension eased upon seeing only Zhiyu present. If it was just her, today's events would be straightforward. Zhiping, she appears to be absorbing that green fire lotus. We should tread carefully. Bai Ho remarked as he noticed Zhiyu's silence and her cold gaze fixed upon them, instantly grasping her predicament. She was likely in a critical absorption phase, caught in a dilemma. In their eyes, Zhiyu might be deemed nearly invincible in battles among peers, yet before this group of ninth-stage warriors, she fell short. Even the most formidable prodigy requires time to accumulate strength, and Zhiyu is still quite young. Zhiping, what should we do? Both of those items are extraordinary. The group looked at the green fire lotus in Zhiyu's grasp and the colossal egg beside her, their minds brimming with various thoughts. Instinctively, they sensed that both the fire lotus and the egg were anything but ordinary. Should they miss this opportunity, it would likely haunt them for a lifetime. Bai Zhiping gazed upon Zhiyu, his eyes gradually turning insatiably covetous. Surrounded by emerald flames, Zhiyu exuded a unique allure. Should the opportunity arise to subdue her and document the scene, it would be feasible to make her a true member of the Bai clan. After all, Empress, you wouldn't want those unsavory matters to become common knowledge, would you? Alas, disaster struck. Unbeknownst to her, she had been located. Zhiyu surveyed the Bai clan members, maintaining an exterior calm while her heart raced with anxiety. She found herself ensnared in a dire predicament, unable to advance or retreat. Even if she were to forcibly break the first layer of her seal, it would be difficult to contend against the combined might of these 13 individuals. Her only course of action was to buy time. As long as she could successfully absorb the fire lotus, her strength would surge, enabling her to easily dispatch this group. Zhiyu's plan was commendable, yet Bai Zhiping, harboring ill intentions, was unwilling to grant her the luxury of delay. Time was of the essence. Even if a task needed to be accomplished, it would not transpire here. Who could predict when another force might intrude? Ye Zhiyu, I grant you 10 counts to immediately cease the fusion and surrender these two treasures. Otherwise, do not blame us for forsaking our kinship and taking action against you. Bai Zhiping commanded sternly. Although he felt assured of victory, he remained cautious of Zhiyu's crimson flames, fearful that she might resort to a desperate gambit, resulting in a loss for him as well. It would be prudent to compel her to forcibly interrupt the fusion, allowing her to suffer the backlash before striking. Cold numbers echoed from Bai Zhiping's lips, while the Bai clan members stood poised for action, ready to strike mercilessly should Zhiyu show any signs of defiance. It seemed that her aspirations would remain unfulfilled. Zhi regarded Bai Zhiping with increasingly frigid eyes. Had she foreseen such a situation? She would have never neglected Lin Ran for a decade. If she had been a touch more assertive back then, perhaps she and he would have already had a child. She pondered whether another chance at rebirth was possible, how she wished for a second opportunity. Realizing that her thoughts had been unraveled, Zhiyu resolutely determined to embrace her fate. Just as she prepared to sever her absorption of the Xian fire and forcibly unravel the seals within her body, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The ground suddenly split apart, and hundreds of blood-red vines surged forth like ravenous serpents, launching themselves ferociously at the Bai clan members. Simultaneously, dozens of vines formed a protective barrier around Zhiyu, allowing her to safely continue her absorption of the Xian fire. What in the world is this? Bai Zhiping and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events, but quickly regained their composure, wielding their weapons against the blood-red vines. The clash of metal rang out as their weapons struck the vines, sending sparks flying. Although the attack power of the Mo Yun vines had yet to reach its peak at this stage, their defenses had been maximized after absorbing numerous interdimensional beasts. Ordinary weapons would find it nearly impossible to sever them easily. Is that him? As Zhiyu beheld the familiar Mo Yun vines, she instantly recalled the enigmatic man she had encountered in the Hengduan Mountains. In just a month, his Mo Yun vines had grown to such formidable strength. Wasn't he that a bit excessive? Yet, every time she thought of that mysterious figure, an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up within her. It felt as though she had encountered him in reality, while she couldn't discern his identity at first glance. His silhouette struck her as hauntingly familiar. She felt she had seen that man-esnate before, but where? Lin Ran could never have imagined that the shadowy battle attire possessed such significant vulnerabilities. It was little wonder, given that he always slept with his back turned to her. For that girl, his back was the only view she had. It would be strange if she were not familiar with it.